I am Serenity Caroline, clad in the skin of Hufflepuff, yet concealing the bones of Slytherin. While many claim that I am a beat behind in my reactions, none are aware that I have long deciphered the intricate threads of fate. I once believed that traversing this world was merely a solitary journey along the path of magic, until I encountered Severus Snape, that acerbic and enigmatic man, who beneath his sharp tongue, wrapped his concern in barbed words that I had intended to master my own destiny. Yet I found myself ensnared within his gaze, discovering that the sweetest reciprocation of affection was indeed the finest twist of fate. Chapter 1. The Enrollment Notice. When Serenity Caroline awakened, she was met with a piercing scream, so sharp it seemed to slice through her muddled consciousness, leading her to question whether such a sound could indeed emanate from a human. Soon enough, she received her answer. It could not. She faintly recalled suffering from a high fever, her entire being enveloped in a haze within the dim confines of her room, only able to press her feverish cheeks against the cold glass of the window in a futile attempt to dissipate the heat coursing through her. It was then that she inadvertently lifted her gaze to behold the resplendent night sky. Serenity mused to herself about the multitude of stars on this night. Then, another scream pierced the air. As the cries drew nearer, Serenity returned to the present. A diminutive creature with pointed ears and wide eyes was weeping profusely, lamenting, "Femi has failed to care for the young master. Femi is truly a useless house elf. Femi must punish herself." With little time to comprehend her current predicament, Serenity attempted to calm the distressed elf named Femi, saying, Please refrain from repeatedly striking your head." Femi obediently ceased her actions and cautiously approached, her eyes brimming with concern. "Is there anything else ailing the young master?" Serenity, in a slow and self-doubting manner, replied, "Perhaps I have a slight fever?" Upon hearing this, Femi began to frantically batter herself against the wall, exclaiming, "It's all Femi's fault. Femi allowed the young master to fall ill. Femi must inflict a severe punishment upon herself." Serenity sat up, carefully assessing her condition. Leaving the warmth of her bed sent a shiver through her, but she soon regained her senses. Her muscles felt as though they had been pounded relentlessly. She grimaced, concluding that it was merely the result of lying down for too long. "No, Femi. I believe I am quite well, so please, no more self-punishment." To her surprise, she noticed that her words emerged in a distinctly refined British accent, one she could never quite master before. It was then that she belatedly recognized the peculiar little creature before her, which bore a striking resemblance to the house elves from the Harry Potter series. This thought brought a gentle smile to her lips. Though the plot of Harry Potter had faded from her memory, a subtle joy began to swirl within her heart. Her mind involuntarily wandered back to the dim light of her warm bed, the scent of ink wafting from the pristine pages of her books, and the winds that whispered outside, accompanied by the soft patter of rain. A fleeting image, perhaps, could unlock memories long stored within her mind. In this entirely unfamiliar room, this seemingly sensitive and slightly deranged house elf, Femi, provided Serenity with an unexpected sense of solace. Serenity pushed aside the covers, her soft nightgown creating a graceful arc in the cool morning air. As she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settled on her preferred spot, the balcony adjoining her low bed. There she might catch a glimpse of the stars twinkling in the night sky, though at present, a gentle morning light was gradually tinting the clouds a soft pink, stirring the world from slumber. Nestled there, she began to ponder three profoundly philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? After a moment of contemplation, she allowed her mind to empty, gazing vacantly at the splendid dawn. The house elf, Femi, hovered nearby, dragging the still warm blankets from the bed and draping them over Serenity, enveloping her into a cozy ball, leaving only her fuzzy dark brown head exposed. When it came to matters unrelated to her studies, Serenity was often rather slow to react. Thus, her contemplation lasted several days. During this time, she came to understand a few crucial truths. She had indeed crossed over into the world of Harry Potter, and by fortune, she had become a young witch in the very year the famed savior Harry Potter was set to begin his education. She had seen countless articles in the Daily Prophet regarding the impending enrollment of the savior, and the fateful night a decade prior was once again recounted, the writer's literary prowess rendering it a breathtaking narrative that made Serenity feel as if she were witnessing the events unfold before her very eyes. On that stormy night, it was as though she had witnessed it firsthand. Her name was Serenity Caroline. The Caroline family was an archetype of Slytherin. However, Serenity was regarded as an unwavering Hufflepuff. This led to a certain awkwardness within her household. Serenity seldom ventured beyond her room and abstained from participating in any family affairs. Her older brother, a remarkable heir, was 24 years her senior, while her sister was 19 years older. Serenity felt akin to a guest in her own home, receiving care yet living under their obliviousness. On the very day she arrived in this realm, the original Serenity Caroline had succumbed to a fever, with the house elf Femi failing to notice her plight in time. The cause of death mirrored her own poor little girl. Now this unfortunate girl had become her Serenity pressed her lips together. Oh, poor Serenity Caroline. Yet, in truth, Serenity accepted her situation with grace. In her previous life, she had an elder sister who graduated with honors and secured a position abroad for her doctoral studies and a clever, charming younger brother who endeared himself to everyone. She had been much like them. In reality, there was little to endure. They did not strike her, nor humiliate her, nor berate her. They simply overlooked her, a fundamental disregard, akin to a mere breath of air. They did not inquire into her preferences, nor did they interfere with them. They would forget to include her during gatherings, leaving her hungry for an entire day. They would neglect to account for her presence during holidays, resulting in a loss of water and electricity. During relocations, they would fail to prepare a room for her, forcing her to sleep in a hastily arranged storage room. Serenity even pondered whether the Serenity of this world had crossed over after her demise, and she felt fortunate that the Caroline family in this realm remained oblivious, as did her parents and siblings from the other world. Having arrived, she resolved to find peace within her circumstances. Serenity did not strive to alter her reality but instead quietly daydreamed in her room, occasionally gazing at the stars. 3 days later, she patiently awaited the arrival of her owl. The brown and white owl urgently tapped on the window with its beak, as though it would shatter the glass should Serenity delay even a second longer. Serenity felt a sense of intimidation. She hastily opened the window, and the owl swooped in, carrying with it the warm breeze, landing purposefully before her cup. The owl seemed to exclaim, "That was close. I almost perished of thirst." Serenity carefully unsealed the envelope left by the owl, which contained her enrollment notice from Hogwarts. Additionally, there was a list of required books and supplies, along with a handwritten letter from McGonagall. "Dear Serenity Caroline, we sincerely welcome you to Hogwarts and eagerly await your response. Yours faithfully, Minerva McGonagall." Chapter 2. Snape. Serenity's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Professor Cat." Under the moonlight, she earnestly penned a reply, glancing at the owl that had finally rescued her precarious life as it hooted twice before flapping its wings and soaring towards a place where Serenity could catch her breath. The Caroline family did not reside in the same house as Serenity, thus no one thought to take her shopping for her necessities, and Hogwarts, believing she had a guardian, would certainly not send a professor to accompany her. Fortunately, Serenity was not genuinely 11 years old, so she was not completely at a loss when it came to purchasing items in an unfamiliar place. Fermi transported Serenity to Diagon Alley, and even during the back-to-school season, the small wizards were sparse. Serenity stood in awe, struggling to recall the lore of diluted wizarding bloodlines. Frankly, she had once wondered if the wizarding world continued to reject marriages with muggles. Would it eventually lead to a prevalence of cousin marriages over the years? This query remained unanswered, prompting her to reflect. If only the back-to-school season in another world were as sparsely populated. The Caroline family would not specifically provide her with pocket money, nor would they let her live in destitution, so she did have sufficient galleons to purchase her school supplies. Textbooks, robes, and cauldrons. She saved the wand for last, anticipating the greatest surprise for the finale. However, she was unprepared for the larger shock that awaited her. The piles of books in flourish and blots towered high, nearly reaching the ceiling. Serenity gazed in astonishment at the tomes, then took out her list, meticulously checking it as she navigated through the dazzling array of books. Standing at the height of an 11-year-old, her reach was evidently limited. She stood on her tiptoes, her eyes chasing the towering stacks of books, confirming she could not reach them, and contemplated calling Fermi to use magic. Just then a thin, bony hand retrieved the book she needed, clad in black robes that enveloped every inch of skin on his arm, leaving only his hands exposed. The book was presented to Serenity, who cradled it with both hands, gazing upward in a daze. It was the figure she had anticipated, his features marred by a palpable irritation as he thrust the book into her arms and strode away. Snape. Serenity smiled slowly. It was good to know he was alive. He was the first character from the main storyline she encountered upon entering this world, and her favorite at that. A serendipitous discovery akin to unboxing a coveted surprise from a mystery box. Ollivander's wand shop appeared exceedingly dilapidated, evoking an impression that one might encounter cobwebs upon entering. Yet the interior was consistent with its exterior. Mr. Ollivander greeted the young witch warmly, producing a tape measure that flew about her, diligently measuring her dimensions. "Are you a young witch preparing for school? Is your dominant hand your right?" Serenity extended her arms to facilitate the measuring process, replying, "Yes, sir. Right hand." As she spoke, Mr. Ollivander had already returned with at least 8 boxes, exuberantly suggesting she try them all. "Come, give them all a go." Serenity speculated that perhaps he was simply bored and delighted in witnessing the various reactions of young witches to the wands. Obediently, she began picking up the cool wands from left to right, attempting spells of roaring seas, collapsing heavens, and even tornadoes and volcanic eruptions. Ultimately, she had to suppress the urge to let her skirt fly away and exclaimed, "Sir." With a flick of his wand, Mr. Ollivander dispelled the extraordinary phenomena. All right. It seems you are a rather discerning young witch. Let us try this one." It was a stubborn piece of white wood that would never yield to a second master, and its core was a butterfly wing acquired from a distant, mystical land. As Serentiti grasped the wand, a plume of smoke emerged, and a withered butterfly took flight, transforming the smoke into a lush forest. As the butterfly fluttered by, a reindeer lowered its head to drink leisurely by a stream, a plump koala perched upon a tree, and in the distance, a few round foxes rolled about, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the sounds of nature's growth. Mr. Ollivander gasped in wonder, gazing intently at the forest until it dissipated into thin air. "Ah, Miss Caroline, your wand possesses a life of its own." "Yes, a life. A magical wand may yield unexpected outcomes." Serentiti shyly nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." After purchasing her wand and expressing her gratitude to Mr. Ollivander, she discovered her robes were ready. Clutching her wand with affection, she stuffed the remaining school supplies into the magically produced trunk that Fermi had conjured, which he carried for her. Standing in Diagon Alley, Serentiti hesitated for no more than 2 seconds before deciding to reward herself for the upcoming school year with some ice cream. The treat was quite affordable, and to avoid the awkwardness of eating while walking, she opted to sit inside the shop. She propped her head on her hand, watching the bustling crowd, her gaze gradually becoming distant, as if observing the sunset or perhaps seeing nothing at all. After being isolated from the world for many days, Serentiti realized, so this was the world she would be living in? Quite pleasant indeed. She squinted at the figures in black cloaks striding purposefully down the street, feeling a sense of delight. Watching the shopkeepers clean up the remnants of her finished ice cream cone, she hopped off her chair and waved, "Thank you." As Serentiti stepped outside, the wind chimes at the door tinkled lightly and delicately. Having procured her books, Serentiti finally concluded her aimless existence as a sloth, and she finished packing her half-unpacked belongings, which weren't much. She simply organized her clothes, shoes, and toiletries based on her previous lodging experience, and, given the convenience of magic, she couldn't resist stuffing a plush toy resembling herself into the bag. Once everything was packed, Serentiti took out the books she had previously purchased and began her preparations, cautiously memorizing the content without daring to attempt spells or potions in the absence of a professor. Relying instead on the most basic method from her former life, rote memorization. Fermi observed his young mistress's diligent figure with satisfaction. Believing she was likely to be sorted into Ravenclaw, though not Slytherin, she was still preferred over Hufflepuff in Caroline's eyes. Naively, Fermi was unaware that in some places, even Hufflepuff was known for its competitiveness. The excitement of returning to school kept Serentiti awake for several nights, and on the eve of the first day, she still had not encountered any members of the Caroline family. She surmised that perhaps she had been forgotten in this corner of Caroline Manor, so she penned a brief letter to prepare for the possibility of someone seeking her out in the future. Chapter 3, Hogwarts. The letter was succinct, containing only a single sentence. "I am going to Hogwarts, thanks to the protection and care of the Carolines." Amidst Serentiti's anticipation and anxiety, the day of her departure finally arrived. She did not take much from the Carolines, save for a bracelet adorned with a silver serpent encircling a cross, which she found immediately appealing and thus brought with her. Fermi, carrying her suitcase, cast the disillusionment charm, gazing at her with tearful eyes at platform 9 3/4, appearing somewhat out of place among the throng of parents. Serentiti disregarded the curious stare surrounding her and patted Fermi's shoulder. "Goodbye, Fermi." "Thank you. I will bring you some treats when I return." Fermi squealed in delight. "Thank you, young mistress." "You won't forget, Fermi. You are the best young mistress." Serentiti cast an apologetic glance and a sheepish smile at the startled wizards nearby before gently telling Fermi, "Go home now, Fermi. Wait for me to come back." Fermi walked away, glancing back 3 times, his large eyes brimming with reluctance, as if he were a child sent to school by his parents, indistinguishable from the others around him. Serentiti watched Fermi depart before cautiously observing the young wizards around her, mimicking their movements as they settled in place, and thus she stepped into the world of wizards. She boarded the train bound for Hogwarts, entering a destiny shrouded in the unknown brought forth by Voldemort. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement as a green train came to a halt on the tracks, its open doors resembling a monster's gaping maw, eagerly awaiting its prey. Serentiti found an empty compartment, stowed her luggage beside her, and leaned against the train's window, gazing at the scenery outside. After an indeterminate wait, the train began to rattle and roll. The savior was not in her compartment. A few unfamiliar students, likely of little significance in the original narrative, entered, exchanged friendly greetings, and took their seats. Gradually, Serenity began to feel drowsy, and just as her head repeatedly bumped against the glass, the compartment door swung open, a rush of cool air invigorating her senses. "Excuse me." A girl with fluffy brown hair and brown eyes squeezed in. "Have you seen a toad?" "Neville, my friend, his toad is missing." Serenity, still shaking off drowsiness, turned to see the boy opposite her shake his head in denial. She leaned over the seat, curious to get a glimpse of one of the trio. The girl with the tousled curls appeared a bit disheveled, her face flushed from activity, and her eyes sparkling with vitality, much like a lively little rabbit. The rabbit-like Hermione paused momentarily, sunlight scattering across her deep brown curls, creating delicate golden edges that hinted at a subtle chill. Serenity could not discern the girl's features clearly, only the softness of her gray eyes, which radiated warmth rather than emptiness. The juxtaposition of coolness and warmth intertwined within her, paradoxically rendering her both mature and dependable. Serenity blinked slowly, feeling a sense of pride in having momentarily astonished Hermione, secretly thinking, "The Golden Trio. Today it is Serenity." Hermione smiled at Serenity before darting out of the compartment, leaving Serenity to sit quietly as the other children animatedly discussed the renowned savior. The train soon approached its destination, letting out a long whistle to signal the young wizards to disembark. Not wishing to jostle in the crowd, Serenity decided to wait until most had exited before making her move. To her surprise, the trio, who should have boarded a small boat earlier, were waiting beside the train with the young boy. Hermione's eyes lit up upon seeing her, and she rushed over. "Hi, we meet again. Hermione Granger. You can call me Hermione." Serenity was taken aback by this sudden social interaction. "I'm Serenity. Serenity Caroline." Hermione seemed oblivious to the Caroline family name. Or perhaps she did not care, as she laughed and ran back to her friends, waving from a distance. "Serenity, see you at school." Serenity shyly waved in response, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, Miss Granger and her companions hopped away like four little rabbits. Serenity redirected her gaze, searching for an available boat while thinking, what lively children. Struggling through the mist, she finally caught sight of the outline of Hogwarts, a magnificent castle. Serenity quietly admired its grandeur, fantasizing about the scars of time etched into its walls. The most elegant aspect of ancient architecture lies in its mystery, a space where humanity can project all emotions. Before long, Serenity followed the throng into the castle, the warm, flickering light seeping into her skin, bringing a cozy sensation, while the air smelled sweet like cotton candy. Hogwarts, the shared home of wizards. An elegant and timelessly beautiful lady stepped forward, waving her wand, conjuring a long parchment that Serenity surmised was the list of first-year students. Having already experienced the pressure of examinations, Serenity felt little anxiety about the sorting ceremony, instead focusing on the tense expressions of her fellow students. Glancing around, she regrettably realized she could hardly remember so many faces, so she shifted her attention to the professor's table. Dumbledore, with his white beard, appeared slightly askew, seated in the center. Observing Serenity, who followed his gaze and spotted Harry Potter, she then continued her gaze towards the professor's table, noticing the short Professor Flitwick, and following his line of sight to the savior. Serenity paused for a moment, deliberately looking at the professor in the black robe. Severus Snape. For those who have read Harry Potter, he is a character one loves for his complexity and depth. His life is a tapestry of light and shadow that leaves an indelible mark on every reader's heart. The chance encounter at the bookstore did not ripple through fate. Perhaps Snape had long since forgotten which little wizard he had handed the book to. At that moment, he was gazing at Harry Potter with a mixture of nostalgia and pain. However, he soon seemed to sense being watched, his piercing gaze locking onto Serenity, only to soften slightly upon realizing she was merely an ordinary little witch. Serenity blinked, averting her eyes to refocus on the sorting ceremony, listening intently to many familiar names. Draco Malfoy. Chapter 4. Hufflepuff loses points. A platinum-haired boy adjusted his collar, strutting forward with the pride of a peacock. Malfoy's appearance shone as brightly as their wealth, resembling a platinum gem. He was confident of his placement. The sorting hat did not disappoint this certainty. Nearly as soon as it touched the boy's scalp, it proclaimed, "Slytherin." Serenity rubbed her ears, feeling a genuine admiration rise within her for the young lad's unwavering demeanor. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall pronounced the name with a hint of significance, prompting a hushed buzz among the children nearby. Of course, wherever the savior appeared, it was always accompanied by a radiant aura. This time, the sorting took a bit longer than with the young lad, but ultimately, the sorting hat declared, Gryffindor. Following him were his friends Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom, who also joined Gryffindor. Serenity Caroline. Serenity was the last to be called. When her name echoed through the hall, many Slytherins, having heard of the Caroline family, looked up to see a small girl with the family's signature gray eyes stand up. She brushed her skirt and climbed onto the high stool, placing the hat atop her head. The hat, without inquiring about her thoughts, declared in a voice neither too high nor too low, "Hufflepuff." The middle path of the Flower family. The Slytherins prepared to applaud. Snape, ready to receive Serenity, thought, whatever, as long as she is not in Gryffindor. He feared that placing Serenity in Gryffindor would lead to her expulsion due to his point deductions. Serenity freed her head from the hat and bowed to Professor McGonagall. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall, and thank you, Sorting Hat." She hurried down from the dais under the gaze of the entire hall, taking a seat at the Hufflepuff table, where the senior Hufflepuffs welcomed her with applause. "Wow, she is so pretty, our little junior." Some recognized the Caroline name, while others were unfamiliar with it. It matters not. They are acquainted with Seraphina, not Caroline. Seraphina smiled, her eyes curving gracefully, the gray orb shimmering as if they possessed the ability to speak. "Thank you." She appeared exceedingly gentle, seemingly devoid of any connection to Slytherin. As Professor Dumbledore delivered his address, Seraphina paid scant attention, for speeches extolling greatness are often tedious, and those that truly inspire are rare. Evidently, Dumbledore's remarks belonged to the former category. Nevertheless, she sincerely suggested that the schools of her past life could benefit from learning Dumbledore's brevity, which was indeed bearable. For this alone, she was willing to offer her utmost sincerity. Thus, amidst a sea of distraction, Seraphina sat upright, her gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore, who blinked in confusion. "The young wizards today are remarkably polite," Dumbledore mused. Once he concluded his speech, a plethora of food appeared upon the long table. Seraphina took a sip of pumpkin juice, quickly finding the audacious concoction a challenge to her palate. The other dishes were not particularly appetizing, yet they were not inedible. They fell short of what she had previously experienced, and even Caroline's offerings paled in comparison. The agony of acquiring only to lose is truly profound. Was Harry Potter's assertion that Hogwarts food was delectable not merely a reflection of his limited culinary experiences? Although such a statement leans towards hyperbole. With tears brimming in her eyes, Seraphina mourned the dullness of her now lackluster taste buds for 3 seconds. After the unforgettable school song was sung, Seraphina followed the Hufflepuff prefect back to the Hufflepuff common room, where she was assigned a single dormitory. The kind badgers seemed to perceive her as a victim of some great injustice, continuously offering their comfort, and vowing that she would not feel solitary due to the absence of a roommate. Amused yet touched, Seraphina reassured the adorable little ones as she entered her dormitory, her heart gladdened by their concern. "Do not fret, I am truly quite content." The first-year schedule was delivered into Seraphina's hands, and to her delight, she discovered that her week consisted of merely 13 classes, some of which were only held once a week, such as History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Flying. Her favorite Professor Snape's class was scheduled for Friday mornings, featuring 2 consecutive periods. The first class on Monday commenced at 9 o'clock with History of Magic. After organizing her belongings, Seraphina placed her History of Magic book, notebook, and quill on her desk for easy access the following day, resting her wand beside her pillow before drifting off to sleep. Awakening promptly at 5 the next morning, her mind was already alert. Having passed away at the tender age of 17, shortly after graduating high school, she had succumbed to a fever while awaiting her examination results. She had adjusted her routine while residing at Caroline's estate, yet the knowledge of returning to school had reverted her schedule back. The biological clock imposed by 9 years of compulsory education is undeniably one of the harshest forms of punishment in existence. With a sigh, Seraphina silenced her golden snitch alarm clock, curling up by the window to watch the dawn. It felt reminiscent of her first day in the HP world, leaving her slightly dizzy and disoriented until she realized morning had arrived, and fatigue had set in. Seraphina mustered her energy, freshened up, and packed her stationery into a small satchel, adjusting her wizarding robes as she prepared to head to the library. Breakfast at Hogwarts was served at 8. And it was now 6:30. She intended to preview History of Magic, although she had nearly forgotten the plot. The ghostly instructor and the tendency to induce slumber remained vivid in her memory. In her homeland, one could afford to be physically weak or timid, but not academically deficient. Feeling somewhat drowsy, she struggled to keep her eyes open as she walked, taking advantage of the early hour to navigate through the eerily quiet corridors in search of a familiar-looking upperclassman to ask for directions. Then, she collided with someone at a corner. The other party remained unyielding, and she found herself seated abruptly on the floor. Dazed, Serafina looked up to see a stern and brooding face, the black-robed Professor Snape. Ah, she had stumbled upon the most forbidding figure in all of Hogwarts. Snape stood there, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow, and Serafina braced herself for the inevitable sting of his sharp tongue. Yet he spoke softly, Ravenclaw? As if he had not noticed her Hufflepuff uniform. Serafina slowly rose to her feet. "Il plie sur me Hufflepuff, Professor Snape." A flicker of amusement crossed Snape's face. Hufflepuff. -2 points. Well, she had already been penalized before classes had even begun. Serafina sighed, grateful she was in the amiable company of Hufflepuff rather than Slytherin or Gryffindor. Otherwise, this deduction would ensure her notoriety from the outset of the term. She continued in her languid tone, "Very well, Professor Snape. Might I inquire where the library is located?" Chapter 5, Potions Class. Snape bent down to meet her gaze, his expression tinged with mild surprise, yet he said nothing. Serafina watched as he waved his wand, releasing a speck of light from its tip. Snape tilted his head towards the glimmer, his eyes fixed on her, perhaps indicating a desire for her to vanish from his sight. Serafina hurried after the light, calling out, "Thank you, Professor Snape." Snape did not respond, turning away, the hem of his robe billowing like a cresting wave. Serafina withdrew her gaze, exclaiming, "Wow, that was so cool." The point deduction did not heavily impact her. For as long as she recalled that Harry Potter was enduring Snape's ire, Serafina felt her days were still quite manageable. Truly, he was a savior in every sense of the word. Serafina silently greeted Madame Pants, the librarian, who offered no acknowledgement in return. She found a sunlit nook, spreading her history of magic book and notebook in front of her, crafting a cozy little nest before sliding into it. History is interconnected, and the methods of learning it are likewise similar. Serafina constructed a lengthy timeline in her notes, marking significant events along its length. Thanks to her rhythmic lineage, she devised a catchy rhyme to remember the chronological order of these historical occurrences. For Serafina, history of magic was not particularly challenging. After all, she had once studied 5,000 years of history herself. Moreover, the historical figures within the magical realm had a tendency to blink and make faces, which made turning each page an eagerly anticipated event. After completing her timeline, she realized it was already 8:12. She tucked her notebook away, resolving to seek additional books related to history of magic for further enrichment. As she pondered this, she followed a seemingly upperclassman from Ravenclaw out of the library. True to form, the older student led her to the Great Hall and smiled gently at her. "Every year, clever little wizards do this, but I must say, you're the first I've encountered with a little tale." Serafina softly thanked the Ravenclaw girl. Breakfast was as lavish as dinner, and she nibbled on a sandwich and sipped a cup of hot milk, momentarily lost in thought while cradling the warm cup. Since she no longer needed to fret over college entrance exams, her once racing mind had finally begun to cool down. This action was misinterpreted by the house elf, who refilled her cup. Reluctantly, she sipped the milk again, managing to finish half a cup before hastily placing it down and dashing away from the long table. The feeling of hunger is simply when a house elf perceives you to be famished. After some twists and turns, Serafina located the history of magic classroom with the help of a kind Hufflepuff upperclassman. True to its cinematic reputation, the class was indeed soporific. After 10 minutes of listening, realizing Professor Binns was merely reciting from the textbook without any additional insights, Serafina decisively tuned out his monotonous drone, entering self-study mode. In the absence of quarrels between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and with Ravenclaw diligently immersing themselves in their studies, the Hufflepuff students generally refrained from mischief. Even those who struggled to grasp the material merely rested their heads on their desks, drifting into slumber or passing notes. Serafina soon entered a scholarly mode, proclaiming to herself, "Engaging do not disturb mode." As class concluded, Serafina organized her belongings, while the little badgers and eagles in the classroom continued their playful antics. Some of the eagles were busily reviewing notes, and aside from the occasional flutter of paper, the atmosphere remained unchanged from her previous life. With her satchel slung over her shoulder, she offered a polite nod and a smile to Professor Binns. "Goodbye, Professor Binns." The ghost paused briefly, his voice as tranquil as a still pond. "Goodbye, Mississippi." This seemed to inspire the little badgers and eagles behind her, as a chorus of farewells echoed through the classroom, leaving the ghost professor both flustered and oddly pleased. The afternoon held but a single herbology class, and Serafina resolved to postpone her history of magic assignment until after it concluded. The professor of herbology was none other than her head of house, Professor Sprout. For various reasons, Serafina was determined to excel, even if she had to force herself to study. Though she had previewed the material, her mind, filled with the remnants of a 9-year compulsory education, struggled to visualize the wondrous plants described in her texts. Flowers that bite and grasses that strike sounded exceedingly abstract. Yet, to her surprise, her practical endeavors yielded commendable results. After all, one could not deny the heritage of the flower kingdom. Serafina successfully garnered 5 points from her head of house. Most of her other classes were rather unremarkable. The charms class demanded a vivid imagination. And after a full session of practice, Serafina finally succeeded in casting a levitation charm just before the class concluded. Transfiguration proved even more elusive. She labored to reverse a matchstick into an iron rod, pondering how this could be considered transfiguration at all. Notably, amidst her studies, she forged a close friendship with Hermione Granger. This was likely facilitated by their frequent encounters in the library, particularly as Hermione was deeply impacted by their fleeting glance on the train. They had begun to address each other by their first names. Hermione was a remarkably gifted young girl, lively as a playful puppy frolicking across a sunlit meadow, and she harbored an inexplicable kindness toward many. However, like many talented children, she exhibited a touch of arrogance. This was not necessarily a flaw, it was merely the privilege of a prodigy. Serafina understood why the astute Hermione failed to perceive Severus Snape's concern for Harry Potter. Hermione believed that the rightness of her views was nearly impossible for her to challenge. And it was evident that Ron Weasley, who bore a deep-seated prejudice against Slytherin, particularly towards Snape, along with Harry, who had been on the receiving end of Snape's ire, would also fail to recognize the protective side of Snape. Serafina regarded Hermione as a little friend, envisioning the proud little witch blushing as she shared her notes. Throughout the week, Serafina endured the dizzying effects of defense against the dark arts, felt numbed in astronomy class, and was startled in flying lessons, often lamenting how challenging it was to be a knowledgeable young witch. Finally, she arrived at the potions class she had eagerly anticipated all week. Having heard Hermione's descriptions of the class, Serafina gently counseled her during her complaints about Snape, leading Hermione to exclaim that Serafina was like a little kitten who made her forget the unpleasantness of potions class. The potions classroom was notably chilly, and Serafina, with foresight, had donned an extra layer of clothing, though her fingertips remained somewhat numb. It was evidently imperative to master the warming charm. As she carefully followed Snape's instructions on the blackboard, her mind wandered. Chapter 6, The Well-Behaved Child. Snape glided through the classroom, his low, commanding voice occasionally resonating in a corner. "Mr. Morcon, should you manage to consume your own potion, I shall lose a genius capable of crafting new recipes in the first year by the next potions class." Hufflepuff, deducting 5 points. "Miss Longbottom, are you jesting with me? Or has your family neglected to teach you the difference between 1, 2, and 3 before sending you to school? Perhaps I should first impart the ABCs to you before commencing potions?" Hufflepuff, deducting 5 points. The precise modulation of his voice, coupled with the elongated pronunciation of certain words, was truly a delight, if only the one being chastised were not oneself. Serafina squinted, slightly relaxing her stiff arms as she stirred her cauldron, only to feel a shadow looming over her. Slowly lifting her gaze, she found Snape bending over her cauldron, observing her work. This distraction had caused a rather unfortunate alteration in her potion. Snape reached out, gently swirling his wand within her cauldron, and the potion, which appeared on the verge of failure, decided to relent. "If your curiosity were not so overwhelming, Miss Caroline, I might consider you somewhat acceptable. Mind your cauldron, Hufflepuff." Deducting 2 points. "Understood, thank you, Professor Snape," Serafina replied. Snape cast her a glance, pursed his lips, and departed with the sweep of his robes. The tense and exhilarating potions class finally concluded, and Serafina received the highest grade of A for Hufflepuff. Snape appeared somewhat reluctant. "If I must intervene in your cauldron once more, Miss Caroline, you shall not wish to know the consequences." "Yes, Professor Snape, goodbye," Serafina replied. Unlike Professor Binns, Snape merely nodded, not sparing her a glance. With the weak S-classes behind her, Serafina finally had ample time to immerse herself in the library. She settled into her usual nook, meticulously reviewing her assignments from the week. After confirming they were all completed, she allowed herself a moment of daydreaming before diving into a few books on the history of magic, relishing them as one would a storybook. Moreover, she stumbled upon amusing anecdotes nestled within the pages, blending the dry history of magic with whimsical tales, captivating her like a child and prompting her to read several additional pages. Before long, Hermione joined her, accompanied by Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, suggesting that they had begun to forge a budding friendship. Harry was a pleasant boy, though past experiences had rendered him somewhat sharp and sensitive, often perceiving traps set for him by ill-intentioned individuals, likely a consequence of his previous mistreatment. Serafina, treating him as a little friend, quickly exchanged first names with the group. Harry blinked. I thought only Hermione would enjoy spending so much time in the library. Seraphina shyly raised her book. Actually, I haven't done much. I just come to the library to see what I can do each day. Harry seemed astonished, with so many fun places at Hogwarts. You don't know what you can do. Seraphina blinked back at him. Ron chimed in, hey mate, want to come out to play tonight? Hermione interjected, be serious. Ron shrugged, I meant, how about a night adventure? Seraphina questioned. But isn't night exploration forbidden? Ron was eager, forbidden things are the best. Harry quickly added, doing what we're not allowed to do is thrilling. Hermione agreed. Don't you want to see how Hogwarts differs at night? Seraphina felt perplexed. If you do that, Gryffindor will become Griffinless. However, she too felt a flutter of excitement. For 17 years, Severus Snape had adhered to the confines of propriety, while Seraphina remained a model student, akin to a delightful mascot. The prospect of a grand adventure, particularly in the presence of Harry, was undeniably enticing. In the vicinity of Harry, Snape's protective aura assured safety. Wherever Snape was, security was guaranteed. Thus, Seraphina nodded enthusiastically. Where Harry was, Snape was sure to follow. Indeed, young Potter, much like his father, had a penchant for leading well-behaved children astray. Yes, well-behaved. That was the universal assessment from all the professors regarding Seraphina. Even the ghost Bins would nod in agreement. And Snape was no exception. Caroline's treatment from Bin's transition from goodbye, Miss to goodbye, Miss Caroline, ultimately culminating in goodbye, Seraphina. He recalled the first time he encountered Seraphina at the Leaky Cauldron, where she, unable to reach the books, merely gazed vacantly at them. Did merely looking suffice to procure them? Snape casually tossed a book into her arms. During the sorting ceremony, Snape sensed a gaze fixated upon him and upon glancing back, found Seraphina staring, her gray eyes holding glimmers of warmth. It was a normal occurrence, simply recognizing someone he had met before. He observed as she averted her gaze, Caroline. A surname not entirely unfamiliar. Snape nearly categorized her within his own house, only to see her sorted into Hufflepuff. It was hardly surprising. She appeared rather demure. The first time he laid eyes on her, he thought how well-behaved she was. In any case, she was certainly preferable to the raucous Gryffindors. The following morning, Seraphina collided with him. Snape, bemused by her eyes closed and her aimless wandering, almost burst into laughter. He exchanged a few words to rouse her from her stupor. He braced himself for a look of indignation to appear upon her dazed face. However, Seraphina simply nodded obediently and, with remarkable composure, inquired about the library's location. Snape scrutinized her expressions, but could discern nothing beyond her evident fatigue. Thus he directed her. From that point on, the only times he encountered her were during meals or at the library, when she was forcibly handed half a cup of milk by the house elves. Her frantic rush to the dining table drew forth a suppressed smile from Snape, one that was not mocking but rather a pure expression of delight at her adorableness. She displayed impeccable table manners, refraining from whispering and focusing solely on her food, consuming it with great speed. Seraphina would protest slander. I am not merely eating. I am consuming. If I do not hurry, I shall choke. It seemed she possessed an endless reservoir of patience, maintaining decorum even when points were deducted, which left Snape somewhat exasperated. No professor disliked well-behaved children, especially those who were both intelligent and diligent. And now, this well-behaved child was to accompany young Potter on an adventure. Potter yet again had made his entrance. Chapter 7, Confinement. Snape's gaze gradually became vacant before regaining clarity. His silence directed at Seraphina, who sat quietly in the sunlight, perusing a tome on magical history. Her dark chestnut hair mirrored his own black locks, though hers was a shade lighter. She was remarkably tranquil, her movements always subtle. Yet each time she turned her head, the sunlight caught the ends of her hair, shimmering like waves, like a little fish gliding into the frigid air, glistening with golden hues. Seraphina possessed an ardent love for reading, particularly narratives with intricate plots, seemingly regarding them as storybooks. Of course, this was due in part to the absurdities penned by some fool, even spotting footnotes suggesting a romance between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Potter and Weasley were depicted on the page, playing wizard's chess, their expressions animated yet silent. Snape manifested his presence, one hand gently pressing down on her book from behind. Miss Caroline, you are confined for a day. Report to the dungeon at 7 p.m. Harry angrily countered in hushed tones, she hasn't done anything wrong. Ron desperately tugged at his arm, mate, just let it go. The fewer sacrifices, the better. Then Snape heard Seraphina's calm voice, very well, Professor Snape. He lowered his head. Seraphina was looking up at him, reminiscent of their last potions class. He could see that her gentle gray eyes held neither anger nor resentment. They were sincere and clear, regarding him with acceptance, as if she would acquiesce to whatever he decreed. Snape withdrew his hand and replied with a nonchalant vanishing silently from the library, just as he had arrived. Ron grumbled, "Snape really is." Seemingly at a loss for words, he rephrased with indignation, "You didn't do anything at all. He*s abusing his authority as a professor." Hermione chimed in, "Professor Snape," and joined in the complaints. "How can he do this? It's so unfair." Seraphina patted Hermione's back soothingly. "It's all right, Hermione. Let us continue reading." Harry's eyes widened. "Aren't you angry? He's confining you for no reason." Seraphina raised a finger for silence. "Listen to me, Harry. Professor Snape teaches all potions classes from 1st to 7th year. He must grade assignments for 7 different grades. I've heard that nearly half of the potions in the hospital wing are brewed by him, and he has to patrol at night. It's entirely reasonable for him to be overwhelmed. I suspect that since I handled the materials adequately, he decided to confine me. You see, with his temperament, he wouldn't express requests outright. Look, he didn't even deduct any points from me." Though the 11-year-olds had moved past their all-encompassing narcissism, they remained oblivious to perspectives outside their own, their empathy confined to their visible realm. Thus, upon hearing Seraphina's reasoning, the trio felt they could understand Snape better. After all, they struggled with assignments, and it made sense that Snape, with his multitude of responsibilities, might seek assistance. Harry wondered, then why doesn't he confine me? Yes, always deducting points. Hermione replied, "Oh Harry, I think Professor Snape wouldn't want to have to repurchase all his materials." Seraphina and Ron exchanged knowing smiles, quickly feigning innocence before Madame Pants could catch them, using their books to shield their faces, revealing only their crescent-shaped gray eyes. In truth, Seraphina too was perplexed as to why Snape had confined her. Surely, he had no need for the assistance of a first-year student. In fact, she had only mastered the material processing techniques required for class. She simply wished to prevent Snape from being misunderstood by those he protected. Perhaps the future's outcome had already been predetermined, yet at least the path toward death was not unbearably cold. The dungeon was frigid. Seraphina hastily rummaged through her spellbook, attempting to learn a warming charm, but to no avail. Thus, she begrudgingly donned an additional layer and pondered the dungeon's location. She sought out what appeared to be amiable students in Hufflepuff and Gryffindor to inquire after it. Having calculated her timing, Seraphina arrived at the dungeon door. Before she could knock, it swung open. Her raised hand fell gently, and she stood at the threshold. "Professor Snape, I am here for my confinement." A slow, clearly articulated voice emerged from within. "Shall I invite you in, Miss Caroline?" "Thank you, but no need." Seraphina swiftly entered, finding Snape seated upon a high chair. A stack of assignments from an unknown year arranged on the table, one untouched, one in the process of grading, and one completed. The topmost paper of the completed stack bore a large T, the red markings vastly exceeding the black text. Seraphina envied the impressive command of language displayed. Surely, English essays required no struggle to meet word count, particularly with such sophisticated sentence structures. Snape glanced at her, seemingly contemplating what she might contribute, before placing a bag of daisies upon the workstation. "Do you know how to process these?" Seraphina had studied this topic in advance. However, she did not wish to overestimate her abilities and replied honestly, "I have a general idea, but I am uncertain of the specifics." "Very well. Honesty is indeed a commendable quality of yours. If that arrogant Gryffindor cohort could come to realize this, I would ensure their precious gems do not leak so swiftly." Snape slid down from his seat and approached the workbench, demonstrating the procedure to her, then casually adjusted the height of the table to suit her stature perfectly. "Did you see that clearly?" Seraphine nodded. Snape stepped aside, remaining close until Seraphine successfully managed one task on her own, after which he returned to his seat. The daisies were not numerous, and in about half an hour, they were processed. Seraphine carefully sought out an empty bottle to store them, then turned her head to look at Snape. He was staring at an assignment with an expression of incredulity before lowering his head and writing fluidly. Given the intensity with which he wrote, Seraphine silently mourned for the owner of the assignment. After finishing the paper, Snape finally raised his gaze to Seraphine, who was holding the bottled daisies for him to see. He picked up the bottle, glanced at it, and displayed a somewhat approving demeanor, his gaze settling on her. He then exhibited an expression suggesting he was about to assign her more tasks. Seraphine speculated that Snape's confinement of her was merely to keep her under his watchful eye, and she struggled to recall the morning's discussion about nocturnal excursions, realizing that Snape might have overheard and disapproved of her late-night outings. As expected, Snape tossed her a book titled 100 Methods for Handling Basic Potions Materials, indicating she should read it on a small chair nearby. Chapter 8. The night sky is his eyes. Seraphine looked at the chair by the door and couldn't help but shiver, preparing to obediently walk over. Snape frowned at her, tossed the small chair aside to the hearth, and even transformed it into a sofa, complete with a blanket. My esteemed and delicate Miss Caroline, I wonder if you are now satisfied with the humble assignment given by your old professor? Would you deign to fulfill a modest request from this humble educator? Seraphine was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected remark, but her body instinctively embraced the book and sat on the sofa, her lips moving before her mind caught up. Thank you, Professor Snape. Then she realized Snape was commenting on her unvoiced demands, although the beneficiary was indeed herself. I apologize, Professor Snape. The polite phrases of a well-mannered child. Thank you, I'm sorry, please. Snape regarded her with a furrowed brow. Seraphine felt she had expressed gratitude to him too often, perhaps leading him to perceive her sincerity as lacking. Thus, she gazed into his dark figure with earnest and gentle gray eyes. You are truly wonderful. Snape immediately lowered his head. Hufflepuff, -1 point. Seraphine did not comprehend the reasoning, but respected it. Very well, Professor Snape. The first day of confinement passed quite leisurely for Seraphine. She merely processed some daisies, read for a while, and in the end, Snape even dedicated 20 minutes to explain the part she found perplexing. He initially exhibited a somewhat sarcastic demeanor, likely due to the assignment's frustrations. Seraphine understood him well, as she often feared her own inadequacies while tutoring. Moreover, she did not mind it much. After all, compared to the ritualistic practices centered around family and ancestry that her upbringing emphasized, and the defensive manuals focused on money, looks, and relationships, Snape's sharp wit appeared to Seraphine as mere playful banter. The nocturnal outings were, of course, cancelled, with Snape personally escorting her back to the Hufflepuff common room. In the subsequent days, the routine continued. Snape enforced confinement while Seraphine occupied herself in the cellar. To her, it was merely play. As long as she completed the tasks Snape assigned, she could remain until curfew without disturbing him, and he would not concern himself with her activities. If others were also confined, Seraphine simply needed to observe them as they handled materials to prevent any waste. In the irony of Snape's ownership of the cellar, she mused, what a harmonious existence. Quite delightful indeed. She then replied, Professor Snape, you are the true master of the cellar. Snape glared at her through clenched teeth, abruptly marking a T on the assignment, and began grading again. In Seraphine's one-sidedly harmonious existence, time passed swiftly. Draco Malfoy, who frequented the cellar more than other students, had developed a nodding acquaintance with her. Initially, Draco had been quite unkind to her, yet one day he inexplicably began to treat her with a semblance of warmth. Although his demeanor suggested that he was reluctantly obliged to converse with her, Seraphine found the young master rather endearing. As Seraphine stood at the precipice of their mutual animosity, she reflected that everyone here was so admirable and lovable. This was the lens of mortality. If one truly witnesses the entirety of a person's life and understands how they arrived at their current state, even the most egregious wrongdoer can evoke a sense of pity. This is perhaps the essence of life, a grand elegy. However, their harmonious life did not endure for long. Eventually, Snape seemed to grow weary of the daily routine of escorting a child. On the eve of Halloween, he remarked to Seraphine, who was about to return to the Hufflepuff common room, I suspect the cold cellar has tempered the impulsive Miss Caroline's fervor, and she shall no longer engage in the foolish nocturnal exploits of the Gryffindors? Seraphine was certain that their conversation had been overheard. Indeed, Professor Snape. He appeared somewhat satisfied, believing that during this period, they had been mutually testing each other. He, because Seraphine had caused Hufflepuff to lose at least 30 points, and she, because she had treated his office as her own home. May I conclude, Snape inquired in a low voice, that I shall not find Miss Caroline of Hufflepuff outside the dormitory during my night patrol tonight? His dark eyes bore into her, and Seraphine felt a sense of déjà vu wash over her. She was momentarily lost in thought but ultimately provided Snape with the answer he sought. Yes, Professor Snape. I shall remain in my dormitory until dawn. The satisfied bat flapped his wings and disappeared into the night. Seraphine dreamt that night. She envisioned pressing her warm cheeks against the cold glass, gazing at the stars outside, and the starry night sky transformed into a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. These eyes were hollow yet profound, quietly watching over her. The great hall on Halloween was adorned splendidly, the ceiling magically transformed into a starry expanse, with shooting stars gracing the sky intermittently. Harry and his friends finally had the opportunity to enjoy a moment with Seraphine, who had been released from Snape's custody. I can hardly believe it, Seraphine, that you spend every day with Snape. Poor Seraphine, are you all right? Is everything fine? Ron exclaimed dramatically, placing a sandwich on her plate. Seraphine pondered for a moment. Actually, it's not so bad. It's not as terrifying as one might think. I can attempt to brew potions or practice spells in his office. He doesn't let me come to harm. Snape was perpetually irritable. She often quickly deduced the reasons behind his frustrations, who had exploded a cauldron or who had been caught out after hours, but at times, the causes eluded her. Snape always cast a brooding glare in her direction, as if she were somehow responsible for his ire. He would mock her with a sardonic tone, often claiming she was troublesome, likely to blow up his cauldron in the office or cause chaos with her minor spells. Yet, on one occasion, before Seraphine even realized she had caught a chill and was running a fever, Snape thrust an unpleasant potion into her hands. This rendered her even less concerned. He would deride her, and she would feign oblivion to his sarcasm. Sometimes she genuinely did not comprehend it, and sincerely express her gratitude. When he labeled her a nuisance, Seraphine would genuinely apologize, and typically at such moments, Snape would fall silent, stifled by his own frustration. Consequently, her gaze became even more earnest. While Snape consistently avoided such scrutiny, she comprehended the unquenchable fury that eternally simmered within Severus Snape, akin to a self-igniting flame that inflicted harm upon both himself and others. Thus, she could only acquiesce to him, treating him as a child deserving of gentle coaxing. Snape, however, remained ungrateful, continuing to speak to her in his usual sardonic tone. Severus, your expressive prowess is truly enviable, said Seraphina. Chapter 9. Beware of the troll. At times, Seraphina truly wished to confide in Snape about an urgent matter, to borrow his lips for a fleeting moment, yet she lacked the courage to do so. Harry shrugged. I know he will protect you. He attempts to muster a sinister smile, yet the roundness of his cheeks renders it somewhat endearing. He will ensure your physical safety, only to torment you severely in spirit, compelling you to succumb to shame and despair. When one's dear friends perpetually return from the clutches of death, one begins to regard mortality with less trepidation. At least Harry no longer harbored such a profound fear of the brooding professor. Seraphina was still pondering the notion of borrowing Snape's lips when she heard Harry speak. After a few moments of contemplation, she slowly inquired, "Is that so?" Harry replied, "I truly envy you." He detested the fact that he could comprehend all of Snape's scathing remarks and respond to them promptly. Seraphina, perplexed by Harry's words, nonetheless allowed a bashful smile to grace her lips. He. Then she realized something was amiss. Seraphina scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where is Hermione?" Ron's expression stiffened as he begrudgingly replied, "We had a quarrel. I don't know where she is." Seraphina was bewildered, and Harry gently elucidated the situation. Ron furrowed his brow in complaint. "I simply do not understand what she has to be proud of. Yes, she excels in her studies, but she looks down on me." "Ron," Seraphina skillfully began to soothe him, "Hermione certainly does not look down upon you, you know that. She merely enjoys sharing with you." When she had defended Snape, they had delved deeply into the topic of evaluating a person by their actions rather than their words, for speaking is effortless. Yet fulfilling one's promises is a far greater challenge. However, such concepts were still too complex for children. They could only grasp the meaning after events transpired, rather than preemptively preventing them. Ron scoffed. "Yes, you always say that. You think everyone is wonderful. Granger is wonderful, Malfoy is wonderful, even that greasy Snape is wonderful. I truly do not understand you. Do you not realize that people can become angry?" Harry, wishing to avert another quarrel between his friends, grew flushed with anxiety and interjected, "Seraphina, Ron." Seraphina was not angry. She gently patted Harry's back in consolation and then addressed Ron. "Ron, I certainly understand your feelings. You must feel quite wronged right now. But do you truly wish to remain estranged from Hermione? If we are to continue as comrades, why must we utter words that wound one another? I believe if you express your thoughts to Hermione instead of harboring anger, she would apologize to you. She is a good girl, and you believe that too, do you not?" Ron was calmed by her words. He reflected on his past interactions with Hermione, and felt a rush of shame upon realizing that, when his sensitive, youthful pride was bruised, he had forgotten all of Hermione's virtues, and had spoken to her very rudely. "I will apologize to her, but she had better adjust her tone." Ron huffed indignantly. "Do not lose a good friend over stubbornness," Seraphina advised, feeling an inexplicable pang of sadness. Harry observed the discord between his two friends dissolve with just a few words. And beneath the table, he secretly gave Seraphina a thumbs up. Sometimes Harry thought of Seraphina as a nurturing older sister, who cared for them and embraced them. She possessed remarkable intelligence, capable of resolving all dilemmas they deemed insurmountable. She was kind, able to see the brilliance in everyone, even Draco. whom she had remarked was an admirable Slytherin. Seraphina expressed her fear of becoming an outcast, yet she respected anyone bold enough to be disliked. Harry contemplated that perhaps this was the reason Seraphina held Professor Snape in such high regard, for within the entire expanse of Hogwarts, no other dared to be as reviled as he was. With her presence, a restless heart found immediate tranquility. Gentle Seraphina served as a calming balm for their trio, always uncovering unique perspectives on matters, and revealing the distinct facets of everyone. Like a warm, polished jade, she quietly radiated her gentle glow from the corner, embodying every trait of Hufflepuff. She shunned the limelight, appearing rather unremarkable amidst her peers in Hufflepuff. Yet Harry always found her to be extraordinarily luminous, a brilliance that was subtle yet impossible to ignore. Seraphina smiled as she pushed another glass of milk toward Harry, playfully tousling his tousled hair. "Drink your milk, grow tall, or you might end up shorter than Hermione." Obediently, Harry embraced the milk, adorning himself with a ring of milk mustache, prompting Ron across the table to chuckle, which in turn made Harry beam with joy. Suddenly, Quirrell burst into the room, the castle doors swinging open with a heavy thud, capturing everyone's attention. The pungent stench of garlic emanating from him assaulted Harry, Ron, and Seraphina. Soon, however, an announcement far more pungent than Quirrell's garlic-laden presence ensued. "Troll! There's a troll in the dungeon. You should all be aware of this." Professor Quirrell managed to utter this alarming proclamation without stuttering, before promptly collapsing face first onto the floor, unconscious. Panic ensued in the dining hall, and Ron cursed, "Damn it! Isn't he the defense against the dark arts professor? How could he be knocked out by a troll?" Harry shrieked, "Hermione! Hermione, doesn't he know about this? We must find Hermione." Seraphina finally recalled this particular plot point. She only remembered that in their first year, on Halloween, Snape would be bitten by a three-headed dog, forgetting that Hermione would also encounter the troll. But it was evidently too late. What was destined to occur was fated. She gazed at the frenzied crowd, listening to Harry's words, and asked herself, "Should I go?" To enter Dumbledore's line of sight, forsaking a relatively peaceful existence? She had no time to ponder, as she found herself chasing after Harry. At 17, one is still imbued with chivalry. Even those trapped in a gilded cage remain but youths, at least for now. She could not simply abandon the spirited little rabbit behind her, knowing Hermione considered them friends. And Seraphina held this belief too. Perhaps there were other reasons. As a faint sense of discontent with fate rose within her, but she had no time to dwell on it. The prefects swiftly organized order. Yet no one noticed the three little miscreants swimming against the tide. The trio dashed toward the foul-smelling area, stealthily like thieves. Ron groaned, "Oh brother. This is on par with Quirrell." Harry nodded in agreement. They spotted enormous footprints deeply embedded in the ground, followed closely by a scream emanating from some direction. "Hermione!" They both called out. Chapter 10. The Troll's regretful exit. The three of them sprinted towards the source of the sound, which led them to a girl's restroom where Hermione was curled up in a corner, wide-eyed as she stared at the looming troll before her, tears glistening on the brink of spilling from her eyes. Ron shouted, "Hey, you! Your opponent is me." He cast a binding spell at the troll, which obediently charged toward him, only for Ron to display an expression of sheer terror. "No, no, no, you should really go away." As Ron and Harry alternated in distracting the troll, Seraphina swiftly dashed toward Hermione, grasping her hand and pulling her to safety. All four of them occasionally cast spells back at the troll, which became increasingly agitated by the minor hexes. Seraphina inexplicably recalled the adults during the New Year celebrations, who had to be cautious of firecrackers underfoot. She chuckled softly. "Brave one. You can still manage a laugh." Harry exclaimed. Ron shouted from the other side, "What? Who's laughing?" Harry replied, "Seraphina." Serenity snapped back to reality. "What happened? Who called my name?" Hermione exclaimed, "Oh my Merlin, you are truly a valiant warrior." Ultimately, Serenity cast at least 7 stupefy spells on the troll, while Hermione continuously employed the binding charm, which gradually slowed the troll's movements. To everyone's astonishment, Harry leaped onto the troll's back. Ron used a levitation charm to lift the wooden club from the troll's grasp, and Harry promptly drove the levitated club into the troll's body. The troll collapsed, and Serenity cast a levitation charm on Harry to prevent him from falling directly off the troll. Serenity sighed. "I now find Professor Snape's remark about me being a troll exceedingly excessive. Miss Caroline, considering your actions today, I believe I may become even more excessive in the future." Professors McGonagall and Snape arrived shortly after, with McGonagall shouting, "Oh, Merlin, can someone explain to me what is going on here?" Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, hesitating momentarily. Then Hermione, as if resolved to take responsibility, Said it's my fault, Professor McGonagall. Every beginning is difficult, and once I started, the rest flowed more smoothly. I believed I could defeat the troll myself. Upon hearing news of the troll, I went to confront it, and Harry, Ron, and Serenity came looking for me out of fear for my safety. If it weren't for them, if none of them had come, I would have been in peril. As she spoke, her emotions turned despondent again. Harry and Ron nodded along, trying to affirm this unfamiliar narrative, with Harry blinking nervously. Meanwhile, Serenity, having been called out by Snape, shrank back, pretending to be a timid quail, silently gazing at Snape's legs, where blood was seeping through. The metallic scent of blood lingered beneath Serenity's nostrils. Harry also noticed this detail. Snape realized that they had discovered his condition. He harshly tugged at his robes to cover the wound, and shot a glare at Harry and Serenity. Then, a bony hand grasped Serenity by the collar, lifting her off the ground, shaking her vigorously, even spinning her around, leaving her disoriented as she landed, struggling to regain her bearings while facing the looming shadow. The figure roared, "Miss Caroline, what on earth makes you think you could contend with that foolish troll? Is it your troll-like intellect?" Harry, Hermione, Ron, oh dear. Harry still wished to argue, but Serenity swiftly pulled Harry behind her, looking sincerely at Snape. "I apologize, Professor Snape. We worried you. We should not have disobeyed your orders and run around outside. We won't do it again." Snape seemed momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Harry was astonished, questioning internally. Was that all it took? What did his daily bravery towards Professor Snape amount to? Was he truly impressive? "Over there," McGonagall spoke sternly, "Hermione, I am truly disheartened to hear you harbored such thoughts. You must understand that a troll is not something a mere young wizard can confront. Therefore, I shall deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. However, I believe Harry, Ron, and Serenity should be commended for their loyalty and bravery towards a friend, as well as for defeating the troll. Each of you shall earn 5 points for your house." Yet McGonagall furrowed her brow. This is not to encourage recklessness. In the face of danger, you must seek assistance from a professor. "We understand, Professor McGonagall," Serenity chimed in smoothly. "We extend our sincere apologies to you and Professor Snape for our immature decisions. We are truly sorry for causing you concern." McGonagall, evidently more amenable than Snape, softened at Serenity's gentle demeanor, her stern expression almost instantly melting away. "All right, I believe you have all endured quite the fright. Return to your dormitory and rest. If you cannot sleep, you may request Dreamless Sleep Potion from Madame Pomfrey, but please ensure you use it according to her instructions. Professor Snape and I still need to deal with this troll." Serenity bowed. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall." "Goodbye, Professor Snape." Hermione, Harry, and Ron followed her lead, bowing as well. "Goodbye, Professor McGonagall." "Goodbye, Professor Snape." The 4 of them dashed out together, and Harry gave Serenity another thumbs up. "Incredible, Serenity. You spoke to Professor Snape with a smile, and he was genuinely silenced by you. Remarkable." Ron applauded. "You are amazing, Serenity. You are a hero." Hermione added, "It seems Professor Snape has a fondness for well-behaved students." Serenity, caught off guard, was still preoccupied with thoughts of Snape's injury. It seemed the original text mentioned Snape refrained from seeking Madame Pomfrey's assistance for some unavoidable reason. Serenity couldn't recall how Snape had tended to his wound, only that he had limped for many days. Presumably, magic would have little effect on a wound inflicted by a 3-headed dog. "Serenity? Serenity?" Serenity came back to her senses, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I was still thinking about the troll and didn't hear you call my name." Hermione looked at her with concern. "It's all right, Serenity. This is all my fault." Serenity, her mind occupied with Snape's leg, wished to leave for the hospital wing. "It's fine, I don't mind. You know, Hermione, we are friends." Then she turned to Ron. "Ron, don't you have something to say to Hermione? I'll head back to the common room first." Ron realized Serenity was reminding him to reconcile with Hermione, and he flusteredly mumbled in agreement. Serenity had already run ahead, leaving behind Hermione as puzzled. "What do you want to say to me?" And Harry's cautious "Be careful, Serenity." Chapter 11. The lights in the dungeon were not extinguished until late. Although Snape had tutored her extensively, Serenity still possessed only a rudimentary understanding of potions. However, she believed that a wound cleanser, a blood replenishing potion, and a white fresh essence could be beneficial. Yesterday, while organizing the potion shelves for Snape, she had spotted the blood replenishing potion. Since Snape limped for such an extended period in the original text, it indicated that the potion's effectiveness was limited. Between the wound cleanser and the white fresh essence, Serenity decided on the latter. After a moment's hesitation, she feigned a dazed demeanor and tumbled down the stairs. then went to the hospital wing to request a vial of white fresh essence from Madame Pomfrey under the pretense of frequently suffering inexplicable injuries and being disoriented from the fright she had just experienced. As curfew approached, Madame Pomfrey never allowed students to spend the night in the hospital wing for non-serious injuries. She handed Serenity a vial of potion, reminding her to have a classmate assist her in applying it. Serenity obediently agreed, and then turned to knock on the dungeon door. Snape had returned, and he appeared to be in a particularly foul mood. "Miss Caroline, have you willingly thrown yourself into the web of nocturnal escapades? In your humble old professor's dim dungeon? If so, you failed. I currently have no time to indulge you. Return to your dormitory." Serenity placed the warm white fresh essence on her desk, raising her arm to scratch her back where her wound was, her expression momentarily stiffening before she quickly dropped her hand. Snape's gaze was vacant. "What does this mean? Miss Caroline? Can you enlighten your bewildered old professor?" Serenity replied, "I often get hurt, and I requested it from Madame Pomfrey. Then I remembered you were injured today, and there happened to be no white fresh essence on the shelf, so I brought it for you." Snape locked eyes with her intensely and asked, "Why?" Serenity spoke softly. "I am truly grateful for your care. This is not mere politeness. It is genuine." Snape commanded, "Leave, take your potion. And I do not wish to hear a single word from anyone about what transpired here tonight." "Understood, Professor Snape." Serenity turned to exit, complying obediently, yet she did not take the vial of white fresh essence with her. Snape hesitated for a moment, raising his wand towards the silhouette about to leave the dungeon. Heal as before. Without any discernible wound, Madame Pomfrey would not have administered her remarkably effective essence of white fresh. He was also uncertain whether Madame Pomfrey had employed any magical incantation to treat Caroline's injuries. The door to the dungeon had closed once more after Seraphina's departure. The dim light neither brightened with her arrival, nor dimmed with her leaving. The small vial of white fresh essence lay abandoned on the expansive desk, emitting a solitary glow amidst the pile of troubling student assignments. Snape gazed silently at the vial, as if by merely staring, it might suddenly transform into Seraphina speaking in human tongues, revealing her innermost thoughts as if under the influence of a truth serum. Yet in truth, he was uncertain of what he wished Seraphina to articulate. He did not even know what he longed to hear. He merely felt an overwhelming sense of disquiet. Snape rose, limping towards his bedroom with his injured leg, reminiscent of a wounded creature retreating to its burrow, a vestige of nature's memory. After the vial of white fresh essence had been left alone in the cold, sterile office for half an hour, a frail yellow-gray hand grasped it. And on a starless night, the essence ultimately fulfilled its purpose. The dungeon lights remained lit for a long time, contrary to her expectations of being unable to sleep flat. Seraphina indulged in a rare, leisurely slumber. As the weather grew colder, she found herself increasingly reluctant to emerge from her cocoon. Upon awakening in the early morning, she dragged the 100 basic potion recipes that Snape had tossed to her into the warmth of her blankets, burying her head beneath them while activating a flickering lumos. A serene aura enveloped her in the cocoon, and for a fleeting moment, she seemed to return to a past life, clandestinely reading Harry Potter under the covers amidst a demanding academic schedule. However, the illuminated wand reminded her, "Seraphina, you have become a character within the story." Her seemingly daunting wound was nearly healed, and each time Snape encountered her, he instinctively bestowed upon her a healing charm. His leg appeared to have healed as well, allowing him to navigate swiftly and quietly through the crowd, like a great bat gliding low, sending small creatures scurrying in fear. In recent days, Hermione and Ron had set aside their past grievances, joyfully playing together as good friends, while Harry, like a foolish lad, trailed behind them, laughing merrily. Occasionally, Seraphina would study alongside them. Ron, in an attempt to evade the fate of reading, taught her to play wizard chess, and despite her continuous defeats, she relished the time spent with him. Thanks to the calamity brought by the Halloween troll, which shattered poor Professor Snape's fantasies about the well-behaved girl, Seraphina found herself once again under indefinite confinement. Consequently, the head of Hufflepuff came to inquire whether Snape had bullied her, his expression resembling that of a mother badger enraged at the thought of her cub being harmed. Seraphina quickly soothed the Badger King. "No, Professor. Professor Snape is very kind. It is my desire to learn potions from him that has led to my confinement. You know, he is not one to easily express his willingness to assist me. I spend my time in the dungeon brewing potions or studying. Aside from answering my questions, Professor Snape generally ignores me." Professor Sprout nodded in agreement, allowing the confinement to continue, then softened her expression. "You are a good child, diligent and hardworking. Snape is a decent person, he is just." She pondered for a moment, too silent. "It seems he bears many pains within, which often leads to his irritable demeanor. Good child. If he ever takes his frustrations out on you, you must tell me, but I hope you do not take his words to heart. He would not harm you. Seraphina offered a sweet smile. I understand, thank you, Professor. You are a wonderful head, and Professor Snape is too. Good child, Professor Sprout replied. Watching the head depart, Seraphina silently recalled whether there were any passages in the original text depicting interactions between Sprout and Snape, but she could not conjure any, perhaps outside the narrative. They lived in reality. Snape, too, had once entertained the thought of becoming friends with colleagues, contemplating whether life could continue after the war. Hogwarts was home to all wizards. And it was Snape's home as well. Thus, when Dumbledore requested that Snape end his life, Snape would chatter, questioning, what of my soul? For Snape too wished to continue living as himself, free from burdens, able to choose his friends. Chapter 12. The Safest Hogwarts. There was no compulsion, only the freedom to act as one pleased. Regrettably, they were all at a dead end, whether it be Snape or Dumbledore. Seraphina turned and entered the dungeon, quietly approaching her small sofa, pulling her book under the blanket, and beginning to read. The once thin blanket had transformed into a heavy one, pressing down on her, while the fireplace burned fiercely. In this cozy reading atmosphere, however, Seraphina felt somewhat perturbed. Snape glanced at her. She appeared discontent. Yet he said nothing. Indeed, Seraphina was somewhat troubled, or perhaps she found herself in a state of confusion. She had observed the Weasley twins, Malfoy, Dumbledore, and even Snape, all with a sentiment akin to bidding farewell after a long journey. She knew their ultimate fate, thus she stood at the end, looking back at them. All she could do was ensure their path to death was not one of bone-chilling cold. Yet that victorious struggle, which led to mutual destruction, had caused her many sleepless nights. Her unresolved feelings and reluctance were so trivial, while their struggles against fate were so weighty. What could she possibly do? Seraphina questioned herself. What could I possibly do? She barely remembered the original plot in fragments. What could she do? Should she simply lay bare her mind to Dumbledore? How would she explain the origins of the future she knew? If she spoke the truth, who could accept being merely a character in a story? With all suffering and setbacks predetermined and unalterable, she could not even resist her own fate. How could she convey to Snape the childhood shadows that had entangled him for half a lifetime? The mockery and bullying that perhaps haunted his dreams, which to her seemed little more than a few strokes of ink. Your entire life is but a fleeting moment for me. Fate. An enigmatic concept. Could I truly wield control over it? Yet, if I were to relinquish hope. Seraphina gazed at Snape, dimly illuminated by candlelight. But if I were to surrender? Who would know that he too once yearned to live? Then I shall not give up. Seraphina negotiated with herself. I will take each step as it comes. For this is no longer merely a book to me, but a future into which I may soon plunge. Moreover, if my destiny truly approaches, then perhaps I am the most suited to face the impending doom. What are you thinking? Snape raised his head, his shoulder-length hair casting small shadows across his cheek. Seraphina offered him a sweet smile, her gray eyes flowing like a tranquil spring under the moonlight. Thinking of you, Professor Snape. Hufflepuff, -1 point. Very well, Professor Snape. Hermione and Ron were pre-selected by Dumbledore as friends of the Savior. But Caroline was not. She was merely a well-behaved girl who respected all her professors and was friendly towards all her classmates, which was quite normal for a Hufflepuff. Yet Snape knew that this was not normal. He often felt that Caroline's gaze toward him carried a sense of nostalgia and reluctance to part. He once thought he had encountered her somewhere unexpectedly, but his remarkable memory recalled that their first meeting had been at the Leaky Cauldron. Unless someone could disrupt his thoughts before him, that vial of white fresh essence in the dungeon, he had used the legilimency spell on her, uncovering memories within her youthful form that seemed incongruous. That fateful occasion when Severus Snape delved into the depths of memories yielded nothing but visions of a young Caroline, clad in scant attire, seated before an excessively tall desk. As the sun outside transformed into the moon, she remained unable to lift her gaze. The desk, too high for her small stature, forced her to stretch her arms, while her growth had not liberated her from that confinement. It seemed as though that desk encapsulated her entire existence. He observed the final moments of her visage, cheeks flushed with warmth, lips pale, her face pressed against the frigid glass, eyes fixed upon the stars beyond, quietly surrendering to slumber. Snape felt a jolt within his heart. He understood that within that memory, she had perished. Rarely did Snape exhibit compassion towards an individual, yet witnessing Caroline laugh at the boundless energy of the boy who lived and his companions, her gray eyes shimmering with starlit brilliance, evoked a profound ache within him. He found himself contemplating how splendid it was that Caroline still drew breath. She spoke of young Potter as an upright, brave, and responsible boy, Hermione as an intelligent, friendly, vivacious, and charming girl, Ron as a tender-hearted child, and Draco as an exemplary Slytherin. She declared Professor Snape to be a man of great merit, deserving of respect, possessing the courage to be disliked. In her world, it appeared, there were no malevolent souls. Caroline was a friend to Potter, his cherished companion, and the most devoted admirer of Professor Snape. Snape mused that if the Savior required a ladder to the heavens, he alone would suffice. Dumbledore would lead them to victory, a conviction Snape held unwaveringly. Yet, Dumbledore could not guide each individual towards their own triumph. At least, Snape's victory seemed perpetually elusive. All was for a greater good, and Caroline evidently lacked such ambition. As she leaned against the glass, gazing at the stars, Snape distinctly sensed her wish upon the celestial canvas. She longed to celebrate a splendid 18th birthday. She wished to live. Snape found it impossible to deny the simple desire of an 11-year-old, which yearning for life. Seraphina soon set this matter aside. For another event swiftly approached, the Quidditch match. Hermione and Ron animatedly recounted the thrilling events of that day to Seraphina. Ron exclaimed, "Oh mate, you'll never believe it. Harry nearly broke his neck." Hermione chimed in, "Indeed, it was an exceedingly perilous endeavor." However, Professor McGonagall recognized Harry's talent in flying. "He is the first year to join the Quidditch team." Harry sheepishly rubbed his neck, smiling bashfully. Seraphina clapped her hands dramatically. "How cool, Harry! Children should always encourage one another." However, she recalled that Harry seemed likely to sustain an injury during the match, and thus, in Snape's office, she began fervently brewing potions for external wounds, internal injuries, and vitality restoration, as if pilfering Snape's materials for trade. She resolved to replenish Snape's supplies with her own possessions after the holiday, even if the ingredients she used were common and of little value. Subsequently, she distributed these potions to Harry, Hermione, and Ron, advising them to carry a few vials daily for emergencies. Although Seraphina had not followed the Harry Potter series for many years, one particular image remained vivid. The text proclaimed Hogwarts to be the safest place, accompanied by an illustration of Harry emerging bloodied and bruised. Chapter 13. Harry, Snape's arch-nemesis. Oh poor Harry, ever the victim of misfortune. Oh poor Seraphina, enduring days of reprimand for the sake of the Savior's potions. When she presented the potions to Harry, he looked at her in astonishment. "How cool, Seraphina! Did you brew all of these for us? But where did you acquire the ingredients?" Ron contemplated a dreadful possibility. "Hey mate, it can't be." "Indeed," Seraphina smiled sweetly. "I sourced the raw materials from Professor Snape himself. He has approved them for use, and he knows they are for you." This was nothing short of astonishing. Ron's expression reflecting sheer incredulity. "That's incredible. You managed to deal with old Snape." "It's Professor Snape," Hermione corrected. Professor Snape," Ron repeated, his face aglow with disbelief. "Well, I know Professor Snape wouldn't harm us. This is just too absurd. Like George and Fred being model students." "Hey, I heard our names." "Oh dear Ron, is there something you need from us?" George and Fred Weasley sprang forth from nowhere, identical in appearance. Seraphina wondered if, as children, anyone ever teased them about which was the elder brother, asking for a show of hands, leading them to grow up striving for others to distinguish who was George and who was Fred. Indeed, they encircled Seraphina. "Guess who? Who's George? Who's Fred?" It was simple, and Seraphina smiled. "George is beside Fred, and Fred is beside George." "Absolutely correct." They chorused, "Forever together." Seraphina momentarily lost her train of thought, but quickly affirmed, "Yes, George and Fred will always be together." Harry remarked, "I never anticipated such a correct answer." "Seraphina, you're brilliant." Ron inquired, "George, Fred, do you have something for us?" George and Fred exchanged a mysterious smile, producing a golden snitch clock, and Seraphina curiously glanced at it. George and Fred graciously offered it to her. "Here, have fun with it, lovely lady." The moment Seraphina grasped the golden snitch clock, it suddenly erupted in a heart-wrenching wail. "Ah! Don't kill me." All eyes were drawn to her, and for a few seconds, Seraphina's gaze appeared vacant. The clock continued its shrieking, and just as George and Fred believed they hadn't frightened her, Seraphina, as if scalded, tossed the clock away and leaped to flee. Yet, she was swiftly caught by an arm around her waist, gently placing her back in her original spot, a low voice whispering near her ear. "Who can explain to the humble, busy old professor what this is? A raucous golden snitch clock?" Seraphina stood there, dazed, still clutching Snape's arm. He cast a fleeting glance at her, forcefully withdrawing his arm, causing Seraphina to collide with his abdomen, only to be distanced slightly by Snape gripping her collar. "Miss Caroline." He did not raise his voice, merely reminding her. His tone calm and gentle as he spoke her name. Seraphina opened her tear-filled eyes, startled. I'm here. Snape almost instantly averted his gaze. George and Fred exchanged knowing smiles before dashing away. Behind them, Snape's tone was indifferent. Gryffindor loses 10 points for your indiscreet prank. George and Fred paid no heed. Laughing heartily, sunlight glinting off their tousled hair, bounding about like two exuberant puppies. Ron muttered, Hey mate, are you all insane? Seraphina is his prized pupil. What are you? George and Fred, who were engaged in community service for Filch, replied, It's fun, let us do it again. After being selected by McGonagall for the Quidditch team during flying lessons, Harry spent his days on the pitch honing his skills. Hermione and Seraphina occasionally sat together at the edge of the field, leaning against each other as they awaited the conclusion of Harry's training, while Ron typically shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Hey, mate. Go for it. Awesome job. Mate, you scored another goal. Hermione remarked, cool. Serenity gazed at them with a gentle demeanor. And as Harry concluded his training and prepared to depart, she softly uttered, I wish to see the stars. Harry, drenched in sweat, hurried over, seizing the water cup from Ron's hand and gulping down a couple of sips, obediently standing still as Hermione tidied him up. Upon hearing Serenity's words, he exclaimed, You wish to see the stars? Splendid. Ron grumbled. Haven't you had enough of astronomy class? Dress warmly tonight. If you catch a cold, I fear Snape will have my head. He darkened his expression and imitated Ron. You wretched Gryffindor. How dare you take Miss Caroline out for a night stroll? Gryffindor loses 5 points for your recklessness, Ron. He had adopted Snape's mannerisms, yet lacked the professor's mature tone and elegant cadence, rendering his imitation somewhat absurd. They erupted into laughter, each filled with joy. Hermione, once the laughter subsided, insisted, It's Professor Snape, Ron. She then turned to Serenity, saying, Make sure to dress warmly. And quietly meet us outside the Hufflepuff common room. We shall come to fetch you. Serenity blinked and smiled, replying, All right. They reclined on the lawn for a while, with Harry lying at the edge, animatedly discussing Quidditch. Ron, lying beside him, chimed in from time to time, while Hermione lay next to Ron, and Serenity beside her. They refrained from discussing studies, instead quietly listening to the boys' animated chatter, much like how they accompanied her in the library when boredom set in. Occasionally, Hermione would join in the fervent discussion, but for the most part, she remained beside Serenity, enjoying the tranquility. The cold had intensified recently, and with evening having fallen, the grass was devoid of sunlight's warmth. After a brief period of lying together, they eventually rose. After dinner, Harry, Hermione, and Ron escorted Serenity to the vicinity of the basement, skipping away together, giggling and whispering. Hermione remarked, We resemble parents sending a child to school. Ron chimed in. Then Hermione is the mother, and I am the father. Harry asked, What am I? To which Ron replied, You are Snape. No, I mean Professor Snape. You are the arch-nemesis of Professor Snape. Merlin. From a distance, Harry's exasperated shout echoed. Chapter 14. He is not so different from others. Before Serenity could knock, the basement door swung open, and she peered in, finding Snape reclining in his chair, his gaze distant, tilting his head slightly towards the workbench. Indeed, Snape was the most formidable potions master. Under his guidance, Serenity's potion-making skills had seen remarkable advancements, and she had begun self-studying third-year potions. When in a good mood, Snape would also offer guidance in charms, leading the Ravenclaws to suspect that Hufflepuff was engaging in some clandestine favoritism towards her. Presently, a portion of the common potions in the infirmary had become her responsibility, and Snape had successfully negotiated with Dumbledore for a stipend for her. Surprisingly, this matter had proceeded with great ease, as the old bee, whose mind had been corroded by honey, finally recognized that his potions professor was indeed very busy. Snape's workload had significantly diminished, and Serenity's assistance brought him additional funds, much to their mutual satisfaction. Dumbledore remarked, As long as you are pleased. Receiving a nod from Snape, Serenity dashed to her workbench, which had been adjusted to a height suitable for her. Other students in detention, taller than her, had to stoop or devise means to elevate themselves before returning to normal. The portion of the infirmary list that Serenity was responsible for had nearly been completed the previous day, and with Quidditch about to commence, she noticed an abundance of essence of dittany and blood-replenishing potion on the shelves. Serenity pondered that she ought to prepare some potions for Harry's emergencies. She skillfully processed the materials and brewed a few vials of potions that Snape had assigned, setting them aside for his inspection, intending to nestle into her sofa to continue reading. Snape cast a casual glance at the vials, lazily stating, Your detention has ended, but it would be prudent not to stay up late. Serenity hesitantly raised her eyes. uncertain whether this was a warning or something else. Tentatively, she stood and took a small step, only to see Snape furrow his brow. I believe I have yet to include the troll on my menu. You need not worry, Miss Caroline. This was an encouragement for Serenity to advance boldly without stealth. Elated, she felt fortunate. Tonight she could gaze at the stars. And Professor Snape had allowed her to leave early, unlike the usual escort to the Hufflepuff common room. It was a splendid day, and she was grateful to Merlin and Professor Snape. The moment she exited the basement, an unseen charm struck her between the shoulder blades, and as warmth enveloped her from her heart to her limbs, it felt as though she were wrapped in soft cotton. It was the warming charm she had yet to master. Serenity surmised that Snape had eavesdropped on their conversation, likely to protect her dear friend Harry. In truth, during her time with Snape, he had not proven to be an entirely unapproachable individual. He merely despised the incessant chatter of noisy children, and exhibited a volatile temperament during lessons, which, in the eyes of a child, rendered him a most detestable villain. Yet, from the perspective of peers, he could be seen as a hapless teacher, hardened by the antics of children, assisting with assignments who could remain calm, especially when tutoring a little wizard of considerable mischief. When that little wizard was a Gryffindor, unafraid to defy school rules, it only exacerbated the situation. Serenity secretly empathized with him and joyfully dashed out to join Harry and the others in stargazing. Snape sat in the high chair of the basement, momentarily pausing as he watched Serenity depart, then redirected his gaze to the pile of assignments that had tarnished his reputation in the educational realm. It seemed that within the next decade, he need not worry about any upstart challenging his esteemed position as a potions master. At that moment, he had no desire to grade the nonsensical drivel before him. Academic rubbish. Their assignments could be summed up in 2 words: not scholarly. Snape's expression conveyed his exasperation at the assignments, and he thought of Caroline, whose progress had been remarkable and seemingly effortless. Caroline was obedient, perhaps overly so. She never contradicted the professor, accepting even the most absurd requests with equanimity, akin to a tranquil lake that, when a knife was cast into its depths, would simply add another blade without so much as a ripple. She accepted kindness without rejection and ill-treatment without complaint. She was a valley devoid of echoes. Caroline was not particularly active. She could often be found nestled on the sofa by the fireplace for an entire evening, sometimes reading, sometimes lost in thought, with the latter occupying the majority of her time. Snape was perplexed by what occupied her mind so thoroughly that she appeared so entranced. Her vacant expression almost led him to believe she had mastered the art of mental occlusion. Yet the previous incident with no resistance during the soul-sucking encounter had clarified that this was merely her expression, and not some magical affliction. Snape was never convinced that an 11-year-old witch's mental occlusion could deceive anyone as subtly as his own. Snape felt a twinge of concern. Though he had no children of his own, he understood that children were not like this. Thus, after Caroline was startled by Weasley, Snape hesitated in the basement for a moment before deciding to seek her out, bringing along a vial of draught of living death as a token of gratitude for the white essence. Snape told himself. Then he spotted Caroline, leaning against Hermione in the courtyard. "I wish to see the stars," she said. Snape could not fathom why, but suddenly he was reminded of a vision within her memories, where she imagined herself gazing at the stars from a window. Perhaps Caroline herself was unaware of how numb her expression appeared at that moment, and how her gaze bore an air of profound sorrow. Severus Snape should have lifted the disillusionment charm to inform her that nocturnal wanderings were out of the question. However, he did not. Perhaps it was the way her enchanting eyes gazed up at him during potions class. Perhaps it was her small, endearing movements as she nestled like a little creature on the sofa in the dungeon. Perhaps it was the bottle of white essence in the dungeon that alleviated much of his torment. Perhaps it was the words uttered by Potter, Granger, and Weasley, declaring Professor Snape to be a good man. Perhaps it was Sprout's unwavering defense before him. Perhaps it was her assertion, "I admire those who dare to be disliked." Snape relished the expressions of fright, anger, and helplessness that adorned the faces of Hogwarts young witches and wizards when they confronted him, though it often reminded him of the past with the Death Eaters, when everyone had looked upon him in that very same way. Ultimately, he found himself gazing at the row of children lying before him. Potter and Weasley were animatedly conversing while Granger and Caroline lay there watching them. Caroline's expression was so gentle, and Snape belatedly realized that she never looked at him with anger or grievance. When she looked at him, it was always with a tenderness that seemed eternal. In her eyes, he was no different from anyone else. Chapter 15. Treasures in the Galaxy. Snape returned to the dungeon, staring vacantly at a pile of assignments he had only partially graded. He had many matters to attend to. After all, Caroline had only reached 3rd year, and the potions she could brew for the hospital wing were limited. Yet he had insisted she brew them to keep her from daydreaming. He was perpetually busy. But at that moment, he wished for nothing but to sit idly in his chair, lost in thought. He did not recognize that this state was called waiting. It wasn't until he heard voices outside the dungeon that he realized Potter and the others were accompanying Caroline back. They still feared him, seemingly just as he had anticipated, resembling a group of timid little mice sneaking food, making noises outside the dungeon that could not be ignored. Snape listened to their amusing banter, heard Weasley declare that Potter was his arch-nemesis, and found amusement in Potter's exasperated cries of Merlin. Before Caroline could knock, he opened the door to the dungeon. In Caroline's gray, dulled eyes, there was a flicker of expectation, perhaps stemming from her mysterious yearning for the starry sky, or a change brought about by a friendship Snape himself did not comprehend. He absently observed Caroline as she completed the potion, casually inspecting it, perfect as expected. Everyone knew that Caroline would eventually become his apprentice. She was remarkably intelligent and unafraid of him. If anyone were to emerge as Snape's apprentice in the wizarding world, he hoped it would be Caroline. Then Snape announced the end of Caroline's confinement for the day. Her astonishment and tentative probing made Snape want to smile. He guessed they would venture to the astronomy tower, a lofty and chilly place where the stars were most beautiful. Silently, Snape slipped the elixir of life into Caroline's small satchel, and cast a silent warming charm, one that the clever Miss Caroline had yet to learn. A slight smirk played on Snape's lips. People often said that many things lost their allure once obtained, but for Caroline, stargazing was clearly not among them. She was uncertain of what she sought in the celestial expanse, nor did she know if the enigmatic galaxy would lead her astray. Yet within that starry sky before death lay Caroline's treasures. However, Caroline had forgotten what they were. She could only search repeatedly, recalling time and time again. From the astronomy tower, the view of the stars was most exquisite. The four of them sat in a row, earnestly gazing at the stars for a while before taking turns telling stories. Harry recounted an adventure about a warrior slaying a dragon, a tale reminiscent of familiar stories like Snow White. Ron declared it too cliché and instead shared his harrowing experience battling a troll in the girls' bathroom, to which Harry retorted that Ron's story wasn't much better. Hermione narrated a tale of a princess turned knight, ultimately becoming a queen, a story of her own invention, crafted to avoid being labeled cliché by Ron. Caroline smiled mysteriously, weaving narratives from Panga's creation of the world, Nuwa's crafting of humanity, the pursuit of the sun by Quafu, to Gongong's rage against Bujo Mountain. She spoke of the classic of mountains and seas, of the records of famous people, of the mysterious East, recounting its past and future. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were utterly captivated, proclaiming Caroline the master storyteller, and she graciously accepted the crown of this title. They gazed upon the stars several more times, sharing tales for days on end. Snape furrowed his brow disapprovingly during her second stargazing session, as if to say something, but ultimately cast her another warming charm instead. Then on the third and fourth days, Snape had grown numb. When she prepared to leave the dungeon, he hardly looked up but cast the charm nonetheless. Caroline remarked, "Professor Snape is so nice." Despite shivering from the cold, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, eager for Caroline's enjoyment, insisted, "Caroline is truly resilient against the cold." In the evenings, their conversations flourished, spanning many topics. Harry and Hermione spoke of the Muggle world, while Ron recounted tales of their flying car. Caroline clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How cool." The three children became increasingly animated. They also discussed Snape's injury and the three-headed dog on the fourth floor, but this time, the preconceived notion of Snape as a villain was absent. They analyzed the situation rationally. Harry remarked, "Even though Professor Snape was injured and looked suspicious, I can't fathom what could be worth him staying at Hogwarts for 10 years to steal. Honestly, if he came to Hogwarts for something on the fourth floor, his disguise is terribly inadequate." Ron concurred, "Indeed, I have no doubts about Snape. I mean, Professor Snape receives at least 10 complaint letters from parents daily." Hermione nodded. "He merely has a bit of a temper, dislikes Gryffindor somewhat, speaks a tad harshly, and enjoys deducting points a bit." Ron, exasperated, tugged at his hair. "That's quite serious." "It's hardly just a bit." Hermione steered the conversation back on track. "However, we must acknowledge one truth. The three-headed dog on the fourth floor is clearly guarding something that someone intends to target. If it's not Professor Snape, then who could it be?" Caroline smiled gently. "Perhaps that person thought Professor Snape did not appear to be a good man, and deliberately led him there to incite our suspicion." Harry countered, "But we don't doubt Professor Snape at all, do we?" Caroline kept her accomplishments hidden. Suddenly Hermione exclaimed, "I know. It's Professor Quirrell." Ron scoffed, "Oh come on. He is frightfully timid. Would he dare to steal something from a three-headed dog that could bite Professor Snape? Wouldn't he be terrified? Hermione wore a proud expression, as if to say, perhaps you just don't understand. Precisely because of this, wouldn't he suspect him? To become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, he must possess some magical skill, right? Yet when the troll appeared, he fainted on the spot. That is highly inconsistent with his role. Unless it was intentional, Professor Snape could very well have been lured there by him. Harry and Ron applauded in admiration. Caroline smiled tenderly. Well done, Hermione. Hermione's face flushed a rosy red, resembling a small tomato, unsure whether it was from the thrill of uncovering a conclusion, or from Caroline's praise. Caroline then turned to Harry and Ron. Well done, Harry and Ron. One little tomato became three, as Harry and Ron beamed at Caroline's compliments. The three of them chimed in unison. Well done, Caroline. Caroline smiled gently, closing her gray eyes. The moonlight was soft and tender. The stars intertwined with sweet longing, and the night breeze seemed to soften. The three little tomatoes, once frozen, began to warm. The clouds slowly obscured half the moon, while a black figure, veiled by the disillusionment charm, stood at the astronomy tower's edge, shielding them from the biting wind. Chapter 16. The Trust of Quidditch. The much-anticipated Quidditch match arrived with great fanfare. Clad in a resplendent golden and crimson uniform, Harry joyfully waved at Ron, Hermione, and Caroline from the Gryffindor team, who reciprocated his greeting. The grand banner of Gryffindor unfurled magnificently, and upon catching sight of Snape's gaze, Caroline immediately averted her eyes, as if confronted by something distasteful. Oh, there it was again, another of his notorious scowls. Caroline gestured discreetly, yet dared not utter a word. Just then, Snape abruptly lifted his head, and despite the considerable distance, he noticed Caroline pointing a finger at herself. Once discovered, she recoiled like a startled creature, wide-eyed and feigning innocence. Snape raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile, and tilted his head slightly in her direction. The girl with gray eyes across from him cautiously offered a smile. The match commenced swiftly, and Snape diverted his attention from Caroline, observing the game with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Caroline remained in a state of turmoil. Did he see me? Surely not, but I distinctly saw him raise an eyebrow. He must have noticed. Hermione, witnessing the exchange, remarked, "Oh, Caroline, he didn't rush over to scold you? Professor Snape seems to be in a rather good mood today." Ron exclaimed, "Come on, mate." Before the match had reached its midpoint, Hermione and Caroline discerned that something was amiss with Harry. The boy, usually at ease in the air, appeared to be struggling to control his broom, his expression fraught with anxiety as he clutched the handle tightly, mindful of the rogue bludgers soaring around him. Hermione's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The rosy hue of excitement faded rapidly. She hastily scanned the professor's box with her binoculars, searching for the one they had suspected. Harry's broom must be cursed. Ron was the first to spot Quirrell. "It's him, Quirrell. I see him fixated on Harry," muttering something under his breath. "Ha, look at him now. No stuttering." Caroline finally pieced together the unfolding drama. Initially, it seemed Hermione and Ron had been suspicious of Snape, while Snape was actually casting a countercurse, mistakenly interpreted by Hermione as an incantation for dark magic, leading to Snape's robe being singed by Hermione's spell. She thought to herself, this one do. Why must I only recall these plot points in the heat of the moment? It appeared she would need to reflect carefully on her previous readings of Harry Potter. Setting down her binoculars, Hermione grasped Caroline's hand and dashed down the stairs. "We must intervene, or Harry will be in danger." "Absolutely," Caroline agreed. They set fire to Quirrell's robe, causing him to yelp in alarm as he desperately attempted to extinguish the flames. Professor McGonagall, unable to tolerate the scene, doused him with a deluge of water, leaving Quirrell drenched and forced to retreat in disarray to change clothes. Snape, seated before Quirrell, observed the farcical spectacle with calm detachment, casting a fleeting glance downward to see Hermione and Caroline stealthily making their escape. He hesitated for a moment, then averted his gaze, pretending to have seen nothing. He believed they would question him, yet time and again, they chose to trust him. This sensation was unfamiliar, yet not unwelcome. Once Hermione and Caroline returned to Ron's side, Harry's broom regained its stability, and he soared across the pitch with renewed vigor, capturing the spectators' rapt attention. Ron, his eyes glued to Harry, turned to Hermione and Caroline, exclaiming, "You two were absolutely magnificent. I noticed Snape was also casting a spell. That stubborn old bat is too shy to admit he cares for Harry." Before they could respond, Ron leaped up. "Incredible, mate." Hermione and Caroline exchanged amused glances, with Hermione admonishing, "It's Professor Snape, Ron. Please learn to show respect for your teachers." Caroline added, "And refrain from calling him an old bat." Or I might just slip itching powder into your pumpkin juice tomorrow. You know he'll give it to me. Ron raised his hands in surrender. Beautiful ladies, I concede. I was in the wrong. Please forgive me, Harry. He cheered, and soon everyone was celebrating. Harry raised his hands triumphantly, clutching the golden snitch. The spectators erupted in a fervor, chanting Harry's name, as if in that moment, he were the mightiest hero in existence. Under the sun on the verdant field, he radiated brilliance. The trio eagerly awaited Harry by the edge of the pitch. When Harry emerged with the Gryffindor team, his eyes lit up upon spotting them. He shared a few words with the captain, who then smiled and ruffled Harry's tousled hair. With the exuberance of a jubilant bird, Harry swooped in for a hearty embrace with his friends. They formed a jubilant huddle while Ron exuberantly exclaimed, "You did it, mate. You caught the snitch." They leapt in delight, and Caroline, unable to resist, joined in a cheerful bounce. The four then made their way to the infirmary, requesting Madame Pomfrey to examine Harry. Despite his insistence that he was perfectly fine after consuming the potion Caroline had given him, Snape watched the jubilant quartet for a while, then strode briskly toward the headmaster's office. Damn Quirrell. Damn Dumbledore. He thought. He knew Hogwarts was far from a tranquil place, and Dumbledore was certainly not one to be trifled with. The man's garlic-scented, overbearing demeanor was clearly amiss. He refused to believe that Dumbledore, with all his wisdom, was oblivious to the brewing troubles. Did the sweet temptations of the Muggle world cloud Dumbledore's judgment? What did he think Hogwarts was? Some battlefield against dark wizards? Dumbledore. The office door burst open, and Dumbledore, smoothly concealing his lemonade adorned with 3 spoonfuls of honey and 4 sugar cubes behind him, sought to placate his irritable professor. What is it, Severus? What has transpired? Snape shot him an exasperated glare. Quirrell, you know what I'm referring to. Oh, yes, you. Our young wizard will be just fine. Everything is under my control, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Severus, it's evident you care for these students. He knew that he would not allow the savior to perish. His concern extended to all the other unsuspecting students. This was reassuring. If Severus remained cold and distant, he would have to worry about the teacher-student bond, which could fortify Severus's allegiance to Hogwarts. Snape scoffed derisively, your potion of healthy teeth is running low. Oh. We shall negotiate further. Snape made his way toward the dungeons, muttering about guarantees. Dumbledore had already kept him waiting twice in his life. Chapter 17. A bottle of stars with the capture of the golden snitch. Harry had gained considerable prestige at Hogwarts, and Ron reveled in the glory, proudly proclaiming to everyone, "This is my brother, Harry." Harry chimed in, "Yes, and there's Hermione and Caroline. We are great friends." Hermione puffed out her chest like a proud little rabbit, while Caroline wished she could hide her face. As the weather grew increasingly chilly, Caroline cocooned herself in her blankets, effectively isolating herself from the world, appearing only for classes and meals, scarcely venturing into any corner of Hogwarts. She had grown bolder, unilaterally rejecting the dungeon detention request, though she was met with Snape's sardonic reprimand of deducting 5 points the following day. Nevertheless, it seemed he tacitly accepted her defiance. As long as she didn't endanger her life alongside the savior, she could do as she pleased. Hermione, in sheer admiration for Caroline, found herself at a loss for how to express her reverence. Not everyone could dismiss Snape's words as Caroline did. After all, while Harry understood that Snape was fundamentally a good man, it did not prevent Harry from feeling apprehensive around him. He was constantly on guard. During the time that Serenity has been living in seclusion, the trio of saviors seems to have unearthed clues regarding the 4th floor. They are in search of an individual named Nicklemore, or rather, seeking information pertaining to him. Hermione, drawing insights from the chocolate frog card of Dumbledore that Ron collected, sparked an epiphany among the group, prompting Serenity, albeit a beat behind, to nibble on a biscuit while applauding Hermione. The joyous arrival of Christmas was upon them, which also served as one of Serenity's reasons for declining confinement in the cellar. If she remained in seclusion, she would have no time to prepare gifts for Snape. Hermione had returned home, where her parents had lovingly arranged a warm room for their child, eagerly anticipating her return to celebrate a Christmas that was as ordinary and joyful as any other. For those who are fortunate, happiness is indeed a rather commonplace affair. Harry, Ron, and Serenity remained at Hogwarts. The professors had adorned the great hall splendidly, with elegant ribbons cascading from above, intertwining in a riot of colors, all entwined with mistletoe courtesy of Sprout. The hall was filled with an abundance of wizarding crackers, stacked high for the young witches and wizards to explore, sufficient to ensure that each little spellcaster enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Dumbledore had transformed the stairs to resemble a woodland path, while McGonagall had transfigured several leaves into chirping little birds. creating a delightful cacophony. Dumbledore sought Snape's assistance, to which Snape responded with a glare, prompting Dumbledore to hastily assure him that he merely wished to revel in the joys of Christmas, urging him not to deprive others of their happiness. Snape merely huffed in response. The professors busily prepared surprises for the young witches and wizards who would not be returning home, while Serenity engaged in a systematic assembly line of wrapping and sending various gifts. She sent presents to all her dear friends. For Harry, she gifted a bewitched mirror that would bring joy to anyone who gazed into it, transforming their reflection into amusing shapes. For Hermione, she selected a voice-activated quill, which Serenity deemed immensely practical, sparing her from the chill of winter while completing assignments. Ron received a large box of chocolate frogs along with a compact card holder that, when spoken to, would automatically present the desired card. Serenity sincerely wished for him to collect his favorite cards. She also bestowed gifts upon other close classmates, favoring Hufflepuff a bit more than Ravenclaw, while no gifts were extended to Slytherin. Subsequently, she addressed all the professors, writing heartfelt thank you cards to each one. For Snape, she prepared a jar filled with glowing stars, each crafted from strips of paper, preserved with magic after being soaked in a fragrant essence. Once restored with magic, they would transform into strips of bandage infused with that essence. Heaven knows how long Serenity, who struggled with transfiguration, had secretly practiced. She deliberately chose green wrapping paper and silver ribbon, only to discover upon purchasing that the ribbon was, in fact, gray and only appeared silver under sunlight. Upon bringing it home, she sighed but reassured herself that it was inconsequential. Her card to him read, "Dear Professor Snape, amidst your busy work, please remember to live earnestly. I sincerely wish that you remain unharmed, and if misfortune befalls you, may it heal your wounds. Yours Caroline." The cards for the other professors bore similar sentiments. Esteemed Professor, I am grateful for your assistance and encouragement throughout my life. I genuinely hope for your peace and happiness. Sincerely Caroline. She gifted Dumbledore a collection of poems by a Muggle poet, renowned for his unwavering commitment to justice, chronicling his indomitable spirit. To Professor McGonagall, she presented a Weasley Twins prankster's golden snitch clock, although she altered its voice to announce the time while recording her own wishes for McGonagall's day to be splendid. For her house head, Professor Sprout, she offered a notebook containing a portion of her transcriptions from an Eastern compendium of plants. Other professors received assorted trinkets, including a card from Professor Binns and Filch, with Mrs. Norris's card simply wishing for feline joy. Serenity found herself yearning for a nocturnal adventure, curious whether Hogwarts owls were ablaze with excitement. She hoped the following morning would not bring shocking news of a catastrophic collision involving Hogwarts owls, which would have been rushed to the infirmary, with no life-threatening injuries reported. As she lay in bed, Serenity began to ponder what gifts her friends might bestow upon her. It struck her as peculiar. In her previous life, she had never celebrated any holiday as her family gathered in the living room, joyfully celebrating. While she felt unable to comfortably engage in any conversation, she would always retreat to her small room, extinguishing the lights early to sleep, eagerly awaiting the day to pass. When did her life truly begin anew? Perhaps it commenced as she leaned against the window, gazing into the profound night sky, making her first wish that was intimately hers, thus setting her life in motion. Serenity sat before the window, earnestly wishing upon the stars. May I celebrate my 18th birthday and become a true adult. This wish was not difficult to fulfill. After midnight, she would bid farewell to her 17 years, and 18 would arrive as anticipated. However, she succumbed to a fever that she failed to recognize, and her family remained oblivious. Confused, she sat on the balcony, uncertain whether she would pass away before 18, or if she had fainted as the clock struck midnight. Chapter 18. A Gift of a Little Star. As Serenity contemplated, she felt the urge to rise and gaze at the stars again. Yet, she recalled Ron mentioning that Christmas gifts would only be delivered when the owner was asleep, as it was meant to be a surprise. Thus, she suppressed her desire to stargaze. Eventually, Serenity's consciousness began to wane. She nestled her cheek into her pillow, rubbed against it, and drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, she heard the sound of owls flapping their wings as they soared. Serenity had indeed adjusted her routine. She no longer woke at 5 in the morning feeling compelled to recite her lessons. However, today she rose early. Beneath the transformed Christmas tree fashioned from a coat hanger lay a pile of small gifts. Wrapped in her blanket, Serenity joyfully dashed over, cradling the cold gifts in her arms, when she suddenly noticed a green box radiating warmth. She decided to save that particular box for last. She first unwrapped the red paper, instantly recognizing it as Gryffindor, the most frequent among her gifts. Harry had sent her a set of notebooks, each page containing a slot for inserts, along with a note indicating that this gift was meant to be used in conjunction with Hermione and Ron. Thus, she selected Hermione's gift from the red box. Hermione had sent her a photograph of the starry sky from the Muggle world, with a tale of the star inscribed on the back. She mentioned in her letter that it had been quite cold lately, and advised her to dress warmly. Serenity cast waterproof and strengthening charms on the photos, carefully inserting them into the notebook Harry had given her, placing them at the very last page. Suddenly, the page numbers vanished, transforming into a small expanse of starry sky, allowing Serenity to even touch the tiny stars. She gingerly removed one star, and the notebook reverted to its original form, the star in her hand morphing back into a photograph. She nestled this picture alongside the others, and the notebook remained unchanged. Flipping through its pages, she discovered Ron's handwriting on the front page, which read, "Welcome to Serenity's World of Stars. Are you ready for an exhilarating adventure?" Ron mentioned that the spell inscribed in his notebook was taught to him by his mother, and he found it quite challenging to master. However, if Serenity would be willing, he could impart this magic to her. Ron's gift consisted of merely a single page, containing the incantation, Nebula Coverage. The paper provided a thorough introduction, and as Serenity waved her wand in accordance with the instructions, a silvery mass was pulled forth, only to flicker and vanish almost immediately. It appeared that this spell would be her focus for practice in the coming days. Most of Hufflepuff's reciprocated gifts were delectable treats, as they had noticed their new classmate was not particularly fond of meals. Serenity remarked, "Thank you, but I simply do not enjoy British cuisine. The potions are already quite distasteful, and now the meals too." She lamented her lack of culinary skills, having spent her first 17 years solely on studies. Few gifts were sent her way from Ravenclaw. Typically, her classmates were absorbed in their own pursuits, leaving her with only 2 Ravenclaw gift boxes. One from the head of Ravenclaw, and the other from a senior who had escorted her to the dormitory on the first day of school. The senior gifted her with their transfiguration notes from 1st to 4th year, which was an unexpected delight for Serenity. Under Snape's guidance, her proficiency in spellwork had significantly improved, yet she remained perplexed by transfiguration, struggling to keep up in class. To her astonishment, she also received 2 gifts from Slytherin. Upon opening one, her expression froze. It was from Draco Malfoy. She had not prepared a gift for him. What should she do? Serenity nervously clutched the box, inside of which lay 3 beautiful gray stones. Feeling as though her heart had shattered. Oh, why had the young master given her no prior warning before presenting a gift? After much contemplation, she urgently summoned Fermi to retrieve a medal from her belongings at Caroline Manor, and based on the remnants of memories from her past life, she sketched a portrait of an adult Draco Malfoy. Then she rushed to the cellar and knocked on Snape's door. "Professor Snape. Professor Snape." After a prolonged wait, Snape finally opened the door, his hair damp and hanging over his eyes, without his cloak, yet his garments were impeccably fastened. His expression was dark. "Miss Caroline, unless it is of utmost importance, I might just toss you into my cauldron to concoct a cacophonous potion." Serenity looked at him with pleading eyes. "It is a matter of great significance, Professor. If you do not assist me, Malfoy will surely have me killed and discarded in the Forbidden Forest to feed the spiders." Snape replied, "I believe I could arrange that right now." He then stepped aside, gesturing for Serenity to enter. "So, you rudely knocked on my door this early in the morning merely to request that I devise a way to fit this little trinket of yours into your insignificant medal within half an hour?" Serenity nodded vigorously. "Professor, you are truly brilliant." Snape gazed at her in silent disbelief, ultimately begrudgingly developing a spell that combined the mechanics of magical energy with elements of transfiguration and extension charms. It was undoubtedly the most flamboyant spell he had ever crafted. As long as he lived, this spell could continue to be activated. Recurrence honorable. "Professor, you are a genius. You are the best professor," Serenity exclaimed, throwing her arms around him in exuberance before pleading with Snape to embed the portrait into the medal, so that upon activation, it would reveal an adult Malfoy standing there with an air of disdain towards all. Malfoy deserved such stature and privilege. She wished for him to remain the illustrious young master rather than lying cold on the ground, waiting for Snape to mend his wounds with a pained gaze. Snape stood rigidly, watching Serenity in her pajamas dash out of the cellar, then muttered to himself, "Why does it feel as if Caroline is becoming more Gryffindor by the day? Potter, you are corrupting good children. Curse you, Potter. There is not a single decent wizard among you." Having urgently resolved Malfoy's gift, Serenity returned to her dormitory to unwrap the remaining presents. Having prepared all morning for Snape's research, it was clear he was the true genius. In her dormitory she found the last gift, Upon touching it, she felt warmth. The wrapping paper was unmistakably produced by magic, exuding the essence of perfectionism akin to a factory assembly line. Carefully, she unwrapped the green paper to reveal a necklace. The pendant, a yellow star that, though not hot to the touch, radiated warmth throughout her being. The gift's owner left no words, only a small white note scrawled with SS Chapter 19. I fear you know her. Serenity placed the small starry gift from Harry, Hermione, and Ron on the upper left corner of her desk, while the gray stones from little Malfoy were secured in a locked drawer, reinforced with a locking charm. As she felt anxious possessing them, yet she could not return the stones to Caroline Manor. She did not consider that place her home. The warm, glowing star necklace from Snape adorned her neck, as she took the small serpent medal, and headed to the Great Hall early, uncharacteristically subdued. She stepped out with a commanding presence, drawing many curious glances. She was blocking the way, blocking little Malfoy. Undoubtedly, this was a bold act. Thus, for the first time, the professors on stage and the students below witnessed a small badger with a determined expression making its way toward the Slytherin table. And amidst the horrified expressions of Harry and Ron, Serenity boldly sat beside little Malfoy. Malfoy cast her a glance, raising his chin with pride. Miss Caroline, is there something you require? A Hufflepuff dares to sit beside me? Perhaps you should reassess your place. Harry, furious, rushed over to defend Serenity, but she quickly held him back. This was my mistake. Harry looked at them in confusion, and Serenity comfortingly patted his back. It's all right, Harry, Mr. Malfoy is merely upset with me. Once she calmed Harry down, Serenity leaned closer to little Malfoy, presenting him with the small serpent medal and whispering, I apologize, Mr. Malfoy. I should not have come without a gift for you. I thought you would not appreciate a present from a student of another house. This is my Christmas gift for you, but it requires a touch of magic. If you would be so kind, could you forgive me? In Slytherin, there was no such thing as a little witch who apologizes and pleads. After this barrage of charm and humility, little Malfoy appeared utterly bewildered. Yet he still lifted his platinum head with arrogance, the delicate expression between his youthful brows showcasing a certain flair. He accepted the small serpent medal, activated the magic. Since you have implored me so, I shall reluctantly grant you this favor. An adult Draco Malfoy materialized before little Malfoy, clad in a wizarding robe, standing imperiously with his unicorn hair wand, exuding an aura of nobility. His gaze held a clear disdain, as if all others were beneath him. Yet peering deeper revealed a pure soul. The intertwining of good and evil within a person was ever present, and this duality was strikingly evident in the adult Draco Malfoy. Undoubtedly, he was not a genuinely kind-hearted individual, yet he was far from a malevolent fiend. The two Dracos locked eyes in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, so alike yet so distinct. This moment captivated the attention of all, including Snape, who had previously glimpsed only the Malfoy within the medal. He was taken aback by the profound impact of the two Dracos' gaze upon one another. They were intertwined as past and future, woven together at the ends of time. Merlin. A gentle murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall, as if the audience feared to disturb the enchanting scene before them. Young Malfoy was positively exhilarated. This gift was indeed to his liking. He lifted his chin and declared, You may call me Draco Serendipity. Serendipity readily acquiesced. Very well, Draco. He nodded, beginning to gesture towards the savior. I find you rather commendable. How is it that you willingly associate with that scar-headed fool? Serendipity replied, A beautiful flower may lack flavor, and a fragrant bloom may pale in elegance. You are an exemplary Slytherin, he is a remarkable Gryffindor, and I am a distinguished Hufflepuff. Hogwarts is a magnificent place, for it unites diverse and exceptional wizards, granting us the opportunity to dispel our prejudices and misunderstandings. I can play with everyone, for I am convinced that Gryffindors and Slytherins are equally splendid. Draco appeared taken aback by her words. While he believed Slytherin to be the finest house, he could not deny that the world perceived Slytherin as less favored than Gryffindor. They often claimed Slytherin was a breeding ground for dark wizards, while most Gryffindors were deemed heroes. He instinctively asked, laced with sarcasm, Are there in your eyes any unworthy individuals? Serendipity understood that the biases surrounding the houses could not be eradicated overnight, yet she hoped to plant a seed of sincerity in Draco's heart, knowing that Slytherin's stubbornness often led them to miss out on genuine friendships. In fact, there are none, for I believe being true to oneself constitutes excellence. Serendipity walked towards the Gryffindor table, and Draco followed her gaze, observing her speak to Potter, who appeared utterly astonished. However, Potter flashed a smile in his direction. Draco managed a somewhat friendly glance in return. Serendipity whispered to Harry, Draco just confided in me that he truly desires to befriend you, but he is uncertain how to initiate. Ron's expression twisted in distaste, and he couldn't help but retort, Slytherins, right? How absurd. Not a single one can articulate themselves properly. The three soon found themselves engaged in playful antics, with Harry returning with 4 or 5 wizarding firecrackers, distributing 2 to Serendipity. She thanked him and then reached for one. A tremendous bang erupted, momentarily startling her, but Harry's laughter quickly brought her back to her senses. She pulled out a pair of pristine white fake mustaches. Amused, Serendipity promptly affixed one to her face, and proceeded to draw another. Harry produced a witch's hat, and he and Ron excitedly donned it, subsequently placing it on one of the Weasley twins' heads. They employed transfiguration to create an identical hat for the other twin, who had been left without. We absolutely adore it. Professor Dumbledore, seated at the head table, regarded them with a warm gaze and smiled. Miss Caroline is indeed a delightful young witch. Severus Snape, earnestly slicing his steak, pretended as though the piece of meat would spring to life at any moment. McGonagall added, Indeed, we all hold Serendipity in high esteem. Dumbledore inquired, And you, Severus? I hear she is your apprentice? Snape lifted his expressionless face. If you believe I could possibly take a first-year small giant as an apprentice. Dumbledore replied. Who can predict what the future holds? Clearly, you have a fondness for her, Severus. Who could possibly dislike Serendipity? Snape stared blankly at his steak, his mind wandering. Who could possibly dislike Serendipity? Dumbledore, I fear you may know her well. Chapter 20. Time is a grand adventure. Serendipity, unbeknownst to her, suddenly dashed to the professor's table, embracing Sprout and sweetly exchanging pleasantries, before turning and scampering towards McGonagall, pushing aside Harry and Ron, exclaiming, Professor McGonagall, Merry Christmas. Then Snape observed her racing towards him, her gray eyes sparkling, adorned with the necklace he had held just the previous day. Professor Snape, Merry Christmas. She hurried to the next professor, to which Snape responded with a barely audible HM. With no classes on Christmas Day, Serendipity, along with Harry and Ron, rolled about in the snow. Harry and Ron playfully tossed small snowballs at each other, wisely refraining from targeting Serendipity, fearing Hermione's wrath should she find out. Serendipity squatted beside them, crafting tiny snowmen. Thanks to Snape's necklace, she could mold the snowmen without concern for the cold. To express her gratitude to Snape, Serendipity resolved to create a snowman resembling him. She cupped a handful of snow, shaping it into a small ball, then quickly fashioned another. Comparing them, she discovered they were identical in size, making it impossible to distinguish which was the head and which was the body. Thus she added more snow to the smaller ball. But the body became too large while the head remained too small. After a moment of contemplation, she took the head and began to reshape it. As is well known, when there is too much water, add flour. When there is too much flour, add water, until one or the other is exhausted. Serendipity gritted her teeth, and used a transformation spell to create a small snowman. With a reference point, she gained confidence and soon crafted a diminutive, round-headed snowman that fit snugly in her palm. She cherished this little snowman as a representation of Professor Snape, placing it lovingly beside her before scooping up another handful of snow, and continuing her work. Sprout, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, Draco, and Hermione soon found themselves crafting a legion of snowmen in the snow. She carefully inscribed names on these identical snowmen using twigs, then proudly stood before her Snape snowman, declaring, Look, Professor Snape, this is I, your greatest apprentice, crafting your legacy. Just then, Ron struck her snowman army with a snowball, obliterating them all. Serendipity stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, as she watched Ron wear a sheepish expression, attempting to escape with Harry. Silently, she tenderly placed the Snape snowman on a branch of the Christmas tree, and turned to Ron with a grave tone, saying, Prepare for a duel, Ron. Like a true warrior, Ron shouted, I am sorry. Serendipity had already lunged at him. I shall avenge my snowman army. They began to chase and playfully tussle, with Harry trying to evade Serendipity's pursuit, suddenly turning against Ron, declaring with righteous fervor, I too do not wish this, Ron, but the snowman must be buried in snow. Harry, I'm your brother. Indeed, Ron, but I would rather be sisters with Serendipity. They had run far, almost out of sight of the Christmas tree. The snowman inscribed with SS stood proudly, determined to greet the arrival of spring amidst the joyful Christmas tree. That was not its destined demise. It would transform into clouds and rain, descending once more to the earth. Perhaps at that moment, a drop of rain, caught by Serendipity, would become her fleeting companion of this winter. Time is indeed a grand adventure. Some encounters may even feel like long-lost reunions. Serendipity sat in the snow, her clothes damp and breathless, while Harry and Ron had become utterly wild, collapsing onto the snow to gaze at the vast, white sky. They exchanged glances, Harry rolled over, lying head-to-head with Ron, while Serendipity tucked her wizarding robe beneath their heads to shield them from the cold. Suddenly Harry remarked, "If every Christmas could be like today, how wonderful it would be." "Alas, that may not be feasible, brother," Ron replied with a mock-serious expression, then quickly broke into laughter, adding, "Hermione would surely murder us." Serendipity nodded. "Fear not, Harry. I shall certainly relay your words to Hermione." Harry exclaimed, "You two are utterly unfaithful." The three of them inexplicably burst into laughter. Harry remarked, "I don't believe I have ever been this happy in my life." Ceridwen responded, "Neither have I." Ron, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Ceridwen, aren't aristocrats supposed to be quite strict? Don't they ever roll around in the snow? I can hardly imagine that platinum-haired head tumbling in the snow." Ceridwen replied lightly, "Perhaps." Observing them sprawled on the snow, she curiously asked, "Aren't you cold?" Harry shivered. "Cold?" Ceridwen questioned. "Then why are you still lying in the snow?" Ron chuckled, "Because if we catch a cold now, the potion is free. We can't play like this when we grow up." "Oh, Mr. Weasley." A head appeared above them. "I believe you will still pay a price for this." Ceridwen tilted her head back and saw Snape hovering above her. Why did it seem like Snape always appeared behind her? Harry and Ron shivered and quickly stood up. "Professor Snape." Snape raised an eyebrow, straightened his posture, and with one hand supporting Ceridwen, who nearly toppled over from tilting her head back too forcefully, spoke in a leisurely tone, "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley." Showing disrespect to a professor by altering his name results in a deduction of 10 points from Gryffindor. He did not glance at Harry and Ron's expressions, but shifted his gaze to Ceridwen, who obediently sat up straight, blinking her gray eyes and flashing him a broad smile. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape." Snape coldly acknowledged with a grunt. "Miss Caroline, I believe you have some misconceptions. That necklace can only provide warmth. It does not prevent illness. So do not treat that trinket as a talisman to frolic about in the snow." He had seen her in the snow 800 times that day. Ceridwen obediently nodded. "All right, Professor Snape." Then she noticed Snape gritting his teeth in frustration, glaring at her fiercely. Ceridwen, perplexed by his sudden anger, could only respond with another sweet smile, the kind that could win over any elder in the neighborhood. Snape clenched his jaw. "I trust a Christmas will not render the esteemed Miss Caroline forgetful of her responsibilities in the hospital wing, will it?" Ceridwen smiled even more sweetly. "I won't forget." "Professor Snape." Snape huffed. "You had better not." He then departed. She called out after him, "Goodbye, Professor Snape." Merlin, did she not fear straining her voice? Chapter 21. The Mirror of Eriste. In the hospital wing, 3 little ones with smoking ears sat in a row, and Ceridwen found it quite amusing. Occasionally tilting her head in an attempt to catch a glimpse of the smoke within her ears, much like a puppy chasing its tail. Harry noticed the little star pendant that flew out from her collar as she tossed her head, emanating a faint magical aura, uncertain whether it was a product of alchemy or an enchantment. "Is that the necklace Professor Snape spoke of?" Ron leaned in. "He actually gave you a gift." His expression was one of utter disbelief, akin to Snape's reaction upon seeing his essay. Ceridwen followed their gaze and, cradling the little star in her palms, presented it to them. "Yes, this is a Christmas gift from Professor Snape. He is so kind and must know how much I detest the cold." Harry touched it, and a wave of warmth instantly spread from his fingertips throughout his body. "He truly is good to you." Ron nodded in agreement. "He is indeed very kind to you." While Ceridwen did not remember much else, she recalled Snape's profound sorrow over Lily's death, and his promise to protect Harry. Thus she spoke honestly. "He is best to you, Harry." Harry looked at her with a complex expression. "Ceridwen? Let's drop it." He then brought up another matter. "With that, you need not fear the cold, right? Ron and I discovered a magical mirror that can show my parents. I plan to go tonight. Would you like to join us?" Ron perked up, and Ceridwen felt as if he were a joyful little dog wagging its tail. Ron urged, "Come on. Ceridwen, it's been so long." He gestured with both hands to emphasize. "So long since you've adventured with us. The mirror that reveals one's innermost desires." Ceridwen was quite intrigued by it. She was especially fascinated by this mirror, as well as Boggots, the Patronus charm, and Animagi. Her endless curiosity about discovering her true self and confronting her soul always captivated her. "All right, let's go together tonight." Harry and Ron appeared delighted. Madame Pomfrey had finally finished tending to the ailing young wizards, and held a favorable impression of the 3 little ones who had taken measures to prevent catching a cold. "If every young wizard valued their health as you do, it would be wonderful." Harry bashfully scratched his head. "It was Professor Snape who sent us for a tonic." "Ah, Severus indeed," Madame Pomfrey remarked. "He is such a cold exterior with a warm heart." Many of the potions for the young wizards are brewed by him. Ceridwen sat obediently as she listened to Madame Pomfrey praise Snape. Their ears had ceased smoking. And 3 more individuals entered the hospital wing, 2 supporting one of their number, all clad in Gryffindor robes. Upon entering they shouted, "Madame Pomfrey!" He slipped on the ice and broke his leg. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, "Merlin!" They bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and left the bustling hospital wing. The sunlight spilled over the snow, casting a sacred glow. As the soft snow blanketed all living things beneath the azure sky and white clouds, the 3 of them stepped into the snow, the wetness soaking through their shoes and hems, weaving a tapestry of a splendid dream. 3 sets of footprints walked side by side, then one set vanished. Soon, the path was crowded with others, and chaotic footprints obscured the earlier 3, rendering their original shapes unrecognizable. That night, Ceridwen secretly slipped out of the Hufflepuff common room. Hogwarts had begun to snow again, fresh flakes blanketing the old footprints, draping a mysterious veil over the world. Ceridwen extended her hand to catch a crystalline snowflake, which quickly melted in her warmth, transforming into a clear droplet of water. A hand grasped her arm as Harry draped the invisibility cloak over her. "Let us go." This was Harry. "Off we go." This was Ron. Quietly, shoo." This was Ceridwen. The 3 of them stealthily avoided the patrolling Filch and Mrs. Norris, cautiously arriving at a somewhat dilapidated classroom. The classroom was stark and desolate, appearing as if it had been ages since anyone had occupied it, exuding a sense of decay. Moonlight illuminated a small silver expanse, casting a mysterious glow upon the mirror in the center of the room, which seemed to hold the beauty of an unseen secret from mythology, drawing one in with its allure, compelling them to approach. Harry tucked away the invisibility cloak and dashed toward the mirror. Ceridwen saw Harry fixated on the mirror, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Yet beneath that joy lay hints of sadness and grievance. Ron, familiar with the surroundings, plopped down on the floor and patted the spot beside him. "Oh, Ceridwen, would you like to sit for a while?" Harry seemed to awaken from a dream. He blinked and turned to Ceridwen. "I saw my parents in that mirror." He could not help but begin to describe it, as if he had just met the love of his life. "My mother has beautiful red hair and green eyes like mine, and my father. I resemble him quite a bit." Harry eagerly looked at Ceridwen, as if seeking her affirmation. Ceridwen approached and gently patted his shoulder, gazing earnestly into his green eyes beneath the frame. "Yes, Harry, your eyes are truly beautiful. You have a pair that resembles your mother's." "You have your mother's eyes," Ron stated, sitting still. "Listen, mate, your parents are heroes, and you are destined to be a hero yourself. I am utterly convinced of this." He chuckled, adding, "Just as I am certain that my future lies in becoming the president of the student council, Severus, you might not know yet, but I see myself standing as the student council president in this mirror." Oh, Harry interjected, relinquishing his spot. "Severus, why don't you give it a try? What do you see in this mirror?" Severus stepped into the position Harry had just vacated, and the mirror distorted momentarily, revealing a swirling vortex before transforming into 4 individuals she had never encountered before. They encircled her, seemingly celebrating something, with an adult Severus at the center, donning a festive party hat. 3 of the 4 bore gray eyes. She speculated that these must be Severus's mother, Eureka Caroline, his father, Mufus Physoles, and his siblings, Philno Caroline and Eura Caroline. "Severus, what do you see?" Harry and Ron eagerly inquired as soon as she stepped forward. Though Severus herself was unsure why she felt a peculiar connection to the family she had never met. Still, she replied, "It's family Harry." The word "my" eluded her. Chapter 22, Woolen Socks. Harry scratched his head. "Does this mirror reveal our families? Is it some sort of bloodline test?" Ron frowned. "What about me, Harry? Mine certainly isn't family." Severus pointed at the seemingly meaningless patterns on the mirror's surface. "I believe that is the answer." With her wand, she inscribed in the air, "I show not your face but your heart's desire. Wise Miss Caroline, may I call you Severus?" The 3 were startled, turning toward the door to find Dumbledore standing there in a robe adorned with moons and stars, followed by a glowering Snape. In truth, Snape seemed to wear his usual gloomy expression, devoid of any other emotion. Noticing Severus appearing to drift off again, Harry promptly nudged her with his arm, positioning himself protectively in front of her. "Apologis, Professor Dumbledore. It was I who brought Severus here." She did not intentionally break any school rules. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore." Severus finally responded, coming to her senses and cautiously peeking at Snape from behind Harry. "But I did so willingly." She felt no fear of Dumbledore, as she was certain that Harry's ability to see the mirror was Dumbledore's doing. Her apprehension lay with Snape and his potential wrath. Dumbledore winked at Harry. "It's quite all right." Harry. Young wizards often possess mischievous little hobbies. As a professor, I certainly understand. This mirror is a magical artifact that reveals one's innermost desires, though it can easily ensnare young wizards in its allure. Perhaps by tomorrow, it will no longer be here. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. Let this matter remain a secret among the five of us, shall we? Perhaps due to Dumbledore's unusually amiable demeanor, Harry felt emboldened to inquire, Professor Dumbledore, have you gazed into this mirror as well? Indeed. And what did you see, if I may ask? Severus observed Dumbledore's gaze becoming distant, his demeanor softening at that moment. Dumbledore replied, I saw a pair of woolen socks. It has been far too long since anyone gifted me woolen socks. You see, Harry, winters in England can be quite frigid. A sorrow, unfathomable to Harry, spread through the air. Sometimes when one longs for a certain object, they are in truth yearning for the person associated with it. To miss home-cooked meals is to miss the people who prepare them. To long for childhood is to yearn for those who have gradually faded into the past. We may not consciously realize it, but those individuals have become a flavor, a warmth, etched into our very souls. Among the five present, those who understood would speak little, while those who spoke knew nothing at all. Dumbledore concealed his melancholy, smiling at Snape behind him. Why not let Severus take a look as well? Harry, with keen intuition, stepped aside, but Severus appeared to be lost in thought again, staring blankly at the two professors. Severus. Severus. Ron called out softly, glancing at Snape's increasingly dark expression. Snape curled his lip. I believe not, Dumbledore. I am quite aware of what I wish to see. He stood in the shadows, his gaze lowered, locking eyes with Severus before the mirror. Years of familiarity and observation allowed him to discern easily. Severus was not daydreaming. She gazed at him, her eyes glistening, akin to a wounded creature. He could not fathom why he permitted her such indulgence. Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders. Very well, let us conclude today's adventure here. Severus, would you kindly escort them back to the common room? Harry stiffened at once, attempting to plead for his own safety, and that of Gryffindor's reputation. Professor Dumbledore, I think that won't be necessary. Hogwarts is quite safe. Dumbledore ignored Harry's request, fixing his gaze on Snape. I trust Severus will be more than willing to assist me in this matter, especially since I must consider how to handle this mirror. Snape turned away, casting a glance back at Harry, Ron, and the seemingly dazed Severus, speaking in a low, gritting tone. Do you require the humble old professor to plead with you? Such was not necessary. Severus dashed a few steps to follow Snape. Harry and Ron trailed behind, each too timid to utter a word. Their spirits dampened as they walked beneath the moonlight. The snow had fallen heavily, and Severus trod in the footsteps left by Snape, whose strides were lengthy, prompting her to begin bouncing along. Harry and Ron observed Severus, who dared to skip along behind Snape, and they felt a newfound affection for Professor Snape. Then, Severus lost her footing and fell onto Snape's robes, causing him to feel as though he had been torn asunder in that instant. He lifted her by the collar, his expression one of exasperation. Thank you, Professor Snape, she said, gazing up at him, her eyes still sparkling from the fall. He then placed her back in the imprints of his footsteps. Hufflepuff, -3 points. Hearing the anticipated response, Severus replied, Indeed, Professor Snape. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, soon joining in the bouncing antics, when Snape's ominous voice echoed ahead, Gryffindor, -10 points. Mr. Potter, only foolish rabbits prance about in the snow. Understood, Professor Snape. Snape turned to glare at him. Gryffindor, another 5 points. Harry fell silent. Severus chuckled softly, resuming her skipping, while Snape did not reduce his pace for her sake. Instead, he would silently grasp her collar before she stumbled, and return her to the safety of his footprints. Snape first escorted them to the Gryffindor common room, and Harry and Ron felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, rushing inside. As Ron passed Severus, he whispered, Mate, you were incredible. Snape huffed, causing Ron to recoil slightly and hastily enter. Thus, only Snape and Severus remained beneath the moonlight. Severus stared at the hem of Snape's robe, unable to resist reaching out to grasp it. Snape glanced at her, furrowing his brow in disdain, yet he uttered not a word. Serenity softly inquired, Professor Snape, if I were to see something unfamiliar in the mirror of Eriste, could it indicate that my self-perception is flawed, that my mind is deceiving me, or perhaps that my memories are distorted? Snape regarded her and replied, Your memories may indeed contain biases. One final question, Professor. Can the mirror of Eriste be shattered? Certainly. Chapter 23. The old professor will be captured at Azkaban. Serenity sat at her small desk in the dormitory, gazing at her open notebook, which bore a solitary line, Caroline, what have you forgotten? It had been several days since she returned from viewing the Mirror of Erist, and she had been pondering this question. Naturally, she was unaware of what she had forgotten. If she could recall it, it would not truly be forgotten. After a moment of staring vacantly, Serenity quickly regained her focus. She turned the page to find it filled with notes about the Hogwarts collective efforts, detailing the 7 Horcruxes and events that transpired each year. The troll in the first year, the 3-headed dog, Quidditch, and the Mirror of Erist were all marked with check marks. Serenity unconsciously bit the end of her quill while contemplating the next entry. The Forbidden Forest. The unicorn. She began to ponder how she might persuade Dumbledore to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Convincing Snape was out of the question. She wished that he would never encounter Voldemort in his lifetime. However, Dumbledore was not easily swayed either. All Serenity knew was that Voldemort would have Quirrell kill a unicorn in the first year, but she was unaware of the exact timing. Surely she couldn't just drag Dumbledore into the Forbidden Forest every day. The thought of going there alone was daunting. Fortunately, Serenity's concerns were soon alleviated. While she was perusing a stack of potion books, Hermione quietly pulled out a chair beside her, followed by Harry and Ron taking a seat. "Did you know?" Ron whispered. Harry saw it in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione interjected, "Voldemort. Hey, mate. How can you just say his name?" Ron's expression turned to one of terror. "Aren't you afraid of him?" "There's nothing to fear, Ron," Hermione replied. "Because Harry will surely defeat him in the future, we cannot live in fear." Harry agreed, "Hermione's right. We mustn't be afraid." Serenity, exasperated, redirected the conversation. "So, what exactly did Harry see in the Forbidden Forest?" Harry whispered. "I saw a figure in a black cloak kill a unicorn. I suspect it was Voldemort. He has returned." Serenity had not been part of the trio's activities lately, as she had been preoccupied with finding a potion to restore forgotten memories. After learning about the spell, her focus shifted to developing a potion specifically targeting the Oblivion charm. Over the past few days, Serenity had been troubled, while Hermione and the others made significant progress. They deduced that the treasure guarded by the large dog on the 4th floor was likely the Philosopher's Stone. This was the alchemical creation of Nicholas Flamel, who, according to legend, had lived for 600 years thanks to the stone. Hermione theorized that Voldemort sought the stone to attain immortality. Ron had an epiphany. So that's why Voldemort had Quirrell kill a unicorn, because unicorn blood can sustain life. Hermione sighed, "These are merely our speculations. We can't just tell Professor Dumbledore that we witnessed someone killing a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and suspect that it was Professor Quirrell, who is likely working for Voldemort as a Death Eater, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Serenity reassured her, "If Quirrell intends to steal the stone, he will eventually reveal his true intentions. We just need to keep a close watch on him, but do ensure your safety." Hermione, Harry, and Ron nodded in agreement, vowing to be cautious. The trio departed for class, feeling disheartened. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff rarely shared classes, and Serenity had no lessons that afternoon, allowing her to remain in the library until dinner. She flipped through her notes, transitioning from potions targeting the mind to those aimed at the soul, and finally to those addressing the Oblivion charm, documenting considerable theories. Ultimately, she resolved to boldly seek Snape's assistance. After all, why not consult the Master of Potions? A mind as sharp as hers ought to be utilized for answering inquiries. With her notebook in hand, Serenity returned the books to the shelf and made her way to the dungeons. Sunlight illuminated her path, and the small star on her chest radiated a gentle warmth, enabling her to pause and admire the scenery on this chilly winter day. Someone had already cleared the snow from her path, allowing her to walk without looking down. Serenity's steps were light, as if chasing the glimmers of light, until she stood before the cold dungeon door knocking. Professor Snape, I'm here." The door swung open from within, and Serenity was no longer the timid girl who once stood at the entrance declaring her arrival for detention. Peeking her head inside, she found Snape brewing potions. Serenity quickly quieted herself, closing the dungeon door softly, and stealthily approached Snape, fixated on his cauldron. Watching Snape concoct potions always struck her as a form of artistic expression, visually pleasing. Once he finished bottling his potion, he lowered his gaze to Serenity. "Miss Caroline." He pronounced her name slowly, as if reacquainting himself with it. "Have you devised yet another clever scheme to torment your old professor?" Serenity lifted her notebook. "Professor Snape, I am researching a potion that can restore forgotten memories, specifically targeting the Oblivion charm, but I have made little progress and seek your assistance." "Ah, splendid, Snap mused." His tone dripping with sarcasm. "Our illustrious hero's friend appears to be quite the prodigy, managing to develop a potion targeting a charm in her first year. I should perhaps be concerned about the youngest potion master claiming her crown unless, of course, Miss Caroline loses her life in the pursuit of brewing advanced potions. Serenity blinked innocently, responding with a straightforward, "I apologize, Professor Snape." Snape was unimpressed. How could Miss Caroline be at fault? Perhaps it is she who is blindly overreaching, attempting to impede the humble, pitiable old professor. Serenity blinked at him. "I apologize, Professor Snape. Please do not be angry. I did not attempt it myself." Snape snorted. "Of course, otherwise, I would be reading about you in the Daily Prophet, rather than finding you in my dungeon." First-year student dead due to mishap in brewing advanced potions. Her Professor Severus Snape charged with negligence, soon to be dispatched to Azkaban, awaiting perhaps a Dementor's kiss. Serenity seemed to grasp why Harry and the others feared Professor Snape so much. His words, much like his potions, were effective yet tasted bitter. Chapter 24. The Grand Operation to Save the Philosopher's Stone. Once Snape concluded his sardonic remarks, he glanced down to find Serenity innocently blinking her gray eyes at him, asking, "Are you no longer angry, Professor Snape?" Snape replied, "Very well. What is there to quibble over with a foolish child?" He picked up Serenity's notebook and began to peruse it. He had long since become familiar with her handwriting, which mirrored her personality, round and somewhat juvenile. The notes were remarkably neat, with different colored inks highlighting various points. Overall, the theoretical knowledge was quite commendable. Serenity, a humanities student from a prestigious institution, believed, "Every step in life is worthwhile. The ancients do not deceive me." Snape's expression softened. "Why pursue this? It is not something you should be concerned with at this stage." Serenity decided to be forthright. "Because I believe I have fallen victim to the oblivion charm." Snape's expression momentarily flickered with emptiness as he deftly grasped Seraphina's collar, scrutinizing her from every angle before releasing her onto the ground and casting 4 or 5 diagnostic spells. "Why do you say that? Who would use Obliviate on an 11-year-old witch?" Seraphina, with a pitiful attempt at evoking sympathy, responded, "The last time I gazed into the mirror of Ariste, it depicted my family, yet I discovered I did not recognize them. I could only discern their gray eyes." She recalled how she, like the others, had been overlooked, languid, and mute in this place. Yet, she could vividly remember the visage of the old caretaker of the Caroline family, while the faces of its 4 masters remained elusive to her memory. As for the second question, "I am equally in the dark, Professor Snape." Snape furrowed his brow, contemplating as he stowed away Caroline's notebook. "Return to the dungeon tomorrow. I shall bring a memory orb for examination. Regarding the potion for memory restoration, regardless of the outcome, I shall be available for you during the summer break." Seraphina felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of not being alone during the summer, and responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, climbing onto her sofa. Snape glanced at her, perplexed as to why the Caroline family would permit their 11-year-old member to fall victim to Obliviate, unless the one casting the spell was, in fact, Caroline herself. The Caroline Manor may no longer be a sanctuary for Seraphina. However, Miss Caroline, considering your eagerness to usurp your poor old professor's crown in potion-making, every night henceforth will be devoted to instructing you on the potions required for the hospital wing. Starting today. Seraphina's potion lessons in the dungeon had previously adhered to grade levels, but it was evident that Snape had abandoned this notion. She did not exhibit the frustration he anticipated. Instead, she joyfully descended and followed him closely. Provoking Seraphina's ire proved as challenging as keeping Snape's temper at bay. Snape had no choice but to stifle yet another sigh and commence teaching Seraphina the intricacies of potion brewing. Later, through the memory orb brought by Snape, Seraphina confirmed that indeed a segment of her memory had been forgotten, but a more pressing matter loomed. Quirrell was attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry relayed this news to the group. "We must inform Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell's intent to steal the stone is of utmost importance. We cannot allow Voldemort to succeed. For our own sakes and for the entire wizarding world." Hermione pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Yes, Harry. We must inform Professor Dumbledore. You go find him. I shall speak with Professor McGonagall and Seraphina. Would you kindly inform Professor Snape? We cannot face Voldemort without their assistance." Ron immediately chimed in, "Hermione, I'll accompany you." Seraphina understood that this was Dumbledore's test for the chosen one. Even the challenges leading to the Mirror of Ariste had been set by the professors, who would certainly not offer Harry any help. On the path of becoming the savior, Dumbledore had meticulously paved a golden road for him. Nevertheless, Seraphina replied, "All right, Hermione." Hermione nodded. "Let's gather beneath the library, and then head to the 4th floor. Quirrell has already gone up. We must hurry." They quickly exited the library and separated. Seraphina dashed back to the dungeon, knocking on the door with no response. Undeterred, she retraced her steps. As she returned to her previous spot, A figure slowly emerged. Caroline was still entangled in the web of the Chosen One and Dumbledore, despite having done all he believed he could. The office of the headmaster required climbing to the 8th floor, and Harry was the last to return. Seraphina and the others awaited at the base of the library, with no teachers in sight. Professor Snape was absent. Seraphina was the first to speak, while Hermione and Ron appeared somewhat dejected, expressing, "Professor McGonagall is also missing." Harry remarked, "Professor Dumbledore is not here either." It seemed they had no choice but to rely on themselves. Hermione clenched her jaw, her youthful eyes igniting with unwavering resolve, and her cherubic cheeks reflected her determination. She conveyed to everyone that she was a hero, deserving of the title. "We absolutely cannot allow Quirrell to succeed." Harry and Ron wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, Harry donned the invisibility cloak over the 4 of them, and they ascended to the 4th floor, a place seldom visited, yet today bustling with visitors. The 3-headed dog guarding the trapdoor had succumbed to slumber, its heads resting peacefully on the ground. Seraphina hesitated momentarily. "Are you afraid, Seraphina?" Harry's voice reached her, but under the cloak, he could not discern her expression. "No," Seraphina replied, her tone steady and devoid of fear. "Harry, I just glared at it." Harry found this rather perplexing. "Because it must have been the one that bit Professor Snape," she continued. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned to look, while Snape's voice echoed from behind, "Thank you, but I have yet to give it a glare myself. Let us move." Hermione sighed in resignation. Upon entering the forbidden area on the 4th floor, Harry removed the invisibility cloak, and the 4 of them took turns leaping down through the trapdoor. Seraphina immediately recognized the Devil's Snare, a magical plant that constricts the more one struggles. The key to survival was to remain relaxed. "Do not struggle," Seraphina cautioned. She slackened her body as though lifeless, smoothly sliding down through the Devil's Snare, prompting the 3 behind her to follow suit, successfully passing the trial. As Seraphina jumped down, she startled Snape, who had failed to catch her. "How could you be so slow to react?" Chapter 25. Snape feels a twinge of guilt. Having traversed the Devil's Snare, the dim surroundings sent a shiver down Seraphina's spine, causing her to unconsciously inch toward the wall, where she encountered a slick surface. "What is this?" she exclaimed, quickly shaking her hand and revealing a face of disdain reminiscent of Snape's. Uncertain of the wall's moisture, the texture reminded her of slimy moss or slippery slugs. "I would rather handle slugs in Professor Snape's office," Seraphina muttered. Snape behind her exhibited a look of agreement. After a brief walk, they spotted a glimmer of light emanating from a room at the end of the corridor, quickening their steps. Numerous keys fluttered about, radiating a dazzling array of colors. Seraphina gazed upward in awe, and Hermione quickly realized, "We must catch them to obtain the keys." Hermione, Ron, and Seraphina stepped back in unison. While a puzzled Harry looked at them, Ron patted Harry's shoulder, pointing to a broom in the corner. "Mate, your battlefield." Harry soon grasped the situation, stepping forward with unwavering determination. "Don't worry, I'm Harry, the one who has caught the golden snitch." He soared through the air, pursuing the shimmering little birds for quite some time. Seraphina, enchanted by the scene, exclaimed, "They're so adorable, Harry." The boy who had once caught the golden snitch swiftly captured a key bird. Though the poor creature was injured, one of its wings broken, Harry gently stroked it. "Poor little thing, Quirrell must have harmed you." Hermione, Ron, and Seraphina applauded. "Well done, Harry," they chorused. Harry, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and smiled shyly. Approaching the doorknob, Seraphina, as a student trained by Snape, excelled in both charms and potions among them. Thus she stood beside Harry, casting a protective charm for both of them, while Ron and Hermione brandished their wands, ready for any confrontation. The door creaked open. The room before them resembled a giant chessboard, yet each piece towered over the 4 diminutive wizards. The petite chess pieces appeared charming, while the colossal ones exuded an ominous aura. "Oh, Merlin," Ron, who cherished wizard chess, groaned in despair. "I hope I won't have nightmares about this later." The towering pieces, devoid of facial features, encircled them, casting shadows under the flickering light. Harry remained remarkably composed, remarking, "Look on the bright side, Ron. At least now, Professor Snape seems rather amiable." "Amiable Snape? Soon enough, you'll realize that wizard chess cannot deduct points, but your humble old professor certainly can." This time, Harry joined Hermione and the others, waving at Ron. "Go on, Ron, I'll be cheering for you." Ron gazed at the frigid chess pieces, closing his eyes in resignation. "Here I go." His prowess in chess was commendable, yet upon discovering that 4 pieces were missing, requiring Harry and the others to take their place, he faltered slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, revealing his anxiety. "It's all right, Ron," said Serenity, attempting to reassure him. "We're partners if it comes to it." We can fight them together. Hermione added, yes, Ron, I've never liked them anyway. Ron responded with a grateful smile, asserting, thank you, I feel much better. Do you believe in me? Serenity and the others chuckled. Of course, Ron. Your chess skills rival my Quidditch prowess. Ron, duel with them. Victory was his. As he proved Harry's words to be true. However, in the process of safeguarding Harry and the others, Ron sustained grave injuries. Despite Serenity casting a protective charm on him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Serenity cast a diagnostic spell. He is injured. We need to take him to the hospital wing. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione resolutely stated, I'll take Ron to the hospital wing. Harry, Serenity, you must handle the Philosopher's Stone, and do ensure you keep him occupied. Harry and Serenity nodded in agreement. With concern etched on her face, Serenity watched them, and Harry handed the invisibility cloak to Hermione. They exchanged a glance before turning towards the next room, from which a pungent odor emanated, one they recognized as belonging to trolls. Serenity, I'm ready. They entered the next chamber, where a troll lay incapacitated on the ground, its head swollen and lifeless. Harry exploded in fury. He really tricked us on Halloween. Is he not capable of a decent fight? Humph. He almost caused Hermione to get hurt. Serenity nodded. When we see him, we'll make sure he is as battered as this troll. Snape was left speechless by their antics, particularly Serenity, whom he believed should want to survive until 18. Yet daily she seemed to court danger. Oblivious to Serenity's reckless bravado, Snape muttered, how irritating. I wish to deduct points from Gryffindor until they are in the negatives. Harry and Serenity swiftly dashed past the troll, both instinctively inhaling deeply. This is going to haunt my nightmares for sure, I'm serious. Serenity reminisced about her first night at the astronomy tower, gazing at the stars, returning home so inexplicably excited that she couldn't sleep, only to discover a vial of potion in her pocket, placed there by an unknown hand. She chuckled softly, Harry, I'll remember to prepare a vial of that potion for you. Harry forced a smile, clearly not comforted. Oh, thank you, Serenity. After traversing the troll, they halted before a chamber engulfed in flames, where 7 potion vials rested on a table, accompanied by a parchment inscribed with a riddle that seemed to hold the key to their passage. Harry scrutinized the parchment, feeling as though his eyes and mind were betraying him. He muttered, this must be Snape's handiwork. He truly does not wish for me to survive. Oh, don't be like that, Harry. In a fit of frustration, Harry raked his hands through his hair. Serenity, do you have any ideas? Serenity winked mysteriously, of course. She rummaged through her belongings, producing 2 vials of potion. I saw Professor Snape brewing these potions with utmost diligence. I deduced they must be the ones. So, I borrowed a vial. Her certainty stemmed from the knowledge that Snape would fear them encountering trouble with the wrong potion. If he didn't reclaim it, it would imply his tacit approval. He had hardly noticed the loss, brewing another batch without concern. Harry gave her a thumbs up, sensing Snape's slight unease. But not much. Chapter 26. The successful rescue of the Philosopher's Stone. In the final chamber, Quirrell awaited them. Before him stood the mirror of Ariste, which Dumbledore had intended to conceal. Quirrell, no longer stammering or timid, bore a smile reminiscent of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ah, Harry, the great savior. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Serenity scoffed. Actually, you just arrived, didn't you? Otherwise, you would have taken the stone long ago. Quirrell. Snort, surprised to see me, are you? Perhaps you expected to find Snape here? He is not a good fellow. Fortunately, he attracted your annoying attention. But alas, it is I who have sacrificed everything for my master. It is I. Indeed, it is you, Harry retorted. You released the troll, you killed the unicorn. And I was already questioning you when I saw you confronting Professor Snape. Professor Quirrell, no Quirrell, did you think you disguised yourself well? Quirrell's face contorted with rage. He could not bear that his grand scheme had been uncovered by a mere boy wizard. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He sneered, look at you. The great and clever savior. Do you truly believe that old Bat cares for you? If only you knew what your father, the illustrious James Potter, did to him. He revealed a malicious grin. You would likely worry for your life every day, unable to sleep at night. Now come here and gaze into this wretched mirror. And then give me the stone. Quirrell pointed his wand at Serenity. Otherwise, this little witch, who has repeatedly insulted me, may find herself resting here eternally. Reluctantly, Harry stepped before the mirror of Ariste, and no one anticipated Serenity's sudden intervention, not even Snape. She swiftly unleashed a flock of enchanted birds, and as Quirrell roared, she darted to the mirror's side, her tone soft and reminiscent of Snape's. Professor Quirrell, you wouldn't want the mirror of Ariste shattered by a mere trifle, would you? Quirrell scoffed. You? Of course not, Serenity replied, but by Professor Snape. She puffed out her chest, the magical marks on her skin captivating Quirrell's attention. Within this is the magic I pilfered from Professor Snape. Do you think his power could not shatter a mirror? Serenity thought, whatever works, let us just make something up. Quirrell glared at her with a face ashen with fury, when a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Let me speak with her. The raspy voice slithered through the air like the sound of scales scraping against stone, sending a shiver down Harry and Serenity's spines. Harry felt secure, yet Serenity was not so certain. Yet. She had forgotten whether it was Harry alone or both he and Hermione who had entered this chamber, and how they had defeated Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort. Thus, she followed Harry into the room. Harry stared in horror as Quirrell unwrapped the cloth from his head, revealing a ghastly visage, an ugly face with no nose, eyes glowing red, and skin pale as death. He continued to speak to Serenity, a little girl from the Caro family? Serenity remained silent, her mind racing with thoughts on how to bring Harry's hand to her face. At that moment, she felt the Philosopher's Stone manifest in her pocket, its magical energy rapidly permeating her skin, causing her own magical power to surge uncontrollably. Serenity bit her lip in distress, casting a shattering spell at Quirrell, who dismissed the actions of a mere young witch with indifference, only to be sent flying backward. Utilizing a summoning charm, Serenity hurled his wand aside, kneeled on Quirrell's chest, and struck him twice. Harry, taken aback, hesitantly crouched down and joined in with 2 punches, after which Quirrell let out a piercing scream and perished. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness and dramatic flair that Serenity, through Quirrell's rigid body, discerned with great difficulty that it must have been Snape who intervened. A swirl of black mist drifted past the doorway, and with the remnants of her rationality, Serenity pulled Harry away. Once the dark mist dissipated, her magical energy began to spiral out of control, and she struggled to thrust the Philosopher's Stone into Harry's hands, urging him to flee, to leave her behind. Bewildered, Harry clutched the stone and gazed at the tormented Serenity, acutely aware of the oppressive force of her magic, yet fearful for her safety. Serenity, in her effort to protect Harry, was on the brink of an explosion. Snape immediately dispelled his disillusionment charm, seizing Harry by the collar and tossing him to the hastily arriving Dumbledore. Dumbledore appeared, exclaiming, "Oh dear," as he fumbled to catch Harry. Assessing the situation swiftly, he commanded Harry's retreat, saying, "Severus, I trust you will take good care of her." With Harry's departure, Serenity felt unrestrained. After all, Snape was not as fragile as Harry. Her magic surged wildly from her body and erupted around her, and in that very instant, Snape felt numerous tiny cuts manifest across his skin as a result of her unleashed power. Ignoring the pain, he scooped up the dazed Serenity from the ground. Noticing the dampness where he held her, she had evidently harmed herself with her own magic. Adjusting his hold to support her against his shoulder, he carried her swiftly through the night at Hogwarts, refraining from using magic to disrupt her volatile energy, instead relying on Filch's patrols for assistance. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of any wandering students. Concerned about the presence of other young witches and wizards in the hospital wing, Snape opened the cellar door and placed Serenity on her small sofa, the pale green fabric quickly stained with crimson. He administered a vial of stabilizing potion to her. After half an hour, Serenity's magic subsided, prompting a sigh of relief from Snape, who then healed and cleansed himself outside the cellar. He summoned Madame Pomfrey to tend to Serenity's wounds. Once the chaos of the night had settled, Snape resumed his seat, gazing at the pale Serenity, who once bounced about like a lively rabbit and chirped like a little sparrow, now lay bloodied upon the sofa. This sight involuntarily brought to mind her dazed expression when she nearly lost consciousness. He had always admired Serenity's eyes. Her gray irises softened like rippling autumn waters, seemingly filled with countless unspoken words. When she was joyful, her eyes sparkled with delight, and they radiated sincerity and warmth whenever they met his. Yet in that moment, he found himself loathing those very gray eyes. Lifeless and devoid of color, they appeared utterly drained of vitality. At that moment, Serenity looked at him with those soulless gray eyes, her usually gentle voice hoarse as she uttered, "I'm sorry, Professor." Chapter 27. I'm back for me. When Serenity awoke, it was already midday the following day. She felt as though she had traversed a long dream, where someone with pained gray eyes gazed at her, their trembling voice whispering in her ear, "Don't blame me. I'm sorry, Senny." Eventually, she glimpsed the glow of magic. Serenity abruptly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, and as she recognized the familiar ceiling, she gradually calmed down, only to find another head beneath it. "Professor?" Snape replied, "Miss Caroline actually remembers me. How astonishing." Serenity felt as though she had been run over by a massive truck, and a pained expression crossed her face. She noticed Snape's gentle hands supporting her back, slightly lifting her upper body, as he brought a potion to her lips. With bravery, she consumed the potion, perhaps containing slugs, and felt significantly better. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Snape acknowledged her gratitude, then informed her that she was prohibited from appearing outside the cellar and dining hall for the next 3 days, and that she was not allowed to use magic. No. The incident involving the Philosopher's Stone concluded unbeknownst to others, with Dumbledore engaging Harry in a friendly, intimate conversation. Ultimately, Harry inquired about the past between Professor Snape and his father, as mentioned by Quirrell. Dumbledore revealed that Potter had once saved Snape, thus Snape owed Potter a life debt. However, Harry hesitated, questioning, if that is the case, why does Professor Snape despise me so much? And why did Quirrell say that Professor Snape would kill me? Professor Dumbledore. He deceived me. During his year with Serenity, Harry learned the most important lesson: to refrain from acting on emotion. He meticulously analyzed the words of the 3 individuals, ultimately disheartened to conclude that perhaps Snape's disdain stemmed from the entanglements of their forebears, while the professor he had trusted, Dumbledore, had betrayed him. Serenity had merely spoken a few kind words on his behalf, and yet Snape treated her with such kindness. If his father truly saved Snape's life, how could Snape possibly harbor such hatred toward him? He would never wield that life debt as a means of coercion. Serenity embraced Harry, gently patting his back. This boy, renowned in the wizarding world, was known far and wide. Yet beneath that fame he possessed nothing. "Harry, it's all right. What remains unclear will be revealed in time. Don't rush, grant yourself the time to grow." Seated behind them, Snape silently regarded young Potter's sorrowful green eyes, and in that moment, he could not help but acknowledge, Harry was different from old Potter. Ron grasped Harry's hand while Hermione held on to Serenity's, and the trio raced through Hogwarts. The fears surrounding Serenity's magical upheaval still lingered, and even after being granted permission by Snape to leave the cellar, they paused after a few steps. Hand in hand, they traversed many corners of Hogwarts, their footprints growing distant. However, due to Serenity's slightly pallid complexion, they refrained from venturing into the Forbidden Forest, a place so enticing for Gryffindor. Serenity suggested, "How about we explore the cellar for an adventure?" Hermione rejected the idea, stating, "Serenity, we enjoy adventure, but we are not seeking death." Serenity shrugged in disappointment. That evening, under Snape's insistence, Serenity endured brewing 3 large vials of foul-smelling potions. Eavesdropping again. Soon, they joyfully welcomed the end-of-year feast. As Slytherin believed themselves to be the top house, Dumbledore appeared to award points to Gryffindor, reversing the tide of the evening. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table, and Serenity noticed Snape, his eyes downcast, reluctantly applauding. Perhaps in Harry's presence, Snape was reminded time and again of his youth, where life and death hung in the balance, forcing him to endure Dumbledore's broader strategy. In Snape's eyes, this could be construed as favoritism. Red filled every corner of the hall, leaving Slytherin somewhat forlorn. Serenity mused that perhaps the Mirror of Erised should be gifted to Snape, though she lacked the courage to do so just yet. On the evening of the year-end gala, Snape stumbled upon a bottle of shimmering green stars in the cellar, still adorned with strips of cloth soaked in a fragrant essence, the green hue dazzling to the eyes. Amused yet exasperated, Snape grasped the bottle and tossed it into his office drawer, resolutely deciding never to torment himself with such a glaring trinket again. In his dimly lit bedroom, yellow stars twinkled, reminiscent of someone winking, a large jar brimming with them, not a single star missing. The somber room was illuminated by a warm glow, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the jar seemed to carry the scent of sunshine. As the year-end gala concluded, Severina received her report card. Hermione topped the year, excelling in both flying and transfiguration, while both she and Severina achieved outstanding in charms. However, Severina outperformed Hermione in potions, securing an outstanding in that subject. Thanks to Snape, it was evident that he was indeed quite instrumental. Severina ranked 3rd in her year, with the 2nd place held by Ravenclaw. The young Eagles were left bewildered. Had they been surpassed by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff? In the library, they readied themselves for a showdown, while Hermione and Severina found it hard to part from each other. As the holidays approached, their joy was tinged with a poignant sense of impending separation. Having never had friends before, Severina felt a deep reluctance to bid farewell to Hermione and the others, yet she could not invite them to Caroline Manor, feeling unworthy of such a gesture. The only source of joy for her was the prospect of not having to part ways with Snape during the holiday. He had promised to teach her the art of brewing the memory restoration potion over the summer. Harry and Ron whispered to one another in hushed tones. Was there truly such reluctance to part? They could not fathom it. Soon, tears welled in their eyes as they stood before the train. "Make sure to write to me, mate," I'll have Hedwig deliver your letters." Together, they exited platform 9 3/4, where Mrs. Weasley and the Granger couple swiftly whisked Ron and Hermione away, leaving Harry and Severina sitting atop their luggage, idly kicking their feet to evade the throngs of people. "Isn't anyone coming to fetch you?" Severina pondered the long-eared, big-eyed house elf, uncertainly replying, "I suppose there should be." Harry sighed. "All right, Severina. I might have to head home by myself later. Remember to write to me." "I'll respond." As Harry departed, Severina felt a tug on her sleeve. Looking down, she saw Fermi with its glistening eyes, filled with longing. "I'm back, Fermi. Welcome home, young mistress." Chapter 28. The People's Professor Snape. Severina followed Fermi back to Caroline Manor, where her little house remained devoid of any signs of life, and the note she had left on the table showed no signs of being disturbed. It appeared rather desolate, and Severina believed that without Fermi, perhaps cobwebs would have already adorned her bed. Though life at Hogwarts was engaging and humanizing, allowing the young witches and wizards ample time to rest, Severina's post-school fatigue kept her in bed for 3 days before she finally wrote to Snape to inquire about a visit. A lady owl named Lafina, purchased from Diagon Alley before returning home, accompanied her. Staying at Caroline Manor allowed Severina to recapture a sense of ease she had felt when she was invisible, and she found herself inexplicably captivated by the starry sky, often curling up with a blanket on the balcony to gaze at the stars, embodying the behavior that mothers in her homeland despised the most, staying up late and rising late. After emerging from her stargazing and daydreaming reverie, Severina grew concerned about her linguistic skills, and began to recite some Muggle poetry, ensuring her verbal faculties would not deteriorate. This disordered lifestyle did not last long, for Snape soon replied to her letter. She had adorned her correspondence with flowery language, adhering to the standard format of expressing her longing, detailing her requests, and finally inquiring about a suitable time for a visit. Snape's reply was succinct: "Tomorrow SS." At that moment, Severina was reciting Muggle poetry to her little starry sky. "Ride 10,000 days and nights till age snow-white hairs on thee." Yet, she wished to translate it as devoting one's life to the path one believes is right, an apt sentiment for Professor Snape. With her eyes sparkling, Severina beamed at the rhythmic tapping sound from outside the window as Fermi opened it. Lafina, an elegant little girl, delicately placed the letter beside Severina's hand, nuzzling her hand with her head and cooing softly. Severina offered her a plate of small cookies and gently petted her back. That simple letter was casually tucked into the pages of her Muggle poetry collection. She spent another night stargazing. The next day, when she appeared at Snape's residence, dragging a small box levitated by Fermi's spell, Severina was a sight to behold, somewhat disheveled. A rare smile graced Snape's face as he performed a cleaning charm on her. Severina patted her little box, returning his smile with enthusiasm. "Professor Snape, these are potion ingredients I managed to procure from Caroline Manor. I will be troubling you again this summer." Snape was inexplicably reminded of the Halloween cellar. Her big, innocent eyes conveyed sincerity rather than mere politeness. He inquired, "Is that politeness?" Severina tilted her head in confusion. "Well, things given by my homeland should not be taken back," she proclaimed boldly. "They are for the children. So don't hold back." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Who is a child?" Realizing her slip, Severina chuckled sheepishly. "I meant it's for the children. So please don't hesitate." As a noble, even without actively seeking, items would find their way into her treasury. Not for Severina, but for Caroline. However, it mattered little to her. With food, drink, and care provided without any effort on her part, she remained content, even while stargazing at night. Yet, Fermi was not much of a conversationalist, leaving her to talk to herself like a lonely royal consort. She had little interest in jewelry. Potion ingredients were of no use to her, and they would spoil if left too long. Thus, she cheerfully sorted through a batch of soon-to-expire ingredients to present to Snape, considering it a form of compensation for the chaos she had caused in his office during her first year, and the impending havoc she planned for his home over the summer. Snape opened the box and noted that the ingredients were indeed beyond Severina's capabilities to manage, and keeping them would serve no purpose, so he accepted them. Perhaps he would gift her a bottle of Felix Felici's next Christmas. He retrieved a potion from his basement, a vibrant concoction shimmering with myriad colors. Severina could not quite discern what color it was, reminiscent of dawn yet akin to dusk. Snape tossed the potion into her arms, hesitatingly stating, "I advise you to learn the art of mind shielding before consuming that, if you wish to avoid being completely forgetful." Severina was attentive to his counsel. Stowing the potion in her small bag, her beautiful gray eyes fixed upon him, brimming with a thirst for knowledge. "I wish to learn the art of forgetfulness." Snape's desire to enlighten as the people's professor ignited within him. Yet he regrettably declined. You are too young, at least until 3rd year. Severina, taking his advice, quickly shifted her request. Then I wish to learn apparition. It would be so thrilling to flash about. Snape regarded her in silence, and Severina understood. She quickly amended her plea. What about the memory restoration potion? Snape remained non-committal. Perhaps I could permit you to apply for lessons on how to brew the joyous elixir? That is acceptable. Snape slowly withdrew his gaze, reaffirming that Celine was indeed a well-behaved child, undoubtedly led astray by that group of Gryffindors in her 1st year. Having settled on the study material, Snape proceeded to prepare lunch. He harbored a slight suspicion that Celine had purposely come to mooch a meal at mealtime today. Yet considering the abundance of material she brought, he thought it inconsequential. Just after waking and washing his face, Celine, who had been poisoned, inquired, Professor Snape, what is there to mooch from your food? She assumed that someone like him, who seemed utterly devoid of a life, would choose to brew potions daily to sustain his existence. The truth validated her assumption. The flavor of Snape's cooking bore little distinction from that of his potions. One was seldom drinkable, while the other often required chewing. It was, in fact, less palatable than drinking a potion. Were it not for her firm belief in Snape's character, Celine would have never dared to consume what could barely be called food on the table. How delightful, it won't kill me, she mused, silently admiring Snape's nonchalance towards his own cooking. Was he even human? Snape discerned from Celine's distorted expression that his meal was indeed unpalatable. He had never placed much importance on culinary pleasures. As long as the food was not poisonous, it sufficed. It dawned on him that she was a pure-blooded young lady, likely unaccustomed to such dreadful fare. Not one to be overly critical of a young girl, he suggested, you may bring food from home in the future. Celine hesitated to accept this option, fearing it might displease Snape, yet she could not bear to suppress her own happiness. Torn between her feelings, she ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Professor Snape, I will have for me prepare meals for both of us. Thank you for your kindness during the summer. Snape did not decline. Chapter 29. Soul reading. Snape's life as a caretaker was far from enjoyable, even with the compliant Celine. He found himself compelled to adapt to the fact that another person occupied his space, unable to wallow in his negative emotions, and also needing to adjust to the presence of a little girl. She adorned herself in vibrant dresses, exuding a sweet fragrance that flourished like a sunflower in his dim abode. Even after her departure, her scent lingered for a brief moment. When she was joyful, she would call out to him with glee. During her explosive antics at his home, she would timidly seek his attention. His name was uttered in a myriad of tones, and his holidays had never been as raucous as they were now. Snape felt an overwhelming urge to sigh. He found himself questioning his decision to invite Celine into his home, harboring a tinge of regret. Celine was filled with joy. At last, she had found someone to converse with. Although Snape often responded with non-committal murmurs or veiled sarcasm, he did not deter her from speaking to him daily. Celine felt that Professor Snape was truly kind. As the new school year approached, Snape became increasingly busy. Her elation potion, after a tumultuous brewing session, had finally yielded a batch deemed acceptable by Snape, who claimed it would not be lethal. Celine gifted him a potion in a small bottle, crafted from a two-way container discovered in her treasure trove. As long as another bottle contained potion, this one would never deplete. She merely needed to periodically check her supply and replenish it. She hoped that Snape's happiness would remain unbroken. Unaware of the little bottle's secret, Snape carelessly set it beside a jar of yellow stars. Celine felt she could afford to be lax, yet she sensed that Snape's demeanor towards her resembled a roundabout way of ensuring her safety, much like he did at Hogwarts. Thus, she brought a Muggle poetry collection to Snape's residence. Snape's expression suggested he wished to devour her. He glowered at her and her poetry collection, ultimately waving his wand and retreating to the basement. Upon returning to Caroline Manor, Celine discovered that the cover of her Muggle poetry collection had been altered to read, Potion Formulas, 100 pages. As long as the professor is happy, she thought. She wrote numerous letters to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and they reciprocated with plenty of replies. They shared tales of their holiday adventures. Ron sent a photo of himself driving his father's car, while Hermione returned a snapshot of her enjoying a Muggle amusement park. Celine pondered and then stealthily snapped a picture of Snape's silhouette. Ron and Hermione claimed she was a true hero. Do not say that. Professor Snape is genuinely kind, she replied. Ron countered. Does Snape dare treat me as he does you? Would you dare to treat him as I do? Celine challenged. I beg your pardon, Ron replied. Hermione expressed envy over Celine's tutoring with the potions master. Celine felt a swell of pride, informing them that she could also read Muggle poetry at Snape's home. Hermione asserted that Snape must be an imposter and demanded proof. However, they were too apprehensive to verify. The three suddenly found themselves indulging in a bit of vanity, then collectively lamenting Harry's lack of correspondence. Celine sensed something amiss. With Harry's character, it was improbable that he would neglect to play with them for an entire holiday. Concerned for Harry, she resolved to accompany Luna to his home for a visit. Yet she encountered an unexpected individual. Eulalia Caroline. Eulalia bore the same gray eyes as Celine, yet they lacked her warmth. Her gray gaze held a weighty intensity, appearing quite fierce. She resembled a silent altar within a grand family, her haunting eyes flickering like the crimson flames of incense. As Eulalia scrutinized Celine, her features appeared sharply defined, bearing signs of hardship, her tone uncertain as she inquired, "Are you Celine?" Had it not been for their distinctive gray eyes, they might not have recognized each other. The two sisters stood as strangers at either end of time. Celine had never known the surname Caroline in her past life. Celine regarded her calmly, her eyes betraying evident wariness. Suddenly, she felt her mind subjected to a tumultuous probing. Celine quickly realized that Eulalia was attempting to extract her thoughts, clearly lacking the subtlety of Snape's methods, which left one unaware. The sensation of being scrutinized sent shivers down her spine, and she desperately recalled Snape's teachings on mental occlusion, racing against time to fortify her mind. Uncertain if Eulalia had gleaned what she sought, Celine observed her complex expression as she regarded the pale and retching Celine. A growing dislike for her arose. Though her past family had neglected her, they had never inflicted physical harm. Eulalia noticed the flicker of disdain in Celine's gentle gray eyes, her body stiffening as she asked, "Do you despise me?" Celine merely pouted, lowering her gaze in silence. Eulalia appeared tormented, attempting to grasp Celine's hand. Celine did not withdraw. She dared not reject any potentially harmful overtures on her own territory, despite her bravado in Snape's domain. "Celine," Eulalia began. Just then, an unfamiliar figure emerged. Someone without gray eyes, clearly not one of her relatives, which relieved Celine. Eulalia was called away, casting a pained glance back at Celine, who found her own interest in Harry had waned. She traversed the fireplace to Snape's abode, rushing into him while he read the newspaper, pressing it between them before clinging to his waist and bursting into tears. Snape halted his hand, which had been poised to push her away, and slowly began to pat her back, while raising her chin to meet his gaze. Celine's complexion was alarmingly pale, her eyes hollow, and her body trembled unnaturally. Snape furrowed his brow. Such abnormality could stem from various causes, yet he was most familiar with one, the unforgivable curse. "What has transpired?" he inquired. Severus Snape, suppressing his fury, inquired, "Should you not be at Caroline Manor?" Serenity, her voice tinged with tears, replied, "I saw Eulalia Caroline. She invaded my mind. She is in her own home, with no means of resistance." Snape realized the gravity of the situation, his uncontrollable anger surging within him. For he understood better than anyone that when the blade of a family is turned upon a child, they become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. What secrets lay hidden in Serenity's memories? And that foolish noble, Eulalia Caroline, should be met with a repugnant kiss from a Dementor for casting her clumsy spells upon her underage kin. Snape, with a somewhat rough gesture, wiped away Serenity's tears, administered a vial of soul stabilizer to her, and then leaned over his desk to compose a letter to Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 30. Have you escaped Spinner's End? Serenity gradually regained her composure, feeling a touch of embarrassment. At 17, how could she truly weep upon Snape's shoulder like an 11-year-old child? She was unaware that the soul invasion had wrought profound fear and anguish upon her spirit. Now cradling a cup of hot milk, she rested her face on Snape's writing desk, observing as he penned his letter. His handwriting was exquisite, unlike her own print-like scrawl from her previous life, infused with personal flair that was both elegant and striking, albeit tinged with a hint of sharpness at this moment. Lucius Malfoy, write a letter to Caroline, conveying that Draco invites Serenity to reside at Malfoy Manor until the commencement of term. Severus Snape. Use nobility against nobility, pure blood against pure blood. Yet, Serenity recalled the introductory letter from her sister in her past life, which had been viewed by the entire family, containing merely 4 words, single occupancy. The possibility of rejection had never even crossed their minds. A strong ally brings forth happiness. Snape, lowering his gaze, noticed the sunlight gracing Serenity's cherubic cheeks, and he felt an itching sensation at his fingertips as he squeezed the still-placed quill. Serenity joyfully settled into Snape's home, with no one from Caroline seeking her out any longer. On the very night Snape's letter was dispatched, a gentleman of noble elegance emerged from the fireplace, his platinum hair instantly revealing him as Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius inclined slightly towards Serenity, resting a hand on her shoulder. Miss Caroline. Snape interposed himself before Serenity, pressing her already upright shoulder down gently, and spoke slowly. The letter. Lucius, with a resigned expression, glanced at the younger student and remarked with a smirk, "Of course. It is only fitting to meet you once matters are settled." Observing their exchange, Serenity felt a surge of happiness. Two Death Eaters, both on divergent paths of treachery, sat beside her, seemingly engaged in a hushed discussion, though Serenity could not quite decipher their words. Snape had used a silencing charm on her, and as Serenity immersed herself in a book, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. Complying, she set the book aside and reclined on the sofa. If presented with a silencing charm, Serenity would choose to lie down and sleep, embracing the quietude that lured her into slumber. Eventually, when the two notorious Death Eaters concluded their discourse, Lucius gazed at the serene figure of Serenity, who lay sleeping, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. What a bold little girl. Snape's expression remained impassive. "I shall prepare dinner." Lucius's countenance stiffened. "I just remembered I have an engagement." "Miss Caroline?" "Serenity." Serenity abruptly opened her eyes to find Snape's hand hovering just above her cheek, and he appeared startled by her awakening, though he still reached out to touch her face. The cold sensation jolted her back to reality. She had been crying. Following the soul invasion, Serenity frequently suffered from nightmares, filled with disjointed images that slipped her mind upon waking. Yet the lingering dread within her heart refused to dissipate. Snape instructed her to sit and gather herself. Lucius Malfoy had already departed, and the twilight sky hinted that evening was upon them. Shortly thereafter, Snape produced a vial of soul stabilizer, permitting Serenity only a single sip this time. The gentle magic of the stabilizer soothed the remnants of fear from her nightmares, restoring warmth to her once dull gaze. Snape then unceremoniously handed her the entire vial. "A small sip daily. Your mind is too fragile, and Eulalia Caroline is an utter fool incapable of mastering soul invasion." At 11, subjected to repeated incursions of clumsy dark magic, was Caroline's mind filled with nothing but weeds? Under the generous guidance of the potion's master, Serenity's odyssey of nightmares swiftly came to an end. She began to gaze dreamily at the sky. Spinner's End held no stars. The billowing smoke from the nearby factory cast a pall over the heavens. Peering out the window, she could only see heaps of refuse, wandering drunks and weary laborers. The sky perpetually remained a dismal gray, as if dawn would never rise in this place. She stared blankly at the world outside, seemingly envisioning young Snape struggling amidst the smog. "Before death, Professor Snape, did you escape this filthy alley?" As the school term approached, Snape accompanied Serenity to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies. Serenity returned with an ample collection of materials, including a diary. Ginny Weasley had long been aware of Serenity and, during her conversations with Serenity's sister, paid little heed to what the gentle, attentive Serenity acquired. Snape intended for Serenity to traverse directly through his fireplace to Hogwarts cellar, given the numerous uncertainties between Platform 9 3/4 and the school. On the day of departure, as Serenity adjusted her luggage, Ron's owl began to tap furiously at Snape's window. Having previously resided at Snape's home, Serenity had notified Ron and Hermione, but they had not penned her a letter since, despite Snape begrudgingly allowing them to correspond normally. However, Snape would not torment Serenity, but he could not guarantee the same for Gryffindor. Noticing Snape's expression, Serenity hurriedly welcomed the poor owl inside, exclaiming as she presented the note to Snape, "Serenity, Harry and I are trapped on the platform. Please bring the great Professor Snape to our swift rescue." Snape, exhaling impatiently, replied, "Stay here. I shall investigate." Serenity obediently settled with Luna on the sofa, and Snape vanished in a whoosh, only to reappear moments later, grasping a frightened, wailing Harry and Ron. Snape coldly released them, and Harry, gingerly rubbing his sore backside, cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, Serenity, it's wonderful to see you again." Ron stood stiffly behind Serenity, resolutely avoiding Snape's gaze. Serenity offered a comforting pat to Ron and inquired of Harry, "How did you end up trapped on the platform?" Harry began to lament that a house elf named Dobby had intercepted all his letters over the holiday and barred access to the platform, claiming that Hogwarts would not be safe next term, and hoping that Harry would stay put at home. "Hogwarts is the safest place," Harry complained, bewildered by Dobby's reasoning. Both Serenity and Snape simultaneously pondered. That may not be the case. Snape dismissed their nostalgic chatter. "If you wish to converse in this dilapidated house until the end of your days, I, as the owner, find myself most unwilling to Hogwarts. And let not the scent of Gryffindor pervade my residence." Harry quipped, "Isn't the strongest aroma in this room that of Serenity's baby bomb?" Nevertheless, they promptly departed. Chapter 31. His voice is fit for poetry. Harry and Ron stealthily slipped out from the cellar like thieves, apprehensive that any delay would prompt Snape to deem the Gryffindor essence too potent, turning the Gryffindor gems negative. Serenity emerged from the fireplace, cradling Luna in her arms, and felt an inexplicable warmth towards the dimly lit cellar of Hogwarts that most young witches and wizards tended to avoid. Her preferences had always been vague. From an indeterminate day, she developed an affinity for shadowy environments, the interwoven sounds of breath, the slightly bitter scent of potions wafting through the air, and the cool, damp atmosphere. She delighted in manifesting in someone else's gaze, observing them clumsily attempt to shield her under their wings in the name of protection. The relentless rain fell outside. Yet Serenity remained untouched by its deluge. She turned and settled onto the sofa, while Luna chirped softly, nestling against the armrest, her dark eyes sparkling as they gazed into the lair of cold-blooded creatures, catching whiffs of the intricate aroma that mingled the essence of her little master and the potions of her elder master, a surprising sweetness emerging after the initial bitterness. After a while, Snape emerged from the fireplace, donning his robes with a formality that contrasted with his more relaxed demeanor at home, as if he had fully armored himself. Upon seeing Serenity, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you still doing here?" Serenity lifted Luna and replied with a smile, "I forgot to say goodbye in Spider's Alley. Farewell, Professor Snape. I shall see you tonight." With a wave, she dashed away. Snape paused momentarily, suddenly aware of the profound silence that enveloped an individual's cellar. Serenity resumed her joyful pursuit of knowledge, immersing herself in her studies in the library and the cellar. Hermione, seated across from her, also exerted her full 12 points of energy. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and Hermione would display a sense of camaraderie, as if recognizing a worthy opponent. Regrettably, Serenity's rival merely gazed back blankly, thinking Hermione was truly a commendable and diligent student. "Hermione, you are remarkable," Serenity remarked. Hermione replied, while Harry and Ron shivered nearby. In potions class, Serenity had already mastered the subject, prompting Snape to allow her to forego group work. He would even let her circulate and offer guidance when she had completed her potion, significantly alleviating the pressure on Ravenclaw and particularly Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout also appreciated having Serenity as a circulating instructor. However, herbology in the second year proved to be more challenging, especially with the screaming mandrakes and biting Chinese chomping cabbages, which left Serenity in a far more precarious situation than in potions class. After all, when a cauldron exploded in potions, Serenity would simply shout for Professor Snape. On the third day of school, Harry and Ron vented their frustrations about Lockhart, who not only brought a troop of Cornish pixies to class, but also made his personal biography the focus of their assessments. Harry scrunched his fair face into a bun, exclaiming, "He-es like a peacock," flaunting his beautiful tail everywhere. Hermione frowned in response. "Harry, you can't speak of a professor that way. I think Professor Lockhart is quite splendid." The three of them engaged in a hushed debate before turning to Serenity. "What do you think, Serenity?" The Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Lockhart, was a name Serenity recognized well, yet she found enjoyment in his books. While they lacked practical utility, their aesthetic appeal was undeniable, explaining the throngs of admirers drawn to him. Perhaps among his readers were those captivated by his literary flair. Observing Hermione's irate expression, Serenity recalled her own defense of Snape, and earnestly stated, "I do not know Professor Lockhart personally, but I shall respect him for your sake, Hermione." Harry and Ron shrugged in resignation. All right, they both have their favorite professors. On Friday, Serenity finally encountered the legendary Professor Lockhart. Unlike Snape, who was widely regarded with disdain, those who admired Lockhart described him as a breath of fresh air, a moonlit night filled with stars. Detractors, however, labeled him as ostentatious and comically inept. She was quite curious. Following the disastrous attempt to teach with Cornish pixies, Lockhart ceased to bring uncontrollable creatures into his classroom. This time he presented his travelogue, inviting the young witches and wizards to read aloud in turn. Serenity closed her eyes, letting the various voices wash over her. The prose was ornate, like lines of poetry. As Snape passed by the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, he suddenly heard Serenity's voice within. Her tone remained gentle yet was tinged with a hint of melancholy and resolve. As she recited, "I saw the bright moon and stars in a dark cave. At that moment, all the pain is far away from me, and I suddenly feel that tomorrow may be a fine day. I didn't use magic, but I saw flowers and weeds in the distance. I spent this difficult night, and I will endure all the pain in my life." Her voice was subdued, perfectly paced, and her youthful timbre paired with the lavish cadence made it apparent to Snape that it echoed his own style, though he had never uttered poetry himself. Serenity's recitation significantly enriched the text, as if everyone could envision the dark cave and the moonlight beyond through her voice. Witnessing the delicate flowers and wild grasses thriving in the crevices between life and death. In the hands of this 12-year-old witch, both solitude and life became vividly alive. Lockhart looked at her in delight, exclaiming, "Oh, Miss Caroline, your reading was absolutely perfect. Would you consider reciting my entire collection? I'm certain you wouldn't refuse such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, for perhaps I am indeed your favorite professor. After all, if you've witnessed the brilliance of the full moon, you wouldn't linger for mere fireflies." Snape averted his gaze, preparing to leave. When he heard Serenity's gentle yet resolute voice, "Professor Lockhart, my favorite professor is Professor Snape. Perhaps you didn't notice, but my intonation just now reflects Professor Snape's mannerisms. However, I concur with your observation. His voice is indeed well suited for poetry." Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, while Snape allowed himself a self-deprecating smile, muttering, "Is the voice that has uttered Avada Kedavra also suitable for reading poetry?" After this class, Serenity gained notoriety akin to Harry's, not merely as Hufflepuff's friend of the Savior or as Snape's future apprentice, but rather for her reading that declared her admiration for Snape, and remarked on the suitability of his voice for poetry. Dumbledore, upon hearing these rumors, smiled at Snape, leaving him perplexed. It was only then that Dumbledore spoke. "Severus, last Christmas Serenity gifted me a Muggle poetry anthology. I only recently finished it." He handed the book to Snape, who impatiently accepted it, noticing the inscription on the front page. "My soul makes me tremble in the middle of the night, but I am invincible before dawn. Am I not in a world that needs saving? Perhaps I am merely a red brick in a high wall." Chapter 32. If you wish to know, I will tell you everything. Snape felt a peculiar sensation as he gazed at Dumbledore, who gently traced the book's front page. "This book bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Does it not, Severus?" he remarked. "I almost believed this book was advocating for you, Seraphine. What could she possibly know?" Snape suddenly interjected. "Are you aware of her circumstances at Caroline Manor?" A glimmer of light flickered across Dumbledore's glasses. "Oh." Snape slowly activated his occlumency. As if suppressing his emotions, his gaze was hollow and profound. "During the holidays, she unexpectedly sent me a letter, expressing her desire for a modicum of refuge. You would not imagine, Albus, all of Caroline's grey-eyed kin act as though she does not exist. She is not even permitted to reside in the main house of the Caroline family, but rather in a remote corner of the estate, accompanied only by a deranged house elf. When I encountered her for the first time during the holidays, she could barely articulate her thoughts." Snape stared at Dumbledore, subtly challenging him. "Perhaps she gifted you this tedious Muggle poetry collection merely to remind you that there are those in your vicinity yearning for your benevolence." Dumbledore displayed a look of regret. "That is indeed a great shame, Severus. I shall pay her more attention." Snape remained uncertain whether Dumbledore believed his nonsensical musings. He himself did not. Seraphine appeared as a young girl still applying baby lotion, yet she conducted herself with the poise and insight of a mature adult. She adeptly managed every situation. Fully aware that no one was obligated to assist her, she could easily discern that her most cherished child was young Potter, imparting to him the lesson of frustration and unfulfilled potential. When it came to emotions, she left no room for misinterpretation, embracing all the contradictions with an open heart, listening intently to the innermost thoughts of everyone around her. Snape even felt that in the realm of adulthood, he was inferior to her. His cloak billowed behind him like clouds as Dumbledore stood at the window, watching the retreating figure of the man clad in black, his emotions swirling within. Was it right or wrong to confine him to memories? Each night, he dreamt of countless souls who had sacrificed their lives in the name of his plans. Questioning him, he dared not respond, yet could not relinquish his endeavors. In the comparison of lives, how could one determine weight or significance? If even he could not confront the equality of humanity, then had his plans, purportedly aimed at salvation, strayed from their true course from the very beginning? Dumbledore gazed at the open Muggle poetry collection on his desk, pinching his brow in frustration. In truth, he had great trust in his professor. Yet he understood that trust alone was insufficient for many matters. When Seraphine returned to the cellar, Snape was neither grading assignments nor stirring a cauldron. He sat upon a high chair, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her with vacant eyes. "Miss Caroline." Sensing that something was about to transpire, Seraphine firmly closed the cellar door, and met Snape's gaze with determination. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes, and Snape keenly observed that she was not afraid of him, but rather of what was to come. This realization offered him a modicum of solace. "I intend to perform legilimency on you." Seraphine bit her lower lip. "Can I refuse?" Snape lowered his gaze upon her. "No." After discovering that Seraphine seemed to possess some knowledge in the headmaster's office, he had to concede. Seraphine was indeed proficient in occlumency, and rather adept, for otherwise, she would not have so easily deceived him last time. He could certainly force her into a legilimency session, just as Eulalie had done to her, but Snape thought, he simply did not wish to administer any more soul stabilizers to her. Seraphine suggested, could we perhaps reschedule? Snape paused momentarily. What? He watched as Seraphine retrieved a vial of memory recovery potion from her small handbag, and downed it in one gulp. In the fleeting moment before the potion took effect, she smiled gently at him. Professor Snape, if you wish to know, I shall divulge everything to you. In truth, what you seek to uncover may be something I myself am unaware of. My memories seem to have become playthings for someone else. Snape instinctively employed legilimency, plunging into Seraphine's recollections. The memory recovery potion brought with it a sense of anguish, yet its reflection upon Snape's soul was not acute. It resembled a steady drizzle, dark, damp, yet not piercing, much like the essence of Seraphine's life. Legilimency could only reveal a few disjointed fragments, but these fragments, coupled with his understanding of the pure-blooded Slytherins, were sufficient for Snape to glean certain truths. The Caroline family was thinly populated, having been Slytherins for generations. This sudden emergence of a new player in the political arena was shrouded in mystery, as they had retreated from Voldemort's reign at its zenith, sealing off their estate, and becoming one of the few pure-blooded aristocrats of Slytherin who had not allied with Voldemort. In Seraphine's memories, the Caroline family was one of the few possessing the prophetic bloodline, yet this had seemingly become a mere legend. Throughout Caroline's history, there had been no prophecies, only the enduring admonition that a bearer of the prophetic bloodline must inevitably become the head of the family. Finally, in Seraphine's generation, her parents were both pure-blooded Slytherins, and she and Philin were twin siblings. Until the age of 5, Seraphine exhibited no abnormalities, until her mother, Eureka Caroline, assumed control of the Caroline family, at which point Seraphine ceased to grow. She possessed the prophetic bloodline. She was a Hufflepuff so glaringly apparent that it was undeniable. A Hufflepuff aspiring to become the head of Slytherin? Such a notion was utterly absurd. All Carlines uniformly ceased to mention the matter, for Eureka, unwilling to let her hard-won power be threatened by her 5-year-old daughter, was also reluctant to showcase her grand ambitions, fearing that the Caroline family might soon fall under the stewardship of a Hufflepuff. Day and night, she guarded Seraphine, and 24 years later, the moment Seraphine awakened from her 5-year-old body in the prophecy, Eureka employed legilimency on her. Eureka, like Eulalie, had only a superficial understanding of legilimency. She learned it in the 3rd year after discovering Seraphine possessed the prophetic bloodline. She irreparably damaged Seraphine's mind. Initially, Seraphine exhibited sluggish behavior and a muddled mind, living like a fool for a year. Finally, upon regaining her faculties, she resolutely believed she was not Seraphine but an outsider. Convinced that her identity in the prophecy was the only reality, she retreated to a corner of Caroline Manor. Chapter 33, Not at all fierce. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of the prophetic bloodline, Eureka soon realized that her mind was undergoing self-repair. On Christmas at the age of 7, Seraphine recalled everything and confronted Eureka, yet she received no answer. Once again, she was subjected to immature legilimency. Seraphine remained in a coma for an extended period, awakening only at the age of 9. This time, she uncovered the betrayal of the house elf, Pheme. Yet Pheme's treachery also led her back into unconsciousness until the age of 11. Snape did not witness the content of Seraphine's prophecy. That was something the Caroline family kept shrouded in secrecy. He suddenly realized that the force that had caused Seraphine to forget everything was not a complete erasure of memory, but rather the immature legilimency of Eureka and Eulalie had damaged Seraphine's brain, causing her memories to become muddled. Moreover, it was not the memory recovery potion that restored Seraphine's memories, but the soul stabilizer. In that vial of memory recovery potion, Snape, fearing the repair of Seraphine's brain might harm her, had added a substantial amount of soul stabilizer. He was filled with rage, for Seraphine had curled up beside him. Snape, with a gentle demeanor yet fierce expression, administered a bottle of soul stabilizer to her. The 17-year-old soul of Seraphine, wounded by the clumsy legilimency, and her underage body, repeatedly loathed their existence, yet both her soul and body remembered one thing: to resist legilimency. Her occlumency was her safeguard against never waking again after a particular legilimency session. From the ages of 5 to 11, her soul had only been fully awake for 2 days. For the rest of the time, she existed in a haze of confusion and unconsciousness, her body instinctively practicing the art of mental closure. No wonder the memories from the book had become so blurred. It had been such a long time. Seraphina fainted, and Snape reached out to catch her. A year prior, she had lain in his arms, covered in blood. A year later, she still lay in his embrace, pallid as ever. She regained consciousness swiftly, and Snape granted her a day off, claiming it was due to her having stayed up all night assisting him with potion brewing until dawn, which earned him a reprimand from Sprout. Snape listened to Sprout's admonishments with an impassive expression, discreetly deducting 5 points from Hufflepuff, all of which were attributed to Seraphina. Upon awakening, Seraphina found herself burdened with a debt of 5 points and sat vacantly on the sofa, pondering how exceptional Snape's soul extraction technique was. She leaned against the back of the sofa, watching the flickering flames in the fireplace, wondering if the wizards who emerged from it would be burned. Curious, Seraphina reached out to test whether her hand would be scorched if she plunged it into the hearth. Miss Caroline, if you wish to play with fire, do not do so in my cellar. Just after dealing with a multitude of exploded cauldrons and Gryffindor's antics, Snape entered the cellar, clutching a collection of potion recipes concocted by second-year students, only to find Seraphina attempting to thrust her hand into the fireplace. Or is it that my soul extraction technique is inadequate, leading Miss Caroline to entirely lose her wits? The moment the words left his lips, Snape regretted them, pressing his lips together in annoyance. Seraphina glanced at him, slowly withdrawing her hand, her warm, shimmering gray eyes gradually becoming vacant. Snape felt a surge of regret. He hastily interrupted her mental closure, aware that, at her age, spells related to the mind should be used sparingly, especially since her brain had already suffered injury. What are you thinking? Seraphina, with an air of significance, began. According to my year of birth, I should be the same age as Phil and Caroline, which would make me 35 this year. However, based on the time my soul has been awake, I should be 23, perhaps approaching 24. Yet, according to my physical bone age, I am 12. She cleared her throat, her gaze sharpening as she asked with the same seriousness she exhibited when consulting Snape. Professor Snape, how old am I this year? Snape found her genuinely dim-witted. Yet he was pleased that he did not have to answer. You are as old as you wish to be. Seraphina's expression brightened with realization. No wonder Professor Snape always refers to himself as the old professor. Professor Snape, what age do you generally claim to be? Snape refrained from answering that question. Hufflepuff. Deduct 1 point. Very well, Professor Snape. Seraphina had been waiting for Snape to inquire about her prophecy, ready to reveal everything, having rehearsed her words countless times in her mind. However, Snape seemed to be more interested in idle chatter. She couldn't help but remind him, Professor Snape. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Snape displayed a look of disdain, and Seraphina followed his gaze, her gray eyes once again revealing a puppy-like sincerity. Snape gritted his teeth and asked brusquely, Are you feeling better? He wore a look of satisfaction as if to say there, Aren't you happy now? Seraphina twitched her lips, suddenly finding Snape quite endearing. Before Snape could become irritable from the lack of response, Seraphina cheerfully replied, Much better, thank you, Professor Snape. Your potions are truly remarkable. If only their scent matched their efficacy. She had always been gentle and quiet, but now displaying a childlike petulance. She made Snape feel a sense of trust emanating from her. He couldn't help but smile, though he quickly masked it, saying, Get out. Snape's voice carried a hint of amusement. Seraphina slid off the sofa, darting to the cellar door, hiding her body behind it, and leaving only her dark tea-colored head visible as she shook it. Professor Snape, you are not fierce at all right now. It felt like playful banter. Naturally, she didn't dare to say that aloud. Snape raised an eyebrow, regarding her with the typical demeanor of a Slytherin. Hufflepuff. Seraphina quickly retorted, Deduct 1 point. I understand, Professor Snape, but you are still not fierce at all. She closed the door, laughing as she ran out, feeling as if 3 hearts were dancing within her, each proclaiming its fondness for Snape. She jogged back to the Hufflepuff common room, where her desk still bore the small starry book in the upper right corner. Seraphina drew the curtains, casting her room into dimness, then retrieved the starry book and placed it on the table, inserting the final picture. The notebook instantly contorted, transforming into a celestial expanse. Seraphina touched the small celestial bodies, playfully knocking them off their paths like a mischievous puppy, and the beleaguered little planets paused momentarily before sorrowfully realigning themselves. As she watched the celestial bodies return to their orbits, she suddenly grasped what she had been seeking in the starry sky, death. Seraphina had once perished beneath the gaze of the cosmos. Thus she sought to unveil the mysteries of death. Pulling out the dusty diary from beneath her bed, imbued with Tom Riddle's soul, she opened the first page, and the diary eagerly revealed a question. Who are you? Seraphina penned beneath it. I am the one who will bring you death. Chapter 34. That cannot be called love. With fervor, Seraphina declared war against Voldemort. However, she had no substantial strategy at her disposal. Her prophecy had become increasingly nebulous, leaving room for potential errors. Should she falter, Dumbledore might suspect her of harboring ulterior motives. Trust from a politician is a rare, precious commodity, easily squandered. The thought of confiding in Snape flickered in her mind for an instant, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was not that she wished to isolate Snape in an ivory tower. He was undoubtedly an exceptional ally in battle. She feared making mistakes in front of Snape. But her greater dread lay in the uncertainty of the future. Seraphina was terrified that Snape would inevitably tread the path toward a predetermined fate, a fear exacerbated by her own actions. In the grand battle at Hogwarts, Snape was her foremost concern. Human hearts are inherently biased, and thus, Seraphina was not exempt from that inclination. Now Seraphina resolved to first address the Ravenclaw diadem in the room of requirement, and the diary beneath her bed, while also contemplating the basilisk that had haunted her second year. Primarily, she desired to acquire it as a gift for Snape this Christmas. To confront the basilisk alone, she needed to find a way to learn Parseltongue and perhaps Sparrowfox. Word had it that Seraphina had taken a day off to brew potions with Snape until dawn, prompting the trio to come comfort her. Even though they were uncertain of what exactly needed comforting, Seraphina was undoubtedly relishing the attention. Hermione nodded in understanding. If I had the chance to study charms with Professor Lockhart all night, I would be thrilled as well. Seraphina reflected on the night spent brewing potions with Snape and had to concede, Hermione, you are quite enamored with Professor Lockhart. I cannot compare. In her previous life, she had often complained about her math teacher who kept her up all night. Hermione and Ron first picked up Seraphina before joining Harry for Quidditch practice. Although Harry occasionally fell into bouts of despondency over Dumbledore's affairs, Seraphina always managed to notice his silence, leading her to comfort him alongside Ron and Hermione. In this friendship, they fostered a sense of steadfastness and attentiveness. Beneath the radiant glow of the Savior, Harry, Ron, and Hermione learned to view each other with sincerity, replacing arguments with communication. Though they occasionally acted childishly, Seraphina remained confident that this time, should Harry be revealed as a Parselmouth, no one would harbor any resentment. Because they all experienced the sincerity of friendship, which surpassed all else in significance. Seraphina wore a gentle smile, feeling that everything was simply marvelous. Ron and Hermione had grown accustomed to Seraphina's frequent daydreaming, flanking her on either side as they made their way to find Harry. Upon arriving at the training grounds, they discovered that there was no practice. A group had gathered, divided between Slytherin and Gryffindor, clearly embroiled in an argument. Ron and Hermione each grabbed one of Seraphina's arms, guiding her to the forefront. As Seraphina regained her focus, she noticed Draco puffing out his chest with an air of pride. His gaze tinged with subtle disdain as he boasted to Harry about the latest broomstick that Malfoy had gifted him and the entire team, deriding Harry's old broom as unworthy of the pitch. Contrary to what Seraphina had envisioned from the prophecy, Harry did not appear angry. Rather, he seemed somewhat resigned. Seraphina gently tugged Hermione's hand, attempting to speak, but Hermione preempted her. On the pitch, it's not about whose broom is newer, but rather whose flying skills are superior. Draco, you wouldn't be bragging about your broom because you can't compete with Harry, would you? Although the exchange was sharp, it held a certain underlying camaraderie. Seraphina blinked in confusion. Was this what Hermione had said in the prophecy? Draco wrinkled his nose at Hermione, retorting vehemently, you have no place to speak here. Seraphina quickly interjected, Draco. Yet, Draco continued, you're such a fool that you can't even make it onto the Quidditch pitch. Seraphina blinked again in bewilderment. Was this truly what Draco had said? Draco turned to Seraphina, raising an eyebrow in mockery. What is the matter, Seraphina? She shook her head. No, nothing, I'm fine. Harry scratched his head, perplexed by Draco's sudden behavior. Ever since last Christmas, when Harry learned from Seraphina that Draco wished to be friends, he had begun to view Draco through a lens similar to that of Snape. The Slytherin, who was silent yet well-meaning, had firmly ingrained himself in Harry's mind. As Harry took a step back, Draco, who had been reassured by Seraphina during Christmas, followed suit. With each retreat, they found themselves able to address each other by their first names, even soaring together in the air a few times. One couldn't deny that Draco's skills were indeed impressive. Harry's impression of Draco as someone who struggled to communicate effectively only grew stronger, leading him to feel a twinge of pity for him. With such a mouth, it must be exceedingly difficult for him to make friends. Having deciphered Draco's temperament, Harry boldly asked, Draco, what exactly do you want to say? Surely, you didn't come here just to mock my old broom? Seraphina, belatedly realizing, chimed in, have you two been addressing each other by first names? Draco rolled his eyes exasperatedly. That was a long time ago, Seraphina. Harry, my father bought me an extra new broom, and since yours is so dilapidated, I'll give it to you, Draco declared. Hermione rolled her eyes as well. Draco, you never know how to articulate your thoughts properly. Draco huffed. What is it to you? He said with a sarcastic tone. Miss Know-it-all? Hermione replied, because we're friends, and I'm almost at my wit's end with you. Draco was momentarily at a loss for words, his ears reddening as he walked away. Hermione sighed, watching his retreating figure. Seraphina. I suddenly realized that your interactions with Professor Snape must also be quite entertaining. Harry, holding his new broom, nodded in agreement. Professor Snape must be just as contradictory as Draco. Seraphina pondered for a moment and replied honestly, Professor Snape is somewhat more mature, Harry. I assure you. If he wished to gain someone's friendship, he would do so effortlessly. He is a true gentleman. Harry and the others grasped this notion only partially, remaining oblivious to the looming specter of fate. Seraphina felt fortunate that she had refrained from showing Dumbledore the prophecy. In the intricate web of events, she had already obscured the future of Hogwarts without any conscious effort. Regardless of whether she willingly plunged into the chess game orchestrated by Dumbledore and Voldemort, she had inevitably become the butterfly cast into a fate of despair. Perhaps, when witnessing the hollow, profound gaze devoid of life's warmth in the prophecy, the butterfly named Seraphina had already entered this tumultuous era. It was a sentiment that could not be termed love, yet it was far more poignant than mere heartache. Chapter 35. He gave her a grey starry sky. Seraphina's plan to sabotage the Ravenclaw crown and diary was set for after Christmas, as it required Snape's involvement. She hoped he could at least enjoy a pleasant holiday this year. This time, Seraphina put away her notebook, as the serpent incident that had caused such unrest in Hogwarts, as foretold in the prophecy, had not occurred. Instead, she spent a noisy yet joyous time at school with her friends. Seraphina reveled in the joy of foresight and prevention, beginning to learn the Patronus charm. Remembering that Harry's boggart was a Dementor in the prophecy, she sincerely suggested, Harry, I recommend you learn this as well. Harry, always receptive to Seraphina's advice, understood that such learning was for his benefit, especially since Seraphina mentioned that his Patronus was likely to resemble those of Lily and James. As a child deeply grieving for his deceased parents, Harry was determined to discover all he could about his kin. He readily agreed. Seraphina's learning plan had been prioritized, focusing on Parseltongue first, practicing secretly, and then tackling the Patronus charm together. In truth, had she not feared that Snape might be saddened by reminders of Lily, she would have certainly sought his guidance in learning it. Their studies inspired Ron, Hermione, and even Draco, filling Hogwarts with the sounds of conjuring patron uses wherever they were present. George and Fred devised a new gadget, a mirror that could reveal one's Patronus. By directing it at a wizard, one could see their Patronus materialize. This sparked a frenzy among the younger witches and wizards who had yet to learn the Patronus charm, with even upperclassmen purchasing the mirror to test its accuracy. To express gratitude for Seraphina's initiative in the Patronus study group, George and Fred gifted each of the 5 members a mirror. Harry saw a stag in his reflection, which excited him even further, igniting a passion for learning that even surpassed that of Seraphina and Hermione. Ron was utterly astonished by this revelation. Seraphina and Hermione, however, chose not to look into the mirror, as they preferred their first encounter with their patron uses to be in the shimmering light of their wands. In contrast to Harry's unwavering focus, Seraphina found herself embroiled in minor troubles, which had begun to vex her greatly. The source of her distress was none other than the troublemaking Professor Lockhart. Lockhart, ever the charmer, was surrounded by a throng of admirers, yet he insisted on pursuing Seraphina, who openly preferred Snape over him, to inquire about her favorite professor of the day. Seraphina, feeling overwhelmed, adopted Snape's tactic of walking briskly with her head down, her little wizarding robe trailing behind her like a second pair of bat wings. Since she no longer had to contend with her O.W.L.S., her pace of life had slowed considerably, but recently she had resumed the habit of dashing to eat her meals in 5 minutes before sprinting back to her dormitory. Seraphina. This is maddening. Taking a deep breath, she quickly lowered her gaze, pretending she had heard nothing, and made a beeline for the dungeon. Snape, having just opened the door for her, caught sight of her slightly breathless and disheveled appearance. Seraphina resembled a cat, disinclined to move, only occasionally bouncing around as if teased by a jingly ball of yarn. Observing her state, Snape furrowed his brow. I don't recall urging you. Serenity took a breath, pouting as she softly complained, Professor Lockhart is exceedingly bothersome. He incessantly inquires about who my favorite professor is. I've traversed quite a distance only to be ensnared in yet another question. Clearing her throat, she mimicked, Serenity, you must not have read enough of my books or received enough of my correspondence to favor that fellow Snape. I possess a tome you undoubtedly haven't perused. You must take a look. She lamented that he was even more irritating than Quirrell. Her rare, exaggerated demeanor caused Snape to raise an eyebrow, and he found delight in the realization that Serenity's mimicry of Lockhart's tone was far from accurate. "And what is your answer?" Snape inquired again, his temper remarkably mild. "Serenity," momentarily puzzled, replied, "You Professor Snape." Snape raised his brow once more, his expression seemingly declaring, "I know." Oh, the smugness of Professor Snape. Perhaps Lockhart's flamboyant style had imparted a touch of ostentation to Snape. In the face of Lockhart, he often bore an air of secret triumph. Serenity sensed something peculiar about Snape today, her hand clutching her wand, eager to perform a magical test on him, though she lacked the courage to do so just yet. Snape noticed her grip on the wand, certain that her intention was not one of aggression, but rather one of protection and concern. Suppressing his excitement, Snape assured her, "Do not fret. I merely indulged in a sip of your euphoria potion." Serenity, struck by a bolt of self-doubt, questioned, "Is my euphoria potion truly toxic?" Snape regarded her with curiosity. "Why would you think that?" Serenity believed Snape was attempting to offer her comfort, but he continued, "How could I not know whether a potion is toxic? I recognized from the moment you brewed it that your euphoria potion was inadequately diluted, its potency excessive. However, I haven't consumed such a concoction since I was 14. I have no sense of its strength now, and I am merely a bit exhilarated. The effects will dissipate soon." On Snape's desk sat an unusual glass of red wine, its aroma suggesting a low alcohol content. It appeared that he had no intention of becoming inebriated tonight. Rather, it served as a mild remedy for his spirits. Following her gaze, Snape remarked slowly, "Children should not drink alcohol. I assumed you were aware of that." Serenity retorted playfully, "I am no longer a child. I thought you knew." Snape huffed, refraining from contradicting her. Yet he removed the glass of wine, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. "What would you like to do this evening?" Serenity, wishing not to disrupt Snape's rare moment of joy, settled beside the sofa and picked up a Muggle poetry collection. Snape's gaze lingered upon her, noting her dark, chestnut curls secured by a hairband, her gray eyes fixed on him, seemingly awaiting his approval. He observed the delicate chain around her neck, recognizing its significance. The little star had lost its purpose in the summer, yet Serenity had not removed it. A seemingly valueless object retained its former status solely due to the love infused within it. "Have you ever cast a spell upon it?" "What?" Snape's magic flowed from his fingertips, bestowing enchantment upon the little star, and before Serenity, a gray starry sky materialized. Chapter 36. Her love is not an illusion. Before the mirror of Ariste, Snape could not suppress thoughts of the red-haired, green-eyed girl who had once graced his barren existence, igniting a spark of the wizarding world before departing resolutely. She was a hero, he was a Death Eater. They had once stood on opposite sides of justice, only to later find themselves on the brink of life and death. Serenity, with her gray eyes, stood before him, ignoring Dumbledore's words, simply gazing at him. Snape felt as though she comprehended everything. Throughout his life, Snape encountered many individuals, aristocratic purebloods and desperate gamblers, kind-hearted Sprout and the cold, ruthless Voldemort. Yet, he could never find another pair of eyes akin to Serenity's. She gazed at him with warmth, nostalgia, pain, and love. It was not a romantic affection, but rather a deep compassion for witnessing a creature ensnared in its own struggles. It was a shared empathy for humanity. Snape never sought her salvation. Yet with each exchange of glances, she seemed to convey, "I wish to save you." How foolish. Hufflepuff, deducting 1 point. "For your tardiness, Caroline. I have long ceased seeking aid." Occasionally, watching her soothe young Potter, Weasley, Granger, and Malfoy as they dashed about, Snape pondered that had he possessed a friend like her in his youth, perhaps his path would have diverged. Yet ultimately, the winds and snows of life, the dust and hardships spared him nothing. Of course, in such contemplations, Snape would never conceive that Serenity, in a certain sense, was his contemporary. At 35, she was even a few years his senior. They could have genuinely attended Hogwarts together. Yet fate, and once more fate, destiny favored the great savior, allowing Serenity to appear during his formative years. On the day Snape resolved to delve into Serenity's memories, he vowed it would be the last time he would employ legilimency upon her. As he traversed her recollections, he nearly felt nauseated, for it inevitably called forth memories of his own youth, recalling the same helplessness against the knife-wielding kin in Spinner's End. There lay his past, his filth, his anguish, his hatred, his very soul. Upon viewing her history, he shamefully scrutinized her memories of Hogwarts, where he saw himself most frequently. This was peculiar, as Serenity's recollections contained many amusing quirks. Her focus was often so strange, fixating on his raised eyebrows, pouts, smirks, and fidgeting fingers. When he scolded, Serenity marveled at his eloquence and vocal artistry. Snape even perceived her secretly wishing to emulate him. Snape found himself both amused and exasperated. Then he witnessed Serenity tell Harry, "You have your mother's eyes." The sensation in that fleeting moment was indescribable. In essence, Snape felt he had endured a lengthy suffocation, which he termed, "I have seen destiny." Serenity, a girl brimming with secrets, brought forth fate. As Serenity's memories transitioned to the holidays, Snape observed her occasionally misbehaving before him, trembling in fear when touched by Eulalia Caroline, yet too timid to resist. Her helplessness mirrored his own as he once cowered in a filthy alley, seeking refuge from the rain. She gazed through the window toward the very corner where he had once huddled, silently inquiring, "Have you escaped Spinner's End?" Snape understood she was asking him, yet he also knew he had no answer. Serenity's second-year defense against the dark arts professor was as unreliable as ever, and the peacock displaying its plumage incessantly vexed him, particularly after the Cornish pixies wreaked havoc in the classroom. For the first time, Snape contemplated evading a person. However, after Serenity declared him her favorite professor and mimicked his tone while reciting poetry, he begrudgingly lessened his disdain for Lockhart by a meager fraction. He took a sip of Serenity's Euphoria potion. After crafting his first vial of Euphoria potion at 14, the damned drunkard had finally passed away. Snape numbly observed the man's lifeless, purplish visage. He ought to have wept for the man's demise, or perhaps felt joy at it, yet he felt nothing. In the journey of life, the most elusive enigma is undoubtedly the realm of emotions. Severus Snape, having witnessed the depths of human hearts, found himself unable to discern his own. In that moment he grasped a profound truth. He would never experience joy again. Snape had never concocted a potion of elation for himself until that fateful holiday, when Seraphina presented him with a vial of joy, cradled tenderly in her hands. This was Seraphina's inaugural potion of happiness, seemingly imbued with an earnest desire for his delight, despite lacking any customary occasion, neither a celebration nor a birthday. Devoid of any rationale for gifting, Snape recalled Seraphina's words. It was not mere courtesy, but heartfelt sincerity. He had never allowed himself to indulge in the potion of joy amidst his sorrows. Yet, after overhearing Lockhart pursuing Seraphina, and witnessing her transformation into a second little bat, he finally withdrew that vial. He did not bow to adversity but rather surrendered to genuine mirth. However, Seraphina's potion proved to be rather potent, igniting a fervor within him that even led him to uncork a bottle of red wine. When Seraphina, breathless, arrived in the cellar, he experienced a fleeting illusion that she was rushing towards him, a notion that may not have been mere fantasy after all. Seraphina, with a hint of petulance, lamented Lockhart's vexatious nature, her voice taking on an endearing quirk that Snape found utterly charming. There was no need for her to feign propriety. Even in her disarray, Seraphina radiated a certain allure. Snape felt a swell of pride, not merely in triumphing over Lockhart through Seraphina's affections, but in the realization that this time, fate had not bested him. Seraphina, alongside him, was racing towards victory, his victory, one that only she could bestow upon him. Had she ever infused it with magic? What? Snape's pride swelled further, a smile gracing his lips as he summoned silvery magic from his fingertips, guiding it into the hidden star nestled within his collar, drawing forth a cascade of gray starlight reminiscent of Seraphina's eyes. Seraphina's gray eyes widened in awe as she beheld the shimmering starlight, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe I carry a little galaxy within me." Snape scoffed lightly, arching an eyebrow. "Before this, you already possessed it." The oblivious girl, not comprehending his words, foolishly inquired as to its whereabouts. Snape would not divulge the answer. Before curfew, Seraphina tilted her head and asked, "Professor, have you felt a bit happier today?" Snape replied, "Very much so." Seraphina beamed, "Then I am happy too. Good night, Professor." Snape responded, "Good night, Seraphina." Everything that transpired that night was so exquisite, and yet, such overwhelming beauty often elicits withdrawal. However, Snape felt none of that, for he discovered the vial of joy he had tasted remained full. Chapter 37. Raising the stakes in the game. Seraphina, I can no longer endure this. Have you truly not been bewitched by Professor Snape's potion? Draco stood at the staircase, arms crossed, casting sidelong glances at Seraphina, who was intermittently giggling foolishly, his brow raised in typical Slytherin fashion. Hermione shot him a glare. "Hey, you platinum-headed fool. Show some decorum." Draco turned to face her. "What business is it of yours, Miss Know-it-all?" Ron brandished his wand. "Perhaps I ought to teach you a lesson." Seraphina, snapping back to reality, quickly patted Ron's back in reassurance, nudging him towards the irate Hermione. Ever since Draco had begun spending half a day each week with Seraphina, Ron and Draco had been engaged in a quiet rivalry, and during that time, Serafina found herself mediating between them. Hermione patted Ron, grasping one of his hands, and turned to Serafina. Are you feeling alright today? Truly? Serafina shyly touched her curls. I'm fine. I just experienced something quite delightful yesterday. And I still feel as though I am in a dream. Ron, curious, pressed what happened. Serafina nearly burst to share her little galaxy. But knowing it was a gift from Snape, she felt a twinge of guilt. Hence she offered a coy, it's a secret. After allowing them to discuss for a moment, Draco interjected, who would even want to know your secret, Serafina? No one is interested. Now who can tell me what the theme of our activity is? Serafina rolled her eyes internally, thinking how Slytherins love gossip while pretending to be indifferent. Unfortunately, Draco lacked Snape's maturity and failed to realize that the more one insists on not caring, the more one truly does. Hermione, suppressing laughter, graciously allowed the proud Slytherin to save face without exposing him, to rescue Harry. Draco raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference, and exaggerated, I only just realized he isn't even here. What, has the savior finally fallen to the depths of needing a despicable Slytherin to rescue him? Ron fumed, we don't need you to save him. Hermione was astonished. You actually acknowledge your own depravity. Serafina clamped a hand over her mouth to prevent another prolonged argument. It was baffling to understand Draco. As if he reserved half a day each week solely for the purpose of provoking them. Draco huffed, since you are so earnestly beseeching me, I shall begrudgingly acquiesce. What has happened to Harry? Serafina hesitated before releasing her grip on Hermione, who rolled her eyes and reluctantly explained, it's Professor Lockhart. He has Harry writing fan letters daily. I lent Harry my enchanted quill, and he said he was about to vomit and begged us to rescue him. Ron struggled to free his face from Serafina's grasp, exclaiming, Hermione, it's you who wants to visit Professor Lockhart. Hermione's face flushed, but she did not deny it. Serafina recalled Lockhart's outrageous behavior these past few days, gulped, took a deep breath, and steeled herself with determination. Come on, Hermione, I am ready. Let us go. The four of them sneaked to Lockhart's office, and Hermione knocked on the door. It swung open almost immediately, and before they could even see Lockhart, they heard his exaggerated voice. Oh, let me see which fervent admirer it is, Serafina. How wonderful. Have you come to your senses? Am I your favorite professor today? Serafina recited her oft-repeated line. My favorite professor is Professor Snape, Professor Lockhart. I am sorry. Lockhart replied, no matter, Serafina. Beautiful young ladies sometimes misjudge. If you had read my book, you would know that the gray, greasy old bat is of no merit. Sorry, Professor Lockhart, Hermione interrupted, casting a worried glance at the already irate Serafina. We are here to find Harry. His assignment must be completed. I assume he has no plans of dropping out. Lockhart nodded, of course, of course. He turned and craned his neck. Harry, can you hear me? Your friends have come to find you. Serafina's gaze shifted to the office behind him, where a head poked out from a heap of pink letters. Oh, all right, Professor Lockhart. Harry emerged from the letters, hiding behind Serafina and waving. I'm so sorry. Professor Lockhart, I can't write to you anymore, goodbye. You're going to smile your face off. Harry, Serafina exclaimed. Harry seized Serafina and Ron, sprinting until they were out of sight of Lockhart's office, where he returned Hermione's enchanted quill. Thank you, Hermione. Without it, I think my fingers would have fallen off. He raised his eyebrows in excitement, and Serafina noted that he resembled Draco when doing so. You all won't believe what I discovered in Professor Lockhart's office. Harry gathered his friends close, whispering, the Chamber of Secrets. Draco, astonished, remarked, there's a chamber in that peacock's office? Hermione retorted, I knew you wouldn't have anything good to say, Draco. Harry tugged at their sleeves. Hey, quiet down, guys. Listen to me. It is not the office of Professor Lockhart that harbors a hidden chamber, but rather a letter from him that mentions a concealed room within a female lavatory, said to contain immeasurable treasures and supreme honors. As they chattered excitedly about how to locate and access this secret chamber, Serafina squinted thoughtfully. She did not believe that a fan would specifically mention a hidden chamber in a letter to Lockhart. It must have been orchestrated by Dumbledore, who, while nurturing Harry, would certainly not allow him to experience a mundane year. Serafina understood that she too must act swiftly. In truth, if she were to disclose all the Horcruxes to Dumbledore, regardless of whether he believed her, he would undoubtedly attempt to verify them. She needed to have a conversation with Dumbledore. The tricky part was determining how to present herself before him without arousing suspicion. In this critical game where Snape was a pivotal player, Serafina intended to continuously bolster his position. If Dumbledore's reign was paramount, then Serafina could only elevate Snape above that dominion. Each held their own cards and vulnerabilities, allowing for a discussion of equal footing. As long as Snape held sufficient importance in Dumbledore's eyes to bind Seraphina to him, she would be safe in his presence. Though unaware of the reasons, Seraphina loved herself enough to question daily whether her actions would lead to regret. Her heart informed her that failing to save Snape would indeed be a source of profound remorse, provided it did not come at her own expense. Chapter 38. Are you her favorite professor? Achieving this was no easy feat. Seraphina was acutely aware that she was not a match for this cunning old fox. After all, he was the most formidable white wizard of the century, and if he wished to deal with a defenseless little witch, it would be a mere trifle. Seraphina's trump card was not only her prophecies, but also the affection Snape and Harry held for her. Her demise would create a rift between Dumbledore and the two of them. She wagered that Dumbledore would not relinquish the value of Snape and Harry lightly. Seraphina silently touched her wrist, wondering why she felt there were still matters she had yet to recall. Harry and the others were still engrossed in discussions about the hidden chamber, while Draco seemed to have caught a hint of Gryffindor's joy. His excited little face flushed. Seraphina refrained from interrupting them, lowering her gaze to conceal her underlying fear. Her soul had only traversed 24 years, 15 in innocence and 13 in academia. In reality, Seraphina had not yet truly become an adult. Once again, she busied herself, retrieving all the books on souls she had brought from Caroline Manor, purchasing 2 new notebooks, and diligently immersing herself in study. The library, her usual spot, and the small sofa in the cellar, along with her dormitory, became cluttered with seemingly tattered tomes. Seraphina appeared to be consumed by the books, her complexion gradually paling. Snape mocked her for finally abandoning that exceedingly tedious Muggle poetry collection, and then produced a notebook. What are you studying? Is there anything I can assist you with? Seraphina hesitated, gathering the precariously stacked books closer and replying, but you are too busy. You need your rest, Professor. Snape scoffed. Perhaps you are the one who needs a mirror, Miss Caroline. That way, you would realize that the one in need of rest between us is certainly not I. Seraphina sighed. Very well, Professor, as she offered him a space. I am researching how to accurately expel one of 2 souls residing within a single body, ensuring that the other remains unharmed. Snape looked at her with an inquisitive gaze. May I inquire further? Seraphina hesitated. There was certainly no need to keep this from Snape, but she could not bear for him to know that the Harry she was desperately trying to protect had been fated for death from the very beginning. The reviled double agent and the revered savior were, from the outset, ensnared in a deadlock. Snape discerned something from her hesitation. Given that Seraphina possessed the bloodline of prophecy, and appeared to be a regular fixture within her visions, her gaze always imbued with nostalgia, he surmised she must also be aware of her own duality. He certainly should not know too much. Snape lowered his eyes. If it cannot be done, then consider me. Seraphina simultaneously responded, once we devise a method, I shall inform you, Professor. She paused and inquired, Professor Snape, what did you just say? Seraphina was surprised to see Snape smile, a gesture that softened his demeanor as he replied, No, it is nothing, Seraphina. Time passed amidst the frenzied busyness of Seraphina and Snape. Both bore pale complexions. Snape found it necessary to carve out time each week to brew restorative potions to prevent them from perishing in the cellar. Amid such demanding tasks, Seraphina still made time to play with Harry and the others, keeping abreast of their progress in exploring the hidden chamber. Harry and his companions hesitated before finally saying to Seraphina as Halloween approached, Are you all right, Seraphina? Everyone is saying you and Professor Snape have become potion-obsessed. That you've been possessed. Seraphina chuckled, I am fine, Harry. We are merely researching a particularly challenging potion. But we are so busy that we can only work late into the night. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. I am glad to hear that. You know, your magical surge last year frightened us all. Seraphina felt a twinge of emotion. She could hardly remember what it felt like to experience last year's magical surge. Yet Hermione and the others continued to treat her as if she were a fragile child. She embraced them. I truly am fine. I apologize for causing you concern. They formed a tight-knit group, and Ron's voice emerged. Don't say that. Worrying about friends is a joyful thing. Before Halloween arrived, Harry mentioned receiving an invitation to Nearly Headless Nick's 500th death day party, and this nearly headless fellow hoped for their attendance. Seraphina, with a mischievous glint, watched as Harry and the others were both frightened and kindly dissuaded, ultimately opting for the latter. Harry, you know, at their gathering the food is not quite fit for the living, if you understand what I mean. It's in the cemetery. Harry immediately felt a chill run down his spine as he involuntarily envisioned maggots, decaying flesh, the stench of rotting corpses, spiders, and featherless crows. He shivered and genuinely expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, Seraphina. I will certainly pay my respects to him, but I think I shall abstain from attending his gathering. Though he had misunderstood, The Death Day party indeed offered nothing palatable. Last Christmas, the meticulous preparations by the Hogwarts faculty had received unanimous praise from the students, instilling confidence in this year as professors, who were eager to try their hand at festivities. Dumbledore inquired of Snape, Severus, "Do you not intend to contribute anything to this merry occasion?" Snape glared with hollow eyes and sneered, "I believe I could assign them a 3-foot essay." "Perhaps not," Dumbledore replied, fearfully stroking his white beard. "Let them enjoy the holiday a bit more, Severus. Perhaps you should find some joy as well." Snape scoffed. Sprout, cradling a pot of Chinese chomping cabbage, interjected, "Please make way, gentlemen. Blocking the path of others is hardly gentlemanly." Dumbledore and Snape quickly stepped aside. After Sprout rolled her eyes and departed, Dumbledore pondered, "Why does it feel as though Pomona's temper has grown increasingly irritable? Has something transpired recently?" Snape shared his perplexity. Why did it seem that Sprout had been particularly critical of him lately? Sprout remarked, "So you are Seraphina's favorite professor?" Severus Snape cast a weary glance at Albus Dumbledore, who was surreptitiously stuffing sweets into his mouth. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes for a moment and said regrettably, "Your supply of dental potion has run out this month, Albus. Should you continue to indulge in that confectionery, you shall find yourself without it next month as well." Dumbledore sheepishly set down the other candy in his hand. "Oh, the cantankerous potions master certainly knows how to challenge a sweet-toothed old man." Chapter 39. My bluebird flies only to you. With Quirrell absent, the Halloween festivities were bound to unfold splendidly. Seraphina observed Lockhart, contemplating some mischief. The young wizards had donned extravagant disguises for the occasion. Harry draped himself in a white sheet, crafting 3 holes to portray a ghost, drifting about the great hall. Hermione adorned herself with devilish horns and, through transfiguration, fashioned a tail to swish behind her as she chased after Harry. Ron, clad in a formal suit, had altered his pupils to a blood-red hue, posing as a courteous demon, but immediately exclaimed, "Harry, brother, she's gaining on you." Seraphina yearned to cast a silencing charm upon him, hoping to preserve his noble demeanor a while longer. Both Draco and Seraphina had chosen to masquerade as vampires. Draco had transformed a stick into a scepter, claiming his seat as a throne adorned with sparkling diamonds. Seraphina, sporting 2 sharp fangs, had her hair elegantly pinned up to reveal her slender neck, her face adorned with eerie dark markings, and a pitch-black bat perched upon her shoulder. This clearly illustrated Snape's affection for Seraphina. Had anyone else brought a bat into his presence, he would likely have docked their house points. Yet, Seraphina's bat dared to flutter in Snape's direction. Faculty members, seemingly indifferent, discreetly perked up at the sight of the approaching bat. Snape caught the creature mid-flight, feeling no humiliation or anger. His youth had been marred by constant humiliation, forging a sensitive and irritable pride. Yet he trusted that Seraphina was not among those who would hunt him with a knife. This was not merely due to her fondness for him, but rather because he recognized her as a genuinely good-hearted girl. Seraphina sprinted over after her bat, her little shoes making a delightful sound, her bright eyes eliciting a faint smile from Snape. He remarked, "Your little bird has flown to me." Seraphina huffed, "In the ancient, mysterious East, there exists a legend about a bird. A goddess named Zwangmu sends forth a bluebird to scout the way whenever she wishes to go somewhere. The bluebird serves as her messenger, and its arrival signifies that she is not far behind." She pointed to the bat in Snape's palm, declaring, "It is my messenger." Snape casually inquired, "So it comes and you follow?" Seraphina shook her head. "I wish to come, hence it arrives. I am the master," she proclaimed. "Indeed. Seraphina seems to harbor a fondness for me," Snape mused, tapping the bat's head, causing it to topple over on the table, struggling to right itself. He withdrew his hand nonchalantly, commenting, "Just as foolish as you." In good spirits, Seraphina gathered her bat and asked, "Isn't it Halloween, Professor? No treats?" The eyes of the faculty members gleamed with interest, clearly drawn to the gossip surrounding the typically reticent Snape. Although Seraphina had been jesting, not genuinely expecting a treat. Snape rummaged through his pocket and placed a single piece of filled candy on the bat's belly. "Only this one," he stated. Seraphina's eyes sparkled with joy as she produced a handful of sweets from her own pocket, placing them upon his desk. "No worries, Professor, I have plenty." McGonagall and Sprout were charmed by Seraphina's gesture, even though she had not intended to win their affection. However, Seraphina quickly retrieved 2 more handfuls of candy from her pocket and placed them on their desks, winking with a finger pressed to her lips. "These are for the beautiful ladies." McGonagall and Sprout gently ruffled her hair, causing her loose strands to sway. Dumbledore, sitting beside Snape, struggled to maintain his composure, hastily stroking his white beard to conceal a smile. Raising a child brings such joy." Severus now carries sweets with him. Undoubtedly, the gray-eyed Caroline harbors many secrets, whether it be the subtly suggestive Muggle poetry collection or the memories of Harry, each of her movements etched in his mind. Harry viewed Caroline as a reliable sister, yet Dumbledore was reminded of another individual. During Voldemort's youth, Tom Riddle was undeniably a gentleman. Many set aside their biases to befriend him, much like Caroline today. At that time, a gray-eyed Hufflepuff was exceedingly fearful of him. Intrigued, Dumbledore had gained the professor's trust, and the gray-eyed Hufflepuff had warned him that Riddle would bring upheaval to the wizarding world, yet would ultimately tread a path of self-destruction. Though Dumbledore's memories of the gray-eyed youth had faded into obscurity, he still recalled the youth's words. "Do you believe, Professor?" The gray eyes locked onto him. "In my dreams, I have spent a century. The world has forgotten me, fate has forsaken me, but please remember me, even if for a single word." Perhaps the sister Harry trusted had also spent a century in dreams? After encountering Caroline in Harry's memories, Dumbledore had awaited the visit of this young guest. However, it was clear he had not earned her trust. With a sigh, he resolved that after Christmas, he would need to extend an invitation to this seemingly gentle, yet equally temperamental young lady, hoping that this Christmas would not bring him another veiled gift from Miss Caroline. The true old professor, seizing a moment when the irritable potions master was distracted, discreetly popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Seraphina remained blissfully unaware. She clutched the filled candy in her palm, sharing her pocketful of sweets with Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, who in turn gifted her with handfuls of candy pilfered from the professors. Seraphina popped a strawberry hard candy, puffing her cheeks, and then glanced toward Lockhart at the professor's table. Her bat, having been taken from Snape's desk, now nestled quietly in the crook of her neck. Lockhart, indulging in his wine, drank cup after cup while Seraphina overheard the Hufflepuffs nearby sighing over how charming Professor Lockhart was. She raised an eyebrow, sporting a sly smile reminiscent of Slytherin. Before long, Lockhart exclaimed that it was too hot and departed the great hall, while Snape, detecting the nauseating scent of powdered sugar, discreetly cast a cleansing charm. "Too unpleasant," he remarked. Chapter 40. No prison can contain him. Learning Parseltongue proved to be a formidable challenge. Seraphina hissed at the black snake that Snape had summoned from its lair each day. Initially, the snake had been eager to bite her, but after being stunned by Snape's book, it now ignored her presence. Each time it emerged, it merely coiled like a piece of rope, closing its eyes as if feigning death. After a week of hissing, Seraphina abandoned her aspirations of becoming a Parselmouth and devoted herself to mastering the Patronus charm and soul extraction. Recently, Snape had been particularly irritable towards her, primarily due to her incessant presence. After all, she first spent her days hissing with a serpent, and then began invoking a Patronus, both of which were things he despised. His frequency of cursing skyrocketed, and every time he greeted Seraphine, it was with a curt Hufflepuff, deducting a point with no explanation. Seraphine understood that Snape was troubled, and she bore no animosity. Despite his irritation, he was still protecting her. The moment the black snake assumed an aggressive stance, Snape swiftly brought his book down upon its head. Even when the black serpent slacked off, Snape never relaxed his vigilance. Snape remarked, "Snakes are cunning and hold grudges. They may seek to catch you off guard." Seraphine mused that this was indeed quite reminiscent of him. When Seraphine finally summoned a vast, radiant silver light with her Patronus, she sensed that the moment was near. She had acquired both the magical power and skill to cast the Patronus charm. Only joyful memories remained. She no longer recited the charm in Snape's presence. Snape, too, seemed to comprehend something. Their unspoken understanding was as if he had never known she was studying the Patronus charm. After Halloween, the Quidditch match arrived. Amidst her busy schedule, Seraphine found a moment to have Snape capture a house elf named Dobby. Snape shot her a glare, deducting a hefty 3 points, and then arrived late before the match commenced. A paper crane landing before the eagerly awaiting Seraphine. Upon unfolding the crane, she discovered Snape's note. Captured him. Hufflepuff loses another 3 points. It was evident he truly detested being assigned tasks. With Dobby no longer interfering, this time Harry engaged in a thrilling match, and in Draco's reluctant despair, Gryffindor once again seized the golden snitch. After the Quidditch match, an upperclassman from Gryffindor summoned Seraphine to the headmaster's office. She was taken aback to find that it was Dumbledore who seemed the more anxious. This unexpected notification caught her off guard, prompting her to fervently remind herself that she was a dark sorceress, the kind who would obliterate the world for her beloved. And she began to ponder the protagonists from prophecies who so easily forsook the world for their own desires. A great philosopher, whose name had long been forgotten, once stated that to open a door, one must first blow up the house. When an exceedingly outrageous demand is made, The less outrageous request suddenly appears quite ordinary. Seraphine boldly entered Dumbledore's office, her demeanor assertive, though her calves trembled with anxiety. She yearned to have Snape by her side. Had he stood behind her, she would have felt significantly more at ease and less fearful for her life. Yet, she was uncertain whether the bond they had forged over the past year was sufficient to serve as her bargaining chip. Would it be enough to persuade Snape to stand behind her, even if only for a brief moment? She dared not gamble. The mere thought of Dumbledore sent her heart racing. If Snape were to oppose her, Seraphine would be booking a flight to another country that very night. The guardian beast outside Dumbledore's office reluctantly opened its eyes upon hearing the commotion, and Seraphine began to name every sweet she could think of, as if reciting a menu. Finally, Dumbledore's voice called from within, "Please come in." This marked her first encounter so close to Dumbledore, in a confined space, on his territory. Under the weight of his immense power, Seraphine felt her face pale. She sensed death beckoning her. "Oh, Seraphine, I have long awaited your arrival." Dumbledore pushed a plate of sweets toward her, saying, "I assumed you would no longer trust me if you were aware of that future." He gazed at Seraphine. His blue eyes filled with sorrow. "May I inquire about our fate?" Seraphine was taken aback by his perceptiveness. Yet it seemed only fitting for the most powerful white wizard of the century to possess the intellect and strength to grasp such secrets. Seraphine opened her mouth, her voice somewhat strained. "A victory of mutual destruction." It sounded grim, "sacrificing many of my friends." "Seraphine, I understand and empathize with your grievances. For every person who knows me, being acquainted with me is hardly a stroke of luck." Seraphine lowered her gaze. "Objectively speaking, you are indeed great." Yet Seraphine did not intend to adopt an objective perspective, did she? She lifted her head, locking her gaze with those beautiful blue eyes, while her own gray ones appeared hollow, gradually devoid of life. "Yes, Professor. I speak from the standpoint of Professor Severus Snape, and as the seer Caroline, with my omniscience, to converse with you." Before arriving on the 8th floor, she had written a letter to a deceased acquaintance of his. If he could not provide what she sought, she believed he would not refuse her. Dumbledore regarded her with a complex expression. "What is it you desire, my child?" Seraphine unhesitatingly stated her answer. "The safety of Severus Snape. I implore you to ensure at all costs that his body remains unharmed until Voldemort is defeated." Dumbledore asked, "What will you offer in exchange?" "The world, Professor. The world you seek." Seraphine replied, "Let us trade. You protect those I cherish, and I will safeguard the world you hold dear, including the dark wizard who will perish in the future." I refer to the last one. The advantage of omniscience lay in her clear understanding of Dumbledore's vulnerabilities. The situation unfolded as she had hoped. A flicker of restrained pain crossed Dumbledore's face, subtle yet discernible to one accustomed to reading emotions. She pressed on. "After your death, Voldemort infiltrates Nurmengard, interrogating Gellert Grindelwald about the whereabouts of the Elder Wand. To protect your resting place from disturbance, Grindelwald lied to Voldemort, claiming that he had been killed by him." "How can that be?" Dumbledore dismissed thoughts of his own demise, instinctively believing that someone like Gellert could not be vanquished by Voldemort. Seraphine allowed a secretive smile to grace her lips. She had won a round. "Because you are dead, Professor," she declared. "Because he loves you, Professor. Although I do not yet fully comprehend the profundity of love, I surmise it is sufficient to drive a person to despair and death. Nurmengard cannot contain a dark wizard who nearly ruled the wizarding world. It has always been you, Professor Dumbledore, who held him captive. Love is the greatest magic and the most enduring prison." Chapter 41. "I stand by your side." Dumbledore inquired. "I possess the power to protect Severus. Do you, Caroline, possess the ability to safeguard the world?" Seraphine withdrew an unremarkable notebook from her bosom. "Professor, I believe you know what this is." Dumbledore's expression turned quizzical as Seraphine opened the notebook. He kindly offered her a pen from his desk. Seraphine wrote, "Who are you?" The notebook revealed a line of text. "Rude little child. You have yet to tell me your name." Seraphine glanced at Dumbledore, who appeared perplexed. She quickly wrote, "I am Albus Dumbledore." The notebook replied, "You must be jesting." Seraphine countered, "You are Tom Riddle." At that moment, Tom was not yet the cunning mastermind he would become. He failed to perceive the obvious trap. The notebook displayed, "Are you truly Dumbledore?" Seraphine closed the notebook and turned to Dumbledore, who shook his beard and asked, "Is this his Horcrux?" She nodded. "Indeed, you are correct. This is his Horcrux, Professor. Voldemort possesses a total of 7 Horcruxes. The diary, the room of requirement, Ravenclaw's diadem, and the Hufflepuff cup in Bellatrix's vault. The remaining 4 I am also aware of. These 3 serve as my token of sincerity." She paused and quietly added, "You are a wizard who transcends centuries, while I, at the oldest, am merely 35 years of age. I recognize that I may not rival you, but a humble individual must learn to carve out a path for survival within the cracks. Professor Dumbledore, I am a Hufflepuff. If given a choice, I would never betray my loyalty and kindness by standing against the world. I aspire to be a hero, yet my fleeting reputation pales in comparison to the significance of Professor Snape. Hufflepuffs value sincerity above all, and I cannot bear to lose any of those dear to me. Professor Dumbledore, I am acutely aware that collaborating with Voldemort is akin to courting peril. I stand before you because your kindness surpasses his, and you are willing to tolerate even the most humble of lives. Dumbledore observed the earnest gray eyes fixed upon him. Please allow me to make a despicable plea, she implored. He was reminded of many years past, when he gazed into a pair of black eyes that had uttered the same words for the sake of another. Fate intertwined at that moment, and burdened by guilt from years gone by, Dumbledore acquiesced to her request. Serenity pressed further. I require an unbreakable vow, Professor. Her gentle gray eyes seemed to ignite with fervor. If I cannot vanquish Voldemort, I shall atone with my life, both to you and to the world. In return, I will exchange the means of defeating him, along with the 7 Horcruxes and the conditions of his resurrection, for Professor Snape's life and freedom. The small badger, having made her vow, departed, leaving only a journal in the headmaster's office. A letter, a mere blank sheet of paper, found its way to a distant village. Dismissed as a prank, little did anyone realize that this blank paper bore the weight of a monumental destiny. Serenity would never establish Snape as safety upon the deaths of others. She was merely posturing. She understood Dumbledore saw through her facade, for he had never exhibited hostility. Thus, she had to feign weakness, beseeching him. She wagered that Dumbledore harbored guilt over Lily's death, believing that Snape's past love for Lily could resonate with the promise of life in this moment. Serenity reminded him that she had sacrificed everything for this cause. She asked for at least a fraction in return. The strongest seldom withhold trivial compassion. She won her gamble. Such a brave young woman, Severus. Wouldn't you agree? She mused. They deceived one another. Snape dispelled the disillusionment charm, his expression still shrouded in somberness, his gaze hollow, as if Serenity's heart-stopping conversation, centered around him as the ultimate reward, had left no impression. Yet only he knew that his heart was tumultuous beneath the surface. Serenity was undoubtedly anxious. She clutched the star upon her chest, and Snape even noticed her fingers tremble as she took the quill. Yet her gaze remained unwavering, refusing to falter. Foolish, Snape coldly remarked. He exited the headmaster's office, maintaining a swift pace, yet inexplicably appearing somewhat disheveled, as if he had fled in haste. Upon returning to her dormitory, Serenity felt her hands tremble. She had a supplementary class with Sprout that evening, and in such a state of disarray, she knew she could not confront Snape, guilt gnawed at her. However, she realized that she could not afford to coldly disregard Snape, as it would be unjust to him. Serenity infused her small star with magic, drawing forth the gray starry river, repeatedly comforting herself before she summoned the strength to head to the cellar. I am glad you chose the cellar over the infirmary. It means I do not have to ask Madame Pomfrey to escort you here, Miss Caroline, Snape stated, seated at his desk. The candle upon the table had been extinguished, casting his face into shadow, rendering his expression enigmatic. His tone was inscrutable as Serenity sighed wearily, feeling a hint of grievance. Having just endured a harrowing conversation and even pledged her life, she was reluctant to face Snape's scrutiny. His voice emerged from the darkness. Since returning from Dumbledore's office, I have been contemplating, Caroline. I ponder why you would engage in such perilous actions without informing me, when I believed I was someone you could trust. I have saved you once. I thought that with me you would need not face anyone alone. I am infuriated by your lack of trust, Caroline. Serenity paused, taken aback by Snape's forthrightness, unable to process how he could know these things. I do not distrust you, Professor, she protested, her voice trailing off. I do not trust myself. Snape replied softly, you can trust yourself. Caroline, I am not a Hufflepuff. I am neither loyal nor kind. I am self-serving and callous. But I am on your side. He tossed her a vial of potion, his tone gentle. Rest well, Serenity. Do not overthink. Flustered, she caught the potion and looked up at Snape, who stood and approached her, stepping from the shadows into the light before her, playfully lamenting. Your old professor must now clean up your mess. You really shouldn't have said all three at once. I am swamped. Chapter 42, The Duel Club. Before Snape and Dumbledore embarked on their preparations, Serenity sent word to Dumbledore through Snape, expressing her desire to revive the Duel Club, as she did not wish to encounter Dumbledore in the near future. Snape raised an eyebrow. Who do you wish to duel? Serenity smiled enigmatically. Who do you wish to duel, Professor? Snape was perplexed, yet Dumbledore was a considerate collaborator, and he quickly recalled an incident in Lockhart's office. Realizing that a simple tickling charm would not suffice to placate Serenity, she wanted Snape to exact revenge upon her adversary even before realizing the insult. Dumbledore mused. What a vengeful individual. Dumbledore echoed the sentiments of many a Ravenclaw. Is Serenity truly a Hufflepuff? Ultimately, the duel club proceeded as prophesied. The Great Hall was adorned extravagantly, and anyone glancing around could discern who the evening's star was. Draco lingered among the Slytherins, his platinum head positioned at the forefront, disdainfully observing the flamboyant Lockhart upon the stage. Harry, Ron, and Hermione crowded at the front of Gryffindor, Hermione's eyes sparkling with admiration for the dazzling Lockhart. While Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seemingly whispering disparaging remarks about Lockhart behind her back. The more amiable Hufflepuffs, eager for a bit of gossip and excitement, initially lined up by height, but upon catching sight of Snape preparing below, the enthusiastic Badgers pushed Serenity to the forefront. In Hogwarts, it was common knowledge that Serenity had been designated as Snape's apprentice since her first year, and he was indeed her most favored professor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to tonight's duel club. It is I, your illustrious Professor Lockhart, presenting my personal showcase. To grant you an opportunity to experience the wonders of spell dueling, I, the greatest and most benevolent professor of this century, will devote an entire evening to you. Lockhart elegantly placed his hand upon his chest and bowed to the audience. As many of his fervent admirers erupted into applause, with a charming smile he continued, Now allow me to introduce my partner for the evening, Professor Snape. Oh, rest assured, I shall not allow a potion-obsessed wizard to come to any serious harm. He winked at Serenity. I will soon return your potions professor to you. And thus, Snape took the stage. He was not as somber as foretold, bearing a hint of relaxation and languor. For the duel, Snape had eschewed the wizarding robes that typically enveloped him, revealing his tall stature in well-fitted attire, like a black panther stretching its body before leaping from a branch. Poised for the hunt, Snape and Lockhart stood at opposite ends of the stage, the latter displaying commendable dueling etiquette, while Snape's bow was notably perfunctory. They turned simultaneously, and Snape raised his wand, deliberately slowing his cadence, not to go easy on Lockhart, but to expose his incompetence. Expelliarmus. Lockhart was sent flying, and Seraphina, positioned behind him, observed Snape's every movement. Hearing the gasps of those around her, she lifted her gaze, only to see a shadow descending from above. Seraphina. The crowd cried out, identifying the dazed girl. Instinctively, in a reflex of self-preservation, Seraphina raised her wand, aiming at the oncoming Lockhart, her mind echoing Snape's incantation, Expelliarmus. Snape retracted his wand, watching as Lockhart careened back like a rubber ball, though Seraphina lacked Snape's formidable magic, merely propelling Lockhart to the edge of the stage. Silence enveloped the room. As Seraphina realized her actions, her face flushed crimson. She could scarcely fathom how Lockhart's fervent admirers would perceive her assault on their professor. Under the gaze of all, she lowered her head and discreetly adjusted her hat. Snape witnessed the entire scene, raising an eyebrow to mask his amusement as he observed Seraphina, who seemed eager to shrink into herself, and magnanimously rescued her. I believe my demonstration of the disarming spell was quite clear. Next, I shall invite 2 young wizards to showcase your rather feeble spells. Should I find any incantation too ridiculous, you shall face consequences. Lockhart awkwardly rose to concur. Ah yes. Indeed. Snape's gaze swept across the assembled students, who trembled and averted their eyes, save for Draco, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for Snape. Without hesitation, Snape called out Draco's name. Draco proudly ascended the stage, casting a glance at Harry, who was desperately averting his gaze. Following Draco's line of sight, Snape then called Harry. Reluctantly, Harry stepped forward. Seraphina nervously fiddled with her hat's edge, apprehensive about Draco unleashing that serpent from the hole, fearing Harry's revelation as a Parselmouth would lead to his ostracization by classmates. However, this time Draco bore no grudge against Harry, flaunting his skills on stage like a flamboyant peacock, conjuring an array of spells, while Harry felt increasingly akin to Seraphina, adorning Draco's incantations with embellishments that delighted him. Filled with love, Harry found he could share it with others. They reveled in their display, and when they finally ceased their antics, Snape languidly remarked, "Not bad." Yet, all could see his gaze was fixated solely on the quaking Seraphina. Harry and Draco had grown accustomed to Snape's favoritism, and, maintaining their composure, descended from the stage as Snape announced that students could form their own practice pairs. Seraphina dashed to Hermione's side, clutching her hat. and dejectedly rested her head against Hermione's shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Hermione. I didn't mean to attack Professor Lockhart." Hermione embraced her with a smile, guiding Seraphina to a corner where she shielded her from prying eyes. "It's all right, Seraphina, I understand." No one knew that as Snape recited the spell at a leisurely pace, Lockhart was sent hurtling away only to be returned by a second-year student, breaking the heart of a girl enamored with strength. Hermione gently patted Seraphina's back, then affectionately stroked her head beneath the brim of her hat, whispering in her ear, "Cheer up, Seraphina. Just now, when Professor Snape praised Harry and Draco, he was looking at you. He surely thinks you are remarkable." Seraphina slowly lifted her head, her watery gray eyes meeting Snape's, who lowered his gaze to lock eyes with her, revealing a twinkle of mirth in his own. Chapter 43. I must inform my father. On that night of candid confessions, Seraphina requested to first attend to the Hufflepuff Cup, explaining that after she had dealt with the basilisk incident, she wished to observe how the Ravenclaw crown was processed in the room of requirement. Snape remarked that she was quite troublesome. The following day, he spoke with Dumbledore about heading to Gringotts. Thanks to Seraphina's intervention, Dumbledore temporarily abandoned the idea of allowing Harry to venture into the Chamber of Secrets alone. Seraphina remained oblivious to his thoughts, for Dumbledore would certainly never place all his eggs in one basket. Nonetheless, Seraphina accepted this outcome with delight. This rendered what was originally a thrilling escapade into the chamber akin to a primary school field trip. Seraphina held a bottle of explosive potion in one hand, her satchel stuffed with the essentials Snape had provided her, while Draco cradled Fawkes, and Harry donned the house hat, with Ron and Hermione encircled by the trio. Ron, tugging at Hermione's hand and Harry's sleeve, curiously inquired, "Harry, are you really a Parselmouth?" Draco, clutching Fawkes with a disdainful expression that seemed to say such a bird was unworthy of his embrace, subtly stroked the phoenix's back feathers. "I told you, you should be in Slytherin. Only the great Slytherin lineage produces Parselmouths. Harry, it's your fault. Now when people mention Parselmouths, they only think of Slytherin." Harry glanced around, feeling warm inside. Ever since Seraphina had discreetly informed him of his possible identity as a Parselmouth, he had delved into numerous books on the subject, terrified to discover that the last known Parselmouth was Voldemort. During that period, he was preoccupied with thoughts on how to confess this truth, as Ron, Hermione, and Draco all noticed his unusual demeanor, yet Harry remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, Draco cornered him in the lavatory, leaning against the grimy door with a steely gaze fixed upon him. "Listen, damn it, you moody, sulking Potter, if you don't say anything today, we'll stay here forever," Harry retorted. "That sounds more terrifying for you." Harry recognized Draco's awkward concern. Perhaps it stemmed from being a Slytherin. Truth be told, Harry had yet to comprehend Slytherin's peculiar thought processes, so he chose to be forthright. Draco replied, "That is pretty cool. I mean it's normal, Potter. It's nothing special. I could learn to speak Parseltongue too, just wait and see." A peculiar calm settled over Harry as he mirrored Draco's demeanor. "If you beg, I might teach you." Draco rolled his eyes and opened the lavatory door. "I need to shower and change. Now go explain to your little followers, or they'll be hiding away crying." After Harry, Ron, and Hermione confessed, before they could even process their words, Seraphina appeared from seemingly nowhere, insisting they find Draco to venture into the chamber together. The three boys engaged in a spirited debate over whether Parseltongue should be exclusive to Slytherin, with Draco and Ron nearly drawing their wands in disagreement, while Harry played peacemaker. Seraphina must be exhausted from all this, Harry thought. They made their way directly to the third-floor girls' lavatory, with Seraphina assuring them repeatedly that she was under Snape's orders to explore, and that the girls' lavatory would be empty. Hermione even conducted a thorough check before the three young gentlemen finally agreed to enter the lavatory. The girls' lavatory was not particularly large, appearing as though it had not been used in ages, with a weeping ghost huddled in a corner. The three boys turned to Hermione in unison. Hermione shrugged innocently. "I discussed it with her and assured her not to peek at you. She has a particularly good temper and readily agreed." In truth, the ghost paid her no heed. Serendipity cast a glance at the apparition and crouched beside her. This specter, adorned with spectacles and possessing straight hair, appeared lost in her own thoughts. Serendipity inquired, "What are you doing? What are you all doing?" She continued, "During our research, we uncovered that 50 years ago, a descendant of Slytherin opened the Chamber of Secrets, resulting in the death of a student. We suspect there was something within that chamber capable of taking a life. Hence our desire to see it for ourselves." Suddenly, the ghost's expression twisted into one of eerie intensity. She let out a shriek filled with sorrow, her voice brimming with bitterness. "Oh indeed. You wretched lot. Curse wizards. I am the unfortunate soul whose life was taken. Pitiful me. Harry and the others were startled by the ghostess voice, and upon hearing her words, gathered around her. The ghost recounted her tale. I am Moaning Myrtle. When I was alive, I was a student of Ravenclaw, and I still remember that scoundrel, that vile creature named Olive Hornby. Her cruel mockery forced me to retreat into this accursed lavatory to escape her. And then, that dreadful man Myrtle's countenance shifted to one of terror. He opened the chamber, and I remained oblivious in the lavatory. I heard voices of boys outside, yearning to rush out and remind them that this was the girls' lavatory. But alas, I was dead. Her focus was solely on Olive Hornby, harboring resentment. I died, and it was only when I began to float that I comprehended my fate. My hatred for that wretch is boundless. Why is it that she who indirectly caused a death, a wizard's demise, remains unscathed? She ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban. I pursued her daily, attempting to compel her to atone for her actions. Yet the Ministry of Magic intervened. Myrtle's anguished cries erupted once more, and Serendipity observed Harry and Draco, who were raptly listening to her tale. In the long, solitary years, Myrtle had shared fleeting moments of camaraderie only with Harry and Draco. She assisted Harry in rescuing Ginny, who had been manipulated by the diary, and unearthed clues about mermaids for the Triwizard Tournament. She even lent an ear to Draco during his despair, confiding how he had become a Death Eater. In moments of confrontation between Harry and Draco, it was Myrtle who raised the alarm, bringing Snape to their aid. Serendipity had long pondered why Draco confided in a ghost residing in a lavatory. Now she surmised it was due to their shared solitude and mutual fury. Fate weaves an intricate tapestry, intertwining all lives. Sometimes, one may encounter another but once in a lifetime. Yet that meeting can be a pivotal knot, making it a lifetime's worth of connection. To Harry and Draco, Myrtle might merely be a transient presence in their lives, but for Myrtle and Draco, she glimpsed a reflection of her own powerlessness against destiny. Draco's dry voice broke the silence. Oh, cease your weeping. Is it merely a scoundrel named Olive Hornby? I shall inform my father, and she will pay the price. Chapter 44. The Death of the Basilisk. Draco vowed to have his father procure Olive Hornby's letter of repentance. Serendipity and Hermione took turns comforting Myrtle, who finally ceased her tears. Serendipity patted Draco's shoulder, and in seeing Myrtle, she was reminded of the young master who cherished cleanliness, lying on the cold ground, while Snape trembled as he tended to his wounds. In the dim recesses of that memory, Serendipity too had wept for Draco. Draco perceptively sensed the sorrow and tenderness in Serendipity's gaze. Before he could discern more, she averted her eyes. Let us investigate. Professor Snape mentioned that the key to Salazar Slytherin's chamber is a serpent-shaped statue. Serendipity quipped. Anything inexplicable can be attributed to Professor Snape. After all, he is the head of Slytherin. Harry and the others immediately began to search, with Myrtle curiously accompanying them. Ultimately, it was Myrtle who discovered a small snake on the side of a tap. Thank you ever so much, Myrtle, Serendipity said, removing a small star from around her neck and handing it to her. Please do us a favor. If this necklace turns into a gray starry sky, assist us in finding a professor for help. Now Serendipity clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Are you ready? The adventurer's blood surged within Harry and Ron, while Draco appeared hesitant, clearly apprehensive of the unknown, a trait inherent to Slytherin's nature. Harry and Ron, oblivious, shouted, We're ready, Serendipity. Serendipity shook her head. I was inquiring about Fawkes. The little phoenix in Draco's hand puffed out its chest proudly, chirping with defiance. Serendipity nodded solemnly. In a moment, Harry shall speak to the serpent statue. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts four-founders, is the password Professor Snape imparted to me. Inside lurks a basilisk. Once the chamber opens, upon hearing any noise, we shall immediately close our eyes. Stand behind me. Fawkes will peck at the basilisk's eyes. Once blinded, I will cast explosive potions to divert its attention, and Harry will draw the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat to slay the beast. Indeed, Dumbledore no longer rushed Harry into action. The training once designated for the young savior had shifted to Serendipity. However, she would never allow herself to be nearly killed for a mere trial. Should any misfortune arise, I will immediately use my magic to alter the little star in Myrtle's possession outside. I have already requested Professor McGonagall to keep a slight watch here, and she shall undoubtedly come to our aid. Harry scratched his head. I've never embarked on such an exhilarating adventure before. Serendipity, you are truly brilliant. Serendipity smiled enigmatically. Oh, Harry, before you stands Caroline, who has conversed with Dumbledore in omniscience. Serendipity patted Harry's shoulder while Ron and Hermione readied their wands, positioning themselves on either side of him. Serendipity clutched 2 bubbling vials of viscous potions, while Draco raised Fawkes. Harry fixed his gaze upon the serpent statue, attempting to utter the words. When Serendipity had informed him that he was a Parselmouth, they had clandestinely practiced with Draco's black snake. Hence it was not a daunting task. Soon, a chilling hiss escaped his lips, an eerie sound akin to a cold, damp serpent slithering up their spines. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts forefounders." The serpent statue's mouth opened, transforming into a vast black abyss. Serendipity's prophecy remained unclear. Thus, once the chamber opened, all possibilities were on the table. Would they successfully slay the basilisk, or would it stealthily emerge, casting a veil of panic over Hogwarts as foretold? Both Serendipity and Dumbledore waited to see if fate could indeed be altered. Although Serendipity had altered much in their first year, the overall narrative remained the same. Quirrell killed the unicorn and perished in the chamber upon contact with Harry. Serendipity lowered her gaze, following closely behind Harry as they entered, the oppressive darkness inducing an involuntary sense of dread. Suddenly, Ron let out a small gasp ahead of them, prompting Draco to swiftly cast a spell. Lumos. The flickering light illuminated the object before Ron. A massive serpent's shed skin, hinting at the terrifying creature that resided there. They carefully circumvented the shed skin, and continued onward. Draco retracted the spell. After an indeterminate passage of time, Hermione perceived a sound of something slithering, immediately warning, "Hey, be cautious, that creature is coming." They promptly closed their eyes and sprinted behind Serentini. After a brief moment, they too heard the sound of serpentine slithering. Draco patted Fawkes's back and whispered, "It's up to you now, Fawkes." Fawkes let out a cry and boldly charged ahead. Serentini and the others heard the fierce sounds of combat as Fawkes continually lured the basilisk further away. After a while, Fawkes called out again. Serentini cautiously opened her eyes to find the basilisk's 2 eyes blinded, thrashing angrily within the chamber. Fawkes flew back to Draco, landing on his shoulder. Harry drew the Gryffindor sword, while Serentini began tossing potions. The basilisk, drawn by the explosions, could not discern Harry's whereabouts. Ron, Hermione, and Draco simultaneously raised their wands above their heads and shouted, "Lumos!" With the sword in hand and his friends providing cover, Harry leapt from the platform, piercing the basilisk's skull with the Gryffindor sword. "Die, vile creature that harms Moaning Myrtle," he declared. The basilisk was vanquished. This time, no one at Hogwarts was petrified. Naturally, no cat was petrified either. Dumbledore and Snape lifted the disillusionment charm, and Dumbledore kindly said, "Come along, children." Fawkes led Harry and Draco, while Dumbledore accompanied Ron and Hermione, and Snape guided Serentini. Upon their return to the surface, Dumbledore had already taken Serentini's companions away. Moaning Myrtle returned the little star to Serentini, and before departing, Serentini inquired, "What is your name?" Moaning Myrtle smiled and replied, "You asked the same question as they did. My name is Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. I am Serentini Vasilis Caroline." Friendship begins with the exchange of names. Chapter 45. He fulfilled her ambitions. Serentini requested Snape to take her to the headmaster's office. After a competitive walk with Lockhart, Serentini could now keep pace with Snape. Well, thanks to Lockhart, Dumbledore awaited their arrival in the office. "I knew you would come, children. Would you like a cup of lemon tea? I've added honey." Serentini could already detect the sickly sweet aroma, and quickly waved her hand. "No thank you, Professor Dumbledore." This time Snape stood behind her, causing Serentini to speak a little louder. "Professor Dumbledore, the basilisk in Salazar Slytherin's chamber was slain by Harry with the Gryffindor sword. Its venomous fangs can destroy Horcruxes, as can the Fiendfire curse." Dumbledore nodded. "Thank you, Serentini. I must admit, I regret that you did not accept that cup of lemon tea." Dumbledore shrugged. "Perhaps you could sense that I added a significant amount of honey to mask the Veritaserum." Snape, gritting his teeth behind Serentini, retorted, "I administered the Veritaserum not for you to use on Caroline." "Do not be angry, Severus," Dumbledore interjected. "Are you not curious?" He spoke in a probing tone. If Severus were in peril, would Serentini truly ally with Voldemort? Snape hesitated, genuinely intrigued. Serentini was taken aback by Dumbledore's candor. Yet the answer to that question was already inscribed in the blank letter sent to little Hangleton. She replied, "No. The introspection of one's soul is boundless." Serentini cherished the exploration of herself, reflecting inwardly as she spoke. "In truth, my previous transaction with you was not solely for the protection of Professor Snape. Rather, I have merely been repressed for too long. I spent 24 years in obscurity within the prophecy, and perhaps an additional 6 years after being forsaken by my kin once Caroline turned 5. I loathe such a powerless existence, and thus I wish," she softly stated, I wish to prove that destiny can be overturned. Indeed, Sarantini, and thus the core of your wand is crafted from a butterfly's wing from an ancient eastern land. For the prophecies east nurtured your gentle yet unyielding spirit, birthing your flesh and desires. Hufflepuffs are not merely seen as gluttonous. They possess a gentle strength and the capacity for retreat. Ambition is not an exclusive trait of Slytherins. It is inherent to humanity, flourishing as one grows within the world. Sarantini lowered her gaze. I have lingered too long in a stupor at Caroline Manor. The prophecy is becoming increasingly indistinct. Yet I still remember those who perished within the prophecy, Professor Dumbledore. You cannot imagine that there was a time when, upon closing my eyes, my dreams were filled with their dying forms. At that time, I did not know them, yet my heart ached for them. I sought the secrets of death. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's expression shifted. He recalled someone, and Sarantini also thought of that individual. I ponder whether death is truly so terrifying. Voldemort, in his quest for immortality, severed his soul, becoming neither man nor ghost. I firmly believe that it is Voldemort who survives, and certainly not Tom Riddle. Then I perished in the prophecy. I finally understood that the fear of death does not stem from death itself, but from the realization that my life has concluded, leaving me as powerless as if I had never lived. Sarantini's demise could not even exchange a mere glance. She pinched the hem of her robe, and in that moment, before the greatest white wizard of the century and the most perceptive double agent, she finally saw herself clearly. The 11-year-old me has awakened, yet my memories remain trapped in my death. I have lived in a haze in a remote little house at Caroline Manor, where there was only a house elf who treated me kindly, but it could not converse with me. I still lived an existence of neglect and abandonment. Should I die again, it would be as if Sarantini never existed, leaving no trace in this world. At that moment I saw Professor Snape. He was a significant figure in my prophecy. I had witnessed his death, and he had once been one of my nightmares, for whom I had shed tears. Upon seeing him for the first time, I thought, if I could achieve something monumental, it would be to make everyone see me. I want to stand at the center of the storm, changing the outcomes of life and death. I want everyone to be compelled to defy fate and gaze upon me. I want my name to be etched in the annals of magical history, forever remembered. Driven by an urgent need, seemingly born from profound loneliness and a refusal to be overlooked, Sarantini declared, "What does it matter if my family forsakes me? I can change the whole world. If I can leave a mark in this world, if I can rebel against my disregarded fate, I would give everything, Professor Dumbledore. But only my everything. Destiny, what is destiny? My humble origins are my fate, while my elevation is my fortune. The doctrine of the mean in Chinese philosophy has never been synonymous with mediocrity." Snape at that moment felt a distinct sense of reality. Sarantini Caroline was no longer a child. He chuckled softly, remarking, "You truly ought to be a Slytherin." In the previous office, Snape had already discerned that Sarantini's motivations extended beyond mere concern for him. Though she was afraid, her eyes brimmed with defiance and resentment, with protectiveness occupying only a small part of her sentiments. Snape halted his motion of lifting the disillusionment charm, gazing into those gray eyes, fulfilling her ambition. Dumbledore interjected, "Severus, Sarantini is not one who resorts to any means." Sarantini retorted, "If all Slytherins are unscrupulous, then perhaps you should transform the Slytherin common room into a one-way ticket to Azkaban." Dumbledore paused, not angered by Sarantini's audacity. Instead, he smiled at Snape. "Youth is a delightful thing." Serenity gazed out the window behind Dumbledore, where the azure sky met billowing white clouds, stretching infinitely. "The weather is splendid, Professor." At that moment, something seemed to surge forth. Serenity waved her wand, and a silver bird emerged, soaring from her wand. Dumbledore and Snape watched as the bird circled the headmaster's office before finally dissipating on Snape's shoulder. "Expecto Patronum." The girl's melodious voice intertwined with that of an adult woman, as warmth and resolve danced in Serenity's eyes. What brought her joy was the profound realization of self. Serenity would eternally cherish serenity. Chapter 46. Myrtle's release from confinement. The basilisk perished beneath the sword of Gryffindor wielded by the savior, and for the first time, a liberated bird took flight from the headmaster's office. The reindeer of Christmas were set to tread upon England's inaugural snowfall of the year, and Serenity could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She temporarily set aside her research on soul extraction to ponder the gift she would bestow upon Snape. A seemingly fragile quintet had stealthily nestled in a corner of the library, perhaps stirred by the festive atmosphere. For even Hermione had relinquished her book to join the spirited gathering. Serenity rested her chin on the table and murmured, "What gifts are you all giving for Christmas? I am at a loss for what to present Professor Snape." Draco rolled his eyes in a quintessential Slytherin manner, In truth, even a mere twig would be cherished by the professor. Hermione shook her head. Professor Snape values Serenity's gifts as a reflection of his regard for her. Yet Serenity cannot be dismissive in her choice. Serenity nodded, her face pressed against the table. Ron, sitting beside her, suggested Serenity. You could become a thoughtful darling this Christmas by assisting Professor Snape in grading assignments for a day. Serenity turned her face from the table. In that case, I would set your assignments aside for Professor Snape to grade, Ron. No need for that, Serenity, Ron replied. Feeling disheartened, Serenity gently bumped her head against the table. Waving her hand dismissively, you needn't concern yourselves with me. I will contemplate a gift for Professor Snape. The other four ceased their interruptions. If it were any other worry, they would surely assist Serenity, but this happy dilemma was one she ought to experience alone. Perhaps it was the perfect angle of sunlight, or the tranquility of the moment. Serenity gradually succumbed to slumber. Harry lowered his voice. Oh Merlin, let her sleep for a while. Her dark circles are nearing the floor. Hermione nodded in quiet agreement. She truly needs the rest. Ron and Draco piled a high stack of books on Serenity's table to shield her from the glaring sunlight. Harry and Ron quietly engaged in a game of wizard chess across from her, while Draco and Hermione read beside her. As midday drifted, Hermione gently patted Serenity's back. Serenity, wake up, it's time we agreed upon. Serenity opened her eyes, and with Hermione pulling her along, they dashed out of the library, heading to the girls' lavatory on the third floor, where the once audible cries had faded into silence, and Myrtle sat quietly in the corner. Draco, with a flick of his wrist, refreshed the lavatory, while Hermione retrieved a blanket from her small handbag, laying it on the floor. Harry, Ron, and Serenity settled down, and Harry called out to Myrtle, Myrtle, come here. Today we brought plenty of things, see if there's anything you like. Myrtle ambled over, and Harry began to produce items, ranging from the exquisite jewels Draco had brought to the mere twigs they had collected outside. Myrtle touched the twig, her expression momentarily distant. Have the leaves fallen outside? Serenity felt her eyes well with tears at this question. She held back, replying, Christmas is approaching, Myrtle. The lavatory, devoid of windows, meant Myrtle never ventured outside. Seasons changed, leaves fell, and Christmas came and went, yet Myrtle remained unconcerned. She had not perished at the hands of the basilisk, but rather through the ministry's negligence regarding Olive Hornby, rendering all human joys and sorrows irrelevant to her. Hogwarts was the labyrinth from which Myrtle could never escape. Myrtle murmured, Christmas is almost here. The group fell silent for a moment, each bowing their heads to gather their emotions before smiling and sharing countless adventurous tales with Myrtle. Harry declared, we defeated the basilisk. Myrtle's eyes widened. So, it was the basilisk that once took my life. They spent the afternoon with Myrtle until dinner time arrived. They stood, dusted off their hands, and agreed upon their next visit. Myrtle mentioned that even if she knew the time, she had no notion of how long had passed. Hermione reassured her. The agreed time is merely to remind you that we shall return. Finally, Draco discreetly produced a letter from his pocket and handed it to Myrtle before swiftly departing. Serenity and Hermione exchanged glances before following suit. Myrtle stared at the envelope bearing her name in a daze. It was Olive Hornby's letter. Myrtle mused, in truth. It was only as I matured that I recognized the malevolence of my actions towards you. I am burdened with guilt and remorse. Yet it is far too late for atonement. In my youthful immaturity, I inflicted harm upon an innocent girl with the purest malice, and I took delight in witnessing your despair and suffering. Reflecting on that time, I find myself loathsome. I know that no action on my part can amend the past. Learning of your demise, because of me, has haunted my dreams for far too long. I once believed that after graduating from Hogwarts, you might find happiness. Until Draco Malfoy reached out to me, revealing that you had confined yourself within Hogwarts for many years. I am a villain, a criminal. Yet, I have received my due punishment. I am destitute, aged, and despised by the future heir of the Malfoy line, one of the Sacred 28. I sincerely hope to earn your forgiveness, and I also wish for Draco Malfoy to forgive me for my youthful folly. I would pay any price for that chance. Olive Hornby. Myrtle, gripping the letter, revealed a cold smile. Such a person would never comprehend guilt or remorse, nor would they ever reflect on the plight of others. This belated confession was not Olive Hornby's regret, but rather Draco's concern for her. With a release of her fingers, the letter that had weighed on Myrtle for so long fell to the ground. Myrtle did not grant forgiveness. She merely understood that it was time to move forward. Myrtle gradually exited the lavatory, this dim, damp, desolate, and dilapidated prison, emerging as a liberated bird. Standing before a corridor window, she observed numerous students headed in one direction, and from the depths of her memory, She faintly recalled that it was the Great Hall. Among them, a Ravenclaw uniform dashed by. Once, she too had been one of those hastening on her way. Myrtle smiled softly. She suddenly felt a pang of regret as she noticed the barren branches outside. Myrtle did not feel lonely. Rather, she contemplated how many seasons had passed since she last beheld spring. Myrtle had punished herself for the transgressions of others for far too many years. And now, she declared her own release from confinement. Chapter 47. She no longer experienced nightmares. As Christmas approached, Serenity found herself devoid of any unique gift ideas, opting instead for a quantity over quality approach. She nearly emptied her vault at Caroline Manor, gathering precious materials, aged wines, and even copied 2 nearly disintegrating tomes. She stuffed everything into a suitcase enchanted with a spell. This time, Seraphina's Christmas card was exceptionally aloof. She inscribed but a single line. Open in an open space SC, so Professor Snape knows that Seraphina is also aloof. Seraphina's second Christmas at Hogwarts arrived as anticipated. This Christmas was far colder than the previous year. When one spoke outside the castle, the breath quickly condensed into tiny droplets. The usually boisterous Hogwarts had fallen into a rare tranquility, with everyone tightly wrapped in their wizarding robes, swiftly seeking refuge in warmer places, leaving only a chaotic trail of footprints in the thick snow. The rumor that elves only delivered letters after the little wizards had fallen asleep on Christmas Eve was shattered by Draco, who informed Seraphina that if she were ever uncertain about who would gift her, she could collect her presents at dawn and then send them out. Many Slytherins adopted this practice. This Christmas, Seraphina deliberately stationed herself by the window. As the clock struck midnight, she was greeted by the rapid flutter of wings and the hooting of owls outside. The owls would place gifts at the entrance of each of the 4 house common rooms, while house elves stealthily delivered them into the little wizards' rooms. Her own gifts had already been dispatched. Aside from a pile of precious materials for Professor Snape, Seraphina had sent Harry all the articles concerning James Potter and Lily Evans that she had painstakingly cut out from various aged newspapers, as well as templates replicated from the photos of Hogwarts alumni, including images of past Gryffindor Quidditch team members. For Hermione, she chose a Muggle detective novel, where in each case's correct answer would elicit a thank you letter from the victim, written in the voice of the victim, something Seraphina owed to the elegant language Snape had imparted to her. To Ron, she gifted a set of living wizard chess pieces that played by themselves and engaged in conversation, each with distinct personalities. Seraphina had secretly peeked inside, and was startled by a piece that wailed and wept, causing her to promptly close the box. Draco received a pair of cufflinks, not particularly inventive, yet the gemstones were from a rare vein, gentle to the touch, and circulated only among the aristocracy, now out of print. This item had originally been gifted to her by a Caroline when she was 4 years old. She could not recall the specifics. Most of the gifts for the professors consisted of scarves, red wine, vases, and the like, with the exception of Dumbledore's woolen socks and Professor Sprout's translated compendium of Eastern herbs. The first gift to arrive was from Hermione, who sent Seraphina a small sachet that could be hung, adorned with tassels, featuring the Hufflepuff crest on one side and a small badger on the other. The sachet bore a scent not of the trendy perfumes, but rather a bitter aroma reminiscent of potions, intertwined with a subtle sweetness. Hermione wrote that it was the scent she carried. Following closely was Harry's gift, a new set of cauldrons and some ordinary potion ingredients that Seraphina could handle. Then came gifts from various other students, some of whom Seraphina could hardly recall. As she glanced at the small gifts intended to prevent a repeat of last year's Draco incident, she breathed a sigh of relief and began to unwrap them one by one, estimating their values before selecting an appropriate one to return. For acquaintances she was less familiar with, a modest gift seemed far more sincere, while an extravagant one could impose undue pressure. Ron gifted her a hand-knit sweater from Mrs. Weasley, along with a handful of sweets. Half an hour later, Draco's gift arrived alongside those meant for the professors. Draco's offering was yet another box of grey gemstones. He wrote that it contained a fragment of a meteorite, acquired at an auction by the Malfoy family, accompanied by a certification of non-radiation. Once again, Seraphina was astonished by the Malfoys' wealth and Draco's favored status. This year, Snape gifted her a vial of Felix Felicis. Seraphina recalled that the preparation of this potion was particularly laborious and time-consuming, typically circulating only among the nobility. It was a luxury few could afford. As she retrieved the vial from its green box, the iridescent colors danced on her fingertips, casting a warm glow. Inside the box was also a note, which contained several more words than the last. Snape's signature and the date of the potion's creation indicated it had been made during the first year's holiday. This vial of Felix Felicis was not from Snape's stock. Its existence was solely due to the fact that it had found its rightful owner. Serafina smiled joyfully, placing the round, plump vial on her small desk. She preferred not to clutter her workspace, so although her desk was quite spacious, it held very few items. Only a potted plant occupied the upper left corner, next to a vial of elation potion, and a vial of the elixir of life, one given by her to Snape, and the other bestowed upon her by him, after the Weasley twins' golden snitch incident. Now, she placed the vial of Felix Felicis beside them, 3 plump potions nestled closely together. Serafina reclined on her small bed, with Hermione's sachet still hanging on the wall. She patted her pillow, attempting to make it softer, then lay on her side, rolling the edges of her blanket back, and quietly closed her eyes. After a while, she turned over, the rustling of her blanket and pajamas creating a soft sound. Moments later, she hopped out of bed with a thud to drink a glass of water, then dashed back to her bed. After a little while longer, Serafina sat up with a silly grin, her hand brushing against Hermione's sachet. She stared at the sachet for a moment before braiding the tassels into a twist. Finally, with a sigh, she jumped out of bed, rummaged through her desk drawer to retrieve the elixir of life that Snape had given her after her adventurous foray into Dumbledore's office, and took a small sip. Sleepiness washed over her, and she returned to bed, hanging Mrs. Weasley's sweater by the side of the bed, adjusting the now taut tassels of the sachet, and clutching the little star on her chest before finally drifting off to sleep. Serafina often suffered from nightmares, her childhood marred by unrestrained attacks from immature dementors. Her mind and soul were in disarray. However, after this Christmas, Serafina found herself free from nightmares. Chapter 48. The Genius on the Left, the Madman on the Right. This Christmas, Hermione also did not return home. After Ron inadvertently revealed that they had lain in the snow with Serafina, Hermione angrily exclaimed that they did not take care of her at all. "Serafina, I treat you the best. Those boys have no idea how to care for you." Draco, who had not participated in the matter last year, shouted in frustration. The great hall was splendidly decorated, with a lush green Christmas tree adorned with a delicate layer of snow, and beneath it lay a heap of gifts for the little wizards. Above, numerous magical plants intertwined, with hanging vines that could be touched. Serafina and Hermione examined each gift, guessing which professor had arranged them. After lunch, everyone coincidentally slumped into their chairs, the cold outside being too much to bear. Ron and Serafina squatted by the door, admiring the snowy landscape. After a while, Ron grew bored and proposed they play eagle-catching chickens. Draco scolded him for being childish, but Harry grabbed his robe, forcing him into the role of the hen. Hermione pulled Serafina to line up behind Harry, while poor Ron, who had just suggested the game, automatically became the eagle. He scrunched his nose, darkened his expression, and made a fierce face. "The eagle has arrived." Hermione and Harry screamed in unison. Serafina tugged at Hermione's robe, running back and forth, the little star on her chest bouncing out from her collar. The game played by the 5 soon captivated the attention of other young wizards. The sight of the robes of Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff mingling in joyful play became a common scene at Hogwarts, and it wasn't long before more young wizards joined in. However, Draco, unwilling to take on the role of a protective hen, allowed the newcomers to insert themselves ahead of him. Serenity felt a delightful dizziness, as if the elixir of life within her had yet to be fully digested, now manifesting its effects. The air was filled with the startled screams and laughter of the young wizards, occasionally punctuated by Ron's exasperated shouts. Tossed back and forth, Serenity found herself exhilarated. In that moment, she felt as though she had truly transformed into a child, frolicking carefree with her peers, the burdens of the past and the uncertainties of the future fading into mere nightmares. Only her present self felt real. The commotion soon drew the attention of the professors. Christmas, a joyous occasion, elicited no reprimands for their noise. Even Snape, unusually, lingered after breakfast, taking a moment to observe. Dumbledore, gazing at the not-so-vocal yet exuberantly joyful Serenity, gently touched the unbreakable vow on his left arm and sighed, "Still children." McGonagall's expression softened as she smiled and remarked, "They are all good children." Dumbledore nodded, and the 2 seasoned educators shared a knowing smile, raising their glasses of red wine in a toast. Lockhart, somewhat dazed from his drink, descended from the faculty table and lifted the currently acting eagle Serenity, setting her aside. "Let me have a turn. You go be your little chick." Truth be told, Serenity's skills as an eagle were less than stellar. Had it not been for the leniency of her fellow eagles, she would likely last no more than 3 minutes each time. Serenity, bewildered, raised her small face and obediently moved to the back of the line, while across from her, Snape's expression had turned stern. In the way Snape remarked curtly, the tail of the line became increasingly chaotic, as Lockhart was not one to go easy on the children, resulting in wild swings among the chicks. Serenity soon found herself dizzy, and when she was tossed out again, she instinctively reached for the hem of a robe, only to realize it belonged to the departing Snape. Snape regarded her in silence, and Serenity, still disoriented, murmured, "Merry Christmas, Professor Snape." Snape merely grunted in response and continued on, with Serenity trailing after him, clutching his robe. Their departure went unnoticed, for with Serenity leaving the game, the Eagles could only regretfully seek other targets, and soon the Great Hall was once again filled with joyous sounds, while Serenity walked beside Snape, only hearing the howling wind and snow. "Why did you stop playing?" She yawned. "I'm tired," she added. Snape glanced at her, deliberately adopting a mock expression of concern. "Do you require me to escort you back to the Hufflepuff common room for a rest, esteemed Miss Caroline? Otherwise, I cannot fathom why you cling to my robe." Serenity shook her head, tugging at his robe. "No, I want to sleep in the cellar." Snape displayed an expression of exasperation, as if on the verge of scolding her. Fortunately, he refrained and acquiesced to her wish, allowing her to follow in his footsteps. The Serpent King guided the stumbling badger back to his lair, where a bottle of Serenity's hand cream lingered, exuding a sweet fragrance. For the remainder of Christmas Day, Serenity slept on the small couch in the cellar, which, though cold and damp, ideal for preserving delicate potion ingredients, was warmed by her small couch. She needed no heavy blanket, merely holding it close to her as she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, she found Snape had already departed. The candles on his desk were arranged to illuminate the path nearby, preventing her from waking in panic amidst darkness, while not glaring enough to disturb her rest. Serenity released the crumpled blanket from her embrace, and pulled away the other blanket draped over her, only to discover a worn book resting on the armrest of the couch. It must have been left for her by Snape, or perhaps even a gift. Sitting up in a daze, she moved the candle closer and opened the book, finding the last page inscribed, "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." While the direct translation is Half-Blood Prince, its true meaning resonates as Half-Blood Prince. The book contains spells invented by Snape during his studies, including several dark magics. The notes within were devoid of Snape's current sharpness, the youthful strokes and varying ink quality, revealing a conversation with a brilliant yet struggling young man, offering her a glimpse into Snape's wounds. It was said that Snape would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, that his youthful pursuits of power were devoid of humanity. Yet each dark spell he crafted bore a counter-curse. Genius lies to the left, madness to the right. Should one be exceedingly clever yet align with the majority, they are heralded as a genius. Otherwise, they are deemed a madman deserving of expulsion. Like a half-blood wizard amidst pure-blood aristocracy, and a Hufflepuff among Gryffindors, young Snape mirrored the existence of a Caroline, a Hufflepuff destined to inherit through bloodline. Yet finding herself in the Slytherin house. Chapter 49. Will you be lonely? When Snape returned, he brought with him a chill from the outside. However, Serenity, adorned with a small star on her chest, felt no discomfort. Only the candle beside her flickered, casting shadows that danced between Snape and her. "Did you see?" Snape's gaze fell on the book resting on her lap. "This is merely for your viewing. Your physical age is but 12, so do not practice in secret." Serenity nodded obediently. "Understood, Professor Snape." The boisterousness of Christmas night rendered the cellar unusually quiet. Serenity's curls were tied into a side ponytail resting on her chest, her gray eyes calm and warm as they met his. Snape easily discerned the peculiar dissonance between Serenity's soul and body, as the candlelight gradually blurred her features. "Have your studies yielded results?" Snape inquired, seated at his desk while a house elf delivered dinner for two to the cellar. Serenity furrowed her brow. "I am unsure if it counts as a result, but my preliminary thoughts involve extracting both souls and reinserting the correct one. Perhaps the soul extraction curse could lead to similar spells." Snape nodded in agreement, a reasonable notion. Soul manipulation and extraction may indeed be related. The aftermath can be managed through potion making. Serenity pouted, intentionally adopting a tone of mild complaint. "However, I am not yet proficient enough in spells to that extent. Time waits for no one. I have perhaps 5 more years. Maybe once those Horcruxes are eliminated, I will have more time." "You still have me. My dark magic is likely not as dreadful," Snape replied, not lifting his head. "In 5 years, even a troll should yield results." Serenity chuckled at his jest, her gray eyes sparkling with brightness. Snape continued, "Prepare to visit the room of requirement tomorrow. That bothersome old bee has already secured the Hufflepuff cup. He claims he is searching for a secluded place to destroy it. Let us hope our poor Hufflepuff miss does not weep upon hearing this unfortunate news." Serenity found herself amused once more. Snape seemed to find it remarkably easy to earn someone's affection. His life as a spy had made him quite adept at it. Serenity feigned regret, expressing, "What a pity that only the Hufflepuff cup, the Ravenclaw diadem, and the Slytherin locket remain, with no Gryffindor sword in sight." Snape replied, "I too lament this absence. I have harbored a disdain for the Gryffindor sword for quite some time." They shared a laugh. Since their negotiations in Dumbledore's office, Snape and Serenity had been utterly swamped, rarely finding the opportunity to sit down and converse in such a relaxed manner. Snape had always believed that the dungeons of Hogwarts concealed a dark, twisted, cold-blooded creature, entangled with both the light and dark sides in countless ways, while somehow being unwelcome everywhere he turned. Snape's goodness was not wholly sincere, nor was his malevolence fully transparent, leaving his heart tormented in the flames of inner conflict. He wandered a deserted night road, surrounded only by weeds and wildflowers, until the day her gray eyes turned towards him. Another figure began to emerge along his path. Serenity was nothing like him. They were not of the same ilk. She appeared gentle yet was resolute, seemingly silent yet vibrantly alive. The seemingly frail could only attach their ambitions to others, yet she had forged a pact with the most powerful white wizard, bringing forth death to the mightiest dark wizard. She declared, "I stand in the position of Severus Snape." Her gaze was unwavering, even as she yearned for the arrival of adulthood. His defenses were impenetrable, leaving her but a narrow passage. They were not of the same kind, yet they stood on each other's side. Perhaps the moment Snape first laid eyes on Serenity, his softened heart spoke volumes. In their ensuing interactions, she taught him what that truly meant, affection. Serenity's sincerity earned Snape's utmost trust. Leaning back, he adopted a fully relaxed posture, his tone laced with weariness. "What are your plans moving forward?" Serenity replied slowly, "Well, there are 4 Horcruxes to handle. 2 of them are relatively manageable. However, my soul extraction plan requires test subjects. Is it too late to inform Professor Dumbledore to spare the Hufflepuff cup for my experiments?" Snape said, "It is likely too late. Dumbledore began seeking a place to destroy it before writing." Serenity remained unperturbed. "That's quite all right. I can keep the Ravenclaw diadem and another." In truth, without his prompting, she could have surmised Snape closed his eyes, attempting to soften his expression. "Your urgency to find a safe method for soul extraction stems from the fact that someone has been turned into a Horcrux, does it not?" Snape's voice was calm. "It is Potter." Serenity endeavored to console him. "In truth, the danger is not immense. At the very least, you all perished, while Harry remains alive." To divert Snape's attention, Serenity decided to divulge a tidbit about the boy. "Well, he has 3 children, one of whom has been given your name, Albus Severus Potter." 3 names that had never before been imagined together in this lifetime. Snape's focus was indeed shifted, his expression darkening as he seethed. "How dare he associate my name with Potter?" Serenity explained, "Perhaps it is because after your death, all of his relatives connected to his parents distanced themselves from him. His life has been one of profound solitude." Snape fell silent. Serenity thought he must feel sorrow for Harry as well. She felt a twinge of regret for broaching such a topic on a day meant for joy. Snape inquired, "Does your prophecy encompass your own future?" Serenity was momentarily taken aback by his sudden curiosity, instinctively responding, "No." After a pause, she gently elaborated, "Caroline has no future. Prophecies are inherently defiant of fate. No one knows what the first to barter with destiny, Caroline sacrificed. Yet thereafter, all who possess the blood of prophecy are unable to discern the future of a gray-eyed individual." Snape asked, "Do you not feel lonely?" Serenity replied, "What?" Snape lowered his eyes. "The version of me you know is the one from your prophecy, the one that has already perished. You encountered everyone as the story dictated. But we have been altered by you and shall no longer tread the same path. The friend Serenity once knew would forever be absent from her life." Serenity too cast her gaze downward, smiling softly. "If the conclusion is heartening, then there is no need for old acquaintances to meet." Chapter 50. Lockhart raises the stakes for Valentine's Day. The day after Christmas, Serenity led Snape to the room of requirement. They set off in the early hours and Serenity, in high spirits, donned the hood of her wizarding robe to obscure her gray eyes, revealing only the pale lower half of her face. Her brand new robe bore the marks of wear from her charm, and the wide-brimmed hat resembled that of a witch, appearing as tattered as the Sorting Hat. Snape found himself perplexed by her sense of aesthetics. Serenity huffed playfully, "You don't understand. I resemble the mysterious witch from a fairy tale. A little cat would complete the look." As Snape paced back and forth in front of the room of requirement as instructed by Serenity, he feigned interest. Yes. The mysterious witch Serenity. Once the room revealed itself, he tossed Serenity a glowing crystal ball for her to play with while he delved into the towering trash heap in search of the Ravenclaw diadem. Serenity examined the crystal ball, astonished to see images emerging, not of future prophecies, but of past events. She glimpsed a moment from her first year, locking eyes with Hermione. Scenes of Ron playing wizard chess with her, Harry's shy smile, and Draco's haughty raised brow. Shaking the ball, the images rippled like a water curtain, and within, she spotted a fuzzy little cat paw. Cradling the crystal ball, she swayed with delight. Snape stole a quick glance at her, thinking her demeanor had little to do with any mysterious witch. Serenity had offered to assist. Yet while Snape retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem and tossed it into the box sealing dark magic, she continued to shake the crystal ball. Professor Snape can handle it alone, she declared. Snape patted her witch's hat. Time to eat. Serenity casually tucked the crystal ball into her small satchel, and Snape acquiesced to her pilfering. It was intended for her all along. With the main storyline of the second year, the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, resolved and 3 of the 7 Horcruxes dealt with, Serenity had mastered the Patronus charm to fend off Dementors, even achieving significant theoretical breakthroughs concerning Harry's issues. Thus she decided to indulge in leisure for the remainder of her time. She placed the Horcrux taken from Regulus and the Resurrection Stone ring among her third-year plans, prior to which Serenity intended to sway Lucius Malfoy and persuade Dumbledore to negotiate with Gellert Grindelwald, since Dumbledore was willing to sacrifice everything. A small concession to reconcile with Grindelwald should pose no issue. Serenity hesitantly inscribed this plan into her third-year notes. Additionally, there was Ron's rat. Serenity did not intend to rectify Sirius's wrongful conviction just yet. She would wait until Dumbledore had successfully lured Grindelwald before proceeding. To vindicate Sirius would mean Peter would disappear from under their noses, and unleashing Voldemort now would leave them unprepared. After offloading all responsibilities onto Dumbledore, Serenity felt justified in embracing a state of relaxation. Once the tasks were completed, a sense of disorientation washed over her. Unbeknownst to Serenity, Valentine's Day had quietly arrived. For the younger students, Valentine's Day undoubtedly holds little significance beyond the abundance of pink bubbles that fill the campus on this day. Thus, when Seraphina found herself seated in the auditorium, she could not help but notice the palpable sweetness in the atmosphere, accentuated by Professor Lockhart's unusually meticulous appearance at the head table. It was then that a realization dawned upon her. Lockhart had finally grasped that Seraphina was hopelessly infatuated with the brooding Severus Snape, and thus he resigned himself to the futility of attempting to rescue this naive girl from her folly. After all, his life was perpetually suffused with fervent admirers. One Seraphina was hardly worthy of his undivided attention. Having regained her composure, Seraphina endeavored to cast aside thoughts of the flamboyant peacock that was Lockhart, only to be struck by an ominous recollection. She cast a regretful glance at Snape, then lowered her head, contemplating a hasty retreat, but it was already too late. Snape, sensing the weight of her apologetic gaze, felt a twinge of confusion. Just then, amidst the cacophony of young witches and wizards gorging themselves, Lockhart rose with a glass of red wine in hand, launching into an impassioned speech. Ladies and gentlemen, on this day brimming with love, I must extend my heartfelt wishes to all. Prior to this moment, many have expressed their admiration for me, and I am deeply grateful. To reciprocate, I have prepared a small surprise. With a clap of his hands, a group of somber and garishly dressed dwarves entered the hall. Lockhart continued, My little cupids shall deliver envelopes to every pair of star-crossed lovers, facilitating great romances. Of course, I shan't hog all the limelight. My esteemed colleagues are equally eager to share their blessings for this annual occasion. Professor Snape. Lockhart audaciously overlooked the humiliation Snape had suffered in their previous duel. Snape's expression darkened, more ominous than that of the dwarves, as if he longed to drag Lockhart back to the dueling stage. Yet, Lockhart remained blissfully oblivious. Marvelous potions will leave the young witches and wizards yearning for more. I happen to know of a love potion called Amortentia, which ensures that every wizard's heart's desire comes to fruition. Fortuitously, our potions master, your very own Professor Snape, will concoct this elixir. Do not hesitate to consult him. Seraphina covertly glanced at Snape, who surveyed the crowd with a piercing gaze that dared any student to inquire about his potion. The young witches and wizards trembled. Please don't look at me, Professor. What Lockhart said has nothing to do with me. If anyone is to be punished, it should not be me. Nearby, Flitwick had discreetly buried his face in his hands, sliding down in his seat. You find this embarrassing too, don't you, head of Ravenclaw? Seraphina remarked. This Valentine's Day was fraught with exasperation for Lockhart. The dwarves he referred to as cupids invaded the classrooms of various professors, reading out loud from letters that elicited profound embarrassment. Moreover, they were incapable of discerning the sincerity of the sentiments expressed, leading to numerous pranks where students penned humiliating messages to one another. Even the younger students were not spared from this farce. Chapter 51. Whom does Seraphina belong to? Harry had been cornered by the dwarves thrice, and during the last encounter, Seraphina witnessed him floundering, desperately attempting to cover the mouth of one dwarf while tears of embarrassment welled in his emerald-green eyes as he muttered, "Please stop, please stop." Beside him, Ron and Hermione were similarly occupied with the dwarves. Seraphina furrowed her brow, inhaled deeply, and drew her wand, casting a spell that sent all the dwarves into a stupor. Though the dwarves were diminutive and agile, the young witches and wizards were at their wits' end. However, Seraphina declared, "If you dare to evade me, I shall inform Professor Snape. When one is out in the world, one must rely on oneself." Harry and his friends exhaled in relief and quickly followed Seraphina, with Hermione commenting, "They are truly bothersome." Harry nodded vigorously. "Although their letters express affection for me, I feel inexplicably angry. Because they do not respect you, Harry," Seraphina replied, ruffling his messy hair. "Affection is a matter between two individuals. If one is too timid to even meet the object of their affection, resorting to publicly declaring their feelings in a manner that harms the other is simply disrespectful." Hermione nodded vigorously. "Indeed, they have no respect for me whatsoever. I detest being subjected to fervent declarations from a stranger in front of everyone, especially when I don't even know who they are. Such behavior is downright despicable. No girl wishes to be treated in this manner." Ron added, "Exactly, Hermione. It goes for boys too." Seraphina patted each of them on the shoulder. "Fear not, should you encounter them again. Simply raise your wands and treat it as a practical exercise. Isn't that cool? Second years on the battlefield." Comforted by Seraphina's words, Harry and his friends felt much better. Ron asserted, "You're right, Seraphina. If I see them again, I'll give them a proper lesson with my wand." Seraphina had only one class that afternoon, herbology. The classroom was in disarray due to the delivering dwarves, and Professor Sprout was visibly furious. Yet the dwarves continued their incessant deliveries. The class was utterly unmanageable, so Seraphina stationed herself at the door, dispatching dwarves into unconsciousness upon sight with her wand, swiftly binding them and sealing their mouths. If one were to read a letter in Snape's class, the repercussions were far graver than merely reporting that she was being bullied by dwarves. After all, it was common knowledge at Hogwarts who the most fearsome professor was and who his favored student might be. The latter half of the class was markedly more tranquil without the dwarves, and at the end, Professor Sprout expressed her gratitude to Seraphina and offered to provide her with extra lessons after class. Seraphina requested to schedule them for the evening. This was due to the fact that the next class was Snape's potions lesson for Slytherin and Gryffindor. Given how troublesome Gryffindor already was for Snape, she feared the addition of the dwarves might drive him to exasperation. As she made her way down the corridor to the potions classroom, she spotted dwarves in the distance and began waving her wand. The scenery outside the potions classroom lacked the vibrant allure of the astronomy tower or the library. Yet Seraphina remained in the corridor for 2 full class periods. The wind was still, yet her heart raced. By the end of the day, only Snape's potions class had remained undisturbed by the dwarves, and the young witches and wizards marveled at Snape's formidable reputation. However, upon opening the classroom door, they were met with the sight of 2 layers of unconscious dwarves stacked against the wall. Snape, having overheard the students' chatter, stepped out and, upon seeing the dwarves sprawled on the floor, raised an eyebrow and muttered a name, Seraphina. Thus, this vexing Valentine's Day concluded, and life returned to its usual rhythm. Seraphina had already altered the prophecy beyond recognition. Yet perhaps the curse of the defense against the dark arts professor was too potent. It was rumored that Lockhart, in a bid to boast of his prowess during an interview, accidentally aimed his wand at himself while attempting to demonstrate a spell. Remarkably, he managed to successfully cast a rather decent spell, resulting in his mind going blank, and now he was receiving treatment at St. Mungo's. As the second year drew to a close, Seraphina pondered whether Snape would still be willing to take her in for the summer. Caroline Manor has ceased to be her sanctuary. Although Eureka Caroline's clumsy soul extraction did not yield any substantial information from Seraphina, it is no secret that Seraphina enjoys the favor of the illustrious potion master, Severus Snape. Eureka Caroline is certainly aware that, with Snape's assistance, Seraphina has regained her memories and possesses the qualifications to challenge for her rightful place. Even if Seraphina shows no interest in the position of head of the Caroline family, her mere existence poses the gravest threat to Eureka Caroline. Furthermore, the house elf named Femi, who appears utterly loyal to Seraphina, has served at Caroline Manor for an impressive 76 years, and has revealed nothing to Seraphina. He has once again chosen to side with Eureka. Femi is a devoted house elf, perhaps genuinely regarding Seraphina as family. The tearful farewell at the first-year platform was not feigned. However, Femi's steadfast loyalty is not directed towards Seraphina. House elves are truly peculiar beings. They prioritize loyalty over genuine affection, and are willing to forsake everything for the sake of loyalty. Seraphina can no longer bear to face Femi. Should Snape not take her in, she plans to forge another vow with Eureka. As long as Caroline Manor guarantees her safety until she turns 18, she will perish as Caroline's third child, continuing to live under the identity of Seraphina. Upon learning of her troubles, Hermione expressed unexpected fury, unable to comprehend why blood relations could be so easily disregarded for the sake of power. Even Draco concurred with her this time. I must inform my father. Their actions are a disgrace to Slytherin. Seraphina had posed this inquiry to Eureka, whose answer was the unsuccessful soul extraction conducted by Eureka Caroline. Not every question bears an answer, and Seraphina could only concede this point. Hermione embraced her, weeping profusely. This kind-hearted girl has always excelled at shedding tears for the suffering of others. Seraphina gently patted Hermione's back, soothing her slowly. Harry longed to suggest that Seraphina could come to his home, yet his gaze fell, shadowed by sorrow. He himself had no home to offer her as shelter. Ron, however, did extend an invitation for Seraphina to stay at his house, and Draco also welcomed her presence. Hermione immediately sobbed out an invitation to Seraphina, who contemplated the possibility of spending a few days at each friend's home to navigate the holiday. The likelihood was slim, but not entirely absent. Chapter 52. Having made up her mind, Hermione's home was out of the question. Ron's father worked at the Ministry of Magic, and the Malfoys were among the 28 sacred families, while the Grangers hailed from a Muggle background, ill-equipped to withstand Caroline's retribution. Ron and Draco could be considered, but there was no urgency to the matter. As Seraphina pondered, she found solace in the thought. Dumbledore would undoubtedly ensure her survival. At least until Voldemort was dealt with, she remained Dumbledore's greatest asset. Likewise, Dumbledore was her staunchest ally. They ventured to the astronomy tower once more to gaze upon the stars. With Harry's invisibility cloak enveloping all 5 of them, including Draco, in this shared endeavor, the stars atop the astronomy tower are eternally the closest to humanity, their twinkling lights pressing down from above, one beside another, generously casting their luminosity and secrets upon the earth. It felt as if one could simply reach out and pluck a star from the sky. The celestial expanse has always borne the gaze of mortals, reciprocating with unchanging constellations. As Seraphina beheld this galaxy, she found herself in a trance. The last time she had looked upon the stars was an eternity ago. Back then, she had been fervently seeking to explore the moment of her death amidst the cosmos, teetering between life and death, where she seemed to glimpse her own soul. It arrived in its barest form and departed in solitude, untouched by the myriad entanglements of the human realm. This time, she simply gazed at the stars. The tranquil sky before her was no longer that of impending death, but rather a constellation gifted by Harry, Ron and Hermione, a small celestial river bestowed by Snape, and fragments of meteorites sent by Draco. Seraphina had finally settled amidst the bustling world. She rolled in the dust of humanity, perhaps to be stained with blood and tears in the future. Yet she had also embraced the rarest of genuine emotions found in this mortal existence. Draco observed her in profile, feeling that at this moment, Seraphina was as enigmatic as the stars themselves. As the sole heir to the Malfoy legacy, Lucius and Narcissa indulged him while ensuring he was not overly naive. Compared to the foolishness of Harry and Ron, Draco, alongside Hermione, was more acutely aware of Seraphina's suffering. It felt as though 1,000 lifetimes could not erase it, yet it was also something that could not be laid bare in her heart. Do you truly adore the stars? Draco inquired. Seraphina opened her hands as if to gather one close, sitting on the ground with her knees drawn up, the graspable star resting against her chest, warding off the biting cold. Hearing Draco's words, Seraphina turned her profile towards him and replied, "Yes, I do. The stars, much like life and death, are intangible and elusive. Yet now, someone was willing to step beyond the bounds of his predetermined fate for her ambition, placing his existence in her hands." Draco snorted, turning back to regard the stars earnestly. After a while he scoffed, "What is so fascinating about them?" Seraphina's voice was a whisper, "Perhaps one day you will understand. Perhaps it is better if you do not. Thus, continue to live as the young master of Malfoy, precious and pampered, indulging in this existence, rather than becoming a Death Eater, perpetually fraught with anxiety, ultimately leading to a fate of shattered dreams." Each of them reflected upon their own life insights, while Ron was busy introducing the stars to Harry, only to be countered by Hermione, who excelled in astronomy. "I've had enough of this, Ron." Ron was not angered by her words. He was naturally inclined to tease the ever-dar Seraphina, and so was Hermione. Indeed, Seraphina found herself laughing at their antics. Her spirits lifted, while Severus Snape, alone in the astronomy tower, felt a wave of displeasure. Despite his kindness towards her, she contemplated spending the holidays in another's home. The words of trust she spoke were merely comforting reassurances. After several nights of stargazing, Draco caught a cold, sneezing repeatedly and calling her a star-headed fool. Subsequently, Seraphina, with her starry head, completed her end-of-term exams. After the tests, the group of young witches and wizards erupted into exuberant shouts throughout Hogwarts, the noise making Seraphina's scalp tingle. With only 3 days remaining until the holiday, Snape darkly informed her that she was to join him in Spinner's End for the summer. Seraphina had not felt fear from him in a long time, and did not perceive his ire as directed towards her. Rather, she felt pity for him. The teaching profession, it seems, is no easy task. Snape found Seraphina's constant presence before him increasingly irksome, and he immediately docked Hufflepuff 2 points. "Very well, as long as you are happy," Seraphina replied. This time, Seraphina once again waited at platform 9 3/4 with Harry until the very end. It was only after Harry departed that Femi emerged, joyfully scampering towards Seraphina. "Mistress." Seraphina stepped back, gazing at him. Femi froze in place, its large eyes quickly filling with tears, its shrill voice tinged with palpable anxiety. "Mistress, please don't abandon Femi. It is Femi's fault. Femi hasn't made Mistress happy. Femi will punish itself." It began banging its head against the pillar of the platform. Seraphina sighed. "Femi, please stop hitting your head. I am no longer your mistress, and I will not return to Caroline Manor." Perhaps there was no right or wrong between Seraphina and Femi. It was Seraphina who had chosen to invest her heart where it was unwarranted. Femi was merely a house elf. It understood only loyalty, never feeling wronged by its own suffering. So how could it defy Caroline's orders for Seraphina's sake? Such is the nature of the world, difficult to delineate. Femi lifted its head, and its small mistress continued to gaze upon it with such gentleness and forgiveness. Fermi witnessed the birth of Selionite, a house elf assigned to care for her at the Caroline Manor. Selionite did not possess a gentle and meek disposition from an early age. Rather, she was raised in Slytherin, imbued with a touch of cunning mischief, often enlisting Fermi to tease other Corollians, revealing a hint of mischievousness. Yet she had an innate charm, managing to appear innocent even after her misdeeds, and possessing a sense of propriety that allowed her to escape scrutiny time and again. Fermi devoted several years to worrying over Selionite. Yet, the joyful moments were fleeting. Everything took a tragic turn on the night of her 5th birthday, when Selionite fell into a deep slumber. Initially, the gray-eyed Corollians were filled with trepidation, summoning countless St. Mungo's healers and exploring myriad remedies. Philno sat by Selionite's bedside daily, remaining there for hours on end. Days turned into months, which then stretched into years. Eureka ascended to the role of head of the household, yet she remained absorbed in the library of Caroline Manor, no longer searching for a way to awaken Selionite, but instead engrossed in a tome that revealed erroneous magic, the soul extraction curse. Slowly, Philno ceased his visits to Selionite, consumed by more pressing matters as he sought to consolidate his own power, striving to wrest greater authority from his mother. The birth of Eulalia Caroline brought Fermi a fleeting joy, as Eulalia often visited Selionite during tumultuous times when Voldemort wreaked havoc in the wizarding world. Eulalia bore many burdens, yet her sole moments of happiness came from conversing with her ailing sister. Eventually, Eulalia wed one of the 28 sacred clans and ceased her visits. Chapter 53. Let go of attachment. Slytherins are creatures of power. Once they have tasted authority, the bonds of blood seem trivial. Selionite, lying in her sickbed, ceased to grow. Once the favored child, her room was centrally located in Caroline Manor, yet as her coma deepened, the once frequent passage of family through the center became akin to traversing a wall. Selionite was abandoned within Caroline Manor. Time passed, and after an indeterminate period, Selionite stirred awake, prompting Fermi to jubilantly inform Eureka. Eureka, momentarily dazed, struggled to recall who Selionite was. Following Fermi to Selionite's chamber, she brandished her wand. "Soul extraction curse," she uttered. Fermi screamed as he caught the collapsing Selionite, who had no time to utter a word before losing consciousness once more. After that incident, the Corollians resumed their visits to Selionite, their expressions shifting from worry to longing, hoping to extract something from her. Selionite lapsed into unconsciousness once again, and upon her second awakening, she had forgotten much, speaking in peculiar phrases and denying her identity as Selionite, claiming to hail from another realm. She drifted in and out of lucidity, alternately asserting that she was a Carolinian, and then denying her identity. This time, Fermi chose to conceal her awakening. Selenites began to exhibit a gentler demeanor, shedding her Slytherin traits. She became indifferent to the loss of Caroline's power and the suspicions of her kin. Fermi mused that perhaps living this way was acceptable, detached from the turmoil of the Corollians and the wizarding world. Existing in a small corner shared only by Selenites and Fermi. As Christmas approached, Selenites burst into the laughter-filled main house, akin to an unwelcome intruder, confronting Eureka. Eureka said nothing, coolly regarding the disheveled Selenite, who seemed to regain clarity. She trudged back to her small chamber weary. Eureka commanded Fermi to monitor Selenites' every move, demanding to hear and see every word Selenite spoke or wrote. As a house elf of the Corollians, Fermi acquiesced to her wishes. Later, Eureka instructed Fermi to pose certain questions during conversations with Selenite, which he dutifully followed. Though Selenite fluctuated between clarity and confusion, her intelligence shone through, and she quickly discerned the ruse. With eyes filled with despair, she commanded Fermi, as the rightful mistress of Caroline, never to converse with her again. I am not your mistress, Fermi. I am Selenite, and your true mistress is Caroline. When Eureka sought Fermi's insights on Selenite, he confessed the truth of her keen perception, which alerted the equally sensitive Eureka to the peril of waning authority. She raised her wand against Selenite, skilled in numerous spells, capable of erasing her memories. Perhaps fueled by her overwhelming desire for knowledge of the prophecy, she resorted to the soul extraction curse once more. Selenite remained in a coma for 2 years. Upon awakening, she had forgotten everything, regarding Fermi with a gentle gaze that filled him with regret. He had concealed Selenite's past from her. In that moment, as he observed her kind but distant demeanor, he realized that Selenite had truly let him go. Fermi felt an overwhelming urge to perish. He heard Selenite sigh, uttering, "For the last time, in the name of Caroline, I command you, Fermi, never abandon your life, regardless of the circumstances. Return now, Fermi." Fermi gazed at Selenite, gradually recalling events from over 20 years prior. How had the resolute little witch, destined to stir the waters of Slytherin, transformed into this gentle and forgiving Hufflepuff? Fermi pondered when their paths had begun to diverge. Perhaps it was his unwavering loyalty to the head of the household. Or perhaps it was that fateful Christmas when the dazed Selenite had confronted the family, still unaware. Or perhaps it was even earlier, when Selenite, unable to become the head of the household, had chosen a divergent path when he pledged allegiance to Caroline. Take care of yourself, little mistress. Fermi is useless. Fermi is nothing. Fermi, who loved his little mistress dearly, yet obeyed the head's commands, felt like a futile little elf. He finally understood the moment their lives had begun to drift apart. Yet they had traversed too far in time to turn back and see clearly. Selenite Caroline smiled gently, repeating, "The wind is strong outside, you should return." Fermi did not use the disapparition spell, instead walking slowly, glancing back with each step, reminiscent of the previous year when he had sent Selenite off to school. Tears streaming down his face. His reluctance was genuine, as was his unwavering loyalty. Alas, his devotion and reluctance were given to 2 different individuals, destined to pull him toward the final chapter of their separation. Selenite's first friend in the magical world at the age of 11 was Fermi, which brought tears to her eyes. She lowered her head, stifling her tears. Having made a decision, there is no need for reluctance. She spoke to Fermi, and to herself. Selenite stood still, watching Fermi depart, waiting for the wind to dry her tears before blinking her moist gray eyes. A dark figure materialized behind her, and Selenite looked up to see Snape gazing at her with a sorrowful expression that threatened to drown him. Snape turned his face away to evade her gaze, reaching for the suitcase in her hand, stabilizing her unsteady posture, and leading the way with her own excuse. "The wind is strong, you should return." Selenite tugged at the hem of Snape's robe. "Professor, are you here to fetch me? To capture the little bird? Professor, you are being insincere." "Selenite, your words are too many. Professor, I am unhappy. I know." Returning once more to Spinner's End, that filthy alley teeming with weary, malevolent eyes. Severus Snape did not escort Seraphina into the alley. Instead, he directly disapparated back home from a short distance away. Seraphina was no longer disoriented by Snape's disapparition. She stood in place, curiously surveying her surroundings, which bore little difference from when she had left. In the far corner of his bookshelf lay her Muggle poetry collection, flanked by some fundamental texts on potions and charms. On the table rested her idle, color-stained quill. Even the small room he had hastily prepared for her last year remained unchanged. Every corner was imbued with her essence, providing a sense of belonging and tranquility to his heart, which had just bid farewell to Fermi. Chapter 54. Platinum falls from the tower, heart of the bright moon. Snape handed her a small box and gently nudged her shoulder. Go tidy your room. I haven't been in there, so it must be dusty. I'll come to clean it for you in 10 minutes. The wizard's cleaning was essentially a thorough refresh, yet Seraphina, still a novice witch, could not use magic in the Muggle world, and Snape's second-hand, unclaimed wand was intended for nefarious deeds, making it unsuitable for her use. Seraphina nodded and peeked into her small room. Due to its long abandonment, the space felt somewhat desolate, with a hint of dust lingering in the air. Yet the furnishings remained precisely as she had left them. Even the mirror carelessly cast upon the bed was untouched. Snape endeavored to provide Seraphina with a semblance of something. He did not comprehend the taste of living under someone else's roof, yet he had experienced the agony of having nothing. Seraphina scanned her surroundings and ultimately chose to sit on her small box, staring blankly at the door. After a while, Snape knocked. Seraphina, too lazy to rise and open the door, called out, "Come in." Snape opened the door, raising an eyebrow at her, and performed a thorough cleaning of her room. "Come out for dinner shortly." Seraphina responded cheerfully. Due to Seraphina's stay at home last year, Snape had delved into culinary studies with the fervor of a potions master, and in the face of her terrified gaze, his recipe now featured measurements in milliliters and grams. Fortunately, although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was satisfactory. Snape's meals, while lacking warmth, were devoid of the acrid scent of potions, imbued only with a scientific aroma. Seraphina began to relish her holiday life in Spinner's End. Snape did not impose strictures upon her. Aside from daily urging her to study potions and charms, he tolerated her reading Muggle poetry and the chaotic flurry of owls before the window. Seraphina's daily influx of owls surpassed his entire year's worth. Harry and his friends, emboldened by their growing confidence, began to suspect that Snape's ferocity was but a facade, and after several attempts at sending letters, they grew increasingly audacious. Draco, relying on the connection between Snape and Lucius, inundated Seraphina with trivialities, claiming half of her correspondence. His letters boasted of how splendid, leisurely, and delightful his holiday was. Determined to give him something to do, Seraphina made a face and turned to Snape, who was engrossed in a newspaper. She scampered over, pressing down on the newspaper to project an air of formality. "Professor, I believe we can cultivate an alliance with the Malfoy family." Snape set the newspaper aside, reclining back to observe the child's antics with a bemused expression. "Dumbledore thinks so as well. Leave this matter to me." Seraphina nodded, then shook her head mysteriously. "Professor Snape, I gazed at the stars last night, and the time to sway the Malfoys is now." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Received another letter from Draco, have you?" Seraphina asserted with righteous indignation. "This has absolutely nothing to do with it." Snape, disinterested in exposing her ruse, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Though her motivation stemmed from Draco's indulgent lifestyle, her plan to sway the Malfoys had long been in the making, and she was well prepared to utilize Narcissa and Draco. While perhaps morally dubious, it was undeniably effective. A husband and father who respected his wife and cherished his child could not remain indifferent in the face of his wife's anxious pleas and his child's despair. Snape surmised that the Platinum young master would likely not meet a favorable fate in the future. He promptly agreed, drafting a letter to Lucius requesting a visit. Compared to Snape's solitary existence, the Malfoy manor was a vulnerability, and it was unlikely Lucius would not feel compelled to return to Voldemort's fold. Snape provided Seraphina with a vial of aging potion. She was his trump card, and Voldemort must never discover her existence through Lucius's memories. The night breeze was gentle, and the moonlight sparse. Lucius and Narcissa had their house elf escort Draco away, anxiously awaiting Snape's arrival. This was no ordinary visit. At the end of his letter, Snape had casually sketched a few lines, the mark of the Death Eaters. Time dragged excruciatingly during their tense wait. Lucius felt a chill envelop him. Voldemort had become deranged long before his death. No longer the Tom Riddle Lucius had willingly followed, but a complete demon. Finally, as their master awaited with bated breath, the guest arrived as promised. Snape was clad in his customary black robes, his expression grim. Yet this time, he was accompanied by someone. The figure's height barely reached Snape's shoulder, cloaked in a black robe that obscured her form. Rather than a pointed witch's hat, she wore the hood of her robe, concealing her hair and eyes, with the lower half of her face adorned by a blank, unadorned mask. "Severus, who is this?" Lucius asked, his tone tinged with the familiar sarcasm that immediately conveyed to him a measure of seriousness. "Oh, a Miss Seer." Lucius's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "A seer?" Snape replied. "She has foretold that someone will be reborn from the dark filth. Platinum falls from the tower, heart of the bright moon." When Snape was being deceptive, he certainly had a flair for it. Seraphina rolled her eyes behind the mask. Lucius sprang to his feet, for no one understood better than he what those 2 lines of prophecy signified. He and Snape had been entangled in the mire named Voldemort, struggling for survival. Just as he understood Snape, Snape could see through him. Lucius, too preoccupied to engage in banter with Snape, could only ask in a panic, "Is it true? Will he truly return?" Severus. Snape steadied his hand on Lucius's arm. Lucius remained calm. Draco, unable to sleep that night, felt an unsettling anxiety wash over him. And being in Malfoy Manor only amplified his desire to seek solace from his parents. Upon reaching their bedroom, he overheard the headmaster's voice. "Platinum falls from the tower. Heart of the bright moon." His heart raced, and in an instant, he donned the invisibility cloak that Harry had sent him to play with. The strange witch waved a second-hand wand, and a silvery gray memory unfolded before Draco. A man with a snake-like face and no nose stared back at him. His voice hoarse. "I have returned." Draco pressed his hands to his face, struggling to suppress his frightened gasps, while Lucius's demeanor crumbled. The scene shifted to an adult Draco, battered and bruised, lying on the floor of the girls' lavatory. Snape's hollow gaze filled with heart-wrenching sorrow as he smoothed Draco's wounds with his wand. "Draco!" Narcissa could no longer contain her scream. Chapter 55. New Mungard, a reunion with old friends. Soon the image revealed Narcissa herself, tightly clasping Snape's hand, relinquishing all pride associated with pure-blooded aristocracy, beseeching Snape to look after her child. In that moment, she was simply a mother trapped in dire straits. Tears streamed down Narcissa's face. "Go kill Dumbledore." Draco, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted hoarsely at Dumbledore. "He made me kill you." He raised his left hand. "I am a Death Eater, a Death Eater. I have no path left." The witch's voice was icy. "Malfoy, did you not have your suspicions long ago?" Her implication was clear. The diary. The exchange between intelligent minds required only a hint. Lucius, in a state of despair, covered his face, and after a prolonged silence he hoarsely inquired, "What must I do?" The witch restrained Snape's hand and spoke in a raspy voice, "Lucius, join me." "Become mine." Lucius queried, "Who are you?" The witch replied, "Once someone posed a similar question to me. My answer is, I am the one who brought you death. The last person to ask me this was named Voldemort." In that instant, the wind stilled, and the sound of their heartbeats became deafening. Draco heard Lucius's voice. "Is this merely a trivial ruse to compel me to make a decision? Besides, how could I have known that the British wizarding world had gained a renowned seer?" The witch's malicious voice was both languid and ornate. "Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you should investigate which lineage within the prophetic bloodlines of Britain is truly omniscient. As for the decision, perhaps you would prefer he not learn that you comprehend what he entrusted you with, for it is a fragment of his very being. He will not become powerless due to the loss of his corporeal form, but do you truly believe he would spare you? Surely, you do not expect him to empathize with you as the Ministry of Magic does, believing you merely made a laughable custodial error? Regardless of the circumstances, one must first deceive." The witch hummed, her tone languid and carefree. "Have you never considered this? Young Mr. Malfoy, as the heir to the Malfoy legacy, wields a wand with a unicorn hair core. He hardly appears to be one capable of casting the killing curse. How could his faction tolerate someone like young Malfoy? Without your protection, he would be toyed with like a small creature, for what he desires is not Lucius's allegiance, but the servitude of the Malfoy line for generations to come. This scoundrel, though ignorant of love, possesses a keen understanding of the human heart. Do you not know this better than I?" Lucius choked back his emotions, and Snape spoke at the opportune moment. "Lucius, do you intend to wait for his mercy in exchange for Draco's safety?" The witch's gentle tone mirrored Snape's. Moreover, Mr. Malfoy seems to lack loyalty towards him. Although Snape appeared cold and unfeeling, he was a loyal friend to the Malfoy family. Lucius was uncertain whether Snape would assist him, but he knew that Snape would not harm him. Now Snape stood before him, having made his choice known. Draco witnessed his once indomitable father finally bending under the weight of despair, and his eternally graceful and dignified mother weeping quietly, her face hidden in her hands. That night stretched on interminably, as if dawn would never arrive. He could not recall how he had stealthily returned to his room. He merely sat on his warm bed, hugging his knees and gazing at the stars outside. Draco finally understood why Seraphina held such a fondness for stargazing. He was so lost that he did not know where to direct his gaze, ultimately settling on the tranquil, silent sky. That night became the harbinger of countless sleepless nights for Draco, as he often thought of Lucius, despondently slumped on the sofa. "I will consider it, Severus. Thank you this time." Lucius's vulnerability struck a painful blow to Draco's proud heart, as he desperately wished to grow up and share some of Lucius's burdens. The witch nodded and leaned closer to Narcissa, seemingly inquiring about something. Narcissa replied, "I will look into it." Upon departing from Malfoy Manor, Seraphina knew she had succeeded when Lucius questioned her identity. One does not concern themselves with matters of little interest. Though she found the renowned Mr. Malfoy remarkably easy to persuade. Snape scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How grand, Miss Seer." They had previously agreed to utilize Seraphina's identity as a seer, and she would refrain from any actions that might expose her true self. Snape held little hope for this. Seraphina appeared to be a well-behaved child. Yet she was quite the rascal. Snape had come to realize this. Seraphina nodded. "Thank you, Professor Snape. I will remember to deduct 2 points from Hufflepuff first after the school year begins. It is an honor for Hufflepuff to replace Gryffindor in your esteem, Professor." Snape coldly scoffed, informing her that he would be adding dark arts to Seraphina's daily curriculum, thereby compressing her previously ample schedule. Seraphina remarked, "I suppose that counts as sharing hardship with Draco." "Professor Snape, I wish to write a letter to Professor Dumbledore." Seraphina inquired when Dumbledore would be able to sway Gellert Grindelwald. "Everyone is busy." Receiving Seraphina's letter, Dumbledore hesitated outside Nurmengard. He was the one who had confined Gellert there, and it was he who had sworn never to meet again. Yet he still longed for those woolen socks. How many times had Dumbledore seen Gellert embracing him before the mirror of Erist, only to turn to ashes in the boggart? The affections of their youth spanned life and death, yet still transcended half a century. What could he do? Why not step inside? In a moment of reverie, the person who had once been etched alongside him on a chocolate frog card now stood before him. Gellert stood not far from him, his toes pressed firmly against the boundary of Nurmengard, fearful that stepping beyond it would mean he would never again willingly remain in Nurmengard until his death. This was the grave Dumbledore had prepared for him, and he accepted it willingly. Dumbledore gazed at the familiar figure of Gellert, as if yesterday had been resurrected. He appeared unchanged. Dumbledore murmured. Grindelwald's tone was unusually casual. "Afraid you wouldn't recognize me if I changed." In truth, his heart raced within his chest. His aged heart pounded furiously, as if with each beat it could turn back time, leaping back to their first encounter. Grindelwald thought, even if returned to that moment, even knowing the outcome, he would still willingly embrace it. Some individuals meet only once in a lifetime, and that encounter is enough for eternity. Chapter 56. Dementors, the Ugly Face of Death. Grindelwald lowered his voice and asked, "What brings you to Nurmengard, Albus? Have you encountered difficulties? Can I assist you?" He pondered how he should address Albus, a question he had never contemplated before. "Upon seeing you again, what title should I use that would not seem presumptuous?" Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and recalled how, during their romance, the spirited Grindelwald had declared that regardless of the outcome, as long as he lived, Albus could demand anything of him. Without an unbreakable vow, Gellert's promise relied solely on sincerity. Everyone awaited Dumbledore to rescue them, but only Gellert wished to save him. Dumbledore had believed time would dull their love, but in the end, time merely stood as a testament to the years. "My love for you, through the years. You may scrutinize closely." Dumbledore acquiesced, suddenly thrusting Seraphina's letter into Grindelwald's view. Grindelwald took it, and the letter contained but a single line. "I have secured Mr. Malfoy." "When will you secure Mr. Grindelwald, Professor?" The tone of the letter was dripping with sarcasm. "So slow, Professor Dumbledore." Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, snapped his fingers, and a feather quill appeared in his hand. Grindelwald wrote on the back of the letter, "Last century. When will you secure Mr. Grindelwald?" Last century. From once inseparable lovers to now mortal enemies. Only Grindelwald could be both Dumbledore's beloved and rival. As Dumbledore had expressed, love is the most powerful magic in the world. To traverse the sands of time, to resurrect those who ought to have perished, to entice the living into willingly embracing death, to compel ferocious beasts to retract their claws, to coax rabbits into revealing their sharp fangs, and to reunite long-separated souls without question. This letter once again found its way into Seraphina's hands. With a numbed expression, she observed the handwriting that starkly contrasted with Dumbledore's previous correspondences, realizing she had become a pawn in the GGAD love game. "Oh, you've utterly captivated me," Seraphina exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. As for her exchanges of letters, Snape did not scrutinize them individually, thus failing to notice a missive delivered by Malfoy's owl that Seraphina had received. It bore no message, merely an address. Beneath the large cauldron in the kitchen cupboard at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Seraphina incinerated the note. In the distance, the horizon was set ablaze by the rising sun, descending from the far-off sea to illuminate the world, as a silent night faded into the annals of history. A new day dawned, with all living things reaching toward the sun, each moment of the wind resonating with the sounds of flesh and blood flourishing. Life a wondrous enigma. Leaning against the train seat, Seraphina gazed at the misty haze outside the window, which blurred the world and her own reflection in the glass. Slowly, she extended her finger to draw a tiny cauldron on the fogged-up window, adding 3 strokes to its ample belly to sketch a rudimentary smiley face. Harry, seated beside her, fidgeted restlessly, his green eyes glimmering with fatigue. "Oh, you have truly become infatuated with those foul potions, Seraphina. Why not travel to Hogwarts through Professor Snape's fireplace this year?" Seraphina turned back, her gray eyes bright and gentle. "Because I wish to experience the sensation of being sent to school. It's a fade. I want to see what the Dementors and werewolves look like firsthand." Yet, indeed, Snape had come to escort her. With a scowl etched upon his face, he walked ahead, causing the young wizards nearby to scatter in fright. A reaction he had long since grown accustomed to. Harry scratched his head. All right, as long as you're happy, Seraphina. I can hardly imagine Professor Snape accompanying you to school. I thought his life revolved solely around potions and deducting points from Gryffindor." Ron and Hermione sat opposite them, and Seraphina playfully patted Harry's tousled curls. Hermione interjected, "Harry, that's Seraphina we're talking about. We've known this for ages, haven't we?" Harry wore an incredulous expression. Even knowing that Professor Snape has a fondness for Seraphina, I never imagined it would be to this extent. "Seraphina, if I were a Hufflepuff, would he let me off the hook?" Before Seraphina could respond, Ron sighed. "Harry, you should take a nap. Look, you're starting to babble nonsense." "I'm going to sleep too, or else how could I bear to hear you say such things?" Though it was jest, Ron and Harry quickly succumbed to slumber. Hermione, too, drifted off, her head resting against Ron's, appearing quite content. Harry leaned against Seraphina, peacefully closing his eyes. Yet Seraphina, gazing at him, found herself wide awake. One hand braced against Harry to prevent him from falling, while the other grasped her wand, casting a silent, elegant spell to summon the book that belonged to the half-blood prince, which floated before her. Snape had told her not to learn it, and she had obeyed. But he had not. During the holidays, Snape had imparted numerous spells from the book, including the Patronus charm and the healing spell. Seraphina's aptitude for the dark arts, while not as extraordinary as Snape's, was far from mediocre. Snape felt a twinge of regret. Had Seraphina's spirit not been tormented by Caroline's immature spells, restricting her magical potential, she would undoubtedly have been a prodigy. In the compartment, 3 out of the 4 were asleep, leaving only the sound of the train gliding along the tracks and the occasional whistle, until the mist outside the window coalesced into droplets that slid down, and Seraphina's cauldron was no longer recognizable. The train paused for an extended period, and when it resumed its journey, Seraphina keenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It was the air, damp, cold, and clammy, clinging to her skin, inducing an unsettling feeling of being watched. Seraphina furrowed her brow, glancing towards the compartment door, where a dark shadow loomed ominously. A Dementor had boarded the train. Harry stirred restlessly on her shoulder, seemingly struggling in his dreams, while Ron and Hermione, across from them, quickly awoke, their expressions marred by remnants of fear. Hermione looked at Seraphina, her eyes wide with uncertainty. "Did you sense that?" "I believe so," Seraphina replied, gently shaking Harry. Harry? Harry whimpered, and suddenly, the compartment door was yanked open. Seraphina, Ron, and Hermione turned to look. A grotesquely twisted figure blocked the entrance. Towering nearly 3 meters high, bending due to the low height of the compartment. It exuded a foul, putrid odor, and its faceless visage bore a gaping void. Even without eyes, Seraphina felt its predatory gaze upon them, like a wolf stalking its prey. In a daze, Seraphina envisioned a crimson haze enveloping the world, within which lay a pair of unfocused gray eyes. Chapter 57, The Bluebird. "Damn it! What on earth is that thing?" Ron bellowed, pushing Hermione behind him. "I believe it to be a Dementor from Azkaban. How could it possibly be here?" Hermione replied, her brow furrowed in concern. Harry, now fully awake, was met with the immediate threat of the Dementor, looking as if he might faint. Seraphina rose to shield them, her gaze fixed on the creature. She had studied it in the world of prophecy. Some deemed it a harbinger of death, while others viewed it as a manifestation of depression. Seraphina held no bias towards either interpretation, nor did she dismiss them as nonsense. Expecto Patronum. A silvery gray bird erupted from Seraphina's wand, soaring forth. Unlike any bird in reality, its wings and tail feathers were elongated, trailing like a streak of light, reminiscent of effects from an ancient fantasy game. Seraphina's Patronus lunged at the Dementor, which emitted a muffled screech from its decayed form, forced to retreat under the onslaught of the Patronus. The The cold dampness brought by the Dementor swiftly dissipated, replaced by the gentle warmth of the Patronus' energy, restoring the lowered temperature in the compartment, and easing the tightened hearts of the four companions. The bird pursued the Dementor, and Seraphina entrusted Harry to Ron, dashing after it. At the other end of the compartment, a weary-looking man in tattered clothing emerged, chasing after his Patronus. Seraphina stood rooted in place, meeting his gaze amidst the chaos of screaming witches and the grotesque Dementor. Lupin approached her slowly, impressive Patronus charm. Seraphina retracted her magical energy, the bird swirling around her shoulder before dissipating. She regarded the ragged figure, clad in Hufflepuff robes yet bearing a distinctly Slytherin demeanor, raising an eyebrow. "Thank you for your compliment, Professor Lupin." Lupin inquired, "Do you know me?" Seraphina nodded, her tone laced with implication. "Professor Snape has mentioned you." Lupin's expression shifted awkwardly, as he struggled to articulate a response, finally managing a dry, "Oh, I see." He then asked, how is Professor Snape doing lately? It sounded as though he were inquiring after an old friend. Seraphina recalled Myrtle. After Draco delivered the apology letter to Myrtle, she began to wander the school like an ordinary ghost, sharing bits of campus gossip. When Harry asked if she had forgiven him, Myrtle merely replied, "Let it go." Let it go is a phrase reserved for those who have suffered. Serenity, regardless of whether the quartet's actions towards Snape were acts of bullying or mere reciprocation of hostility, stands as his ally, apprentice, and even friend, having received considerable care from him, rather than embodying the role of a righteous judge, or a scale of justice in a courtroom. Thus, she simply gazed into Lupin's eyes and remarked, "We are almost at Hogwarts. Why not inquire directly with him, Professor Lupin?" At this moment, Professor Lupin was nearly convinced that the young witch opposite him harbored some knowledge. The fact that a minor witch, who ought to be one of his students, was aware of past events and seemed to harbor some disdain towards him filled him with an inexplicable sense of shame, even sparking a desire to vanish on the spot. The calm gaze of the young witch fixed upon him served as a reminder that his past was anything but that of an innocent victim. "I will," he finally managed to utter before hastily retreating. Serenity redirected her gaze, extending her hand to catch the azure bird that had landed on her arm, leisurely making her way back to her compartment. Upon entering, she found Hermione and Ron engrossed in explaining Dementors to Harry. The trio was startled by the sudden opening of the compartment door, but their relief washed over them when they recognized Serenity as the intruder. Hermione cast a worried glance in her direction. "Serenity, what has happened? You seem rather unhappy." It was unclear when it had begun, but the usually gentle Serenity had started to express a spectrum of emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, and distress, before them. Perhaps it was during that night spent stargazing together, or perhaps it was Christmas that had brought this about. They were delighted by this change. Ron huffed. "Anyone who spends time with those wretched Dementors can't possibly be happy, Hermione." Serenity approached and affectionately ruffled their hair. "I merely encountered our defense against the dark arts professor for this term." Hermione, ever perceptive, picked up on something. "You don't like him, do you, Serenity?" After a moment of contemplation, Serenity nodded honestly. "I find myself biased. I do not like him." Ron chimed in with a teasing tone. "Come on, Serenity. It's been 3 years, and you haven't liked any defense against the dark arts professor." Harry managed to interject, "But our current professor is indeed less than admirable." Ron agreed that is true. Following the incident with the Dementors, the four of them found it hard to muster the energy for sleep. Ron and Harry insisted on another glimpse of the Patronus. Serenity, indifferent, released the azure bird once more. The silvery gray creature circled the compartment, before alighting in front of Hermione, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's incredible, Serenity. Do you know what kind of bird that is? I've never seen it in any book." Of course, Hermione wouldn't have encountered this azure bird in British literature, as it was a mythical creature from Chinese folklore, the messenger bird of the Queen Mother of the West. Serenity replied gently, "It is a bird from Eastern mythology." "Wow," Ron interjected, moving closer. The azure bird cocked its head, casting a glance at him before proudly shaking its head while flitting to Serenity's side. Ron exclaimed, "Serenity, what does that mean?" Serenity sighed and smoothed Ron's unruly hair. As the journey stretched on, boredom began to set in. Ron and Harry soon dashed out of the compartment for some unknown amusement, leaving Hermione and Serenity to delve into a book together. It wasn't until the train let out a long whistle, signaling their arrival, that Serenity finally set her book aside and stretched. Hermione, well aware of Serenity's aversion to crowds, remained calmly with her in the compartment, observing the throng of students, waiting for a moment when the crowd thinned to disembark. Ron and Harry returned, elbowing their way back into the compartment, engaging in a light-hearted banter along the way. "Excuse me," Ron called. Please make way. Harry chimed in. Hello. Ron continued. Please make way. Harry echoed. Excuse me. They repeated in unison until Harry finally scratched his head and leaned towards Serenity, speaking in an exaggerated tone. Serenity, you won't believe what Ron and I overheard. Ron pulled Hermione closer, and the four formed a small circle as Harry whispered conspiratorially. We encountered a rather brooding man outside. Ron added. He our defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin. Harry lowered his voice further. We spoke with him for a bit. And he mentioned that Dementors will be present on the train because... Ron interjected. Someone has escaped from Azkaban. Harry nodded yes. The Ministry is unleashing Dementors to capture him. Serenity was already privy to this information, hence her lack of surprise. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. Merlin, an escapee from Azkaban. Ron nodded gravely. Indeed, Hermione, I suspect this is exceedingly perilous. Serenity suggested, if they are hunting down an escapee, wouldn't there also be Dementors at Hogwarts? Ron, Harry, and Hermione collectively grimaced. Oh Merlin, spare us. Serenity sympathetically patted Harry on the back. You really ought to master the Patronus charm. Harry lamented. Don't say that, Serenity. Had I known such a day would come, I would have devoted all my time to learning the Patronus charm. Once the majority of passengers had disembarked, they began to follow suit, only to be greeted by a cacophony of wails and curses outside. Dementors were meandering about, appearing far from dutiful as they barreled through the throng of young witches and wizards, many of whom were pale and frantically seeking cover. Lupin led the charge, conjuring his Patronus, and several upperclassmen followed suit. Damn it. Ron cursed vehemently, clutching his arms tightly against the penetrating chill. Serenity felt the echo of a distant, frantic cry in her ears as she pressed her throbbing forehead, raising her wand high. Expecto Patronum. A silver bird burst forth from her wand, this time not charging at the Dementors, but rather circling protectively above her. Observing this, other young witches and wizards drew closer, and Serenity welcomed their proximity. As a few patronuses guided the students into Hogwarts, the Dementors remained outside, lingering nearby. Serenity felt an overwhelming chill as soon as she retracted her Patronus, leaving even the small star on her chest unable to provide her solace. However, her magical strength was insufficient to sustain the powerful Patronus charm indefinitely, and with a heavy heart, she accompanied the others to the Great Hall to welcome the new students. Throughout the journey, her expression remained neutral, yet her warm gray eyes betrayed a sharp irritation, leaving Harry and the others quite astonished. Hermione remarked, I can now envision the image of the Slytherin Caro family. It's not that gray eyes are unfriendly, but rather that Serenity is gentle. Dumbledore, as ever, occupied the central seat, while Serenity took her place at the Hufflepuff table, experiencing a sense of déjà vu. It felt as though she had returned to her own days as a Hogwarts first year. Yet this time, Dumbledore's nose was not askew, and Snape did not exhibit any signs of sorrow or nostalgia towards any pair of green eyes. This subtle difference instilled in her a sense of temporal dislocation. Unconsciously, Serenity's gaze drifted back to Snape, who, as 2 years prior, quickly sensed her attention and turned to her. This time, however, his eyes held no wariness, only a simple inquiry. Serenity offered him a gentle smile, conveying that she was untroubled. Snape then turned away, resuming his watch over the young witches and wizards, who appeared anxious as they awaited their house assignments. Oh, a flock of chicks separated from their mother hen, Serenity thought, her gaze wandering along with him towards the small, anxious first years, as the voice of the Sorting Hat reverberated in her ears, intertwining with memories from 2 years ago. Her gaze swept over the flamboyant Draco Malfoy of Slytherin, who exuded an air of calmness that belied his youthful arrogance. As soon as the Sorting Hat made contact with him, it boisterously declared Slytherin, prompting a moment of concern from Serenity Caroline, who feared he might become deafened by the noise. Yet, at that moment, Draco merely laughed with audacious delight, akin to a blazing flame. Ambition, exuberance, and spirited determination. Draco. During her first year, she heard numerous names that she had long since grown familiar with, in the narrative's conclusion being called out by the Sorting Hat. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor. Ron Weasley, Gryffindor. Harry Potter, Gryffindor. Finally, her own name echoed in a voice that seemed distant, as if it belonged to a past life. Serenity Caroline, Slytherin. The knife and fork in Serenity's hand clattered against her plate, creating a crisp sound that, while not jarring amidst the bustling Great Hall, resonated like thunder within her heart. She repeatedly reflected, attempting to discern whether this proclamation of Slytherin was a figment of her imagination, or if she had forgotten something significant. Each midnight reverie left her pondering the source of her disquiet. Had she silently wagered something in the process of altering her fate? Serenity? Serenity? Serenity turned around, encountering Cedric. a senior from Hufflepuff renowned for his amiable disposition. In the congenial house of Hufflepuff, debates often erupted over whose temperament was superior, Cedric's or Serenity's, with Serenity invariably emerging victorious. After all, even Professor Snape regarded her as an exemplary student. Cedric observed her with concern. "Are you all right?" Serenity nodded obediently. "I'm fine, thank you, Cedric." The gentle senior continued to look at her with worry. "If you're feeling unwell, be sure to seek Madame Pomfrey, or if you're familiar with Professor Snape, you could ask him to take a look as well." "All right, I understand. I will," she assured him. On the first day of school, Serenity felt somewhat dazed throughout the day. Even Professor Lupin's announcement as the defense against the dark arts teacher failed to elicit a smile from her, despite Snape's reluctant applause. On her way to the library, she collided with someone once more, but this time, instead of stumbling backward and sitting on the floor, she merely held her sore spot and looked up. Oh, the fateful Snape. He seemingly recalled something as well, leisurely tugging at his cloak while crossing his arms, raising an eyebrow and speaking softly. "Ravenclaw?" Clad in Hufflepuff attire, Serenity maintained her composure. "Slytherin, Professor Snape." Snape let out a chuckle, as if amused by her audacity. "How could I forget such a radiant and accomplished young lady in my house?" Serenity lamented. "You are rather forgetful, Professor." Snape replied. "Hufflepuff. -2 points." Serenity nodded dutifully. "Very well, Professor Snape." Chapter 59, Baby Harry. "Perhaps I should prepare a baby chair for you at home, so you can learn to walk, Miss Caroline." Snape bent down to meet her gaze. "May I inquire what causes the clever Miss Caroline to walk like a first-year baby? Oblivious to her surroundings?" He enunciated the word baby with exaggerated slowness, making it abundantly clear to Serenity that this first year, who walked without looking, was indeed herself. She found it challenging to explain to Snape the haunting vision of the Dementor's lifeless gray eyes and the eerie wails she had heard, alongside the Sorting Hat's declaration of Serenity Caroline, Slytherin. All these elements seemed to indicate that she had yet to recover her complete set of memories, particularly those belonging to the Slytherin Serenity. These thoughts left her in a haze, and finally, she tugged at Snape's robes, softly asking, "Professor, do you believe I resemble a Slytherin?" Snape regarded her thoughtfully, lowering his voice. "Serenity, what has transpired? Can I assist you?" The flickering candlelight in the dim cellar swayed gently as Snape furrowed his brow deeply. "Slytherin Serenity?" Serenity felt a flutter of confusion as she conjured her Patronus, which half-heartedly engaged in a mock battle with her. Upon hearing Snape's voice, the silver bird darted toward him, landing on his desk and flapping its wings as if to lodge a complaint. With a heavy heart, Snape absent-mindedly stroked the Patronus's feathers as a form of consolation, then sighed upon seeing the despondent Serenity. "Do not worry, I will further investigate the soul stabilizer. You may still have memories yet to recover." Serenity nodded dutifully, content to leave this matter to the diligent staff of Hogwarts. Poor Professor Snape, who seemed to take it all in stride. During their third year, Hogwarts became relatively busier. Hermione had requested a time-turner from Professor McGonagall. Overwhelmed with her own schedule, she often left Serenity feeling equally disoriented, as one moment Hermione would be studying in the library, and the next her voice would resound in Charms class, answering questions. This time, neither Harry nor Ron opted for divination. Yet Ron still found himself embroiled in a quarrel with Hermione. Though quarrel may be a misnomer, it was more of a sulking episode from Ron, who felt neglected by his busy friend, while Hermione had little time to soothe him. Ron remained displeased for quite some time, pouting persistently. Harry's clear green eyes brimmed with confusion. "Ron, although Hermione is busy now, you still have me." He recalled that Serenity was also often preoccupied, and they had not seen her in ages, so he had to settle for someone else. "Draco, you won't be lonely," Ron interjected. "Mate, let that flamboyant peacock go." Harry scratched his head. Ron shot him a sidelong glance, gravely stating, "No, Harry, you don't understand." Harry scratched his head again. "Aren't you upset because Hermione doesn't have time to play with you?" Ron sighed. "Harry, you are still a baby." He waited for Hagrid to start their class with a melancholic expression, prompting Harry's puzzled inquiry. "What are you even upset about?" Then, after a moment of realization, he added, "Ron, Serenity is also very busy. Why aren't you upset with her?" Ron, unwilling to engage, was met with a sympathetic glance from the now more mature Draco, who said, "Oh, foolish boy, just stop talking. Merlin knows, you truly are a clueless little baby." Having received a series of rebukes from his friends, Harry felt somewhat downcast, while Draco, displaying a mature demeanor, gently pulled him aside and whispered, "Foolish boy, can't you see? That Weasley fool has feelings for that Granger." "For Merlin's sake," Harry gasped, covering his mouth in shock, glancing between Ron and Draco. "How do you know?" Draco rolled his eyes. To be honest, among the four of you besides Serenity, only Granger has any sense. Listen, Harry, you might be the only one unaware, or perhaps there is someone else she fancies. He taunted. She certainly doesn't lack intellect in matters of the heart. Harry looked back at Ron, now perceiving a stranger in his own brother. They were brothers. How could he harbor feelings for a brother? Although Hermione was clever, brave, and undeniably beautiful, Harry began to understand Ron. Despite having never liked anyone himself, he noticed how busy Hermione had become, neglecting to speak with Serenity, and Harry felt that Ron had a long, unseen journey ahead of him. He sympathetically patted Ron on the shoulder. Brother, you can do it. After a moment's thought, Harry asked, Need any help? Ron looked at Harry like a husband who had just lost his wife, letting out a long sigh. Harry, you can't even tell that I like Hermione. Harry blinked his large eyes, sheepishly chuckling. Ron despaired, thinking that if he liked Harry, perhaps the clever Hermione would have devised a plan for him. Realizing the depths of his thoughts, Ron found himself engulfed in despair. At that moment, Hagrid emerged at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, accompanied by his formidable hippogriff, which startled the young wizards. Despite Hagrid's assurances that it was a gentle creature, those who earned its affection could soar through the skies upon its back. The young wizards began to chatter excitedly. Some frowned in reluctance, while others appeared eager and exhilarated. Draco belonged to the former group, while Harry was among the latter. Draco's expression remained composed. No, Professor Hagrid, I must decline. Hagrid's deep voice made it difficult to discern whether he was merely inquiring or already irate. Why? Give me a reason. Draco's platinum hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his tone exuded disdain. The Malfoys never placed themselves in perilous situations. I will not engage with the foolhardy creatures of the Forbidden Forest. My life is the most treasured possession of the Malfoy family. And should I suffer any harm because of it, my father will not spare either of you. He added coldly, if you wish to let it accompany me to class at the cost of its life, Professor Hagrid. Draco's words were sharp, but Hagrid could only accept his reasoning. Harry whispered, I thought you would outright insult that hippogriff. Draco replied softly, no need for that, Harry. I am the sole heir of the Malfoy legacy. All my demands deserve consideration. I need not raise my voice. They will quieten to heed my words. Furthermore, I have no desire to converse with a beast that cannot comprehend human speech. It is sufficient to inform its master that it is unworthy. After tempering his childish tantrum, influenced by his Slytherin upbringing, Draco swiftly grasped how to wield his authority. Chapter 60, The Arrogant Boggart. After attending several merchant meetings with Lucius, Draco astutely discerned a truth. Conversing with those who wield power proved far more effective than wasting breath otherwise. Harry found Draco undeniably handsome, though he would never openly commend him. Before he could revel in Draco's growth, the next lesson, led by Lupin, pertained to Boggarts. Though influenced by Snape, Selenite did not harbor fondness for Lupin. Yet it must be said that compared to Quirrell, who had been possessed by garlic in their first year, and Lockhart, who had flamboyantly displayed peacocks in their second, Lupin's teaching was relatively standard. At the very least, he genuinely imparted knowledge. Selenite recalled this vaguely. She had inquired of Harry when they would be studying Boggarts, and as Lupin sought to coax Neville into conjuring a female version of Snape, Selenite fortuitously appeared at the doorway, gently clearing her throat with a fist against her lips. Lupin's gaze was drawn to her. Recognizing the young girl who had introduced herself as Snape's apprentice during the train ride, he hesitated, and in the face of her clear yet questioning eyes, Lupin's words took an unexpected turn. Imagine a scenario where Professor Snape praises you, transforming your fears into that. Trembling, Neville stood before the decrepit wardrobe, and the Boggart, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, morphed into the stern figure of Snape. Frowning with evident dissatisfaction, Snape was about to unleash a scathing critique when Neville shouted, ridiculous. The Boggart momentarily froze, the frown softening, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Snape's eyes as he patted Neville on the shoulder. Without uttering a word, he dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Neville remained rooted, staring at the spot where the Boggart had vanished. Lupin observed him with concern. Neville, are you all right? Blushing, Neville turned back, determination etched on his face. I will make Professor Snape praise me just like that. Selenite interjected. Did he just speak? Lupin replied. As long as you're happy. Lupin then instructed Neville to return to his seat before turning to Selenite. Miss Caroline, what brings you to me? Selenite placed the wolfsbane potion, which she had specifically requested from Snape, beside Lupin. Professor Lupin, this is from Professor Snape. He hopes you will take your potion on time for both your health and the sake of the young wizard's lessons. Please forgive him for not delivering it personally. He is exceedingly busy, and this potion is a product of his late-night efforts. Snape's exact words were, "Tell him if he forgets to take this, I will break his teeth off and brew them into a potion for him to consume, as I am not as idle as he is." Lupin accepted the wolfsbane potion sheepishly. "Oh, please thank him for me." Selenite smiled. "While sincere sentiments ought not to be relayed, it is evident that I will convey your message to the professor." Their relationship was fraught with unresolved tension, and fewer encounters might mitigate their grievances. Lupin felt another sting as he reflected on the rumors circulating in the school. Indeed, Selenite was a mild-mannered Hufflepuff, provided one refrained from speaking ill of Professor Snape in her presence. Perhaps even Snape himself was unaware that, due to Selenite's steadfast defense and her amiable reputation among the students, he had transformed from a greasy old bat lurking in the shadows to a dedicated, emotionally restrained, and responsible professor, though still somewhat avoided. He had shifted from a figure of terror to a more relatable authority figure. Upon hearing these rumors, Lupin reacted as though he had learned that Voldemort was, in fact, a compassionate soul. "If you knew how he used to pin me to the ground when I was a child, you would also consider my fate unfortunate." In truth, Snape had always been as he was, but those who described him bore undeniable biases. This was true for others, and for Selenite as well. Those who feared him perceived him as grim and loathsome, while those who admired him considered him taciturn. Snape merely stood there, subject to their judgments. Before Selenite departed, Lupin made an attempt to invite her. "Miss Caroline, we are using boggets to conquer our inner fears. Would you care to try? The next lesson for Hufflepuff will also cover this." Selenite hesitated for a moment before nodding. Lupin was certain that her repeated curious glances at the boggett indicated genuine interest. Otherwise, this prickly young lady would have politely declined, and perhaps even hurled a few barbs at him. Lupin stepped aside. "Do not fear. Whatever appears, you can dispel it with a spell." "Ridiculous." Selenite, unusually compliant, stood before the wardrobe, inhaling deeply. The boggett emerged from within, and Selenite quickly sensed a subtle feeling of being scrutinized. Soon, the boggett began to transform before her, morphing into her own likeness. However, this boggett conveyed a more aloof version of Selenite. Her typically gentle gray eyes turned cold, exuding an air of somberness reminiscent of Eula, while displaying a flamboyance akin to Draco's. Standing face to face with her doppelganger, neither spoke, merely gazing at one another. In that fleeting moment, Selenite felt as though time had frozen. Gazing upon this other self felt akin to witnessing yet another death. Unbeknownst to her, Hermione, seated below, watched Selenite with concern, whispering, "Is she afraid of herself?" Ron comforted her. "Do not worry. She is Selenite. Wait, when did you arrive?" Selenite closed her eyes and then sighed deeply, steadied herself, and raised her wand toward her sole rival in this life, her eternal ally. "Ridiculous." The boggett, now resembling Selenite, offered her a fleeting smile, elegantly tracing a semicircle in the air with its right hand, resting it on its left shoulder, and slightly bowing before transforming into a bluebird that soared toward the horizon. Lupin raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Truly, that is an arrogance that knows no bounds." Only she could instill fear within herself. A fleeting shadow passed by the back of the classroom, cloaked in black. Perhaps when confronting her own self, she was not as fragile as he presumed. He ought to have more faith in her. After class, Lupin became an unwelcome guest in the dungeons, once again lamenting the same sentiment. Such arrogance, utterly oblivious to the world around him. Snape cast an impatient glance in his direction. "Gryffindor truly is fair. Even Hufflepuff finds it arrogant." Leaning against the door of the dungeon, Lupin noted that Snape's expression was so dark it seemed he might pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Just how did those children perceive his lack of eloquence? His vocabulary when cursing was nothing short of astonishing. Was Severus Snape administering potions to them daily? Snape managed to restrain his temper. "Is there something you need, Professor Lupin? Have you come merely to inform me that Severus Snape's boggett is himself?" Chapter 61. Potions and Nightmares. Lupin smiled. "I have come to express my gratitude for your wolfsbane potion. Miss Caroline mentioned that sincere appreciation should be conveyed in person." Snape's face remained impassive. "Sincere." He emphasized the word heavily. "I truly wish you could grasp its meaning, but alas, you appear to have never read a book." Lupin replied, "That is beside the point. I am genuinely grateful for your potion, as it enables me to teach at Hogwarts and care for my old friend's son." Recalling the past soured Snape's mood further. "If everyone were to thank me as you do, I would from this moment on engage in nothing but malevolence." He was bent over brewing potions, the cauldron bubbling ominously, resembling the poison of his own tongue. Lupin pondered, realizing that there seemed to be no room for reconciliation between them. They had targeted him for his studies in dark arts, believing he would inevitably become a dark wizard. Though he ultimately embarked on that path, Lupin dared not consider whether he had contributed to it. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey of those with little confidence. Yet time would not allow them to revisit their childhood after understanding all truths. The past, muddled with blood and hatred, had long since faded, leaving only the lingering warmth of pain. While Lupin remained lost in thought, Snape's patience wore thin. "Do you wish to fight me here, Lupin? Do you truly believe I would continue to endure your presence without reacting? Dumbledore may have permitted your return to Hogwarts, but he did not grant you immunity from death. If you find yourself with nothing to do, it would be wise to pray daily that the damned Azkaban escapee does not fall into my hands, nor that I discover any connection between his escape and you." Snape snarled in barely contained fury. "Damnable werewolf." Lupin raised his hands, indicating he bore no ill will. "No. I mean no harm. Please allow me to explain." Snape interrupted. "In fact, your mere presence here is malicious enough for me." "Very well, I shall take my leave. Wishing you a pleasant day." Lupin stepped back and departed. How utterly perplexing. Snape furrowed his brow. That foolish werewolf was even more baffling than Lockhart's peculiar attire. After Lupin's departure, Snape halted his stirring, his vacant gaze landing aimlessly on the soul stabilizer. Only after confronting Lupin's long-buried stress response could he calm his mind to reflect on what he had witnessed today. Severus Snape's boggart. Since entering Hogwarts at the age of 11, he had never heard of anyone's boggart being a contented version of themselves, devoid of desires, reflected in the mirror of Ariste. Why then would it manifest as himself? Snape believed that Severus Snape's memories harbored a deeper secret. The potion in the cauldron began to bubble, snapping Snape back to reality as he absent-mindedly tossed a small segment of Daisy into the cauldron, redirecting his focus to the soul stabilizer before him. The soul stabilizer served only to soothe the soul. It was a formula he had modified in his earlier years under Voldemort. At that time, Voldemort was volatile and capricious, frequently punishing his subordinates. The dark magic he wielded, primarily the Cruciatus Curse, targeted the soul. It was during that period that Snape first improved the soul stabilizer. And since Voldemort's demise at the hands of young Potter, he had not brewed this potion for quite some time. In those days he had been too occupied. And the modified potion's effects were not particularly remarkable, merely alleviating the pain of the soul, without reversing the damage. Now, he would have to delve into his previous notes for research. Fortunately, among the volumes Caroline had sent him, there was a text titled Comprehensive Notes on Potion Making with Friends, which proposed an incomplete formula, dubbed the Soul Nurturing Elixir by its author, providing Snape with a viable research direction. Unlike the soul stabilizer, the soul nurturing elixir's principle was to facilitate the gradual healing of the soul's fractures after it had sustained irreversible harm through potion care. This somewhat familiar text contained many bold innovative concepts, with the soul nurturing elixir, born of sin, as its most prominent. Beneath it, a note suggested it might alleviate discomfort caused by the killing curse. This line was concealed by Snape. Sin requires a price. Snape once again perused the copied notes, noticing that Severus Snape's handwriting resembled some printed typeface found in magazines, neither sharp nor smooth. Yet, gazing at this text, he felt she should embody a different font, one that was incisive and unwavering. He resumed his reading. Meanwhile, Severus Snape had been preoccupying himself with thoughts of Severus Snape, who was now reading a letter. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had set out to find the Resurrection Stone ring. Reminiscent of the ancient song Gaozong summoning Yufei with 12 gold medals, now Severus Snape dispatched a dozen letters to Dumbledore, urging him not to touch the ring. Dumbledore's reply was relatively gentle, while Grindelwald was succinct. "Do not disturb us." Severus Snape pursed her lips, regaining her composure, and began to battle within the Forbidden Forest against the Whomping Willow. She intended to clear Sirius's name by using Peter Pettigrew as leverage, ensuring the reputation of the Black family, and facilitating the peaceful burial of Regulus's remains, in exchange for information from Kreacher, the Black family's house elf, regarding the whereabouts of the Slytherin locket. Prior to this, Dumbledore had already inquired, and the locket was not in Umbridge's possession. She was uncertain whether these Horcruxes still bore any connection to Voldemort, but there is an ancient Chinese saying, "The longer the night, the more dreams arise." Delay may lead to change. In simpler terms, seize the opportunity while he is vulnerable. Before her lay the lowly grass. As Harry crawled slowly through it, the scent of fresh grass mingling with a subtle metallic tang, provoking his sensitive sense of smell. It seemed to have rained recently, the soft earth still damp. Harry shook his head slowly. In his pupils, a droplet of water fell from a leaf, silently merging with the ground. He crawled aimlessly, catching sight of the enormous sun sinking below the horizon. The atmosphere shifted. The metallic scent intensified, intertwined with human essence. "Good girl." Harry lifted his head to see a blurred figure. The figure reached out and patted Harry's head, their voice laced with evident delight. "Remember, I am your master." Harry abruptly awoke from his bed, the moonlight streaming into his dormitory while the others remained asleep. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in rapid succession, and his pupils appeared somewhat unfocused. He placed a hand on his heart, striving to soothe himself. "Harry, hey Harry, what has been troubling you lately?" Ron, groggy, rose and leaned over to pat Harry's back, softly inquiring, "Did you have a nightmare?" Harry did not know how to respond. His dream was a blank canvas, entirely forgotten. And he could only whisper back, "I don't know, I forgot. I felt like someone had been whispering in my ear while I slept." Ron sighed. "Listen to me, mate. You've had nightmares several times. No one is speaking in the middle of the night." Chapter 62, Gryffindor, points deducted. Harry leaned anxiously against Ron, who gently nudged him inward to lie beside him. "Harry, let us inquire with Madame Pomfrey tomorrow. Perhaps some malevolent force has cast a curse upon you." "All right, Ron. Do get some sleep." This was merely the beginning. Harry soon found himself plagued by frequent nightmares, at times dreaming that he was a serpent slithering through the jungle. A mysterious man, his face obscured, would come to visit him. At other times he dreamed of navigating the ruins of a desolate Muggle world, surrounded by piercing laughter. The soothing words of Petunia, which had once calmed him, now left him feeling vulnerable again, and the lack of sleep rendered him somewhat irritable. Though his body showed no signs of distress, Madame Pomfrey could offer no useful advice. She too was puzzled by Harry's incessant nightmares, and could only provide him with some calming potions, urging the professors to be lenient with his studies. Madame Pomfrey suspected that Harry's nightmares stemmed from overwhelming stress. Upon hearing this news, Draco rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Good heavens, even if the coursework is demanding, our savior should know how to alleviate his own stress." Typically indifferent to Draco's jests, Harry suddenly erupted in anger, discarding his wand and delivering a punch to Draco's shoulder. Taken aback, Draco quickly thrust his wand into the hands of a startled Hermione and rolled up his sleeves to retaliate. Hermione and Ron were momentarily paralyzed with shock, forgetting to use magic, and could only shout for them to cease fighting. When Snape arrived, his face dark and brooding, he found Draco's arm adorned with bruises and Harry, the green-eyed boy who managed to escape calamity, had lost his glasses, his emerald gaze brimming with dark emotions. Confinement now. Draco stood unscathed, while Harry fell to the ground, bound. Snape ground his teeth, speaking slowly and deliberately. "What in the blazes has compelled these two young wizards to engage in such bestial combat? Can someone explain to our beleaguered potions master and head of house whether your brains have suffered some calamity, leading you to completely forsake the wisdom of a civilized person? Are you fools akin to those in the Forbidden Forest, awaiting my skinned hide and extracted teeth?" A drunken man would not harass his superior, and an irate Harry would not unleash his ire upon Snape. After the skirmish, Harry, now composed, dryly uttered, "Oh, I apologize, Professor Snape." Draco too lowered his head, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Headmaster." Snape straightened, surveying the scene. 1 Slytherin, 3 Gryffindors and no Hufflepuffs, excellent. He crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Mr. Potter, due to your excruciatingly dull brawl, Gryffindor loses 30 points and you shall serve a week's detention. Additionally, for your laughable attempt at combat, Gryffindor loses another 20 points. He turned his gaze to the silent Hermione and Ron, a malicious smile forming. "As for Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, for your failure to intervene, Gryffindor regrettably loses another 10 points. Snape shot a glance at Draco. "Mr. Malfoy, perhaps a week of detention in the dungeons will teach you to fight like a wizard rather than flail your limbs about like a dancing troll. Attempting to amuse your enemies into submission?" Draco covered his face, seemingly embarrassed, and mumbled, "I understand, Headmaster." After a scolding, Snape dismissed them with a curt instruction to head to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to examine their injuries, warning them to pray that no bones had quietly fractured, and to not expect him to brew them a bone-mending potion, before sweeping away with his robes billowing. Hermione and Ron, too fearful to speak, finally exhaled in relief. Ron clutched Harry's wand, while Draco limped slightly from Harry's kick, struggling to maintain an air of dignity despite the pain. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, resignedly returning his wand to him, and supporting him towards the hospital wing. Draco, cradling his bruised arm, muttered curses under his breath. "Damn it, you wretched Potter! How dare you injure my arm? I shall write to my father." On the other side, Harry felt as if his head would explode. It was as if a second soul resided within him, especially since Draco had savagely slammed him down by his collar during their scuffle, likely leaving a bump on the back of his head. Ron tightly grasped both of Harry's hands, fearful of another altercation, retorting, "Oh, our esteemed Mr. Malfoy has nothing but his father." Draco, already injured, immediately raised his wand. Expelliarmus! Hermione was powerless to intervene. Harry instinctively lifted his wand, while Ron drew his own. And Hermione, struggling to restrain all three, pleaded, "Oh no, wait, Ron. Draco. Harry." As the impending clash loomed, Petunia swiftly snatched Harry's wand and cast a protective charm on Ron. Hermione, seizing the moment, managed to disarm both Draco and Ron. "Thank heavens for you, Petunia. Your timing is impeccable." Hermione hurled Draco towards Petunia, then turned to slap Ron's arm sharply. "Ron, you're causing chaos again." Ron rubbed the spot where she struck, pouting in silence. Petunia helped Draco toward the hospital wing, perplexed. "What transpired? Why did you begin fighting?" Harry interjected. "Draco insulted me first. He mocked my disdain for studying." Draco retorted. Who could predict his sudden outburst? "I was quite lenient, not even using my wand." Ron added, "Those two Merlin just started fighting out of nowhere." Harry's temper has been quite volatile lately. The cacophony of the boys' voices began to give Petunia a headache. The multiple tasks alongside the Dementors lurking around Hogwarts inevitably clashed with her thoughts. She rubbed her chest, where a small star rested. All right, I understand, boys." As they reached the hospital wing, Petunia decisively directed Draco and Harry onto the beds for Madame Pomfrey's examination, assigning Ron the task of looking after them. After reiterating to Ron that fighting was absolutely forbidden, especially with Draco, she took Hermione aside with their wands. Calmer than the others, Hermione's articulate expression had improved significantly. Yet her anxious tone suggested urgency as she expressed her concern that Harry's irritability was linked to his nightmares and the presence of the Dementors. Petunia stroked her chin, quickly deducing that Harry's nightmares were likely due to Voldemort's Horcrux. Chapter 63. The Model Professor Snape. Harry should learn the art of mental occlusion. Hopefully, the beleaguered Professor Snape would be able to assist. Hermione remained anxious for Harry's well-being, and Petunia gently patted her back, offering reassurance. "It's all right, Hermione. This will all pass. I will speak to Professor Snape regarding Harry's situation and implore him to devise a solution. If necessary, I can write to Headmaster Dumbledore. They are wise and resourceful, surely they will find a way." That would be good. Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore must have a solution. Noticing Hermione's distracted gaze frequently drifting toward Harry, Petunia released her Patronus. The shimmering bluebird circled around Harry, Draco, Ron, and Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, dispelling the faint chill that lingered there before landing upon Hermione's shoulder. "Feeling better now, Hermione?" Hermione closed her eyes and exhaled heavily, her demeanor calming. "Much better, Petunia." "Thank you." Petunia shook her head. "No need for thanks. For a wizard, wounds not inflicted by magic are merely trifles." Madame Pomfrey, after her examination, deemed it unnecessary to administer potions, for a simple incantation restored Draco and Harry to their former selves. "Hey boys, temper your tempers, or I shall make you taste the consequences." Madame Pomfrey harbors an aversion to brawls, and fortuitously, both Draco and Harry had the sense to discard their wands. Otherwise, she might have compelled them to swallow a most distasteful potion. Due to Harry's irascibility and nightmares, Madame Pomfrey had penned a note, granting Harry permission to procure a calming draught from Snape. Upon entering after conversing with Severus, Hermione found Harry muttering to Draco and Ron about whether the terror of his nightmares surpassed the dread of facing Snape. Draco and Ron stood their ground, each unwilling to yield. Seeing the lively Harry and the seemingly unresentful Draco, Severus offered a smile and reached for Madame Pomfrey's note from Harry's hands. Flicking it playfully, "Hand it over, Harry. Allow me to play the role of your savior." Harry beamed a genuine smile of gratitude. "Oh kind miss, you are truly the savior of saviors." After spending a brief moment with Harry, Severus hurriedly departed, perpetually busy. In contrast to Hermione, who flitted about with her time-turner, Severus's busyness bore an air of mystery and deftness. Hermione had suggested that she apply for a time-turner, but Snape remarked that Severus's soul was no longer suited for its use. Fortunately, Severus remained unconcerned. "What is gained by me is a blessing. What is lost is inconsequential. Beyond life and death, nothing matters." In the present day, Severus found himself as merely a capybara. To conquer the Whomping Willow, Severus had long abandoned the dungeon, which fortuitously led to Draco and Harry's confinement being spent there under Snape's supervision of potion ingredients, where their inability to adeptly handle complex materials drew Snape's ire. However, Draco proved somewhat more adept in potion-making than Harry, who was an utter mess in Snape's eyes. Thus Draco only received a few scoldings, with the bulk of Snape's wrath directed at Harry. Draco and Harry had shed the bravado of their earlier altercation, both keeping their heads bowed in silence. As Severus opened the dungeon door, he found Harry being reprimanded. Upon hearing the commotion, He turned to glance at her, raising an eyebrow. Ah, the esteemed busybody of Hogwarts graces us with her presence. He slowed his speech. Or should I say, the illustrious Miss Caroline has finally recalled the route to the dungeon? Severus waved his wand, shutting the dungeon door, and it was evident that the beleaguered professor had been exasperated yet again. She responded cheerily, "Oh, Professor, indeed, I have remembered." As Draco and Harry discreetly eavesdropped, attempting to glean wisdom from Severus to manage him. "You don't scold her?" Snape huffed, appearing somewhat pleased as he settled into his chair, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced about him. "What business do you have with your busy professor?" Severus understood, remaining silent. Suddenly, the dungeon door swung open, and Harry, clutching a slug, and Draco, wielding a small knife, were unceremoniously ejected. They exchanged glances, a singular thought echoing in their minds. If not now, when? The two young ones stealthily escaped, and Severus paid no mind. He placed the jar of unicorn hairs on the materials shelf before inquiring, "What is it?" Severus listened intently as she continued. "Do you recall our prior discussion about extracting one of two souls?" Snape nodded casually. "What is it? Are you about to share this little secret with me?" Severus watched as she settled onto a small sofa facing him. "It's not exactly a secret. The soul I wish to extract belongs to a fragment of Voldemort's essence concealed within Harry." They had previously broached this topic, and Snape listened intently, his serious demeanor illuminated by the candlelight, resembling an enormous feline. Severus paused, a subtle change in expression crossing his face as he regained his composure. "Harry has been influenced by it. It can observe us through his memories." Snape grasped her intent. "You wish for me to teach him the mind-blocking technique?" Severus appeared somewhat perturbed. After all, no one relishes unsolicited additional duties. Yet only 3 individuals at Hogwarts were proficient in mind-blocking. One was Dumbledore, who was still in search of the Resurrection Stone. The other, Severus himself, was self-taught through practical experience. With a suitable professor at hand, there was no necessity to compel Harry to learn under duress and suffering as Severus had. With a sigh, Snape expressed his annoyance with the Potters. "I shall write to Albus to inform him. He should send that curly-haired one to find me in the dungeon. He had best master this within the week of confinement." The insufferable Potter had evidently no desire to undertake extra work. Severus chuckled lightly, presenting Madame Pomfrey's note. "Additionally, Harry has been plagued by nightmares due to that soul fragment, and Madame Pomfrey is at a loss, thus he seeks your assistance for a calming draught." With a wave of his wand, a multitude of vials floated between them as he searched, grumbling, "If this concerns him, why must it be you? Has the esteemed Mr. Potter now taken to commanding a Caroline?" Severus put the vials back. How delightful to discover. Chapter 64. Do not bear another's fate. Caroline wisely chose to withdraw from the conflict between Snape and Potter. She produced a small cake, for as a Hufflepuff, one must always be prepared to raid the kitchen. Severus observed as she placed the cake upon his dark, somber desk, its surface dimly illuminated by flickering candlelight, the pink confection appearing starkly incongruous. "Your post-meal treat?" Caroline nudged it closer to him, though it remained just beyond reach. "A share for you." Admittedly, she felt somewhat guilty for continually placing him under obligation. Severus did not consume the small cake, nor did he demand that Caroline reclaim it. She invariably introduced tolerable surprises into his life, much like this cake, which appeared before him, yet left the choice entirely to him. It could belong to him, or he could refuse her. That was a power Severus had never fully possessed. Fate always entwined those deeply enmeshed within it, and Caroline was but a solitary leaf upon the torrent, a piece of driftwood. Severus once believed that Caroline would guide him toward his rightful victory, yet now he wished to relinquish the fruits of triumph. Perhaps he truly was a foolish and arrogant wizard, intoxicated by the allure of heroism. After placing the cake before him, Caroline dragged her sofa to the fireplace and nestled into it. "Professor, I may soon undertake an action that will displease you, yet I shall forever stand by your side." Severus fell momentarily silent, somewhat lost in thought, his voice steady. "There are countless actions that displease me, Caroline. It is of no consequence." Caroline replied, "You are perpetually discontent." Snape acknowledged her, then heard Caroline add, "But I wish to bring you a little happiness. The chilling presence of Dementors affects every individual. Do even the jovial Hufflepuffs become sensitive and fragile?" Severus gazed quietly at Caroline, contemplating many things. In the first grade, the petite figure of her stumbled over his footprints. By the second grade, she had already mastered the brewing of potions, capable of concocting a brew so potent that, in excessive doses, it could prove fatal even to an African wild yak. Now in the third grade, Seraphina sat before him. In her warm, gray eyes, Snape discerned both ambition and resentment. as well as the reflection of the starry sky at the moment of her demise. Now they were filled with fragmented sorrow and trepidation, mingled with a hint of sincerity. Seraphina's voice was a whisper. I fear that you might ultimately perish because of me. Muggle novels portray such tales, suggesting that everything may change. Yet the endings invariably return to their starting points. Can fate truly be altered? Snape's voice was cold. Yet he found himself at a loss in the face of this nearly tender and intimate moment. I have warned you against indulging in those tedious and laughable novels. Have the absurdities of their words supplanted the invaluable knowledge that once filled your mind? Seraphina, like a wilting blade of grass washed away by rain, fell silent. A shroud of stillness enveloped the cold, desolate cellar. Everything seemed unchanged, save for the scent of hand cream that whispered of transformations. Perhaps he ought not to be so indifferent towards her. She seldom sought him for counsel regarding her innermost thoughts, never confiding her sorrows to Granger or discussing them with Albus. It appeared she had unconsciously accustomed herself to issuing commands and bearing the consequences of her actions. In potion-making, Seraphina exhibited the same demeanor. She was unaccustomed to seeking assistance, tirelessly brewing and analyzing the reasons for her failures. Neither failure nor success could disconcert her. Her strength was impeccable. Yet Snape understood that she harbored fears. She would tremble in the presence of Albus, quiver when facing Caroline, and she would feel apprehensive when confronted with destiny. With a voice that bore the weight of compromise, he murmured, "Do not bear the burdens of another's fate. It is a foolish decision, Caroline. If everything is destined to follow its prescribed course, I shall meet my end with composure." He paused, swallowing a sentiment that felt out of place, a willingness that should not have existed. After encountering Seraphina, he found himself grappling with feelings of reluctance. If everything is indeed fated to adhere to its predetermined path, I am grateful for your presence. Yet, should all be fated to follow their course, I hope you do not carry the weight of my conclusion. To become too entangled is to invite profound suffering. Snape was all too familiar with the taste of loss. Seraphina voiced her grievances. You speak so easily, yet who can truly act upon such words? Professor, she implored, teach me. Death is a complex enigma, and in this realm, perhaps Snape cannot serve as Seraphina's mentor. In fact, Seraphina may have understood death more profoundly than Snape himself. He could only hastily attempt to offer guidance, reiterating, "Do not shoulder the destinies of others, Seraphina. My life and death are of no concern to you." At last, Seraphina resembled a child. Perhaps she was merely feigning maturity, her age a futile progression. In the presence of Professor Snape, who had endured immense suffering yet still forged ahead, she openly expressed her confusion. "But you are not just anyone, Professor. How can I remain indifferent?" She lamented, "When I know the ending, I hesitate to change it. I long to reach 18, to transition into the next phase of my life. Yet upon seeing you, the word fate invades my thoughts, and I feel restless. But to effect any change terrifies me. That signifies that my prophecies are no longer certain, and all that follows may be shrouded in uncertainty, while fate will ensure that what must occur does, and what must depart will vanish." This was especially true after confirming the disappearance of the Slytherin locket. Seraphina had always harbored a lingering dread of fate, an imprint of fear and resentment etched upon her very soul. Perhaps Snape should embrace her now. Everyone uses embraces to offer solace. Perhaps it could draw warmth from one another, thereby affirming that humanity still possesses warmth. But what could Snape offer her? His embrace would surely be another form of cold, a chill that would drag Caroline into his own destiny. Ultimately, he could only gently pat Seraphina's shoulder, and with a myriad of unspoken words, he simply stated, "I stand behind you, whether in defiance of fate, in the rescue of others, or for any other purpose. Regardless of what was sacrificed, my time, my life, even my soul. Caroline, consider me a foolish wizard plagued by the whims of heroism." Seraphina nodded despondently, refraining from further argument. His unwavering willingness to sacrifice everything left her feeling profoundly sorrowful. The air in the cellar was stagnant, thick with their unspoken understanding. This night the stars withdrew, and the moonlight flickered, as if the world itself were lost in a dream. Chapter 65. He is in your mind. Once again, from a low vantage point, the frigid walls seemed to merge with his body temperature, indistinguishable from one another. Harry let out a pained groan, for he understood that he had transformed into the serpent once more. The cold tiles, separated by the scales of the snake, did not induce discomfort. In the darkness, a hoarse voice echoed in his ear, laced with both seduction and command. "Come here, my child." Harry felt himself obediently slither towards the sound. As the great door swung open, light piercing through the darkness, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with a pair of shadowy orbs, their malice striking terror into his heart. Harry jolted awake, clutching his chest, gasping for breath, the suffocating pain eliciting 2 muffled sobs from his throat. Normally a deep sleeper, Ron was stirred awake by Harry's distress and climbed onto his bed without a word, embracing Harry and gently patting his back. "It's all right, listen to me, brother. It was just a dream." In confusion, Harry turned to Ron, who was not yet fully awake. "What should I do, Ron? It feels like my dream is more than just a dream." Ron did not question him. He merely reassured Harry. "It's okay, it's all right, Harry. Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore will have a solution. Do not fear." This marked the first time Ron added a title of respect after Snape's name, without requiring a reminder from anyone else. Harry felt he had been influenced by Seraphina. In light of his absurd dream of transforming into a basilisk, his first thought was this. Ron remained oblivious to his best friend's inner turmoil. Patting Harry's back, "It's fine, listen to me, Harry. Seraphina has already gone to fetch you a calming potion, so do not fear." In truth, it was Ron who felt the fear. The unanticipated and relentless nightmares were not only dismantling Harry's sensitive and fragile nerves, but also wounding Ron's heart. How could someone who loves you remain indifferent during your suffering? Ron was almost crushed by sorrow, yet he could only feign indifference in front of Harry, projecting an air of confidence that successfully deceived Harry but not himself, who would awaken at the slightest sound. Behind each reassurance of "do not fear" was a silent plea. "Please recover soon, Harry." Ron was unaware of the events unfolding within Harry. He only knew that such unheralded and unrelenting nightmares were wrong. With Ron's comforting presence, Harry fell into an uneasy sleep once more, while Ron held him, staring vacantly out the window until dawn broke. "Ron, you're up early today." Ron snapped back to reality and smiled. "Today I'll accompany you to find Seraphina and get the calming potion." The two friends, burdened with their own concerns, rose early, while Seraphina had awoken even earlier. The thought of the Slytherin locket still missing, the Horcruxes not yet vanquished, and Voldemort still alive, cast a shadow of death over Hogwarts, filling Seraphina's mind with the unwavering expression of her high school teacher, unyielding and stern. "At your age, how can you possibly sleep?" "I simply can't sleep at all." As Harry and Ron loitered outside the Hufflepuff common room, Serentini was diligently crafting her battle plan. For days now, she had been pressing the Whomping Willow into submission before embarking on her quest to uncover the rumored passageway leading to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. Yet thus far, her efforts had been in vain. She even contemplated enlisting Harry in her search, suspecting that Hogwarts' hidden passages might only acknowledge Gryffindor. Cedric, in the common room, was assisting several younger wizards with their essays when he spotted Harry and Ron outside. He nodded knowingly, gesturing for them to wait a moment before sending a young witch to fetch Serentini. Descending with a calming draft in hand, Serentini whispered her gratitude as she passed Cedric, who smiled and pointed toward the door, softly encouraging, "Go on, your friends are still waiting for you." The dawn was barely breaking, a soft, hazy light spilling onto the ground, reminding Serentini of the sun she had seen rising from the train. "Good morning, Serentini. Did you sleep well last night?" "I'm quite well. And how about you?" "We're not too bad." The three of them shared a small fib in unison. Serentini then produced the calming draft and handed it to Harry, saying, "This is a calming potion, Harry. You've been having nightmares far too frequently. Drinking this should help a bit." Harry accepted it with a nod, expressing, "Thank you so much, Serentini. There is something very important I need to tell you." His expression was laden with concern, and Ron remained silent beside him. Serentini quickly covered his mouth. "No, wait, Harry, don't say it here." Harry obediently nodded, and Serentini led him and Ron through a winding path to the cellar, where Ron, looking rather pitiful, seemed to tremble at the knees. "It's all right, Ron. You can go back. I'll be fine with Serentini." Ron immediately nodded. "Mate, I would lay down my life for you, but not in front of Professor Snape." He turned and hurried away, relieved, knowing that the topic of their discussion might revolve around the peculiarities afflicting Harry, which he dared not overhear. Serentini exchanged a glance with Harry, both of them chuckling softly. "Harry, in fact, I also have something to tell you." She opened the cellar door, where Snape was grading papers. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his head. "Ah, Serentini, what a pleasant surprise to see Mr. Potter today. A rare visitor indeed." Harry endeavored to conceal himself behind Serentini, who felt akin to a kindergarten teacher, expertly soothing one child and reprimanding another. "Yes, Professor, I arrived quite early. Harry might have discovered something, and I'm contemplating whether to inform him." Snape set down his quill with a disdainful snort, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Haven't you already made up your mind? Otherwise, why would you bring him here? The friendship between Miss Caroline and Mr. Potter is truly enviable." Harry, bewildered, inquired, "What should you tell me? What has happened?" Serentini first directed her words at Snape. "Professor, please stop frightening Harry. You agreed to this, didn't you? Or else? You wouldn't have opened the door for us. Defamation. This is defamation. Snape shot her a glare. I'm not that petty. Sarantini offered a smile, nodding dismissively before turning to the perplexed Harry. You know, Harry, Voldemort is right here. Harry's face shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately morphing into a look of terror as he regarded Snape, the only one present who bore any resemblance to Voldemort. Sarantini, are we walking into a trap? Snape closed his eyes briefly, seemingly exasperated. Unable to contain her amusement, Sarantini chuckled, only to be met with another glare from Snape. She gently patted Harry's head. Yes, in your mind, Harry. Chapter 66. Don't forget me thus, in order to prevent him from gleaning knowledge about Hogwarts through me. I must learn occlumency from Professor Snape? With this newfound understanding, Harry incredulously touched his own head, struggling to fathom that two minds could reside within such a small space. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he asked, So I'm not a Parseltongue? It's because he's in my head, right? Sarantini found him endearing. Yet with Snape nearby, she refrained from joining him in patting his head, lamenting, I'm not certain about that, Harry, perhaps. Do you have any other questions? Harry, caught between the two, leaned closer to Sarantini and whispered, Aren't there any other professors who know occlumency? Sarantini candidly replied, Yes, Professor Dumbledore knows it as well. Harry's expression fell. Then I'd rather learn from Professor Snape. Both Snape and Sarantini exchanged surprised glances, especially Snape, who suspected that Potter's mind might have been compromised by Voldemort. In reality, Harry simply thought that if he struggled to understand, he could always appeal to Sarantini to temper Snape's ire. To Harry, having Sarantini by his side made Snape seem gentler than Dumbledore, a sentiment unbeknownst to the three of them. The lessons between Snape and Harry commenced, and out of respect for Harry's privacy, after all, no one wished for their vulnerabilities to be laid bare. Sarantini exited the cellar with her notebook in hand, continuing her search for the passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. While Sarantini was not particularly inclined toward engaging in perilous, rule-breaking endeavors, she clearly possessed a remarkable aptitude for evading danger, never once being caught by Hagrid during his patrols. Perhaps it was precisely her excessive caution that had hindered her from locating the passage, as she had instead become quite familiar with unicorns and thestrals, the legendary creatures that could only be seen by those who had brushed with death. Sarantini speculated that perhaps no other young witch had encountered one due to witnessing their own demise. As for the fabled centaurs, she had yet to lay eyes on one. Fate had never favored her. The Forbidden Forest was unusually quiet this time, even devoid of unicorns. Sarantini expertly deactivated the Whomping Willow, and began her search for the passage. After a while, she heard a familiar voice. Sarantini? She turned to find Hermione, accompanied by a unicorn. Unicorns each had distinct personalities, and this particular one delighted in frolicking, often nuzzling against Sarantini, so she quickly recognized it. The unicorn, feeling somewhat guilty upon spotting her, shrank back and trotted away. Sarantini chuckled softly and greeted Hermione. Good morning, Hermione. Oh, are you attempting to secretly brew advanced potions? Hermione nodded. Please don't tell Professor Snape. What about you, Sarantini? Are you here in the Forbidden Forest collecting ingredients? Trusting Hermione, Sarantini replied, Indeed. But you must prioritize safety. It's best to have a professor accompany you. I'm here on an adventure. An unexpected response. Hermione, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, An adventure? A Hufflepuff finds it interesting. May I join? Sarantini invoked her ever-reliable excuse. Professor Snape mentioned that there's a passage to Hogsmeade through the Whomping Willow, and I'm trying to locate it, but you know I'm not very adept at this. Hermione tied her hair back and rolled up her sleeves, ready for action. Oh dear Sarantini, take a break. Leave it to Gryffindor. You know we excel at this. Sarantini obediently stepped back, watching as Hermione adeptly climbed the Whomping Willow, scrutinizing every nook and cranny. Perhaps it was true that only Gryffindor blood could unlock all of Hogwarts' hidden passages, for after days of searching, Hermione found the passage within mere minutes. It was right beside the treetops, not even particularly concealed, yet it seemed invisible to Sarantini each time. Come quickly, Sarantini. It's right here. Hermione waved at Serenity near the secret passage, which finally drew Serenity's attention to the place. She silently clutched the small star resting against her chest, a sense of inexplicable fear rising within her. Why had she never glanced in this direction despite its obviousness? What had transpired in her life? Serenity unsheathed her wand and stepped into the tunnel ahead of Hermione, their footsteps echoing eerily in the emptiness, with Hermione following excitedly behind her. Outside the passage lay the Shrieking Shack, a haunting sight steeped in an eerie atmosphere, filled with dilapidated furniture and cobwebs, the rotting floorboards unrecognizable from their original purpose. Hermione cast a casual glance around before suddenly pointing to a spot near the corner. Serenity, there are words over there. Let us take a look. Serenity approached the indicated area with her wand raised, confirming that there were indeed some orderly scratches on the wall, covered in a thick layer of dust. Hermione crouched on the other side and used a Lumos spell, while Serenity employed a cleaning charm on that small patch. As the words were revealed, they read, "I wish Severus peace and happiness all his life. Serenity." The two fell into a mutual silence, the wind howling outside, while Serenity felt an icy chill. Hermione struggled to speak. "Serenity, the signature on this is your name." Serenity replied softly, feeling lost. "I don't know." "Of course I know, Serenity. Don't worry. Why not ask Professor Snape about it?" Hermione said, concern etched on her face. This remark sent Serenity's thoughts into a spiral, and Hermione lost her adventurous spirit. The two returned to Hogwarts in silence, and Hermione gently inquired, "Where will you go next, Serenity? Would you like me to escort you to the cellar?" Serenity shook her head. "No, I'm going to the library. Would you like to join me, Hermione?" The inscriptions on the wall and those written on paper may differ slightly, yet the habit of writing remains unchanged. Serenity had seen such handwriting before. Hermione expressed her regret. "The other me should be in the library now. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you." Serenity replied, "It's all right, Hermione. I can manage on my own." Hermione nodded, her concern manifesting in her words. "Serenity, everything is still uncertain. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, do not fear. We will support you." Serenity slowly embraced Hermione. The warmth of the hug seemed to awaken memories within her body, her lips subconsciously parting. "Don't forget me." Chapter 67. The Messenger of God, the Believer of God. After comforting Serenity for a while, they each ventured towards their respective destinations. Madame Pants was roaming the library, softly admonishing or expelling young witches and wizards who disobeyed the library rules. Serenity hurriedly dashed to the shelves, relying on her memory to pull out all the books related to the history of magic that she had once read, flipping through them until she finally found the one she sought. Complete records of pureblood families in the history of magic. A tome filled with amusing and wild anecdotes interspersed among its pages. The handwriting of the stories was identical to that on the wall of the Shrieking Shack. When she had read it in her first year, she hadn't noticed that most library books bore traces of magic, but this particular book had a subtle difference. It seemed to have been imbued with another kind of magic. Based on the flow of magical energy, she recognized this magic recurrence honorable. The magic in the book activated, and the page she turned to detailed events concerning the Malfoys, revealing a silhouette of a young, beautiful woman with platinum hair who spoke eloquently. Yet this magic was one that Snape had created during her first year. Time seemed to play a cruel joke on her. "Oh, you little wizard. Did your headmaster not inform you that such ostentatious magic is prohibited in the library, Miss Caroline? Is it you? You cannot either. Would you like to discuss this matter with Severus?" Serenity felt as though her blood had frozen. In such an absurd time anomaly, she should have felt fear. Yet a secret euphoria surged within her soul, as if she had finally discovered a hidden gem of the world, whispering to herself, "In the river of time, I have finally seen my reflection. I have not lost." Her fingertips trembled lightly as she gathered all her strength to grasp the book on the history of magic, dazedly responding to Madame Pants. "Oh, I'm so sorry, madam." Perhaps her pallor was too alarming, for Madame Pants quickly quelled her anger and asked with concern, "Oh, Miss Caroline, you don't look well. Would you like me to find someone to take you to Madame Pomfrey?" "No, thank you, Madame Pants," Serenity declined. "I can manage. I just. No need to say more, dear." "I understand," Madame Pants said, regarding her with a compassionate gaze, determined to speak with Snape. While strict teachers produce excellent students, excessive pressure can lead to trouble. Physical ailments draw attention, yet emotional turmoil is often overlooked. That insensitive Snape. Unbeknownst to him, he bore the brunt of her frustrations. Regaining her composure, Serenity reassured Madame Pants and sat by the window, beginning to organize everything that had transpired recently. She pulled out the notebook chronicling the prophetic events and began recording. In the memories brought by the Dementor, the serenity of Slytherin, the handwriting in the library, and the words from the Shrieking Shack all indicate that she has indeed forgotten her life. As a Slytherin, Serenity's life. Moreover, it is highly likely that she was Snape's classmate. They studied together at Hogwarts, perhaps even became friends. Thus, that Serenity carved her hope for Severus' peace and happiness into the wall of the Shrieking Shack. The serenity that survived within these threads appeared vibrant and resplendent, her handwriting sharp as a renowned blade. Hence, she was able to vanquish Lockhart in her second year, for her power extended far beyond that of an ordinary girl. Perhaps she had already surpassed 18. Yet such a radiant serenity was utterly forgotten, even by herself. Not a single professor would recall a Slytherin named Serenity from years past. Only the dust-laden corner of the Shrieking Shack and the tedious history books in the library bore witness to her existence. This was fate's erasure of Serenity. The traces left behind in the Shrieking Shack and the history of magic were not a reprieve from destiny. Upon seeing that heartfelt blessing belonging to Slytherin, Serenity could only think of one phrase. Love is the greatest magic. Lily had used it to protect Harry, and Serenity employed it to leave her mark. Serenity gently traced the indelible characters, quietly asking, "What secret do you wish to reveal to me, Serenity?" Yet no one could provide her with an answer. Serenity lowered her gaze, signed the borrowing agreement for the book on the history of magic, and descended the stairs of Hogwarts, heading to a place that even she found surprising. Lupin's office. When Lupin opened the door, he was utterly taken aback. "Miss Caroline. Oh, I never expected you to come looking for me. How may I assist you?" Serenity squeezed her almost numb fingers and softly asked, "Professor Lupin, I think. I need a boggart. Could you please tell me where I might find one?" Yes, she had indeed encountered her former self. The whims of fate can never truly govern the human heart, especially not that of Serenity. Lupin furrowed his brow and informed her of the location. "Although you have succeeded once before, I still advise you to utilize the boggart under the guidance of a professor. Would you like me to accompany you?" Serenity shook her head. "I will seek out Professor Snape." Lupin felt that Snape was not the type to assist a young witch in confronting a boggart. Yet years had passed, and everything had irrevocably changed. Perhaps the once solitary Slytherin had softened over time. With her answer in hand, Serenity turned towards the cellar, aware that the Dementa had been lurking outside Hogwarts. At that moment, her mind was in turmoil, and she felt a slight influence, prompting her to draw her wand without hesitation. Expecto Patronum. A bluebird emerged from her wand, spreading its wings to pierce through the oppressive air and clouds, hovering not too far from Serenity. Harry had just concluded his confinement and mental occlusion training when the familiar bluebird flew into the cellar. Its arrival enveloped the space in a gentle warmth, soothing the agitation of both individuals, much like its owner. One was frustrated by his inability to learn, while the other was exasperated by his failure to teach. The bluebird circled the cellar before confidently alighting on Snape's shoulder, tilting its head to nuzzle his cheek. Snape absent-mindedly stroked its feathers. "Where is Serenity?" The cellar door swung open, and Serenity replied, "Right here." Light shone behind her, warmth lingering on her shoulders. Snape suddenly recalled last year's Halloween, when her bat had merely perched on his desk, and in front of everyone, she had declared, "It is my messenger. I wish to see it. And so it has come. The messenger of the divine, and the devotee." Snape remarked, "You have arrived." Serenity affirmed, "I have." Chapter 68. The Hiding Place of Treasure. Harry, perceptive as ever, quietly withdrew, and the bluebird transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing from Snape's shoulder. Snape raised an eyebrow. "Is there something you require?" Serenity nodded and placed a book, the complete records of pureblood families, on the table, pointing to the sharply penned notes within. "Do you recall this script?" Snape leaned in for a closer look, frowning. "Such a distinctive script, I should not forget. Yet, it feels familiar, though I cannot recall its owner." Serenity astounded him with her revelation. "It is mine." Snape appeared taken aback, and in his shock, he activated his occlumency for the first time before her, regaining his composure. You must know it existed before you entered your first year." Serenity replied, "I am acutely aware, Professor Snape. You see, I discovered something in the Forbidden Forest. There is a secret passage near the Whomping Willow that leads to the Shrieking Shack. I presume you know of it. But did you know? In the corner of the shack, I saw this script which read, 'I wish Severus peace and happiness all his life,' signed by Serenity." "Professor, have you never noticed it?" Snape felt struck, overwhelmed by a multitude of questions. Yet gazing into Serenity's gray eyes, he asked, "So I have forgotten you?" Serenity paused, then responded, "No, we have both forgotten, Professor. You previously asked me whether Caroline appeared in my prophecy, and I told you she did not. For Caroline's fate is one of oblivion." Snape sighed, appearing to accept this absurd notion. "How would you like me to assist you?" Serenity articulated her request. "I wish to confront the boggart, Professor. I cannot believe that the former Serenity would acquiesce to the whims of fate. She must have left me something, and I must find her." The doubts that Lupin harbored were irrelevant to Snape. He rose from his seat. "Of course." The wardrobe containing the boggart was opened, and a boggart emerged, enveloped in grey smoke, taking the form of a solemn-faced Serenity, adorned in Slytherin's green robes, fixating her gaze upon Serenity. This time, they locked eyes for a prolonged moment, until the boggart rasped a few words. Treasure hiding place, Severus. Snape's expression mirrored his confusion. A place I know? But I have forgotten. No, Serenity insisted firmly. She must have known you would forget. Perhaps something related to you. Or most importantly, the treasure. Serenity looked once more at the boggart, which silently returned her gaze, her gray eyes brimming with ambition and the dignity that power brings, mingled with a softness that only Serenity and Snape could perceive. What, one might wonder, could possibly constitute Serenity's treasure? How absurd! With a flick of her wand, she sent the boggart back into its confines, turning to Snape. So, as a fellow Slytherin, what do you believe would be your treasure? Snape raised an eyebrow. Are you seeking inspiration for a treasure from me? Perhaps you have chosen the wrong person. My potion ingredients are indeed precious, but I would not consider them my treasure. I suggest you consult young Mr. Malfoy. After all, you are both pureblood Slytherins, and he may provide a more precise answer. Serenity mimicked his raised eyebrow. A splendid idea. Professor, perhaps you might generously lend him to me for my inquiries during his confinement today. Snape snorted. Of course, if you can assist him with those materials. Serenity brought her fingers together and waved at him. As you wish. Snape replied, silver-tongued. As their adventure concluded, Snape returned to the cellar to diligently grade assignments, while Serenity dutifully attended her classes. The calming potion Harry had taken proved somewhat effective, allowing him to reappear on the Quidditch pitch. Once their training concluded, and Serenity's lessons ended, Draco extended an invitation to Harry for confinement, which Harry declined. The traitor had secretly endured confinement already. Draco expressed his disapproval. But upon seeing Serenity in the cellar, he felt somewhat reassured. Harry could bear the brunt of Snape's ire, yet Serenity could directly quell it. In comparison, Serenity held greater authority. Indeed, Snape was remarkably unperturbed today. Aside from a few sarcastic remarks that could easily be disregarded, it was a rather harmonious confinement overall. Serenity leaned closer and softly inquired, Draco, do you possess any treasures? This topic instantly piqued Draco's interest. From the rarest of treasures to tomes older than the history of the Muggle world, Draco spoke at length, and finally, when he paused to swallow, Serenity seized the opportunity to interject. If you had to choose one most precious? Most precious? Draco echoed, and Serenity nodded eagerly. A treasure so invaluable that even in the face of life-threatening danger, you would ensure its existence, something unique. Before Serenity could elaborate further to emphasize the uniqueness of this treasure, Draco confidently replied, it is my mother and father. Serenity hesitated. You mean people? Draco retorted. What could be more precious than life itself? Everything in Malfoy Manor is merely my playthings. How could they compare to their invaluable owners? Serenity felt enlightened. Exchanging a knowing glance with Snape, their eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding. The hiding place of treasure, Severus. As Draco's confinement concluded and he departed, both Serenity and Snape spoke in unison. Snape remarked, it is you. Serenity affirmed, it is I. Serenity's most treasured possession is herself, and the place where this treasure is concealed is Severus. With a furrowed brow, Serenity pondered. Of course, I am of utmost importance to myself. But why does my past self feel the need to reiterate this? Snape reminded her. Your former self inexplicably vanished, and the present you is not necessarily safe. Her insistence may stem from her awareness of a way to prevent your disappearance. Serenity delved into deep thought, recalling her search for the Whomping Willow, or even further back. In Remus's class, the boggart that transformed into Serenity emerged from her memories, and she slowly revisited that moment, attempting to uncover a clue. Snape quietly accompanied her. As time appeared to stand still, Serenity recalled the words inscribed in the Shrieking Shack, and as she scrutinized the sharp handwriting, a light flickered in her mind. That was Chapter 69. Save Yourself. The time-turner around Hermione's neck. One cannot exist simultaneously in two forms. Likewise, if someone lost to fate is remembered again, will the curse of destiny persist? Thus, when Serenity exclaimed during her despondency, please don't forget me, it should have conveyed the deeper meaning. Please save me. Without death. Without pain, only oblivion. The world has forgotten me, and I too have failed to remember. Serenity pressed one hand to her heart, where the pain clamored that this was an unfair demise. She hazily inquired, so, did my past self conceal herself within your memory? As long as you can recall me, can I break free from the shackles of fate? Why you? The Slytherin Serenity hid her most precious self within Snape's memory, and the boggart proclaimed, the treasure lies concealed. Severus, fearing that fate would cause her to vanish once more, her boggart manifested this phrase, signifying that she had already disappeared. She had outsmarted fate, entrusting her own salvation to herself. The Slytherin Serenity firmly believed that her future self would unveil this secret, while the Hufflepuff Serenity was equally convinced that her past self would not yield to destiny. Snape felt a sense of relief and smugly stated, "Because my mind is the most secure vault." Indeed, mental occlusion. Perhaps we should borrow Albus's pensive upon his return. I must have locked away memories of you in my mind. Serenity nodded slightly, feeling a bit lighter. That's one major problem solved. But there's still a minor issue. My prophecy has encountered a slight mishap. She contemplated. You remember I asked Professor Dumbledore to inquire about a certain Lady Umbridge, and whether she possessed a Slytherin locket, right? The locket that should belong to Umbridge has now mysteriously vanished. If anyone in this world knows its whereabouts, it would only be Creature, the house elf of the Black family. Serenity added. I have already asked Mrs. Narcissa to inform me of its location. I need to find it to inquire about this matter. Snape firmly insisted. I shall accompany you. Serenity felt a twinge of guilt, her confidence wavering. I hadn't planned to go alone. Snape narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that your intended act of betrayal towards me involves sneaking away to a place beyond Hogwarts, leaving me unable to reach you? Thus raising my suspicions that you might have attracted Voldemort's attention, leading him to deceive you into a deadly curse? Perhaps he might even offer you something else. Like the Cruciatus curse, he excels at that. Serenity recoiled slightly. It's not about that. Snape roared. Is this not a betrayal? Do you intend to simply slip away into death? Serenity cautiously replied. I intend to make a deal with Creature, Professor. Snape's expression darkened. What do you plan to offer? My esteemed, generous, and brave Miss Caroline? Serenity quickly clarified. Not mine, but yours, Professor. There's a slight issue regarding the Slytherin locket. I am uncertain whether Regulus is still following his original fate. Thus I plan to promise Creature that he will vindicate Sirius to exchange for information about the Slytherin locket. When mentioning Sirius's vindication, Serenity nearly gritted her teeth. Fortunately, Snape's keen ears caught her murmurs. In truth, she wished to send Peter out to resurrect Voldemort only to eliminate him. A notion she dared not share with Snape, thus fabricating a lie instead. Wait, vindicate? Snape ground his teeth. Are you suggesting that that foolish dog was wronged? Serenity nodded. That incident years ago was instigated by Peter Pettigrew. He is not dead. And I know where he is, which is why. Snape's expression remained frozen for a long time, and he began to employ mental occlusion once more in Serenity's presence. After a considerable pause, the anxious Serenity finally heard his dry voice. Do not refer to him as Sirius, Serenity. Now Serenity nodded at everything Snape said. Understood, Professor. Snape's posture appeared somewhat dejected. His usually upright back now slumped in desolation. The very person who once wished for his demise now sought to vindicate him. Had he not sacrificed enough in this war that has dragged on for over a decade, perhaps even longer? Serenity grasped the corners of Snape's robe and gently shook it. Professor, if you do not wish to go, then do not. Perhaps we can coerce and entice him. Snape glared at her. You still wish to go alone? Serenity hastily shook her head. Snape fell silent for a moment before softly saying, I shall accompany you. Perhaps influenced by Serenity's most sincere love for him, Snape's mind conjured an image of his youthful self facing the werewolf alone. If you possessed the gift of prophecy and glimpsed such a future, would you not think I lack love for myself? Snape mused. Those muggles often speak of letting go. But is not letting go merely the excuse of the incompetent? If one possesses the strength to retaliate, who can honestly claim to be that saint? Serenity felt a pang of sorrow and softly reassured him. In truth, even if we do not bring Peter to justice, Harry and the others will eventually vindicate Sirius. We are merely hastening the process, ensuring Sirius owes us a debt of gratitude, just as Remus does to you now. Snape acknowledged with a hum, appearing somewhat dazed and compliant. The journey to number 12, Grimmauld Place was swift, and Snape and Serenity soon located the house elf who once served the Blacks. The elf appeared to be living in poor conditions, tattered fabric draped over its form, rendering it almost naked. Serenity gently inquired, Do you know Regulus? Creature's sharp voice responded, Oh, Creature knows. He is the cleverest young master of the Blacks, Creature's little master. But Master Regulus left many years ago. Serenity pressed on. Before he left, did he ask you to hide anything? To Serenity's surprise, Creature shook his head. Master Regulus did mention wanting to hide something, but he informed Creature that he had already concealed it in a place absolutely no one knows. Master Regulus did not give it to Creature. Serenity furrowed her brow in confusion and glanced at Snape, who shook his head. He is not lying. Could it be that Regulus truly took the Slytherin locket to a place filled with corpses? Why would Regulus believe that such a location was the safest? Serenity nodded. Thank you, Creature. Creature blinked his large eyes. It is Creature's honor to serve you. If you encounter Master Regulus, Please tell him that creature is waiting for him to return home. Regulus has vanished, and some say he is dead. Yet his loyal house elf awaits his return. Chapter 70. Matriarch Caroline. Cleach was unable to divulge any information regarding the locket, and Serenity did not mention the matter of vindicating Blake. It was only upon returning to the cellar that Serenity spoke of Regulus. Although he was a Death Eater, Regulus was not fully aware of Voldemort's true intentions. Upon finally realizing Voldemort's genuine motives, he took one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, specifically the Slytherin locket, to a small island, choosing to rest there eternally with it. Snape leaned back with his arms crossed, adopting a pose of attentive listening. Serenity continued. Of course, the locket on the island was a decoy. A ruse devised by Regulus to deceive Voldemort. The genuine locket had been entrusted to the house elf creature, who was instructed to destroy it but ultimately failed, leading to it falling into Umbridge's possession. Snape inquired, since that noisy little elf is also unaware of the information, should we still release that foolish dog? Your anticipated deal seems rather untenable. Serenity replied, Professor, after all I've shared, is that all that concerns you? She elaborated. Professor Dumbledore received word of the Slytherin locket, and he, along with Harry, went to retrieve it and drank the toxic water, leading everyone to discover Regulus and the false Slytherin locket. Serenity concluded. If the locket is neither with Umbridge nor creature, it is highly probable that Regulus took it with him. However, this matter necessitates Professor Dumbledore's return to seek out creature, which is why we have come back. Snape nodded. Then let us await Albus's return to discuss this further. They should be back soon. Recently, Snape's workload had significantly diminished thanks to Serenity's assistance in the hospital wing, and the urgency of the soul-nurturing potion she was researching had lessened. With fewer responsibilities, he had more time to torment the innocent little wizards, particularly those from Gryffindor, and specifically Harry. This led to Serenity observing Harry's perpetual expression of profound despair whenever she encountered him. She inquired of Ron, what is the matter with him? Ron hesitated, then sighed deeply. Speaking with an air of maturity, Serenity, why don't you and Professor Snape continue your potion-making obsession? We're on the brink of collapse. Serenity found herself both amused and exasperated, while Draco interjected with a teasing remark. It's because you're all simply too weak. Hermione raised a finger to her lips. Slytherins are not permitted to speak. Ron glanced at Serenity, mimicking Hermione. Neither is Hufflepuff Serenity allowed to speak. Serenity conceded, very well. Draco rolled up his sleeves and proclaimed, I shall avenge you, Serenity. As he strode toward Ron, only to burst into laughter halfway there, his sleeves slipping down. Harry, like a wandering soul, lifted his gaze and declared, those not named Harry are forbidden to speak. All right. It was rare to see the once lion-hearted Harry so despondent. Even Draco showed unexpected leniency towards him. Harry's torment continued until Dumbledore's return, accompanied by a dozen urgent letters in Grindelwald. Dumbledore did not immediately touch the resurrection stone. After meandering through a small village with the disguised Grindelwald, they successfully obtained the stone and destroyed it on their way back to Hogwarts. Grindelwald disapproved of such clandestine methods, believing they should boldly storm in and seize the object, then destroy it before the Death Eater's very eyes. Dumbledore dismissed even the punctuation of such notions. Upon returning to the headmaster's office without having taken a sip of water, Snape intercepted him at the door, while Serenity began to recite the names of the candies one by one beside him. Dear Serenity, you must understand, I am the true old professor. Dumbledore had no choice but to set down his cup and open the door for his beloved Slytherin head and Hufflepuff student. Grindelwald's gaze swept over Snape's face before turning to Serenity beside him. It was you who wrote to Albus? Serenity silently concealed herself behind Snape, who, though puzzled, shielded her form. Grindelwald addressed Snape. You are the potion's master? Snape raised an eyebrow. Do you not read the Daily Prophet? It recently revived the old stories of Sirius's escape, and I have thus lingered in the entertainment section for quite some time. Grindelwald appeared bemused, glancing at Dumbledore. Is this how young wizards converse nowadays? Dumbledore, fully aware, quickly waved his hands with a smile. All right, Gellert, please do not frighten Serenity any further. Good morning, Severus Serenity. How have you been these past few days? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Serenity only responded to the first half. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. We have been well. Snape replied to the latter half. Albus, may I borrow your pensieve? Dumbledore generously replied, Of course. There is nothing you cannot use, Severus. He retrieved the pensieve, and Snape, having consumed a vial of soul stabilizer prior to his arrival, stood before it, channeling magic to seek out the locked portions of his memory. When it comes to the understanding of his own mind, none could rival Snape, who who had served as a double agent before the most formidable dark wizard and the greatest white wizard, navigating between extremes while remaining loyal solely to himself. Soon, he unearthed a lengthy memory, and both Snape and Serenity plunged their heads into it, leaving Dumbledore in Grindelwald, who had been forgotten, exchanging glances in the headmaster's office. In Snape's memory, Serenity appeared clad in Slytherin's uniform, her gray eyes devoid of life as they gazed at the past version of Snape, much like a serpent fixating on its long-desired prey. Serenity Caroline, that is my name. You ought to address me as Lady Caroline. If fate has not obliterated my existence, perhaps you might find my name among the 148th generation of the Caroline family. However, since you have witnessed this memory, it signifies that I have long since fallen from destiny. Caroline's gaze warmed slightly, no longer cold and devoid of emotion. She fixed her eyes upon a nearby point, her serpentine eyes revealing a hint of genuine sentiment. She was locking gazes with the owner of the memory. Are you ready to hear your past, Hufflepuff Serenity? Chapter 71. Young Master, Mother Does Not Deceive. Serenity Caroline arrived amidst flowers and applause at Slytherin, clever, brave and mischievous, accompanied by a little elf named Fermi. She possessed the latest model of a flying broom, a pointed witch's hat, a bright crystal ball, and a little tabby cat. Perhaps it did not truly belong to her. This cat had no name and did not linger for anyone. It had suddenly appeared at the Caroline Manor, devoid of any magical aura. Eureka claimed it must be a stray cat abandoned by a wizard after being brought back from the Muggle world. Thus, Serenity began to consult her limited knowledge of Muggle cats, eventually naming it Tabby Hero after examining its fur color. They became the closest of companions by night. Serenity relished soaring through the night sky on her broom, accompanied by the Tabby Hero, who had a painful bite. The Tabby Hero was well-groomed and agile, leaping and darting across rooftops, while Serenity followed on her broom, traversing the dreams of everyone in the Caroline Manor, occasionally serving as a springboard for the Tabby Hero to leap to another rooftop. It would jump into her arms, then onto another rooftop, leaving a red mark on her leg with its paw prints. The cat's fur brushed against her exposed skin, evoking a sensation that was both tantalizing and teasing. In those moments, Serenity only felt an itch. She smiled, inadvertently revealing her location, while Eureka and Furno quietly chirped behind her, teasing her for being a little firecracker. Serenity seemed to possess an innate fearlessness, able to soar through the storm on her broomstick, bravely forging ahead against the winds and rains. However, at that moment, the Tabby Hero could only lick her paws under the eaves, waiting for her. When the foolish Caroline scooped her up, drenched and soaked, the feline made a token struggle before licking the rainwater off Serenity's hands. Silly humans always seek trouble, drenching themselves in the downpour. Well, humans often call this bravery. Tabby Hero, is your home also in Caroline? Serenity sheltered with the tabby from the rain, though it mattered little to her, completely soaked. The tabby cast her a glance, wagged her tail, and leaped down to sit beside her, meowing softly. The fluffy tail swayed back and forth, resembling something, a little kitten waving at her. Serenity squatted down, her chubby little arms wrapped around her knees, tilting her face to watch the rain outside, which fell like an unbroken string of pearls, filling the air with the refreshing scent brought by the downpour. Sereni? Sereni? Where have you hidden now? Eureka's voice echoed, and the tabby dashed into the vast rainy night, lingering only for Serenity amidst Caroline. Serenity obediently raised her hand. I'm here, Mama. Eureka was an exceptionally gentle mother, sometimes so tender that she hardly seemed like a true Slytherin. Yet when anger clouded her eyes, it was clear that her wrath was not as trivial as a kitten swatting its paw. Eureka was the sole descendant of the head of Caroline among the younger generation. Thus Mufus forsook his surname to reside with Eureka in Caroline. She approached hurriedly, brushing her fingers over Serenity's soaked clothes and her grimy little face. Letting out a weary sigh, Sereni, you must be careful not to catch a cold. I won't come looking for you in the rain again. Serenity pretended not to understand, grinning mischievously. No way, Mama will always be with me. Eureka affectionately leaned down to touch Serenity's plump cheek, eliciting giggles from her. Mama will certainly always be by our Serene's side, just as the moon remains beside the stars. She cleaned up Serenity and, embracing her soft yet rebellious little body, stepped into the rainy night, just as she had every time before. Whether the rain was oppressive or chilly, Eureka's embrace was eternally the perfect warmth. Serenity nestled against her shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. In her dreams, the little tabby's tail swayed and transformed into a forest. When the wind rustled the leaves, it seemed as if the little tabby had something to say. A reindeer lowered its head leisurely to drink from the creek, a plump koala rested in a tree, and in the distance several round-bellied foxes tumbled about. Accompanied by the crisp chirping of birds, and the sounds of nature flourishing. The little tabby sprang lightly from the rooftop towards the moonlit starry sky, her form morphing into a spring, with the creek babbling softly. That was life. Serenity beamed a joyful smile in her sleep, prompting Eureka, who had come to check if she had caught a cold, to plant a kiss on her cheek. She would always embark on new adventures, and when she looked back, Eureka and Furno were right behind her. The tabby was not merely her cat, they were partners in exploration. Each time her broom soared into the sky, the tabby would leap from a hidden corner into the wizarding world. It ran slightly slower than Serenity, who often glanced back at it. Tabby hero, you're falling behind. Though she knew not what lay ahead, she understood that moving forward was the right choice. She would also store the most precious memories of their adventures in a crystal ball, a magical sphere that, cool to the touch, held a series of tiny paw prints. The joyful memories causing it to radiate brilliant light each day, imbued with the fantastical hues of the wizarding realm. Serenity wished it could continue like this forever. Until she turned 5, when she experienced her first dream. Serenity dreamt of a tempestuous night, where a green-eyed infant vanquished a demon wielding a butcher's knife, while a dark-eyed man cradled a red-haired girl, seemingly bereft of everything. Thunder split the night, bringing an end to sin. In the depths of her childlike innocence, she heard the voice of destiny. On the day she dreamt, Levi, the head of Caroline, abdicated, and the 5-year-old Serenity ascended as the new head of Caroline. This was a ludicrous act, drawing laughter and scorn from countless nobles at the sight of a 5-year-old leading Caroline, yet Levi stood resolute against the tide. He firmly believed that a Caroline with prophetic blood was a gift from Merlin. All-knowing, indeed all-knowing. That day Serenity entered Caroline's highest library, where she uncovered a secret. No Caroline with the inheritance of prophetic blood could survive to the age of 18. It was a fragment left behind by the last Caroline chosen by fate, who had fought fiercely for her legacy. So many bloodlines of omniscience remained. Yet only Caroline retained the knowledge of her prophetic bloodline, and the fate that awaited them at 18. After reaching that age, the prophetic bloodline would gradually fade, and fate would erase all traces of her existence, regardless of how she attempted to alter the future. Fate would ensure the world followed its original course. Variability was not meant to exist. Chapter 72. The Tabby Cat Hero. The highest library of Caroline was a small attic, distinct from the other spacious reading rooms. It was merely a cramped chamber. Within the room stood a small window, beside which was a short desk and a rickety chair, where the words detailing Serenity's fate lay. The air was thick with the stifling heat of a sunless day. She did not cry, nor did she feel fear. She simply stared blankly out the window, watching her brother rolling around on the grass with a golden retriever. Eureka stood beside Furno, gazing at the long-closed little window, her eyes reflecting an unmistakable heartache. Serenity never rolled on the grass. She only traversed the skies of Caroline with the tabby at night, donning her pointed witch's hat and clutching her round crystal ball. She had read many Muggle books to the tabby, which described how witches appeared in the eyes of Muggles. She wanted the Muggle kitten to know that before it stood a magnificent witch. Caroline was beset by a relentless downpour that lasted day and night. That day, she watched the sky outside the attic, waiting from the faint morning light until the encroaching dusk, and then until the stars illuminated the night. A single day seemed to mirror her brief life. Levi had told her that Caroline's fate transcended all. Serenity lifted her still chubby little face and replied, all right. Perhaps she did not need to become the head to utter those prophetic words. Levi simply did not care. He only wished to tether Caroline's fate to Merlin's grace. Serenity could not comprehend why her grandfather looked at her with eyes that no longer held warmth, only fervent devotion. Nor could she understand why the weight of an ancient family rested upon her shoulders. Even though she was not the one making all the decisions, she only knew that she could no longer soar to the rooftops in the rain. Eureka gazed at Serenity with a heart full of pain. This time, even the affection of a divine mother could not mend her daughter's wounds. Eureka was no longer gentle. Her gray eyes began to glimmer with the light of cold steel. A powerless mother attempting to serve as a stepping stone, a stone beneath Serenity's feet. Her twin brother, Furno, had not rolled in the grass with the golden retriever for quite some time either. He wished he could lend a hand. Yet all these efforts were in vain. Serenity was far too occupied. Both Eureka and Furno had to schedule an appointment to meet her, requiring sufficiently compelling reasons. And it was evident that mere longing was not deemed adequate. They seemed preoccupied only with distant, uncertain sufferings, neglecting the immediate agony of the 3 Carolines. Seasons changed, and they had long ceased to exchange more than a few words. Every encounter was a hurried brush past one another, and Serenity's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. She began to learn the art of becoming the head of the family, even though in the bright conference room, She had to rely on age-enhancing potions just to sit gracefully upon chairs designed for the aristocracy, while shrewd merchants ruthlessly tore pieces of Caroline's flesh away. In the dueling arena, she was tossed about by a proficient magical instructor, while struggling to master the disarming charm, every stone beneath her having once broken her skin. In the cold, vast study, she labored to decipher documents laden with obscure terminology. They claimed it concerned the future of Caroline. Serenity was uncertain which Caroline's future they spoke of. It had been ages since she had acquired the latest model of a flying broom. The old broom was relegated to a corner of the supply shop, the one etched with kitten paw prints indistinguishable from the other brooms cast aside by Caroline. The pointed witch's hat, too, was stowed away for its childish hue, while the crystal ball, marked with tiny paw prints, remained on her bedside table. Yet no joyful memories had since been infused within it. The recollections of the past felt like a torment, torturing one who had once possessed happiness, only to have it abruptly snatched away. The crystal ball, once nourished by joy, failed to emit a dazzling brilliance. Her childhood came to an abrupt halt, leaving only an uncertain fate and a preordained cycle of life and death. She learned to conceal her emotions. Her youthful expressions of anger appeared comical, imparting a lesson that the fury of the weak resembled a farcical performance. Yet, there were those who reveled in watching her rage. Serenity had mastered the art of wielding authority without anger. Compared to the adult male rulers, she resembled a tyrant, and with merely a glance, others would shatter under her gaze. Only by embodying a tyrant could 8-year-old Serenity earn her place at the table. Nevertheless, she was still occasionally torn apart by the more astute, seasoned nobles. The experiential chasm brought about by time was an insurmountable abyss she could not bridge. To be shattered was to be reforged. Perhaps when she grew accustomed to age potions and hangover remedies, she would come to realize that this arrogant family was beyond redemption. She could no longer relish the warmth of her mother's embrace on a rainy night. The moon would linger beside the stars, yet Eureka would not halt at Serenity's side. Her mother had not lied, but the moon too could be obscured by clouds. Serenity endured the most agonizing years of her life, the pangs of growth accompanying each solitary night. By the time she turned 10, the tabby hero had aged considerably. It was not a cat of the wizarding world, merely an ordinary muggle kitten, incapable of speech, devoid of magic, and possessing a fleeting lifespan. On the night when the crystal ball was on the verge of being forgotten, the tabby hero boldly entered Serenity's room for the first time. Serenity had been engrossed in her duties until late, and upon witnessing the tabby hero confidently push open her door and sit at its threshold, she saw a tempest of snow swirling behind it, rendering the world beyond unrecognizable. Winter had arrived in England, yet the tabby hero refused to advance any further. Serenity leaped from her chair, recognizing that Caroline could not retain it. The world as free as spirit soared alongside her. She recalled Eureka's words and wondered if they were perhaps misguided. It was the tabby cat that had abandoned a wizard, for it never truly belonged to anyone. She remembered they did not always meet under the veil of night. Sometimes they would lazily bask in the sun atop some rooftop, the furry tail brushing against her arm. In those moments, she only felt a tickle, unaware that partings were inevitable in this world. The tabby hero remained silent, gazing tenderly at her companion, unyielding and still, like a silent statue. In the spring of her 3rd year, Serenity encountered the tabby hero perched on a rooftop, and riding her broom, she beheld those round, glistening black cat eyes. They, too, had shared a long gaze, cautiously ensuring neither harbored malice. In the winter of her 6th year, a tabby cat walked resolutely into the snowy night of England, just as it had intruded into Serenity's life. Serenity made no attempt to retain it. The cage of Caroline was sufficient to confine a free spirit. Chapter 73 Death. The afternoon sun cast a shimmering layer of light upon the snow, as Fermi struggled to place the documents on the table. Dear young master, here are the files you are to attend to today. Serenity lowered her gaze, her gray eyes imparting a near-hearted coldness. Fermi shuddered at her glance, bowing his head against the wall, fearful to look again. For me you may go. From that moment forth, no one nor any cat gazed down upon each rooftop of Caroline at night, exploring the secrets of this ancient castle. Those nights, swept by the wind, those adventures beneath the moonlight, gradually receded from Serenity, only to be blanketed by a new snowfall, leaving no trace of their existence. It seemed to morph into a grand, resplendent dream, chronicling the childhood in which Serenity had once found joy. In those Muggle novels, the mysterious wizards endowed them with astonishing, awe-inspiring experiences. For instance, Cinderella's magnificent gown vanished at midnight, or the cursed Sleeping Beauty lay quietly in a thorn-laden castle. Yet, within the Muggle's dreamlike depiction of the wizarding world, a small Muggle cat became her most extraordinary and treasured memory. It bore an unparalleled role in her life, even embodying another Serenity. It stepped beyond the doors of Caroline, seemingly carrying with it all of Serenity's aspirations for freedom, as they raced toward their own adventure. In the valley of Hazangling, frost-withered summer's green, Serenity wandered the world alone for a long time. At the age of 10, the elderly tabby cat again approached her door. This time, weakened by age, it could not open the heavy, ornate wooden door itself, but instead repeatedly bumped its head against it. Serenity once more leaped from her chair to open the door for it. How could humans and cats be the same? For years passed, and Serenity still needed to descend from her chair, while the tabby hero's chest emitted a heavy sound. Devoid of Caroline's nourishment, it had grown thin, its fur resembling dry straw, yet its gaze remained wild, resembling a small cat that could deliver a painful bite. This was a body on the brink of demise, carrying within it a still youthful spirit. Serenity often suspected that the body weighed down the soul. Humans always sought troubles for themselves, unlike small cats that could wander freely. Yet the wandering small cat possessed nothing but itself. The tabby hero appeared incapable of leaping from one rooftop to another. It staggered and stumbled across the threshold it had failed to cross 4 years prior. Serenity cradled it in her arms. The frail tabby hero offered no resistance, its murky eyes gently fixed upon her, as if regarding a companion from years past, or perhaps a damp little creature. The tabby hero extended its tongue to lick Serenity's hand, just as it had done many years ago on a rainy night, wiping away the traces of rainwater. Serenity never bowed to fate, never wept for her suffering. When fate first encountered her at 5, the proud Slytherin was destined to hunt it down. Yet when the tabby hero licked her, a gentle rain began to fall upon her face. The love of a kitten is perpetually damp, a sentiment that remains consistently moist. The kittens, particularly Eureka's, evoke memories of warmth. Seraphina carefully retrieved the whiskers she had once collected from her beloved kitten, and the tabby hero nuzzled into her palm, conjuring the vigor of youth, the essence of that year's rain and snow. That year, the pear blossoms Seraphina had planted for it began to bud, life pulsing within. It raised its head once more. The tabby gazed at her, quietly departing from her embrace. Such a gentle death it was. The delicate kitten, tilting its head against Seraphina's chest, no longer breathed, its warm body gradually losing its heat to the grip of death. Transforming from a soft creature that could slip through door cracks into a rigid form, Seraphina gingerly supported the kitten's soft neck, ensuring it would not succumb to stiffness in an awkward position. Death. She embraced death. This was Seraphina's first encounter with mortality, and perhaps in the future, she too would become as stiff as the tabby, her neck askew. She wondered if anyone would be there to support her neck, to cradle her body. They sat by the door, with the orderly and bright study within and the vibrant world of spring outside. The tabby hero passed away on an ordinary spring day. This kitten from the Muggle world, dying in the arms of a gifted witch, leaving no mystical or enchanting tale behind, taking with it all the bittersweet memories of childhood from the little witch. I, along with half my soul, accompany you to the river of the dead. Thus, death loses its gruesome visage. Perhaps I merely sought you out. Seraphina, disregarding appearances, sat on the threshold, repeatedly stroking the tangled fur. From the kitten's head to the tip of its tail, her touch gentle as if afraid of causing pain. After a long while she softly whispered, "May you be well." Yes, it died too soon. She had not yet had the chance to greet it after their long separation. Tabby hero, from this moment forth, I must truly move forward. Tabby hero, in truth, we are all wandering in this world, following countless long nights. There is no longer a path for its return. Alone in the night, Seraphina lost her flying broom, no longer having reason to look back at the little tabby. This spring has ended in Seraphina's life. Yet it feels as if it will never truly conclude. She buried the little cat beneath the large tree in Caroline's courtyard, where every spring, countless petals would gently fall. A silent yet grand tribute from Slytherin. At the age of 11, Seraphina received her letter from Hogwarts, and from that distant dream, she no longer dreamed of prophecies. Nor did she receive any tidings regarding that green-eyed infant. Seraphina even questioned whether it had ever been a prophecy, perhaps merely an odd dream of hers. She had borrowed the Philosopher's Stone from Nicodemus, infusing it with her magic, yet the legendary stone offered no guidance. The omniscient prophetic bloodline seemed merely a self-deception of Caroline, ensnaring Seraphina in a dilemma. The protracted wait, coupled with the burden of life and death, culminated in a time when the ruthless lord of the house was tasked with procuring school supplies. Her robes and books were custom-ordered by Caroline, but she alone needed to select her wand. Ollivander's wand shop was one of the legends of the wizarding world, its dilapidated appearance prompting concern for Ollivander's future employment. An oversight attributed to his personal aesthetic. It is unsurprising. Those of true prowess do not require the world's validation. Chapter 74. Her wand is death. Seraphina donned an exquisitely fitted gown, a shimmering blend of silver and green adorned with cool golden embellishments, her earrings featuring a snake coiled around a cross, lifting its head in a display of haughtiness, its cold eyes mirroring those of its master. Her dark, curly hair cascaded down her back, swaying gently with her movements, the tips catching a sliver of sunlight. Upon her entrance, the temperature in Ollivander's wand shop seemed to plummet significantly. Ah, let me see, Ollivander squinted. A quintessential Slytherin ensemble. Miss Caroline, is it? Indeed, you are set to attend Hogwarts. He remarked with genuine awe, a head of house, embarking on her first year at Hogwarts. It sounded somewhat ludicrous, yet Seraphina paid little mind to his words, standing tall like a young poplar. If permitted, may I choose my wand? Right-handed, thank you. Ollivander turned to rummage through his wand shelves. Ah yes, let me find something suitable. Pineapple wood paired with dragon heartstring, embodying freedom while wielding formidable power. It allows for the casting of the most flamboyant spells. Give it a try. Seraphina grasped the wand, and a wisp of black smoke emerged. The wand symbolizing freedom. Perhaps no longer favored Caroline, who was ensnared by fate. Her freedom had perished on a spring day in England. Oh, that's quite all right. Ollivander pushed another wand box towards her. Try this one. Ashwood with a core of White River serpent spine. Ashwood favors a master of unwavering faith, ever loyal to its owner, while the magic wielded by the White River serpent spine is both powerful and elegant. I cannot conceive of anything more befitting you. Yet, in Seraphina's hands, it produced a small explosion. Ollivander remained unfazed. It appears there is something more suitable for you, Miss Caroline. He rummaged through his counter for a while, extracting another wand. Try this one, Hollywood with a shard of a basilisk's reverse scale as the core. Draw this one to signify your pursuit of destiny. A smile finally graced Seraphina's lips, her voice icy. The pursuit of destiny? I quite like that phrasing. She drew forth the holly wand, and a plume of green smoke billowed from it, transforming into a forest. A massive green basilisk slithered forth, the surrounding greenery withering, strewn with the corpses of countless small creatures, the brook stagnant, a pool of lifeless water, a vast grave. Merlin, Ollivander gazed at the scene before him, then glanced at the frail 11-year-old witch. This is death. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, I believe I can see that. Seraphina departed from Ollivander's wand shop with her wand, neither elated with satisfaction nor disheartened with disappointment. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Her gloomy gray eyes shone like a blade, cutting through the oppressive wizarding world, revealing a blinding light. Ollivander watched the departing young witch, murmuring to himself, what a remarkable little witch. Perhaps the wizarding world will soon experience a tremor. On the eve of her journey to Hogwarts, Seraphina was still attending to Caroline's affairs, while Fermi organized her belongings for the trip. Young mistress, do you need a cat for delivering messages? He recalled that Seraphina had once cherished a particular kitten, and thus made the suggestion. Seraphina continued writing. No need. Just bring a random owl from Caroline Manor. Fermi nodded and quickly dashed to the owl room, selecting a beautiful and seemingly dignified owl. One that Caroline favored for its well-mannered yet rebellious nature. The hooting of the owl disrupted Seraphina's thoughts. She looked up to find a small, lovely owl had joined her in her room, likely the one Fermi had chosen to accompany her to Hogwarts. The owl cocked its head curiously at its finally discovered human, flapping its wings and shedding a few white feathers from beneath its wings. Hoot! Seraphina gazed at the owl's clear eyes, and a sudden pang of sorrow pierced her heart. That pain was not a fleeting storm that vanished without a trace, but rather a persistent drizzle that could last a lifetime. Eureka, her mother. That gentle woman who imparted all wisdom upon her. Might you once again elucidate for me what constitutes true suffering, and how one might evade it? Yet, time offers her no reprieve for reminiscence, as she strives relentlessly against the currents of fate. From this moment forth, you shall be called Lufna. Lufna comprehended this decree, contentedly shifting her paws upon the perch, shedding a few feathers, and nestled peacefully there, with the prospect of a train journey and an opportunity for rest the following day. Selyanite endured a sleepless night. She mused, finding solace in the notion that there was no need to fear the toll of sleeplessness on her health, for she may not live long enough to witness the irreversible damage it could inflict. Upon entering Hogwarts, amidst a throng of bright-eyed little ones, she stood out distinctly, her cold gray eyes instilling fear in the hearts of many a Slytherin serpent. Selyanite neither advanced Caroline's standing nor cast her out from the aristocratic circle. Perhaps her presence was insufficient to instill trepidation in the rotund nobles, yet it sufficed to intimidate a few fledgling witches, though that was never her intent. The head of the house awaited alongside the other first years for the sorting ceremony. Selyunite stood at ease, anticipating the sorting hat to call her name. The hat barely rested upon her head for a second before it proclaimed, Slytherin. Its voice reverberated throughout the great hall, as if to shake the very foundations of the wizarding world. Selyunite Caroline Slytherin. The outcome was as anticipated. She seemed destined to be a Slytherin from birth. Ambition was the sustenance of her existence, shaping her bone and sinew in the crucible of power and desire. The Slytherin table erupted in enthusiastic applause. Even the other three houses joined in, clapping for the girl with the gray eyes. Caroline may not recall who applauded, but she was likely to remember those who remained silent. Selyunite smoothed her skirt and elegantly approached the Slytherin table, where the students quickly rose to vacate the prime positions for her selection. She chose a seat at the head of the table. The little serpents understood this, was Selyunite extending a courtesy to the student council, signaling her disinterest in managing Slytherin House, indicating her intention to adhere to the student council's directives during her time at Hogwarts. A head of a great family would not indulge in the trivial games of children. Chapter 75. The Ally Lucius. Once the headmaster's lengthy and tedious address concluded, Selyunite followed the others to the Slytherin common room. This year's first years, with Selyunite among them, did not receive the customary stern welcome from the student council, who hastily informed them of the entrance procedure. During the selection of the first-year representative, a timid girl raised her hand under Selyunite's gaze. Commendable bravery. Selyunite thought that if she did not interject with something positive, this group of little ones might be frightened into quivering quails. She slowly retreated a few steps, leaning against the wall, signaling her withdrawal, allowing the selection of the first-year prefect to proceed normally. Once the little ones had elected their most formidable representative, Selyunite turned towards her dormitory. Her status warranted a single room, which greatly enhanced her enjoyment of life at Hogwarts. The curriculum for lower years was not particularly extensive. Selyunite had already received one-on-one tutoring in potions, charms, transfiguration, and flying from a tutor at Caroline Manor for the first 3 years, thus applying for exemptions in these subjects. The theoretical courses posed no challenge for Selyunite, as her focus remained on Caroline Manor during her initial years. That green-eyed infant seemed to exist solely in her dreams. Everything from her 5th year was too damp and hazy, often leaving Selyunite in a state of reverie. Yet, she was immensely grateful to have arrived at this juncture. The powerful head of the Caroline family, and the affluent Miss Selyunite distinguished clearly what she desired. Power was the finest sustenance for an individual, and Slytherins were inherently political creatures. In her 2nd year, Selyunite renounced the Slytherin disdain for half-bloods and so-called Muggleborns. Her feline companion was also of Muggle descent. She discovered that the loyalty of some Muggles was far more valuable than that of the aristocrats who possessed family names, and she required such loyalty, one that was devoid of any personal stakes. Thus, in her capacity as the head of the Caroline family, she negotiated the Caroline Development Initiative with the headmaster, wherein Caroline would fund the top scorers from each house with galleons, as well as provide academic materials for the best in potions and charms. The beneficiaries of this funding were required to sign a contract stipulating they could only work for Caroline for the first 10 years post-graduation, and generate revenue for her, or else their work tenure would be extended by 5 years or more. This provision granted Selyunite an unparalleled reputation among half-blood and Muggle-born wizards, garnering her a following within Hogwarts. The Slytherins regarded this with disdain. Even though their families secretly engaged in trade with Muggles, such matters were yet to be publicly acknowledged, as any connection with Muggles would tarnish their noble lineage. Malfoy instantly comprehended the implications of this initiative. 7 years of funding would yield Caroline a prodigy untainted by noble lineage. A risk-free investment. The aristocrats arriving from London were notably ruthless, having nearly experienced the reign of Grindelwald, a stark contrast to the current era. It was a time rife with uncertainty. She had captured the attention of the Dark Lord. Voldemort demanded Malfoy bring Selyunite to him. At that time, in her 3rd year, Selyunite faced the so-called heir of Slytherin, the unique leader, with indifference. Lucius, I am a merchant, not a gambler. Lucius's gaze flickered, while Selyunite, with a semblance of a smile, replied, Yet I do have a transaction to discuss with Malfoy. Lucius, you must understand that the one you follow is no longer the person you once revered. His once radiant ideals have been submerged in a fetid mire, surfacing only his grotesque desires. You are a man I respect. You should not bow down. Do you understand what you are saying? Lucius interrupted hastily, his voice urgent. Selyunite raised an eyebrow. I certainly do, but I believe you are unaware of what you are doing. Lucius's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Dumbledore had grown old, while Voldemort remained youthful, Not to mention Malfoy had already been marked by the dark mark. Following Voldemort was likely the best choice for Malfoy. Yet the madness of Voldemort stirred an unsettling apprehension within him. When a master is merciless, death is inevitable. Everyone was acutely aware, yet they were devoid of choices. Many have undoubtedly advised you otherwise, but I am different. Lucius Selenites' gray eyes radiated certainty. I can offer you a definitive future. Lucius scoffed. A future? Yes. Everyone says that, but... No, Lucius Selenites interrupted him. You do not comprehend, Caroline. That day, Selenites led Lucius to the highest archives of Caroline. The two of them confined within that small room where turning around was a challenge. Selenites gestured towards the papers on the table, and Lucius followed her indication. A prophecy? I believe so, Selenites murmured, for no wise family would allow a 5-year-old girl to become its master. My prophecy will guide Caroline through the torrents of time. Lucius questioned. But as far as I know, Caroline must still retreat in the presence of the 28 sacred families. Your prophecy may not hold much weight. Selenites countered. If you were aware of how Caroline relocated from London to Scotland decades before the Grindelwald era, Lucius. Besides, is it truly advantageous to be as conspicuous as Malfoy before Voldemort? The world often whispers of Slytherin's ambitious nature, yet we comprehend that the aspirations of Malfoy and Caroline are merely to survive, and to thrive in that survival. Lucius inquires, what prophecies do you possess? Serenity smiles slightly. Lucius, your greed is insatiable. Lucius frowns. Have I lost? Serenity shakes her head. He has failed, but you have not lost. Lucius, your loyalty to him is non-existent. Having navigated the treacherous waters of power at the long table, surrounded by those with ulterior motives, Serenity has honed her skills in reading people to an exceptional degree. Each time Lucius graces the Slytherin common room, he carries himself with an air of superiority, a demeanor that would never yield willingly to anyone, especially not to one of a tyrannical disposition. A true master must balance leniency with firmness, grace with severity, and must distinctly delineate rewards and punishments to cultivate genuinely loyal subordinates. Voldemort, indifferent to his followers, forgets that they too are Slytherins, aristocrats or prodigies. Such individuals cannot hope to achieve true victory. Likewise, Lucius, who can bow to others for the sake of survival, will not succumb to failure. Chapter 76. The moment of encountering destiny. Serenity gazes through the low window at the brilliant golden sunlight illuminating the lawn. Caroline is resolute. Should your master prevail, you will remain steadfast. Yet should he falter, I shall proclaim to all that you are my ally, having long betrayed him, and all you need do is assist Caroline. Lucius, you stand to lose nothing, do you not? Lucius hesitates. I shall inform him that you do not intend to join due to your fear of war. But should he call upon you, you may offer Caroline's wealth in times of peril. Serenity replies, of course, I am grateful to you, my ally. Once Lucius's figure vanishes, Fermi appears beside Serenity. Oh, young mistress, he did nothing. Why do you? Serenity gently pats his head. It was merely a collaborative opportunity. Before that day arrives, what he does for me and what I do for him will determine our fates. Promises are not illegal, you see. He has neither signed an agreement with me nor sworn an unbreakable oath. The passage of time weighs heavily, and the two young minds learn to place life and death upon the negotiating table, adeptly discussing the ambiguous circumstances. The chaotic situation envelopes Serenity's destiny, and in the torrent, none emerge as survivors. In her 4th year, Serenity encounters the figure from her dreams, not the green-eyed infant, but the deceased red-haired woman and the dark-eyed man who held her. Both are strikingly recognizable, one with cascading crimson waves and green eyes, the other with dark hair and deep-set black eyes. In the instant she beheld them, Serenity realizes the absurdity of the notion that finding the green-eyed child would alter her fate. They are merely first-year students. In her dreams, they have at least graduated. And gazing into that girl's green eyes, Serenity is compelled to suspect that the infant is her own child. Their eyes bear a striking resemblance. Thus, the child's birth occurs after her 18th year. This presents a temporal paradox, shattering her fragile hopes. Despite Serenity's foreknowledge, when the moment arrives, she finds herself unable to maintain composure. Time intertwines before her as if mocking her by the hand of fate. Perhaps countless Carols have discerned the mockery of time throughout their growth. Hence no generation of Caroline has ever managed to break this so-called destiny, leading them, in their sorrow and fury, to inscribe the Caroline secrets. Within the train carriage, young wizards continue to bicker, the Potter boy clamoring for the red-haired girl's companion to leave, while the poorly dressed counterpart refuses to yield an inch. Serenity casts a cold glance their way, intending to depart. As the debate has devolved from "this is my seat" to "no, this is mine," morphing into Slytherins are dark wizards, Gryffindors are the true heroes. Listen. What foolish and arrogant proclamations. Serenity gently raps on the door panel. At 14, she possesses a greater authority befitting her status. And the warm scarf draped around her neck does nothing to diminish her sharpness. James casts an impatient glare her way, instantly silencing himself upon noticing her presence. Lily, unfamiliar with nobility yet having a preliminary understanding of James, and Severus too, fall quiet. Serenity leisurely twirls her wand between her fingers. Glancing at James. I believe a wise individual would refrain from uttering such words before the matriarch of a Slytherin noble family. James's face flushes crimson, stammering, I said nothing. Serenity, arms crossed, raises an eyebrow slowly, her lofty demeanor rendering James frustrated and speechless. Serenity huffs. You possess foresight. Perhaps I should propose in your name to the Hogwarts Board of Governors that the Slytherin Common Room be transformed into Hogwarts Azkaban. Almost half of Hogwarts governors hail from Slytherin. James bows his head in apology. I was wrong, Miss Caroline, please do not do that. I should not have disparaged Slytherin. Serenity chuckles lightly. No. I did not intend to impart such childish lessons. Before you contemplate annihilating every Slytherin, you ought to grasp what should remain unspoken. Severus, positioned behind James, gazes intently at Serenity, her poised and authoritative demeanor igniting a fervor within a Slytherin enamored with strength. Serenity turns to leave and Lily, harboring fondness for the senior who has come to her aid, leans over the train seat, inquiring, Senior, what is your name? May I seek you out later? You may refer to me as Caroline. Should you wish to see me, approach me directly. During the sorting ceremony for the new students, Serenity encounters them once more and learns their names. Lily Evans is sorted into Gryffindor, while Severus Snape finds his place in Slytherin. The half-blood wizard receives a lukewarm welcome from his peers, settling at the back of the long table, while Lily continues to greet him. Oh, how revolting. A Slytherin and a Gryffindor. My heavens, is Slytherin so indiscriminate in its admissions? Help. I do not wish to share a table with him. Around them malicious complaints abound, echoing with venom as if they were little demons risen from the depths of hell, bearing their sharp fangs. Snape momentarily stares, then instantly adopts a fierce, brooding expression, signaling to all that he would tear apart anyone who dared approach him. A little wolf cub. Having lost interest in this farce, Serenity refrains from engaging in the student's malice. If one cannot swiftly discern a means of survival within Slytherin, the darker aspects of the wizarding world may claim a vibrant life at any moment. In 4 years, Serenity shall turn 18. She begins to shift her focus from Caroline to herself, as the vast library of Caroline Manor offers no solutions. Serenity frequently visits the Hogwarts library, engaging in continual interaction with Severus and others. James persistently harasses Lily, who is an eager learner, often prompting Madame Pants to warn and chase James away. After perusing numerous tomes, Serenity fixates on the dark arts concerning souls, particularly the infamous soul snare. If one could wield the soul snare to control another's essence, might it also be possible to extract a soul from a body? If Serenity's soul were to depart from Caroline's vessel, could the fate that belongs to Caroline ultimately be shattered? However, before that can happen, Serenity must guide public opinion regarding dark magic. Chapter 77. A First Encounter. The Shadow Game. Even if the current predicament cannot be altered, one must, upon exposure, extricate oneself from the Caroline family's association with the study of dark magic, which is not an allegiance to the Dark Lord. The Daily Prophet commenced publishing numerous related articles, chronicling my transformation from a student discriminated against for my study of dark magic into an Auror, while those who once disparaged me were saved by my knowledge of the dark arts. This narrative stirred a slight ripple within the wizarding community, though it was mostly met with derision. Seraphina, what does it matter? As Seraphina mastered the soul-capturing curse, the semester drew to a close. The first recipient of Caroline's sponsorship was Severus Snape. Previously, the exceptional students were all from noble families, with not a single Muggle-born wizard managing to stand out amidst their aristocratic education. He indeed possessed the qualifications to enter her dreams, becoming the only living being aside from that infant. Once again encountering James performing a silent play, and Severus posing as a statue in the library, Seraphina slid Caroline's invitation across the table towards Severus. She pushed it with her index and middle fingers, the latter adorned with a ring that shimmered with silver, a symbol of power. They were indeed very different. Severus looked up, a shadowy frown creasing his face, revealing a hint of confusion. The Caroline cultivation program required him to sign a decade-long agreement to work for Caroline. Should he consent, he was to seek her out for further discussion. Otherwise, he could write her a letter to withdraw from this year's program. Severus accepted the invitation. Nodding quietly, "I will come." Seraphina cast a glance at him. His typically stern expression was laced with apprehension and uncertainty. Clearly, his family had not taught him how to resist such malice, leaving him only capable of raising his wand foolishly. During a visit over the holiday, Severus found Seraphina engrossed in a tome entitled The Omniscient God of the Fallen in Prophecy, authored by Ethan de Jever Nabucco Carolyn. Within its pages, the author posited that all actions against fate merely serve to exacerbate it. Ultimately, everyone would plunge into the raging tide of destiny. To accept fate, to forget fate, was the only means to avoid self-destruction. There was also a dialogue about a Carolyn who ought to have vanished, conversing with Dumbledore. And Seraphina surmised that this individual must have loved that Carolyn dearly, leaving a mark amidst the constraints of fate. The text noted, "In truth, the Carolyn lineage's attempts to alter fate are precisely what bind them to it, rendering escape impossible. Destiny will lead the self-important to their destined end." Seraphina rested her chin on her hand and pouted slightly. Fermi gently rapped on the door. "Young mistress, you have a distinguished guest." Seraphina set her book aside. "Come in." As Severus entered, he immediately spotted Seraphina seated at her desk. She was not clad in the customary silver-green attire of Hogwarts, nor was she in the formal, tailored platinum evening gown featured in the Daily Prophet. Instead, she wore a simple, loose-fitting white sweater paired with a layered beige midi skirt. Her dark, tea-colored hair was casually braided to one side, her neck unadorned and pale. Compared to her public appearances, she appeared considerably more gentle. Seraphina maneuvered a nearby sofa to face her desk and retrieved 2 copies of the bilateral agreement from the bookshelf. "Please take a seat, Mr. Snape." Severus sat across from her, the soft, warm sofa momentarily making him feel awkward. Seraphina pushed the agreement toward him. "I presume you are acquainted with Hogwarts' Carolyn Cultivation Program. Your recent performance has been outstanding, particularly in potions. I must apologize, I conducted a background check on the prince lineage." Severus was well aware of the despicable methods these aristocrats employ to maintain control, and Seraphina exhibited no remorse for her actions. He nodded, his face a mask of seriousness. "If you wish to inherit the prince's legacy, I shall assist you, but you must commit to signing a collaborative agreement with Carolyn after mastering the prince's estate. Should you choose not to return to the prince's, Carolyn will provide for your living expenses, requiring you to work for her for a minimum of 10 years post-graduation." Severus quietly pushed the agreement related to the princes aside. Seraphina, understanding, offered him a quill. He inscribed his name on the other agreement. Seraphina added, "This living stipend will not only cover your sustenance and accommodation, but will also provide you with potion materials and magical tomes. Should you find yourself in need of materials, you may approach me." Severus raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Miss Carolyn, you are indeed generous." Seraphina smiled slightly. "I am never stingy with geniuses." Despite his tattered old robes, he managed a proud smile. "I shall not disappoint you, Miss Carolyn." Indeed. Regardless of his circumstances, he remained a Slytherin. And Slytherins have never understood the concept of humility. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting shadows in the spacious study. Severus suddenly perceived that the seemingly empty room became crowded with shadows. As the trees outside swayed gently, obscuring the sunlight, the shadows within the study danced subtly, rustling as if engaged in a quarrel. The witch across from him could not help but reveal a hint of amusement at the sight. This realization allowed Severus to relax his previously tense frame, realizing that the witch before him was merely pretending to be an adult, much like himself. The unfinished book beside her caught Severus's attention. He leaned in, reading aloud the title. "The Omniscient God of the Fallen in Prophecy?" Seraphina replied with an affirmative hum. "What is your perspective?" Severus's obsidian eyes gleamed with unbridled ambition. For a Slytherin, destiny is the most ludicrous concept. Seraphina chuckled nonchalantly. Indeed. Throughout the holiday, Severus remained at the Carolyn estate to study. Fortunately, Tobias and Eileen were preoccupied with their own quarrels, paying him no mind, allowing him a degree of comfort. In this unfamiliar noble manner, he found a semblance of belonging. Seraphina paid little attention to the additional presence in her home. Yet due to his Slytherin heritage and his mention in the prophecy, she kept him at the family estate for observation. It remained unclear what he intended to observe while he immersed himself in dark magic, conducting explosive experiments in the basement, often disappearing for days on end. The commentary in the Daily Prophet grew increasingly fervent, asserting that magic was merely a tool, and that true malevolence resided within the dark wizards. Such statements were evidently mere platitudes intended to placate others. Regardless of their credibility, Voldemort certainly believed them. Upon encountering this perspective, he found it to be a declaration of Seraphina's loyalty. even going so far as to instruct Lucius to present her with a rare tome on dark magic. This delightful misunderstanding was welcomed by Seraphina. Chapter 78. 3 minutes of quarreling and 1 second of reconciliation. News of Seraphina's study of dark magic reached Severus swiftly, though she had no intention of concealing it. By the time Severus discovered her endeavors, her research had escalated to what could only be described as madness. She proposed the notion of soul grafting, an idea aimed at extending life by merging one's soul with that of an unfamiliar body. Seraphina exhibited no signs of panic at having her secret exposed, maintaining her usual composure, as if it were merely a commonplace matter. Would you like to learn? Severus fixed his gaze upon her. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Dark magic can harm your soul. Seraphina chuckled lightly. Harm? My dear sir. The true harm lies in being powerless to wield such power. Only then can I avoid being a pawn of fate. At this moment, Snape remained oblivious to the deeper implications of her words. He cast a glance at the Daily Prophet resting beside her, a smirk playing on his lips. My dear miss, might it be that it has led you to forget the consequences? It is not a docile lamb. You are not one of those wizards devoid of choice. Why pursue this? Is there anything else you must inflict pain upon yourself to achieve? Serenity nonchalantly tossed the Daily Prophet aside. What we ought to do is address the repercussions of dark magic, rather than shun powerful tools. You see, I intend to be the one to effect change. You are more arrogant than the Dark Lord himself, Miss Caroline. Do not speak so, Severus. This is merely a testament to one's self-assurance. A brief silence enveloped them, the atmosphere becoming somewhat tense. Serenity was unfazed by Snape's reaction. To her, the plethora of dark wizards emerging from Slytherin stemmed from their unabashed, unabated ambition. As a member of Slytherin, Snape surely shared the same thirst for power. He would be no exception. It was not the dark wizards who chose Slytherin, rather Slytherin chose the dark wizards. In Slytherin, ambition should never be viewed as a pejorative. They maintained a respectful distance for a time, until Snape, awkward yet nonchalant, initiated conversation, allowing the disagreement to pass without resolution. This peculiar experience, akin to a quarrel with a friend, intrigued Serenity, prompting her to ponder whether she should seek a companion of her own age. However, due to the complexities of her plans and Caroline's numerous obligations, this notion was temporarily shelved. The day of the new term arrived as anticipated, with the Hogwarts Express puffing white steam as it glided into the station. Serenity and Snape boarded the train together. As it commenced its journey, the wheels clattered against the tracks, and outside Snape's window, trees whizzed by like the fluffy tails of kittens. Nostalgia, perhaps, is the absence of needing to remember. Your essence is woven throughout the fabric of daily life. Serenity lowered her gaze slightly, while Snape raised an eyebrow at her. Hogwarts remained unchanged. This ancient institution, regardless of the years that passed, would always evoke reflections on how time alters all. Nothing is eternal. Those young wizards sharing the same educational pursuits might one day draw their wands for family, gain, or any number of motives. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Serenity immersed herself in her studies. Occasionally, that red-haired girl would seek out Snape, often bringing delightful little trinkets for Serenity. On one occasion, she gifted Serenity a frog puzzle that transformed into a three-dimensional creature once assembled. After completing it, Serenity watched in astonishment as the frog leapt, prompting Lily to gaze at her with a mix of affection and intrigue, often showering her with a collection of whimsical toys. Wait a moment. Are there truly such wondrous creatures in the Muggle world? Serenity mused. She did not mind, as she preserved most of Lily's gifts with care, despite her lack of time. Among them, she cherished the puzzle Lily had initially given her. Sometimes, when Lily pulled Snape into study sessions, Serenity would occupy herself with puzzles nearby. Lily was adept at tailoring her teaching methods. She would remind Snape that time is as precious as gold and cannot be bought, while encouraging Serenity to take proper rest, believing her to be overworked. In truth, they were not well acquainted. However, Lily's exuberance was infectious, compelling her to lead them on adventures, a trait likely inherited from her Gryffindor lineage. James and his companions would often appear unexpectedly, orchestrating encounters, yet when Serenity was present, they could only quietly partake in Lily's games. Throughout that year, Snape's relationship with them underwent little change, save for his newfound capacity to inflict greater pain. Perhaps, liberated from other worries, he had more time to hone his spellcasting skills, or perhaps Caroline's presence alleviated his concerns regarding potion ingredients. He was unafraid of injury, thus rendering him reckless. Serenity endeavored to impart numerous lessons on safety, having never encountered a Slytherin so careless with their life. Initially, Snape assumed Serenity was cautioning him against engaging with James and the others, only to later realize her concern stemmed from a desire to prevent his injury, which left him momentarily astonished. Serenity found his reaction amusing, subsequently withholding dessert from him for an entire week. Poor Severus seemed to relish the punishment nonetheless. Thanks to Lily's insatiable curiosity, they stumbled upon the legendary room of requirement on the 8th floor, which Serenity adopted as her sanctuary for studying dark magic. Consequently, her meetings with Lily diminished. At times, Snape would remain by Serenity's side, while other times he would be summoned away by Lily for play, appearing much more animated. At least in Serenity's presence, Slytherin refrained from casting aspersions upon him. Their focus shifted to another target. Indeed, there would always be one who bore the brunt of collective animosity, serving to highlight the unity of the others. After delving into a portion of dark magic, Serenity discovered that the concepts of soul extraction or transplantation were conspicuously absent. Even the soul-binding curse merely allowed for temporary control over the body, failing to achieve the desired effect. Thus, she began to experiment with the creation of her own spells. With gratitude for Caroline's solid foundation, after countless failures, she ultimately succeeded in crafting several dark magic incantations. Chapter 79, Little Cat Snape. Among these, the most promising spell granted temporary consciousness to inanimate objects, as if bestowing them with a lively essence. However, in truth, it merely reflected the caster's perception of the object. For instance, if one regarded a table as steadfast, the soul imparted would likewise be steady, yet the objects would simulate thought based on their past experiences, akin to animated puppets. Lacking any aggression, they would simply collapse upon impact and would not cast spells. Soul endowing. Serenity chanted at a broomstick, which wobbled and took flight, shaking itself like a kitten before soaring out the window. Serenity leaned out to observe the broom darting among rooftops, stopping and starting. With a lowering of her gaze, she withdrew her magical influence, causing the broom to plummet into her arms. Having achieved a modicum of success, Serenity exited the room of requirement, intending to venture into the Forbidden Forest in search of living creatures for her soul magic research, only to unexpectedly encounter Snape and Lily. Lily sighed. Severus, you cannot solely focus on potions and spells. History of magic and flying lessons are equally important. You cannot submit a blank parchment for your history exam, can you? A bit of memorization would suffice. It's simpler than the potion ingredient compendium. It was rare to witness Snape, usually so diligent in his studies, displaying any weariness towards learning, and Serenity leaned against a tree, observing them with amusement. Lily continued her earnest admonitions. Had I not caught you in the Forbidden Forest, you would have neglected your studies of magic history yet again, wouldn't you? Snape wore a brooding expression, appearing quite unapproachable, yet he murmured softly. With so much time and so many subjects, I cannot retain it all. Who cares what those aristocrats have done? Lily tugged at her fiery red hair, exclaiming, "Isn't it far easier to remember distinct ingredients with disparate effects rather than those with similar names, yet entirely different properties?" Severus shook his head in honest dissent. Lily appeared increasingly exasperated, a sight that brought a smirk to Seraphine's lips. Unbeknownst to them, Seraphine had cast a disillusionment charm and confidently sauntered past, boldly venturing into the depths of the Forbidden Forest in search of her quarry. She had no desire to waste her time with these two youngsters. However, Severus, momentarily distracted by Lily's incessant chatter, suddenly looked up, wrinkling his nose. Lily paused to inquire, "What's the matter, Severus?" He cast a suspicious glance around and shook his head, indicating that all was well. Yet, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation that the breeze carried with it the familiar aroma of Seraphine's favorite tea leaves. Following the soul-binding charm, Seraphine found herself at an impasse, unable to devise new spells. Yet Christmas was swiftly approaching. During this time, Severus had been impeccably groomed at Caroline Manor. Though he was reluctant to trim his slightly overgrown hair, he had forsaken his ill-fitting garments, occasionally donning a couple of exquisite suits for more formal occasions. Before the holiday, he was a pariah within Slytherin, the target of ridicule from those insufferable Gryffindors, but upon his return with Seraphine, he was no longer a victim to be bullied at will. In the past, he might have resorted to violence. Now, not only could he defend himself, but he also had allies to back him, prompting his tormentors to retreat. Malice thrives on the weak and fears the strong. This Christmas, Severus did not submit a request to remain at school. Instead, he was taken back to Caroline Manor by Seraphine. Their plan was to celebrate the holiday together. Yet on the day itself, she was compelled to attend a soiree. Severus waved her off by the fireplace, watching as she deftly accepted the aging potion and the antidote from Fermi before disappearing into the hearth. She entered a blizzard of snow, embarking on a journey into the storms of her life. Although the master was absent, Caroline Manor remained adorned with an extraordinary warmth. A magnificent Christmas tree stood proudly in the center of the living room, festooned with a myriad of tiny stars. Severus sat before the fireplace, gazing vacantly at this tableau, a Christmas he had never envisioned, yet it failed to capture his heart. His thoughts wandered, often drifting to the darkening sky outside. As evening approached, snowflakes cascaded gently, draping the entire estate in a pristine white blanket. Severus rose and approached the window, seemingly admiring the snowy landscape, his black pupils reflecting the twilight of Caroline. Eileen had often stood by the window, waiting in vain for her beloved. At that time, the outside world was shrouded in the billowing black smoke of factories, with streets marred by grime, obscuring the original colors of the walls and pavements. Wastewater meandered down the slopes, mingled with indistinct, garbled shouts. As she waited, Tobias would appear in the alley, his crooked silhouette a familiar sight, to which Eileen would calmly respond, whether to him or to his fists. That was love, if one could call it that. Now Caroline Manor was blanketed in silence, the snow rendering everything invisible. Severus too was awaiting something. In that moment, he realized that Eileen had simply been yearning too deeply. She longed for the youthful Tobias, who would appear at the alley's mouth, smiling as he suggested they escape together. Each time she stood before the window, she harbored that ephemeral hope. Time slipped by, and soon Severus heard a disturbance at the entrance. He hurried to the door, finding Seraphine standing there, flecks of snow still clinging to her. The hem of her evening gown was muddied, yet it did not detract from her grace. Rather, it resembled life blossoming defiantly from the mire. The aging potion still retained its efficacy, though her face bore the marks of fatigue and solitude, which she concealed upon hearing his approach. Severus couldn't help but step closer to her, emerging from the shelter of the eaves, as snowflakes gently settled on his head and shoulders, dusting him with a delicate layer of frost. Seraphine seemed momentarily dazed. In truth, she had simply wished to stroll in the snow, opting against using the fireplace. Many years prior, on a similarly snowy night in England, a cat pursuing freedom had turned its back on Caroline, plunging into the human realm to wander freely. Yet, by the time it was finally able to embrace that freedom, it had transformed into nothing more than a small box. Now, Severus stepped into the snowy night with unwavering resolve, akin to another little cat. This time, she possessed the ability to grant him his freedom. "Why did you come out? It would have been just as well to wait inside," he remarked. Seraphine approached Severus, gradually bending down, her tone languid. He caught the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafting from her, both familiar and unfamiliar. Unlike the acrid aroma of cheap spirits that clung to Tobias, Seraphine's fragrance was smooth and rich, intoxicating in its allure. He felt no concern that she might be overcome by the alcohol and strike him without warning. The strong only lash out at those stronger than themselves. Her mere hint of compassion could shelter a wildcat through a harsh winter.